Chapter 6251, A Man's Perspective. General Ark Larkinson did not expect to receive a harsh rebuke from Venerable Rosa Orphan. To be fair, he deserved to hear it. He genuinely made a few missteps when he took the initiative to plan this operation and begin to set it in motion. Was he being selfish? Perhaps. Every human was selfish to a degree, and high-ranking Mech pilots were usually more self-centered for obvious reasons. That was not a problem in most circumstances, but it became a distinct issue when they started to assume leadership responsibilities. There was an inherent conflict between selfishness and command authority. When a leader had been entrusted with authority over a military unit, that leader assumed multiple different responsibilities. He needed to be a good custodian of that unit and make sure to keep it in the best possible condition. The leader needed to take adequate care of his troops and ensure that their lives did not go to waste. The soldiers all signed up in order to do their duty, but also to advance their own careers. It was the responsibility of the leader to facilitate those goals if possible. He also needed to obey the directives of his superiors and lead the unit in successful actions. A unit should not be coddled, especially in times of war where their strength was needed more than ever. A force that was not prepared to fight the difficult battles that they were equipped to handle was not a useful combat asset. A completely selfless leader should not have too many issues with upholding both responsibilities. The most typical scenario that would present problems to such a leader was when times became tough and casualties started to mount in an escalating war. A qualified leader needed to make tough choices about spending the lives of his subordinates in order to fulfill important military objectives. Those that cared too much about the lives of his troops were not suited for their positions and should be transferred away in order to make room for a tougher commander that was willing to make the hard but necessary choices. Even then, the replacement was still expected to do whatever it took to preserve the lives of his men and prevent any excess losses. This dynamic became a lot more complicated when the leader was selfish. What if the officer in charge possessed strong ambitions? What if he valued his career progress over preserving the lives of his men? What if he was actively willing to throw his troops into a meat grinder in order to climb up the hierarchy at a faster rate? The situation especially became complicated when the commanding officer also happened to be an expert pilot. Every expert pilot wanted to become stronger. Their willpower was largely centered around the need to become powerful enough to realize their impossible ambitions. They would have never broken through in the first place if they did not desire power hard enough. One of the reasons why it was difficult for command-oriented expert pilots to break past their stubborn bottlenecks was because they needed to resolve additional dilemmas like this. They all needed to find a balance between their responsibilities and their selfish desires for power and glory. When General Ark looked back at his own decision-making as of late, he could not honestly judge whether he went too far. Sure, he made decisions that he otherwise wouldn't have made if he was not an expert pilot, but it was exactly because he was fairly strong that he was eager to undertake greater risks. As Ark continued to puzzle over whether he had made any missteps as of late, he decided to share his thoughts with another individual. There were not many people he could reach out to. Under normal circumstances, he would have called his father Benjamin or his nephew Vess for a personal talk. If he wanted to hear out more objective voices, he could reach out to Venerable Janzi or Commander Kaisela Ingvar. Unfortunately, the stealth ship maintained a complete communications blackout. There were not a lot of mature and thoughtful peers on the stealth vessel. This was why General Ark eventually approached Venerable Vincent Ricklin. "What's up, General? I could use your counsel." "Counsel, me? Are you serious?" Vincent questioned as he paused in eating his meal. "I need to hear another perspective on a matter that Venerable Orphan has recently brought up with me. Let me explain." As the older expert pilot laid out Rosa Orphan's critique, Vincent's expression gradually changed from puzzlement to understanding. "I can see why she is upset. the muscular expert pilot commented. You really messed her up by dragging her into your high-risk operation while she is still stuck with a severely outdated expert Mech. I would be just as angry if I was in her shoes. I'm not as upset because my Seaman is newer and stronger than her old riot. That doesn't mean I am particularly pleased. I can understand your reasoning for forcing us to take part in this op, but it would have been great if you presented it to us first. We are at war, Vincent. I have no obligation to seek your permission. As long as the regional headquarters of the Red Association approves of my plan, then that should be enough. I also had to maintain the secrecy of this operation. The more I talk about it in advance, the greater the likelihood that the native aliens will find out and prepare an ambush. We cannot handle information as loosely as before. It is important for us to exercise tight information control and keep most people in the dark as long as possible. Talk like that just reinforces Rosa's accusation that you don't care at all about the rest of us. Vincent frowned. Look, I get it. We are all expert pilots. We don't need any coddling. That doesn't mean we want to be treated like crap. She is right that a more caring leader like Commander Kaysella would definitely make a greater effort to bring us on board sooner. Even you think this way. Yes, but I don't think that Kaysella is necessarily better than you, Ark. Before I joined the Larkinson clan, I worked for a mix of different leaders, each of whom were crappy in different ways. Compared to them, you are not that bad. You can be counted upon to make the tough but necessary choices, I suppose. We are not here to have a picnic. We are here to fight. It is a luxury if everything goes in our favor. General Ark did not expect Vincent to speak such sage words. The younger expert pilot did not behave as immature as his public image suggested. So you prefer to be led by me, or Commander Kaysella? I don't regret my decision to transfer into the Warborn. Vincent shrugged. I still trust you. I trust Kaysella as well. The two of you have different leadership styles. I think I would feel more comfortable if I was placed under the Sentinel commander, but I also think my chances of breaking through won't be as high. She cares about her men, which is good if keeping us all alive is the only priority. However, it is because she cares about us that she is reluctant to send any of us out on risky missions where we could fall at any time. Without all of that tempering, we won't be able to progress as quickly as we want. She is always present and ready to catch us as we fall, but there are pilots who don't necessarily need or want a mother hovering protectively over their heads. In other words, if Commander Kaysella could be described as a somewhat overprotective mother, General Ark could be likened to a neglectful father. The Trueblood Larkinson looked bemused. I see. That is a refreshing opinion for me to hear. Thank you for helping me clear my confusion. Rosa Orphan may be correct that I do not care about my subordinates in the way she prefers, but that does not mean my command approach is necessarily wrong. As Mech pilots, we signed up for a life of duty and hardship. None of us are destined to live peaceful lives. I may be accused of pushing my men hard, but they are all elite Mech pilots, or else they wouldn't have been able to enter the 77th Warborn. I cannot promise everyone that they will remain safe, but I can at least give them plenty of chances to earn glory on the battlefield. The pilot of the Seaman chuckled. It was as if Ark made an unintentional joke. You sound like Patriarch Reginald at times. Bits and pieces of him must have rubbed off on you. How much do you care about glory, actually? That was a good question. General Ark frowned as he tried to tackle this question in a serious way. He soon found that it was hard for him to supply a clear answer. I have always cared about glory, I suppose. There was never a time when I was not in a prominent position. I was a prodigy during my academy days. I entered into service at the right time when the next Bright Vija War had just unleashed. I managed to make the Larkinson family proud by breaking through as an expert pilot. I received promotions and began to lead larger and more powerful Mech units. After that, I stalled and meandered around for a long time. You stopped earning glory when the war had ended. Quite so. It was not frustrating, but disappointing. As much as I do not like to admit it, I thrive in conflict. This is the time where my services are the most needed and appreciated. I am always in a better mood when people look up on me and depend on me to deliver them victories. I suppose it is not a coincidence that my ability as a command specialist is so centered around myself. I seek to rise above the occasion because it earns me glory. This is good for me because more people will respect me and worship me as their savior and protector, which in turn feeds back into my strength. General Ark did not see anything wrong with this. He did his best to step up and become the brightest presence on the battlefield so that he was better able to fulfill his objectives. He did not think he was neglecting the others who were left in the shadows. He cared for them in his own way, which was to give them enough opportunities to stand out and break through in battle. If doing so meant that he had to expose his troops to greater peril, then that was a necessary sacrifice. Ark felt a lot more comfortable in his skin after making this realization. He was no Commander Kaysella, nor did he have any wish to resemble her. Neither of them were necessarily right or wrong. They were just different. "You're a man," Venerable Vincent said. "There is no need for you to apologize for that. Embrace your manhood and dominate the battlefield in the best traditions of our gender. I don't know about the others, but you can count on me to follow you and cover your back, at least while I am still a part of your warborn. I am with you on this. We can't remain passive all of the time. We need to attack not just because it is a better way to contribute to the war effort, but also because I don't think I will have any chance of breaking through if I act like a turtle all of the time." Vincent simply did not care about the risks of the upcoming operation in the same way as Orphan. That ultimately set the two apart and caused them to have wildly diverging opinions about whether General Ark was right or wrong. Whether Vincent was right to feel confident about this risky operation remained to be seen. Ark just hoped that Vincent did not come to regret his bold stance. Chapter 62, 52 The Less Competent Ingvar. Speaking to both Venerable Rosa Orphan and Venerable Vincent Ricklin had done General Ark Larkinson a lot of good. Ark received more honest criticism and helpful feedback than he had in months, if not years. It helped him put his command approach into perspective and make him more aware of where he stood as a leader of men, as well as an expert pilot. As he continued to think about his strengths and his interactions with other Mech pilots, he continued on his tour and spoke with the remaining expert pilots. As the brother of a woman as outstanding as Commander Kaysella Ingvar, Venerable Iman Ingvar was better placed than most people to comment on this subject. "Kaysella is overcompensating," the male Ingvar spoke. "Before we got picked up by Vess Larkinson, we had been reduced to a pair of losers. Both of us used to be members of House Ingvar. My sister studied to become a Mech officer and did well enough when our house was doing great. When it suddenly collapsed due to betrayal and intrigue that I am not eager to rehash, all of her subordinates quickly turned around and no longer obeyed her. That setback affected her deeply. As a Mech commander himself, Ark understood how deeply such an occurrence could be damaging to one's confidence as a leader. It sounds as if Kaysella is not to blame for this outcome," the older expert pilot quietly said. "The Mech pilots owed their loyalty to House Ingvar. From the moment it had fallen, their employment contracts should have turned null and void. They are free to leave and work for another organization, which they evidently did. It doesn't matter if you can continue to cover their pay by relying on your own bank accounts. Only the most loyal and dedicated servants are willing to follow fallen nobles. Everyone else doesn't like to bet their lives and future on a couple of young nobles who have lost the backing that they relied upon all their lives." Iman crossed his arms. "My thoughts are similar to yours, but Kaysella doesn't accept this viewpoint. She still blames herself to this day, you know. She believes that if she had put a greater effort into building a genuine sense of camaraderie and respect with her subordinates, they would have stuck to her despite the lack of advantages of following her after the fall of our house. If you know that, then you should understand Kaysella's active command style much better. The reason why she is so well-liked by everyone is not entirely because she cares about her subordinates. It is because she is terrified that they will abandon her and desert her when we are in another crisis. Such an event is enough to break her willpower. General Ark could understand why a commander like Kaysella would buckle under such trauma, but he would never take it like this. Humans were flawed. They were cowards by nature. It was only due to training, duty, greed, esprit de corps, and even camaraderie that soldiers were able to suppress their natural fears and enter into battle with brave expressions. That did not mean that their fears had disappeared entirely. As long as events caused their fear to surpass their bravery, their confidence would waver to the point where they wanted to retreat and run away regardless of any greater considerations. Ark had never witnessed a rout in his later years, but he had seen it numerous times in the early days of his career. The Bright Republic's Mech Corps won as many battles as it lost against the Vija Kingdom's Mech Legion. The two sides knew each other so well that neither side was able to attain any absolute advantages over the other. It was normal to win and lose. In the few cases where Ark fought in a battle where the Mech Corps fell into a heavy disadvantage, he experienced the spread of panic and the sense of gloom that affected all of the troops on the battlefield. Fortunately, the Mech Corps was not a military organization that refused to acknowledge the possibility of defeat. It tried to form clear lines of retreat and ensure that the withdrawing troops would eventually be able to live to fight another day. That was part of the reason why Ark did not think it was a big deal if soldiers became so gripped by their fears that they stopped following his instructions. His troops at least fell back to a location where he could eventually reunite with them and bring them under his command once again. Kaysella never enjoyed that particular luxury in the past. Who do you think is a better commander? Iman shrugged. I can't say. I mean, you have your strong points, and so does my sister. I suppose it depends on what you care about the most. Is the purpose of leading troops to limit their casualties as much as possible, or to complete as many missions as you can? From what I have observed, Kaysella is probably more inclined to call for a retreat if the price of winning is too high. In comparison, you are not afraid of taking greater risks, or else you wouldn't have decided to attack Ducast Roman 11 without any form of backup. Which is better depends on what you care about the most. Ark frowned. He did care about the lives of his subordinates. Perhaps he did not treat them as individual treasures like Kaysella, but it was a lie that he was perfectly willing to let them all die. In his opinion, he was just being more realistic about the life and death of soldiers. People died in droves in every war. He had befriended numerous comrades in the past, but many of them eventually fell in battle against the Vesians. This happened with such regularity that he no longer developed a lot of intimacy with the next comrades that fought by his side. It also didn't help that he began to climb up the hierarchy. The higher his officer rank, the lower the amount of people he could interact as equals. Eventually, his rank became so high that the only people he dealt with on a daily basis were those underneath him. How could he befriend them so easily when he needed to be harsh and send them to their possible deaths if necessary? Being a leader is hard, Ark commented. I am sure that your sister has experienced many moments of stress due to the burden of leadership. I envy simple pilots such as you, Iman. You are not expected to do anything but fight well when your services are needed. Heh. Iman Ingvar chuckled and straightened his posture. Is that what you think? I have a completely different opinion on that. Do you know that whenever someone in our clan says the name Ingvar, their mind immediately jumps to my sister? They always respect and look up to Kaysella Ingvar. It is rare that any Larkinson looks up to me first. I mean, why should they? Compared to my talented, capable, and compassionate sister, I am just the simpleton who doesn't possess any ability to command a Mech Legion, let alone a Mech squad. The reason why I am expected to do nothing but pilot my blade chaser Mark Roman 2 well is because people don't trust me to do anything more than that. They are afraid that I will fail if I take on any more burdens. I do not think that is an accurate characterization of yourself. General Ark frowned. Do not belittle yourself, Iman. People have different talents and inclinations. It is perfectly acceptable for high-ranking Mech pilots to stay away from any leadership responsibilities. As long as you do your primary job well, no one will care about your shortcomings. Your sister may have indeed become the more famous among the two of you, but take it from a Larkinson who grew up in a long line of expert pilots and war heroes. You can forge your legend as long as you are successful enough. If you become an ace pilot before your sister, then you will not be regarded as the more incompetent Ingvar anymore. Iman nodded in agreement. Becoming stronger is definitely one of my main goals. I don't necessarily want to prove that Kaysella is weaker or anything. She is still my sister, and I care for her a lot. I just don't think I can help her all that much at my current level of strength. It is only when I have advanced to an ace pilot that I can truly watch her back and serve as her most powerful asset by her side. This is why I don't object too much about this crazy operation that you have sprung on us. It is not a pleasant surprise, but it is probably one of the best opportunities for me to challenge my limits and see if I can get any closer to breaking through. How close are you, Iman? Not that close, to be honest. I still need to work on stuff. I have a feeling that I not only need to figure out what sort of relationship I want to have with my sister, but also get her to accept my chosen role. And what role do you envision for yourself? Ark asked. We belong together. She is a great commander, but she is not that good of a fighter compared to other expert pilots. I am the opposite. I don't know the first thing about leading troops, but you are right when you said that I know how to fight well. I want to become her protector and her greatest champion. She can make all of the tough choices and support me from behind while I take care of all of the toughest enemies that she will face in the future. This is a perfect combination as far as I am concerned. We are a match made in heaven. It could be argued that Iman would probably pair well with most other Mech commanders. Who wouldn't like a strong expert pilot and expert Mech at his disposal? General Ark looked at Iman with greater respect. Your dedication to your sister is admirable. It is rare for me to see a stronger bond between relatives. Is this why you are eager to test yourself in the upcoming operation? Iman grinned as his willpower exuded greater eagerness and battle lust. Yes, compared to participating in typical battles, I can get much more out of it if we are badly outnumbered and have to fight for every scrap of progress. There are no fallback options or escape routes for me. I will literally have to fight for my life in order to survive, and maybe become a greater version of myself while I am at it. I am both excited and apprehensive at the upcoming action. I am aware that there is a chance that I won't be able to return to my sister. Does that terrify you, Iman? No, General. I am impatient. I do not want to spend the next years and decades of my life as the same high-tier expert pilot. I hate my bottleneck. I am willing to do almost anything to obliterate it. I will either return to Kaysella as an ace pilot or inside a coffin. I don't know which of the two outcomes will eventually happen, but I would rather make it happen sooner or later, because I don't want to stay in a limbo where I am too weak to matter. Iman wanted a resolution. His self-esteem and his desire to be of use to his sister did not allow him to remain stuck as an expert pilot. In an era where only ace pilots and stronger combatants could make a significant difference in the massive battles being fought today, Iman Ingvar no longer wanted to be known as the useless and less competent sibling. I wish you all the luck you need, Iman, Ark said in an understanding tone. You will have your chance in the next battle. It may even be more than you can handle, but that is exactly the sort of situation where you can prove that you are better than what many think of you. I am rooting for you. Of course, I am also rooting for myself, but that goes without saying. Let's turn this into a race and see who gets to break through first. Iman grinned and bumped his fist against Ark's own outstretched fist. Deal. Chapter 62, 53 Stealth Tension. The R-Ray stealth carrier quietly reached the edge of Ducast Roman 11 perimeter. In order to reduce the probability of detection as much as possible, the ship disabled non-essential systems. From the lighting to the anti-grav systems, nothing was allowed to give away any hint of the vessel's presence. The temperature turned cold. The lack of gravity made navigating through the ship a lot more cumbersome. Everyone had to wear vacuum-sealed suits that also kept them warm, fed, and clean. The carrier's stealth capabilities were impressive, but that was no reason for the Mechers to grow complacent. They followed all of the rules and guidelines and acted as cautiously as possible. The crew members no longer bothered to communicate through sound or through wireless signals. They mostly exercised their own responsibilities according to a predetermined plan. At most, they resorted to economic hand signals and subtle exchanges by physically connecting their slim armored suits to each other. All of these efforts helped to reduce the load on the active stealth systems and minimize the occurrence of slight blips that could potentially alert the monitoring systems of the enemy starships in the vicinity. The humans had already employed stealth vessels and stealth mechs against the native aliens many times in the past. While the results were mostly gratifying, the downside was that most of the major alien races had become a lot more guarded against stealth attacks. It had become standard procedure for any alien fleet or base to deploy a combination of escort ships and face-fighter squadrons out on patrol. Since the aliens usually saw no need to hide their tracks, their vessels openly employed active sensor and scanning systems at medium intensity in order to track stealth vessels trying to sneak past their perimeter. The effectiveness of these measures varied depending on the tech, quantity of patrols, and environmental factors. The native aliens didn't care too much about catching enemy infiltrators on approach. Their primary concern was to deter stealth attacks by showing that they are alert and ready to respond the instant they detected a hidden threat. Right now, the R-ray stealth carrier had slowed down. The captain of the ship grew pensive as the quantity of alien patrols around Ducast Roman 11 made it unlikely that his vessel would be able to maintain secrecy all the way. General Ark Larkinson was the only Mech pilot who had not yet boarded his Mech. He needed to be on the bridge in order to remain up to date on the developing situation and issue instructions if necessary. Seeing that the stealth vessel had slowed to a relative stop outside of the perimeter of the target planet, Ark slowly floated forward until he came close enough to place his armored hand on the captain's shoulder plate. That does not sound too much to you, but keep in mind that we will be lingering in this area for a longer duration than that. The risk of detection also rises the closer we move to the mission site. General Ark frowned. It would be bad if they got stalled at this distance. If the stealth carrier proceeded no further, then her safety would be assured, but it would also make life harder for him and his fellow pilots. The Mars and the expert Mechs assigned to this mission were usually loud and obvious. There was no way to hide their obvious heat signatures and other emissions once they became active. The only way to keep them hidden for a short while longer was to gently eject them from the hangar bay of the stealth vessel. By refraining from activating the cold and silent Mechs, they might be able to coast along for a dozen seconds or a little longer without getting detected right away. This was not enough for the high-ranking Mechs to get much closer to their objectives, but it was enough to reduce the probability of exposing the exact location of the stealth carrier. Even so, Ark was not satisfied with this situation. He knew that the native aliens would wake up and begin to mobilize all of their available combat assets as soon as they sounded the alarm. Precious minutes would pass by as the Mars and the expert Mechs crossed the distance and entered into low orbit of Ducast Roman 11. That was enough time for the native aliens to make a lot of progress to form a blockade and get ready to encircle the human intruders as best as possible. The most dangerous option is to deploy one of your Mechs to generate a distraction that will allow my ship a greater chance to sneak closer without setting off any enemy alarms. None of the three options sounded ideal to Ark. He already ruled out the first option. That meant he could either choose between waiting for a change in circumstances or create a distraction that could go very right, but also very wrong. The last option was the most proactive one that promised to deliver quick results, but Ark felt hesitant to take such a dangerous gamble. The plan called for splitting up the already limited Mechs. There would be at least one less machine to raid the surface of Ducast Roman 11 and fight their way out of an encirclement. While an argument could be made that creating a diversion may draw more alien assets away from the planet, thereby making it more vulnerable, that meant the isolated Mech would attract even more danger. Ark much preferred to stick to the original plan as much as possible. That meant keeping all of the Mechs together. We will proceed as soon as the defenses here have lessened to the point where the risk of detection is low enough. Ark stayed around a little longer in order to convey additional instructions and demands. He then proceeded to leave the bridge and move over to his Lionheart. There was no reason to stay inside the bridge any longer. Ark would rather remain on standby in his Lionheart and make sure the rest knew that they needed to do the same. Hours passed by as Ark remained inside the cockpit of his excellent Mech. His Lionheart became so quiet and lifeless when it had been put in a dormant state. Unlike the more classical living Mechs, such as the very boisterous Riot, the Lionheart was a so-called post-living Mech according to Vess, who was the only authority on this subject. This phrase essentially meant that the Lionheart had the roots and many of the trappings of living Mechs, but diverged in important ways. Ark had requested to turn the Lionheart into a second skin Mech for specific reasons. He did so despite the amazing popularity and appreciation for living Mechs that could think and potentially fight for themselves. It was not that Ark hated the idea of living Mechs or anything. He could see how well it complemented pilots such as Tusa, Janzi, Joshua, and many others. Ark simply did not feel the need to change his modus operandi. He was raised as a champion and a hero ever since he first demonstrated his talent. He had learned to pilot ordinary Mechs and steadily worked his way up by piloting one lifeless Mech after another. He had achieved a great amount of success with Mechs like that and built up a lot of muscle memory and other routines as a result. Ark would have to change too many aspects of his piloting style if he switched over to piloting living Mechs. He would have to unlearn many important lessons and painstakingly build up a lot of new habits. He also had to split his time and concentration on building up an amicable relationship with his battle partner. The expert pilot did not look forward to making so many changes to his established formula. He had seen how Patriarch Reginald was able to make his Mars work so well despite having killed off the machine's independent personality. Ark did not regret his decision to pilot a Mech similar to that of the Mars. The Lionheart was powerful beyond doubt. Its lack of independent personality did not make Ark feel as if he was missing out on anything important. The fact that it fit him like a glove allowed him to assume considerably greater control over the machine than he had ever attained with any other Mech. It was not easy to pilot the Lionheart for that reason. Ark had to invest more attention and focus on controlling all of its functions, but the benefit of doing so was that he could make it move and behave exactly according to his intentions. As a command-oriented expert pilot, Ark was not afraid of higher control requirements. It also helped that, unlike Commander Casella, he did not need to spend a large part of his attention and focus on micromanaging so many different subordinates. He was able to invest most his resources into piloting the Lionheart and turning it into the most powerful and well-controlled machine on the battlefield. Only Patriarch Reginald was able to get more out of his own second skin Mech than Ark, and that was solely because the ace pilot had transcended further. In any case, Ark knew that he would have to squeeze the most out of his excellent control over his expert command, Mech, than he had done in the past. The difficult conditions of this operation demanded no less. The circumstances were brutally unforgiving towards mistakes, and Ark was not able to utilize the Lightbringer resonating ability anywhere close to full power due to lack of support from his subordinates. Ark resigned himself to the fact that he able to become the brightest presence on the battlefield during this dangerous operation. The Mars would definitely take the crown this time. The Mars was especially notorious for outputting a lot of light and other emissions due to its heavy energy expenditure. The Ace hybrid Mech was an energy hog, making it all the more challenging for the Lionheart to outshine the older post-living Mech. Although these circumstances were anything but ideal for General Ark, this was exactly why he needed to tackle this challenge. He needed to participate in at least one difficult fight, where he was unable to rely on the amplification of tens of thousands of subordinates who empowered him with their hopes and beliefs. Ark wanted to prove that he could still be strong enough on his own. He was willing to bet his life on this assumption. As the minutes continued to pass by in silence, a very loud and screeching alarm suddenly shook Ark and the other waiting Mech pilots out of their reclining postures. "What is happening?" "General," the captain communicated through a newly opened communication channel. "The Gerard fleet somehow found our presence somehow. Multiple enemy patrols are inbound. Many alien warships and carrier vessels are beginning to enter into a heightened state of alertness. More enemy assets will soon converge on us, making it exponentially more difficult for our stealth carrier to sneak away unnoticed." "What? How could they have detected us when we are so far away from their detection range?" "We do not know, but you need to make a decision quickly. Do you wish to proceed with this operation and launch out of our hangar bay, or do you want us to turn around and attempt a silent retreat?" General Ark immediately fell into a time-sensitive dilemma. Chapter 62, 54, Mounting Danger. A serious accident occurred before the operation got off to a proper start. For whatever reason, the R-Ray stealth cruiser got detected in advance. This wasn't supposed to happen. The Gerard fleet was predominantly made up of Nuncer warships. The other vessels originated from various vassal races that possessed inferior tech and capabilities. Nuncers tended to be fairly unexceptional when it came to their technological prowess. Their scientists and engineers were not dimwits, but they weren't geniuses either. The Pulmers easily beat them in this regard. Since the rise of the Red Cabal, the major alien races had engaged in increased technology sharing and cooperative development. It was not impossible for the Nuncers to obtain superior detection tech, but even if that was the case, the differences would have been noticeable. As far as the Mechers could tell, the Mechs and escort ships patrolling the perimeter of Ducast Roman 11 were only equipped with regular detection systems. None of the hardware was powerful or advanced enough to be able to detect the R-Ray stealth carrier at this distance. The story might be different if the stealth vessel attempted to get closer to the target planet, but the ship had not attempted to do so as far as Ark knew. "I need more clarification." General Ark spoke over the communication channel even as his Lionheart started to become active. "Can you deduce the reason why our position has become exposed? Did the native aliens manage to learn about our operation by spying on the humans stationed in and around Ducast Roman 7? Has your stealth system malfunctioned somehow? Did the native aliens secretly make use of much more advanced detection systems that they had deliberately kept in reserve to catch us by surprise? It is difficult for us to obtain any definite answers, General. Our preliminary judgment, which is backed by the statistical predictions made by our ship's AI logic engine, is that we have been detected by a hidden third party. The native aliens may have deployed additional measures to guard their staging against human infiltration. This is largely speculation, but the most probably third party is an Arch-She ship that is under active stealth. The Arch-She are not only the masters of stealth technology in this dwarf galaxy, they are also adept at detecting it. Their ability to do so matches or surpasses the efforts of the Pulmers. The mention of the Arch-She race immediately caused General Ark to grow a lot more concerned about the safety of the stealth vessel. Hardly any humans encountered the Arch-She during the Red War, but that was mostly because their elusive Arch-She ships were so difficult to detect when they tried to stay hidden. If there was truly an Arch-She ship hiding in the vicinity somewhere, then the R-Ray stealth carrier was at a massive disadvantage. The Archie possessed all of the initiative if they managed to remain hidden, while being able to expose the hidden human vessel at the same time. If the Archie ship wanted to, she could even launch a surprise attack onto the R-Ray stealth vessel at any time. This could potentially lead to devastating results, as the human ship's defenses were much poorer compared to other warships built by the Red Association. The need to accommodate an active stealth system compromised the physical defenses of the very same ship. The only form of defense the R-Ray carrier could count upon was her Azure energy shields, but they were not as strong as those on other ships. Even if the Archie ship failed to overcome the energy defenses of the human vessel, the attacks would definitely expose the latter's position and give the alien a clear enemy to pursue and attack. If this is the case, we cannot proceed with the operation without getting rid of this Archie ship somehow, General Ark determined. We need to flush her out and eliminate her regardless of whether we proceed with or call off the operation. It was at this time that a loud voice interjected into the conversation. "Let me out," Patriarch Reginald Cross demanded. "I will hunt down this Archie ship for you. If she is close enough, I'll find her one way or another." General Ark fell into a moment of hesitation. The presence of a hidden Archie ship was just a theory. If they were wrong about this, then the Mars would be wasting a lot of time flying around while calling even more attention to the stealth vessel that they needed to protect at all cost. He also had to decide whether to go through with the operation, despite getting detected in advance, or whether to pull back and focus on disengagement above all other priorities. Ark quickly examined the local plot that displayed the amount of enemy assets around Ducast Roman 11 and their last known locations. The amount of ships had lessened by a bit in the past few hours. The human defenders over at Ducast Roman 7 had succeeded in drawing more alien aggressors over. However, there were still enough defending ships left that General Ark did not feel too good about his chances. He opened a new communication channel that included all of the expert pilots taking part in the operation. "We have fallen into a suboptimal situation. We are unable to approach Ducast Roman 11 undetected. No matter whether we attack or flee, we cannot avoid confrontation against the Gerard fleet. If we flee, the native aliens will not attack us with all of their numbers, as they still need to leave enough defenders behind to protect their depots on the planet. If we attack, we have a chance of completing our mission and warn a large amount of war merits in the proceeds, but at the cost of facing a much more prepared group of enemy defenders." "What is your point, Ark?" Venerable Rosa Orphan impatiently asked. "We have a chance to complete our mission, but under significantly less favorable circumstances than before," Ark stated. "Seeing as we are in for a fight either way, I am in favor of going all in and inflicting at least some damage to the large amount of supplies and goods that the native aliens have stockpiled on Ducast Roman 11. I will not lie. The danger is greater. If you are still confident in your own strength and the strength of your expert Mech, then voice your support. If not, then say so. I will decide on whether to proceed with the mission after you have voiced your decision." "Well, that's easy for me," the female expert pilot said. "I already have my doubts about this operation under expected circumstances. Now that the native aliens turn out to be more prepared and alert for us than expected, we'd be idiots if we follow a plan that is already out of date. I say we retreat as soon as possible." That was a predictable response. Venerable Orphan had not hidden her reluctance to participate in a high-risk mission when her expert Mech was the weakest and most outdated out of the participating machines. "It would have been great if we could have caught the enemy by surprise, but I don't fear them if they see us coming in advance. Let's fight," Venerable Vincent said as he already started to pump himself up for a massive brawl. "I don't trust my own judgment on this kind of stuff. I leave that to my sister," the only expert pilot with a powerful sister said. "General Ark can decide on my behalf. I defer to his judgment." "Imbecile," Orphan quietly muttered over the channel. "I am not stupid. I am just more aware of my limitations." "I say we proceed," Venerable Colac Glendale stated. "I have not participated in too many notable operations. I broke through later than many of you. I can feel this is a chance for me to prove that I can be a hero as well. My axe hungers for alien blood, preferably the Phase Lord kind." "Crossers," General Ark asked. Venerable Lothario Cross issued a simple opinion. "I follow where my patriarch goes. If our leader wants to fight, then we will accompany him and assist him as best as possible. I would like to accompany our patriarch as well, but my expert space knight is not suited for long traversals." Venerable Selkie Cross spoke in a more cautious tone. "Leave me behind to guard the carrier." It was unfortunate, but Selkie had a good point. Her defensive mech did not score well on mobility. While her expert mech was still a lot faster than ordinary defensive mechs, she would not be able to keep up with the high-speed maneuvers that the other high-ranking mechs were about to perform. Her honeycomb defender would just drag down the others. Seeing that there was not much opposition to proceed with the mission, General Ark felt more assured about his chosen course of action. "Very well, you heard it. The operation is still on. Selkie, stay in the hangar bay and do not come out unless this ship is exposed and under attack. Your only purpose is to guard the stealth carrier against targeted attacks. We are counting on you to keep our only safe means of escape intact and in working condition." "Roger." "Reginald, please hunt down the enemy stealth ship first. Do not spend too much time sniffing her out. She might not really exist. We still need you to occupy the attention of the enemy Phase Lord." Yeah, I got it, Ark. Moving out." Patriarch Reginald did not wait for anything else as his Mars tumbled out of the hangar bay of the stealth carrier, while still keeping its systems in a semi-active state. The ace pilot even suppressed his Saint Kingdom and kept it as dormant as possible in order to avoid giving away the position of the stealth ship. However, Reginald's patience only lasted for so long. Just 5 seconds after the Mars entered into open space, her power reactor and her original energy bridge system began to generate a lot more power. The powerful magma vein system, developed by Master Benedict Cortez, began to channel even more energy throughout the ace mech, allowing the powerful machine to power up to its peak condition in record time. A huge amount of heat started to radiate from the ace mech as the adaptive AI controllers prioritized speed of activation over energy efficiency and heat management. The results were astonishing. The Mars exploded with power as Patriarch Reginald unfolded his Saint Kingdom and began to circle around in an effort to find any trace of a hidden enemy stealth vessel. In the meantime, the other expert mechs took advantage of the powerful emissions of the Mars to quietly tumble out of the stealth carrier's hangar bay. "Have you found the enemy ship yet, Reginald?" "Give me a second. I am getting close. I can feel her lurking somewhere. She might assume that she has hidden herself well, but my Saint Kingdom has caught faint traces of that sneaky bastard. There." The Mars suddenly made an abrupt turn and began to unleash all 9 integrated energy cannons that comprised Arceus' system. The resonance-empowered positron beams almost instantly crossed a short distance before they eventually converged on the hull of an alien ship that had previously remained unnoticed by everyone. "She's an Archie ship. The Mechers were right." The Archie ship that was entirely crewed by the turtle-like race was on the smaller end. It appeared that she was just a scout ship that had been assigned to accompany the Gerard fleet from the shadows. Though her stealth and detection capabilities were formidable, the Archie ship's offensive and defense capabilities left much to be desired. The opening strike of the Mars not only punched through the underprepared alien vessel's half-hearted defenses, but also burned deep into the hull of the relatively hull. Patriarch Reginald clearly looked down on the Archie ship, as his Mars only proceeded to unleash several more salvos of the powerful armaments of the Arceus systems until the Archie ship finally collapsed and fell apart into multiple pieces of half-melted debris. Now that Reginald took care of the cause of the accident, he grinned as his Mars changed course and flew straight towards Ducast Roman 11. He was finally able to initiate the duel that he had been looking forward to all this time. "Gerard, get your gigantic alien butt out here and face me in combat." The Mars moved so quickly that the other expert mechs struggled to catch up to the ace mech. Chapter 62-55, The Upgraded Engine. With the exception of the Honeycomb Defender, the high-ranking mechs of the 77 Warborn Mech Division had finally entered into an attack run on the planet of Ducast Roman 11. Unfortunately, the just-destroyed Archie ship had given the defending Gerard fleet enough forewarning to summon the Nuncer starship personnel to their action stations and launch thousands of face fighters from their makeshift carriers. An entire Mech division would struggle to defeat such a formidable fleet. 7 high-ranking mechs had no chance of doing so, especially if the alien fleet was guarded by a formidable phase lord. So far, the tireless engine had yet to show himself, but it shouldn't take long before the Nuncer warlord made an appearance. The enemy leader had no choice in the matter. The Mars advanced towards the Gerard fleet at such a rapid pace that it would soon enter into optimal fighting range. The native aliens possessed a good enough understanding of ace mechs to know they should never allow these powerful machines to fight without keeping them in check. That did not mean that the enemy warships were afraid to go on the attack. The first gun batteries already started to open fire at the approaching ace mech. Dozens of chaotic and uncoordinated energy beams, kinetic projectiles and missiles attempted to strike the Mars. None of them managed to inflict any effective damage. The Mars deftly maneuvered around in space and managed to throw off the aim of a lot of alien gunners and automated targeting systems. The machine also channeled so much power into its flight system that Reginald was always able to move it in time to evade an attack that could have struck his mech, directly according to his sharp intuition. The missiles were a little more annoying to deal with as their homing capabilities had no trouble locking on to the ace mech that was radiating a huge amount of heat and other emissions. The Mars fired the integrated energy weapons of the Arceus system at a rapid rate. Though Reginald usually preferred to pump as much juice in the weapons to inflict the greatest possible damage, he knew how to reduce their power output in order to speed up their cycling time and allow for more frequent shots. The thin laser beams accurately struck each and every warhead with plenty of power to detonate them in advance. Multiple powerful explosions filled the surrounding space, throwing up a lot more interference, but not enough to cause the two sides to lose track of each other. As the Mars continued to advance in the face of enemy fire, without incurring any damage, the enemy leader had no choice to appear this time. It was abundantly clear that the Mars could easily destroy the entire enemy fleet without the protection of a phase lord. The only other way to preserve the alien vessels was if they split up and fled in separate directions, but that was obviously not an acceptable option. We are detecting a huge amount of spatial activity. The tireless engine emerged out of the flagship of the Gerard fleet and began to unfold his alien true body. The quadruped alien grew in size until his height surpassed 1.2 kilometers. That already made him larger than all but the most exaggerated juggernauts built by red humanity. Gerard's length and bulk was even more impressive. The massive Nuncer phase lord clearly looked a lot bulkier and more muscled than the bodies of typical Nuncers. There were clear signs of biological modification and mutation. This was not a warlord that shied away from more extreme augmentation methods to increase his combat power. As the tireless engine reached his full size, a massive suit of armor that resembled the metal shell of a capital ship appeared out of nowhere and soon began to wrap around the phase lord's body in a pre-programmed routine. Where did that giant suit come from? The tireless engine possesses his own pocket space. Be careful about that. He may be hiding more than just his full battle dress. Gerard may just be a lesser phase lord, but he was close to reaching the limits of his current stage. His spatial barrier felt strong and solid, while his formidable equipment looked especially strong and high in quality. Additional segmented Azure energy shields began to wrap around the massive alien warlord. The Phase Lord was covered by so many powerful energy defenses that Patriarch Reginald began to feel a lot more pressured at the thought of trying to overcome all of those tough and sturdy layers. By the time that the tireless engine reached his full size and adorned his proud transphasic raiment, his presence on the battlefield had risen to an enormous height. His open presence boosted the morale of many nuncers serving in his fleet, causing them to gain a lot more confidence in their fight against the human invaders. In the meantime, General Ark and the other expert pilots grew dismayed at what they saw. This Phase Lord looks different from the recordings. His giant suit of armor looks a lot more modern. He's become more powerful than anticipated. The sensors of all of the Mechs tried to gather as much data as possible. They detected a lot of clues that made the expert pilots feel more and more alarmed. Damn, the Phase Lord's raiment is made with the help of stolen human technologies. Not only does it make use of our Azure energy shields, but its armor system is also much tougher as well. The big metal suit is new. General Ark, it incorporates more advanced face water technology as well as hyper technology. The configuration is also different. It has less ranged weapon hardpoints, but its thrusters are bigger and more numerous. I fear that it has become a much deadlier brawler than before. Do not allow the tireless engine to get close to you. Do whatever you can to shake him off if he has chosen to pursue you. Wait for the Mars to block his path. The plan to attack Ducast Roman 11 suddenly became a lot shakier due to this variable. The presence exuded by the tireless engine was incredible. The Nuncer Phase Lord did not seem annoyed or afraid by the incursion of human high-ranking Mechs in the slightest. As the various systems of his transphasic hyper raiment continued to power up, the Phase Lord greeted his human guests with an electronic broadcast on many different channels at the same time. Human failed gods, you encroach upon my fleet and territory. You should have continued to hide behind your orbital defenses around the 7th planet from the nearby star. The tireless engine's raiment helpfully translated his alien speech into human language, so none of the pilots had to be subjected to incomprehensible alien noises. In situations like these, only Reginald should respond. Phase Lords tended to respect norms and expert pilots much less than ace pilots. From the perspective of these powerful aliens, it was a waste of time to engage mortals and weaklings in a dialogue. Only humans that had attained the strength of an ace pilot at minimum was worth their attention, as they were also the only enemies that could stop them in their tracks. Your suit of armor looks new. Where did you get it from? The Red Cabal has entrusted me with the task of stomping ace pilots such as yourself. Do not think that gods such as myself will always remain prey to you. Just as you rely on your technological prowess to amplify your power, so can we. My Saint Crusher is one of the many technological gifts developed by our races that does not seek to give us an equal chance of winning against you, but annihilate you utterly. By the time our duel comes to an end, your broken body shall be crushed by my hooves. Well, General Ark at least found the alien translation program to be praiseworthy. It sounded a lot better and less mangled by alien idioms than the alien speeches he heard in the past. Despite learning that the Red Cabal had very clearly developed and deployed more specific countermeasures against powerful ace pilots and ace mechs, Patriarch Reginald did not appear to be intimidated at all. His confidence was so great that he still did not see any reason to think he would lose against an opponent that had recently upgraded his gear. Sure, Reginald at least possessed enough sense to realize that he had a greater chance of losing if he was careless in any way, but he did not intend to make any mistakes in this fight. The Mars actually slowed down as it flew closer to the armored Phase Lord. The size and mass between the two diverged enormously. The Mars looked so much smaller than the massive tireless engine that it resembled a fight between a mouse and a bear. Yet the amazing energy output of the Mars, and its even more impressive Saint Kingdom, made it so that no one thought that the ace Mech was at a significant disadvantage in this fight. The prospect of battling against a more formidable and well-equipped foe made Reginald more excited, causing his willpower to spike to a greater height before the duel had even begun. The Mars extended its trusty transphasic axe, which Master Benedict Cortez had recently upgraded with hyper-technology. The changes made by the Master Mech designer has caused the transphasic axe to gain a lot more mass and heft. This allowed the Mars to swing the weapon with much greater physical force and impact than before. If you think that ace pilots like myself are easy to defeat now that you have got a new suit of armor, then think again. We are the second most powerful protectors of humanity. We have much more experience with fighting with powerful technologies than a lumbering phase lord such as yourself. You call yourself Tireless Engine, right? I will make sure to break you before you ever get to outlast me. Your proud defenses stand no chance against my unending attacks. The enemy phase lord responded by using his armored upper limbs to retrieve a pole from the side of his raiment, before unfolding it into a powerful spear. The imposing, kilometers-long spear looked incredibly massive and deadly. Just a simple swing from the giant phase lord was probably enough for the Lionheart to get crushed by the sheer physical force of getting slammed by the side of this giant-sized polearm. What was worse to the humans was that the weapon was not a simple stick with a pointy end. The Red Cabal had incorporated both face water and hyper materials into it, causing it to not only gain amazing penetration properties, but also increase its sensitivity to the water element. Each time the massive phase lord swung his transphasic hyper spear, spatial ripples passed in the weapon's wake. If the phase lord started to channel his spatial abilities through a weapon that was clearly designed for this purpose, then the Tireless Engine would definitely be able to pose a great threat against his current challenger. The Mars was an excellent offensive Mech and always fared best when it was on the attack. Its defenses were less than stellar. Aside from its Saint Kingdom, its defensive properties were not that great. There was a real chance that the Mars could fall into a disadvantage if it suffered a solid blow from this scary spear. As for the expert Mech such as the Lionheart and the Seaman, they stood no chance at all. A direct impalement was probably enough to crush their Mech frames to pieces. You are not lacking in confidence, Reginald of the Cross Clan. Yes, I know of you. I have been studying you in preparation to fight against you ever since my herd learned that your Warborn is defending this star system. I shall not prove myself as incompetent as the Trampler of Stars. Today, I shall prove that the gods of our race are fully capable of crushing human saints like yourself. Chapter 62-56, The Reborn Arcia System. The titanic Tireless Engine and the furious Mars began to clash against each other right away. A whole section of the battlefield immediately turned into a no-go zone as deadly resonance-empowered positron beams and lethal spatial shards began to fill up the immediate space. The two combatants easily expended energies that surpassed the full output of mighty battleships. Of the two, the Tireless Engine easily used up greater amounts of energy. His massive 1.2-kilometer high true body moved surprisingly quickly for a physical organism of his size. His upper limbs swung the giant spear with great speed and force, and his lower limbs was able to push his body in different directions by generating strong but short-lasting spatial footholds. The huge amount of face water circulating inside his titanic body also went to work. Dozens of face water organs of many different functions continually worked to strengthen the Tireless Engine's body, spatial barrier, sensory perception, and more. My power is everlasting. My engine can never be exhausted. The Nuncer Warlord was an old veteran of many alien conflicts in the past. He had already been fighting for glory and resources many years before the arrival of humans in the Red Ocean. He had accrued a lot of experience and honed his combat instincts before Patriarch Reginald's great-great-great-great-grandparents were alive. One of the more annoying and difficult-to-avoid aspects of the tireless engine's combat approach was the destabilization of space around his massive body. Although Phase Lords did not have anything that could come close to matching the performance of a Saint Kingdom, the tireless engine's frequent destabilization and outright shattering of the nearby fabric of space made it a lot harder to navigate around his titanic body. I have never been defeated by enemies who are smaller than myself. From the moment you have entered my space, you are already trapped within my divine control. Shut up, you overgrown bovine alien, the pilot of the Mars roared back. I am not one of the weakling aliens you are familiar with. I am a half-god. I am a saint. My willpower shall vanquish over all of your spatial tricks. We shall see. Space began to curve and even curl around in unpredictable ways. This became most evident when the Arceus system of the Mars launched full-powered positron beams at the tireless engine's multi-layered energy defenses at the fastest possible rate. While Patriarch Reginald intended to concentrate his fire so that he could efficiently wear down the segmented azure energy shields protecting his opponent, many of his shots unexpectedly went off course. The curved beams either struck other segmented energy shields that were easily able to withstand the damage or flew so off course that they ended up missing the giant Phase Lord. The more the Mars launched its energy beams at its target, the more this weird curving effect took place. Your tiny little energy weapons are pitiful. You will never be able to exhaust my defenses at this rate. Patriarch Reginald frowned. He had seen this phenomenon before. The Amaranto of the Larkinson clan was able to perform the same feat, but the difference was that the expert marksman Mech utilized it as a means to enhance her own damage-dealing capabilities. In this case, Reginald did not intend to bend his energy beams at all. It was his opponent that was redirecting his ace Mech's ranged attacks. Of course, the ace pilot did not let the Phase Lord spoil all of his attacks with impunity. Reginald took this as a challenge and tried his best to counteract the effect. The Mars utilized its superior mobility and much more compact size to circle around the tireless engine. The firing rate of its Arceus system had slowed. Reginald no longer blindly pursued the highest degree of sustained damage, but instead tried to focus more on empowering his attacks even further. He took the time to condense more resonance into the Arceus system, thereby trying to impart more of his willpower in the concentrated positron particles that they were about to unleash. The Mars glowed with power and intensity. Its Saint Kingdom visibly shrunk as Reginald tried to concentrate his power as opposed to dispersing it into the surrounding space. As the integrated energy weapons of Reginald's trusted Arceus system began to glow with power of their own, the ace pilot finally pulled the trigger. My will cannot be bent. The beams were so much brighter and more powerful this time. The Arceus system was already powerful enough on its own. Though not all of the integrated energy weapons were large in size, they incorporated state-of-the-art technologies and excellent materials that Master Benedict Cortez and partner developers had repeatedly upgraded and optimized over the years. Due to the former Skull architect's attentiveness and iterative upgrade process, the current version of the famed Arceus system of the Mars might look not much different from what it used to be at the start, but it had actually become at least 10 times more powerful during this interval. Master Benedict managed to increase the toughness of the Arceus system by a huge margin by replacing rare second-class materials with more extravagant first-class materials. More refined and sophisticated applications of technology not only allowed the Arceus system to get more use out of these luxurious exotics, but also allowed for the effective utilization of high-grade fire hyper materials. Shortly after the start of the hyper generation, the master Mech designer of the Cross clan had worked hard to quickly implement the most powerful form of hyper technology that he was able to implement into his proudest and strongest work. The entire Mars had been remodeled around the use of fire hyper materials. Pairing the Mars with the fire element was the most natural fit, as the machine regularly ran extremely hot. While the Ace hybrid Mech never solely relied on its formidable energy weapons to defeat its more powerful adversaries, the Arceus system still played an indispensable role in wearing down their defenses. All of these considerable technological and material improvements made the Arceus system a lot more powerful, without causing the weapon systems and related supporting systems to grow any larger or more cumbersome. Perhaps the only downside to all of these upgrades was that it became a lot more difficult and expensive to repair the Arceus system if it ever incurred any serious damage. Fortunately, Patriarch Reginald was usually able to avoid this outcome by beating up his enemies before they could breach through the upgraded defenses of the Mars. In the mind of the aggressive Ace pilot, attack was always the best form of defense. As long as he attacked relentlessly enough, his opponents wouldn't be able to spare enough time and effort from defending to launch any counterblows. At this time, the concentrated infusion of willpower into the transphasic hyper-positron beams clearly produced better results than before. The face water organs responsible for warping and distorting the space around the Phase Lord clearly found it much harder to force the incoming resonance-empowered energy beams to obey their spatial designs. 9 beams of fire and fury rammed their way through all of the distorted space and hardly ever went off course in the process. Reginald's willpower was so strong that the positron beams all eventually struck the segmented azure energy shield that the Ace pilot targeted in the first place. The segmented energy shield failed to withstand the amplified energies and fizzled out in an instant. The power of the Arceus system's attack salvo was so great that the next segmented energy shield from the second defensive layer also sustained severe damage. While the results had been gratifying for Patriarch Reginald, he only managed to strip one of hundreds of segmented azure energy shields that enveloped the tireless engine. What was worse was that the state of all of those energy shields were unrelated to the tireless engine's spatial barrier, which was generated by a face water organ as opposed to his Saint Crusher raiment. The tireless engine didn't even take this result all that seriously. So much energy and effort, and for what? Removing just a single energy scale. You shall tire yourself out before you can ever manage to damage my flesh, which, as you can see, is more vast than your puny energy weapons can ever burn. You underestimate my power, Patriarch Reginald roared as the Arceus system of his Mars continued to absorb as much willpower and resonance as they could hold before unleashing the combined powers at the enemy Phase Lord. The firing rate of the Arceus system had slowed down enormously, but every attack was guaranteed to strip a segmented azure energy shield. The clash between fire-aspected attacks and water-aspected defenses ended up in a resounding defeat for the latter in every collision. This was because the hyper-technology that the segmented azure energy shields were based upon was merely derived from mortal technologies. The ostentatiously named Saint Crusher may look as large and impressive as a battleship, but it possessed no particularly strong synergy with its wearer. The tireless engine was a transcendent body cultivator whose augmentations were largely based on his own biology. There was no direct interface or deep connection between body and suit that allowed the two to combine their strengths on a deeper level. The best way to describe their relationship was that they were two different combat machines that just happened to occupy the same space. Their cooperation was shallow and not profound enough to produce deep synergies. This was one of the obvious weaknesses of the tireless engine, and one that Reginald definitely intended to exploit. That massive tin can of yours may look big and impressive, but it is nothing but a heavy shell that can be drained sooner or later. Once I've stripped your giant metal suit from your filthy alien body, let's see whether you are still in the mood to boast about your staying power. While Reginald certainly sounded confident, he knew that he was committed to a lengthy and tedious endurance contest. However, the situation was not as bad as it looked for him. Reginald had shown a little more patience than usual this time by maintaining a respectful distance from a phase lord that clearly excelled in close-quarters combat. Though the warship-grade gun batteries mounted on the surface of the Saint Crusher regularly launched transphasic hyper-energy beams at the Mars, the gun turrets were so slow and easy to predict that the Ace Mech effortlessly evaded the attacks. The tireless engine was only able to constrain the range of movement of the Mars at best with these attacks. In fact, Reginald was confident he could tank these blows if needed. He just focused on evasion, as that was much less draining on his extremely abundant energy reserves than trying to block the massive energy beams by relying on his defenses. The ace pilot knew that this could go on seemingly forever if he continued to maintain this distance. This was why he decisively moved closer, even though his Mars would have to contend against the Phase Lord's massive spear and other possible threats at this short distance. My will and technology shall crush your vaunted defenses. The Mars always fought better at closer ranges. It was only by approaching its enemies that its powerful domain field was able to affect the state of its foes. Already, Reginald's domineering willpower pressed upon the segmented azure energy shields. Dozens of them began to shake and distort as Reginald forcibly tried to alter reality so that their defensive properties became weaker than they should. This was not only the debilitating effect that compromised the tireless engine's multi-layered energy defenses. As part of Master Benedict's comprehensive effort to drag the Mars into the hyper-generation, the Master Mech designer had painstakingly cleared enough capacity to fit a very powerful and high-quality space suppression module. Both allies and enemies watched the Mars closely to determine how effectively the Ace Mech could compromise the tireless engine's defenses with the help of its powerful space suppressor. The performance of this recently developed module could literally decide the outcome of this operation. Chapter 62-57, Size Really Matters. Ever since the hyper-generation introduced space suppression technology, Red humanity finally gained an effective counter against the ubiquitous transphasic energy shields so loved by the native aliens. The original residents of the Red Ocean had occupied the dwarf galaxy for so long that they had accumulated huge reserves of face water. They had so much more time to harvest face water and invested in the construction of lots of warships and other combat craft. This was one of the biggest reasons why line fighters suffered so many losses at the front lines. The Red 2 and the first-rate superstates were in better shape. Their vast wealth and power easily allowed them to gather enough face water to equip their premier combat units with transphasic weapons and defenses. Other groups, especially the more grassroots ones, did not enjoy this particular luxury. Since most human forces were not able to enjoy the benefits of face water technology, they needed to even the odds a different way. Space suppression technology offered them the equalizer that they had long demanded. While it was true that space suppressors worked a lot more effectively if they integrated a bit of face water themselves, the revolutionary tech developed by the Mechers in cooperation with the Spacelock also remained effective without the use of this expensive exotic material. The tech massively increased the combat effectiveness of many human forces and single-handedly revived the popularity of melee mechs. The effectiveness of space suppression modules was already notable enough when utilized by standard mechs, but they really started to shine when employed by high-ranking mechs. The custom-developed space suppressor utilized by the Mars was unlike the ones equipped by ordinary mechs. Not only did its tech and materials reach first-class standards, but it also integrated a luxurious quantity of face water. The power of pure technology was just one half of the equation that made this custom space suppressor so strong. The power of true resonance amplified the performance of this module to an even greater height. Sustained willpower baptism had steadily boosted its passive performance parameters beyond what human science could produce. When Reginald truly started to resonate with it, the strength of the space suppression field generated by this extraordinary module multiplied by at least several times. This was a dramatic result that only high-ranking Mech pilots could produce. No alien phase whale or phase lord could produce anything comparable because their strength did not lie in their willpower. This was the difference between quantity and quality. The tireless engine may hold an immense advantage in quantity, but Reginald fearlessly challenged the enormous phase lord because he believed he could win this bout by relying on his superior quality. So far, he had not been proven wrong. As soon as Patriarch Reginald activated its powerful space suppressor and actively resonated with it, the Mars produced a highly concentrated space suppression field that forcibly eliminated most, if not all, spatial distortion effects around the Mars. Not only that, but the nearby segmented azure energy shields lost even more strength. Your protection is huge, but brittle. What is the point of growing so big if your defenses are being stretched so thin? Your energy shields are fragile in front of my ace Mech. All of the facewater empowerment put into the Saint Crusher's shield generators disappeared under the effect of the space suppressor, causing the segmented energy shields to look and feel especially feeble. When the Mars unleashed another salvo of positron beams, they split up and struck 6 different weakened segmented energy shields. All 6 of them collapsed with unnatural ease. Patriarch Reginald grinned when he saw this result. Ha, I knew it. You're not as tough as I thought. I won't need an entire day before I can sink my axe into your flesh. The Mars gained even more momentum after Reginald confirmed he was able to chew through the Phase Lord's energy defenses with greater ease. Though the tireless engine repeatedly tried to damage or beat back the Mars by swinging its spear with dazzling speed, the Mars always proved itself to be faster and more alert to sudden attacks. The mobility of the Mars was already fairly good, but it had received successive upgrades that made it faster, more responsive, and more able to make sharper turns and course corrections. Although the Mars was not able to match the mobility of a true light Mech, such as the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III, it was no slouch in this area. Even so, mobility was not everything. The Mars constantly played with fire by constantly trying to weaken the nearby segmented azure energy shields with its powerful Saint Kingdom and space suppressor. In order for Patriarch Reginald to debilitate his adversary's defenses as best as possible, he had no choice but to bring his Mars into the Phase Lord's striking range. The titanic Gerard skillfully whipped, spun and swung his long and massive spear around, and constantly threatened to smash the Mars with such overwhelming force and leverage that a direct strike could easily launch the smaller machine away. Yet for all of the speed and skill that the tireless engine put into his spear techniques, the Mars was able to evade the attacks with ease. This was because, for all of his strength and size, the Phase Lord did not actually possess any extraordinary skill. His skill and combat intuition was honed beyond the ordinary limits of what his race and physique might suggest, but they were ultimately not the focus for his transcendent evolution. The excessive emphasis on facewater and biology were purely quantitative means of improvement. This left Phase Lords as well as Phase Whales with very little resources to spend on more qualitative improvements that enabled them to make better use of their capabilities. From the perspective of Patriarch Reginald, the tireless engine's spear techniques were utterly useless because they weren't fast or accurate enough to hit his mobile ace Mech. His Mars was like a fly buzzing around a lumbering human that continually tried and failed to swat the insect. Nothing the Phase Lord tried succeeded, at least at first. The frustrated Nuncer warlord began to channel more power into his facewater organs. This not only caused his body to move faster at the cost of eating up a prodigious amount of stored energy reserves, but also strengthened the spatial distortion effects around his body. Unfortunately, the effect of the former did not give the tireless engine enough of a speed advantage to hit the Mars. The effect of the latter was too dispersed. While it certainly made the surrounding space deadlier to both allies and enemies, an ace Mech like the Mars was easily able to power through all of the debilitating field by relying on the protection of its Saint Kingdom and space suppressor. The tireless engine visibly grew frustrated. His gigantic alien head may be covered by a stylistic-looking helmet, but his spear attacks grew increasingly more jerkier and irregular. Of course, the alien did not grow less dangerous by losing his cool. He instead utilized his frustrations to make his movements more unpredictable, making it a lot harder for Patriarch Reginald to predict where the next attack would land. Even so, the Ace Mech still managed to dance around the extremely powerful and threatening polearm strikes, without seeming to be in any greater danger. You annoying insect. Even Vorybugs are not as frustrating to eradicate as a small human wrapped in a small machine as you. Stay still so that I may crush your shields and pulverize your metal tools. Ha ha ha, keep trying, you overgrown alien dolt. You will never hit me with that silly spear. I have fought other ace pilots whose skill with their weapons and combat intuition are so much greater than yours. Size doesn't matter. The only thing going for you is your stupidly thick defenses, but even that won't help you for long. Ever since the Mars got closer, its Arceus system inflicted much more effective damage than before. It was able to eliminate at least 6 whole segmented Azure energy shields after they got weakened. While the tireless engine still had a lot more segmented energy shields to rely upon for protection, the rate in which the Mars got rid of them had increased so much that the dynamic of the duel heavily tilted in the favor of the Mars. This was an amazing result so far. Although Reginald still did not see any opportunity to take out the leader of the Gerard fleet in an instant, he was more than capable of containing his enemy and preventing the massive alien from turning around and reinforcing the rest of his fleet. The Phase Lord did not miss the fact that the expert Mechs that had accompanied the Mars went on to raid the precious warehouses built on the surface of the Ducast Roman 11. Days and weeks' worth of valuable supplies went up in smoke. Each destroyed cache represented another delay or setback in the attempt to conquer the Ducast system. If the damage escalated to the point where an assault effectively had to be called off, then the tireless engine would not only lose a lot of prestige among his fellow gods, but also receive a penalty from the Red Cabal. You are not entirely wrong, human. Size does not always matter. My form has always allowed me to tower over weaker phase lords and warships of many sizes. Yet against a metal insect like you, a different approach is needed. The Nuncer phase lord could not afford to suffer these setbacks. Many of his peers and rivals would exceed him. The phase whales will not see any reason to award him with a precious face water production system, thereby cutting off his best opportunity to evolve into a greater phase lord. The tireless engine understood that as long as he continued to fight like this, he would eventually get ground down by the agile Ace Mech. The Phase Lord made a surprising admission. You are not entirely wrong, human. Size does not always matter. My form has always allowed me to tower over weaker phase lords and warships of many sizes. Yet against a metal insect like you, a different approach is needed. The Saint Crusher was an abject failure. Either that, or it had met the wrong kind of ace pilot and ace Mech. Since that was the case, the tireless engine made a daring choice that not many phase lords in his position would make. His enormous metal raiment, which still maintained a lot of intact, segmented Azure energy shields, suddenly began to bulge and split apart at the seams. Patriarch Reginald got caught off guard by this sudden change, and hastily pulled his Mars back in order to move away from any surprise attacks. It was not an attack. The tireless engine had decided to purge his Saint Crusher from his giant biological form. Huge pieces of armor, functional systems, and weapon modules got loose as they split away from the giant phase lord's body. The purged metal pieces soon disappeared in an instant. Gerard had obviously stowed his gigantic equipment back into his own private pocket space. Now that the Phase Lord had unburdened himself from his strong but ultimately constricting raiment, the alien warlord then proceeded to shrink his form. More and more pieces of his true body began to fold into different dimensions, thereby reducing the tireless engine's mass and volume at a rapid rate. It was not until the Phase Lord shrunk his height to just 170 meters that his change in form had stopped. Before I had grown to the stature that you just fought against, I was a much weaker god. I have spent many more years in struggle at a size closer to this. Now that I have returned to IT once more, you shall find IT much more difficult to evade my attacks. The shrunken but still dangerous-looking Phase Lord retrieved a much smaller, but still solid transphasic hyper spear from his pocket space. Patriarch Reginald actually grew jealous at the tireless engine. Why did the Phase Lord get to have a handy pocket space when his Mars did not have access to the same? In any case, Reginald still did not take his adversary all that seriously. "Heh, talk is cheap. All I see is that you have given up your greatest advantage as a Phase Lord. You should keep your tin can much longer. At least you could have prolonged your eventual defeat." The duel resumed, but this time the two combatants were not as exaggeratingly far apart in size. Chapter 62, 58, Multiracial Collaboration. The duel between Patriarch Reginald Cross and Gerard entered into a completely different phase after the latter had voluntarily discarded the advantages afforded by his massive size and his Saint Crusher raiment. The Phase Lord had definitely struggled to make this decision. The native aliens had always revered larger gods over the smaller ones. There was literally no way that the Nuncers, or any other alien race, would worship a Phase Lord the size of a small juggernaut over one that was just as large as one of their capital homeships. Size mattered in alien society. Bigger was already better. This principle had become so ingrained in the minds of many aliens that it had remained constant throughout many different eras in the Red Ocean. That was why the arrival of humans in their dwarf galaxy inflicted so much shock and trauma onto the local residents. For the first time in recorded history, the native aliens all encountered an extragalactic alien threat that completely broke the established principles and rules that the natives held dear for so long. The emergence of expert Mechs, ace Mechs, and the especially logic-defying god, Mechs completely threw the rule that bigger was better into the dirt and crushed it beneath the heel of their metal feet. Due to how tightly the native aliens clung to the old rules and conventions that had always worked for the locals, they found it very difficult to adjust to a new reality where size didn't matter as much anymore. At first, the native aliens resisted the challenge to their existing power structure. The Phase whales were especially stubborn about refusing to acknowledge the new reality. It was not until Operation Night Jazz had cruelly shown both humans and aliens that god Mechs could slaughter the oldest and most powerful ancient Phase whales with contemptuous ease that the native alien community was finally forced to accept the new reality. However, it was one thing for Phase Lords and Phase whales to admit that the humans had found a way to make their tiny combat machines a lot stronger than their size permitted. It was another thing for the native aliens to follow the strategy of the humans and actively seek to shrink their sizes in an attempt to pursue a different means to grow stronger. This was why the tireless engine's actions completely confounded his fellow Nuncer subordinates. Practically all of the members of the Gerard fleet that had enough spare attention to track their god's performance all grew dismayed when the tireless engine actually shrank in size. From a height of 1.2 kilometers to a height of just 170 meters was such a dramatic regression in size that it looked as if the powerful god had actually lost most of his strength all of a sudden. The impact on the morale of the alien soldiers was so extensive that the warships and small craft visibly performed worse than before. The ignorant Nuncers all thought that the Mars had inflicted a grievous blow against the tireless engine. Although the enemy Phase Lord was very much aware that his radical gambit would make his subjects lose faith in him, None of that mattered when he was locked in combat with one of the difficult ace mechs of the human invaders. The tireless engine already had an expectation that it would be difficult for him to defeat one of these vaunted saints, but the reality was much worse than he expected. This was why the alien had chosen practicality over dogma, and decisively shed the advantages that did not give him any edge against this particular opponent. Though Gerard had definitely made a dangerous gamble, as soon as he started to duel against the Mars in his much more compact form, he finally managed to regain a bit of initiative. I may have become smaller, but much of my power still remains. I have become faster than ever before. The tireless engine no longer fought like a lumbering giant anymore. Instead, he was able to match or even exceed the speed of the Mars this time. The Phase Lord was able to form a powerful localized warp bubble around his compact body that massively increased his movement and maneuvering speeds. It was only when the tireless engine flew closer to the Mars that the latter's enhanced space Supresian field neutralized the warp bubble, but it didn't matter as the two combatants had already entered into striking range. The integrated energy weapons of the Arceus system constantly pelted the Phase Lord with transphasic fire hyper-positron beams, but they failed to inflict any effective damage due to colliding against the large enemy's spatial barrier. Though the space suppression field also weakened the efficacy of the spatial barrier, the reduction in performance was not as exaggerated. The spatial barrier of a Phase Lord was formed by his entire physique, as well as any supporting facewater organs. That made it a lot harder to suppress, as the source of the spatial barrier did not come from a separate technological system, but rather from interconnected organs bound by facewater. Patriarch Reginald scowled at this result, but that only drove him to employ additional weapons to wear down his adversary's defenses. "Taste my shotgun." One of the limbs of the Mars snapped in the direction of the approaching Phase Lord and opened fire. Dozens of transphasic hyper-flechettes cut through space and collided against the tireless engine's spatial barrier. Strangely enough, the spatial barrier visibly destabilized as the flechettes dug into this energy defense and actually stuck around. As the spatial barrier continued to suffer under this additional debilitating effect, the Mars relied on its Saint Kingdom to resist the incoming spear strike, while channeling all of its momentum into delivering a heavy axe strike. Heavy Chop. The simple name for this move belied the incredible power behind this resonance-empowered axe blow. The hypers responsible for increasing the mass and force of the transphasic axe caused the blade to strike the spatial barrier with such might that ripples of energy and spatial distortions spread from the impact site. Due to all of the weakening effects, the singularly powerful blow inflicted way more damage than it should, causing the tireless engine to lose a lot of defensive buffer. However, Patriarch Reginald did not manage to inflict this damaging blow without paying a price. By putting all of his attention on defense, he was not able to block the incoming spear stab. Although the weapon was a lot smaller and lighter than the massive pole that the tireless engine wielded just a moment ago, his more compact weapon still demonstrated excellent penetration properties. Patriarch Reginald's Saint Kingdom did not help to debilitate the passage of the transphasic spear as much as the ace pilot expected. This was not supposed to happen. The Saint Kingdom of a ace mech was the direct evolution of the resonance shield of an expert mech. The former was a lot more versatile, but it still possessed the protective functions of the former, but at a much greater power level. Yet surprisingly enough, the transphasic spear continued to cut through the Saint Kingdom without experiencing any major hindrance. Even as Patriarch Reginald focused most of his attention on his power attack, he still had enough focus left to command his Mars to hastily raise the arm holding its upgraded shotgun. The ranged weapon received an awful cut to its barrel. Though the powerful alloys that made up the weapon barrel finally managed to slow down the incoming spear just enough for the Mars to push away and prevent the spear from punching into the ace mech's armor, the shotgun was no longer safe to fire anymore. Reginald became so befuddled by how the enemy's spear pierced through his Saint Kingdom, as if it didn't exist, that he decided to pull back his Mars a second time. Another lull ensued in the duel, as the two powerful champions took stock of what just happened. The tireless engine felt the heavily damaged state of his spatial barrier. The transphasic axe had dealt a massive blow. The Phase Lord could not afford to get hit like this at close range when the space suppression field and other effects were at their strongest. The good news was that the Phase Lord managed to take the arrogant ace pilot by surprise and disabled his powerful shotgun. The Nuncer warlord smirked. This time, the lack of raiment did not hide his alien expression. Reginald, in the meantime, had grown a lot warier and more concerned about the weapon wielded by his adversary. He still couldn't figure out why his Saint Kingdom failed so badly at this junction. He could only attribute this result to the special properties of the smaller spear. Do you know why I have reduced myself to this small and pathetic stature? IT is so that I can wield this gift. IT is a prototype in your human parlance. IT is a flawed but working version of a weapon designed to deal the death blow against false gods such as yourself. That weapon, what is it? The ace pilot couldn't help but ask. The Phase Lord, who had just regained a lot of confidence, saw no need to hide the details of this weapon. Do you know why I have reduced myself to this small and pathetic stature? IT is so that I can wield this gift. IT is a prototype in your human parlance. IT is a flawed but working version of a weapon designed to deal the death blow against false gods such as yourself. How does it work? I do not know. I am not stupid enough to share the secrets of this weapon to you, even if I understand the theory. I do find it ironic that this spear has come about through the combined efforts of the crafty Puelmers and the terminal cell of your cosmopolitans. Both human and alien ingenuity has been put into the development and creation of this armament. IT is only fitting that it is called the Saint Piercer. Though the tireless engine refused to provide a proper explanation for his amazingly effective spear, Patriarch Reginald had already figured out a few clues by himself. The mention of the Puelmers and the Cosmopolitans collaborating on the development of this revolutionary new weapon type suggested that it was a purely technological product rather than anything mystical. The face water content of the Saint Piercer was not higher than that of the much more massive one that the Phase Lord wielded earlier. The similarities between the name of the Saint Piercer and the Saint Crusher suggested that they originated from the same source. It even suggested that they were supposed to be a part of the same set of combat equipment. If that was the case, why did their sizes diverge so enormously? The obvious answer to this was that the Puelmers and the Cosmopolitans may have originally planned to produce a larger version of the Saint Piercer that a 1.2-kilometer high Nuncer Phase Lord was able to wield. But they suffered a shortage in the critical materials needed to make the Saint Piercer work. The ultimate answer, then, was that the Saint Piercer was special due to the exceptional new blend of materials put into its construction. The enemy aliens and the treacherous humans had combined their expertises to develop a powerful new alloy formula that combined both exotics and hypers to produce the first true counter to an ace pilot's Saint Kingdom. If not the fact that the native aliens likely hadn't gathered enough raw materials to create larger anti-Saint weapons that could easily be wielded by larger and more powerful Phase Lords. Patriarch Reginald may have gotten in trouble a lot earlier if his ace Mech got pierced by the giant-sized version of the Saint Piercer. At this time, Reginald actually started to think about maintaining his distance so that he could steadily grind down the tireless engine's spatial barrier with his Arceus system. Unfortunately, that tactic didn't work anymore. The shrunken Phase Lord was able to generate more powerful warp bubbles that allowed him to move faster than the Mars. There was no way for the ace Mech to maintain its distance if the tireless engine was determined to get close. Reginald made a decision. His Mars slowly stowed its transphasic hyper-axe onto its back and slowly began to unsheath the exaggeratingly long whale-cutting saber from its back. You do not deserve to wield that spear. You can either make this easy or difficult, but one way or another, I shall pry your precious Saint Piercer from your severed fingers. Chapter 6259, The Initial Approach. The duel between Patriarch Reginald Cross and the tireless engine shook the surrounding space and occasionally produced collateral damage that made everyone else avoid their clash as much as possible. The duel had become separate from the larger battle taking place in and around Duquest Roman 11. Venerable Rosa, orphan, sighed as she restlessly sat inside her cockpit. This operation was anything but ideal in her opinion. It was hastily planned and contained far too few redundancies. The safety margin was razor thin and had become stretched even further due to the early detection of the R-Ray stealth vessel. Venerable Orphan knew what General Ark Larkinson had in mind. Both of them were high-ranking expert pilots that had already reached their bottlenecks and could not make any further progress. Both of them experienced the same persistent desire to find a breakthrough opportunity and smash apart their stubborn bottlenecks. Yet just because they were eager to advance to the rank of ace pilot did not mean they were willing to do everything and throw aside much of their caution. General Ark obviously felt more comfortable with organizing a daring raid on Duquest Roman 11 due to two separate factors. First, Patriarch Reginald Cross would be accompanying the expert pilots. The powerful Crosser ace pilot had already proven his chops as an excellent duelist and a veritable engine of destruction. Reginald's presence not only ensured that the enemy Phase Lord would not be able to bully the expert Mechs while they executed their missions, but could also serve as a potential failsafe for any teammate that was on the verge of getting killed. Of course, the latter was not a solid guarantee. Anything could happen in a messy battle. If the tireless engine fought so well that Patriarch Reginald was unable to maintain situational awareness of what took place further away, then the expert pilots would all be forced to fend for themselves. In other words, the safety blanket that General Ark was counting on to preserve the lives of himself and his fellow expert pilots was paper thin. It could easily be torn so long as the aliens were a little bit stronger or luckier. This operation was by far her most dangerous action in years. The only battles that could rival the danger factor of this mission were the ones that took place before she transcended her mortality. Combined with the fact that getting discovered early meant that the Lionheart, the Riot, and all of the other expert Mechs had to approach Duquest Roman 11 in the open for all of the aliens to see. The native aliens had a much greater chance of taking down an expert Mech and killing the pilot nestled in the cockpit. All of these factors exerted a huge amount of pressure onto Venerable Orphan's shoulders. The lack of support from the rest of the 77th Warborn amplified her concerns and made her feel even more isolated and left to fend for herself. This operation was by far her most dangerous action in years. The only battles that could rival the danger factor of this mission were the ones that took place before she transcended her mortality. Those grueling battles against enemies that outnumbered her own forces had been difficult to survive, let alone win. A lot of fights only ended in the favor of the early Larkinson clan due to a combination of luck, and because the patriarch of the Larkinson clan often managed to pull out a trump card. This time, Vess Larkinson was nowhere to be found. Perhaps he might have a way of monitoring this battle from remote, but he had absolutely no way of intervening more directly. That decreased Venerable Orphan's confidence and made her feel that she could not afford to make a single major error. If she screwed up big time, no one would be able to bail her out. The other expert pilots would likely have their hands full in trying to fight while heavily outnumbered. She could only rely on herself, her expert Mech, and perhaps a few design spirits to overcome a difficult situation. "We can do IT, Rosa," the electronic voice of male sounded in the cockpit. "We may not be ready for this, but we can still survive this battle." "Riot," the slightly aging woman looked strained. The timing is all wrong. If Ark waited for half a year before putting us all up for this risky operation, then I would have no objections at all. I still cannot stomach his callousness for deciding that now was the right time to commit to a life-threatening challenge. It is all well and good if he decides to throw himself right in the middle of an enemy staging point by himself. But no, he has to drag all of the other expert pilots of his Warborn as well. That is his prerogative as our commander. You originally agreed to transfer to his Mech division, remember. You should have thought about what you may actually be signing up for much sooner. I didn't know that Ark was such a selfish bastard at the time. Okay, I admit it. I fell for all of the old propaganda published by the Bright Republic. I used to think he was a perfect hero and leader that would protect any soldier under his care. Perhaps he still has a few good intentions somewhere, but his desire to break through is overriding his good sense as a responsible leader. You are just making excuses for a leader that does not deserve any leniency. I can guarantee you that he did not spare any thought about your personal situation when he devised this operation. He only thought about his own conditions. Look at his Lionheart. What do you sense from his machine? Venerable Orphan utilized the optical sensors of her expert Mech to take a deep look at the Lionheart flying at the head of their loose formation. The bright white and resplendent expert Mech looked extremely majestic, even if it was glowing a lot less brighter than usual. The quasi-first-class expert Mech still managed to look majestic due to its amazingly sculpted white lion head and projected blue cape that flapped as if there was wind in space. The Lionheart easily stood out from the other expert Mechs in their team, which also included the 2 crosser Mechs that took part in this operation as well. The Lionheart was so much newer and better. It was a 6th-generation living Mech, while the Riot was still stuck as an ancient 3rd-generation living Mech. The design budget of the Lionheart was at least hundreds times greater than the current iteration of the Riot. The former had been designed and built when the Larkinson clan was already starting to enter into first-class society. The Riot, on the other hand, was designed and built back when the Larkinson clan had entered into second-class society not too long ago. Though the Riot's much-appreciated Mark Roman II upgrade may have granted him transphasic weapons and armaments, there were still many internal components that remained virtually unchanged since the day he had been built and brought to life. All of this meant that even if both expert Mechs were both transphasic, the Lionheart was able to withstand a lot more damage to its armor and internal structure than the outdated Riot Mark Roman II. It was difficult for Venerable Orphan to admit that her expert Mech was no longer able to keep up with the current state of warfare. The enemies of the Larkinson clan had shifted to a much stronger and formidable set of opponents. As the team of expert Mechs began to get closer to the lifeless rock that was devoid of any atmosphere, the many alien warships and tens of thousands of face fighters had already formed up to meet the incoming human intruders. Although all of these ships and small craft were crewed by mortal nuncers, Venerable Orphan still couldn't help but feel intimidated by the prospect of trying to bypass all of their destructive hardware. Be careful, but do not overestimate our foes. General Ark spoke over the communication channel. We can get through this. Our Mechs are all fast and agile enough to evade most attacks. Spread out further and give each of us enough room to maneuver. Make sure to cover for each other if one of our expert Mechs suffers a mishap. Once we pass by their orbital assets, we have a clear shot at their supply and munition stockpiles. Ark made it sound so simple. While it was true that the enemy face fighters and warships had a low chance of actually hitting any expert Mechs at these distances, the problem was that the opposing nuncers had a huge amount of guns at their disposal. If a single cannon only had a 0.001% chance of hitting the Riot with a single shot, then there was a large chance that Orphan would have nothing to worry about. If the aliens brought at least 100,000 guns to bear on her expert Mech, then that was a completely different story. Although the chance of getting hit by a single massive salvo was not 100%, the probability that her expert Mech's defenses would get tested was still a lot higher than before. Much of the outcome of this grueling approach would be decided by the strategic decisions of the Nuncer commanders. Would they opt to focus their fire on just one or two expert Mechs, or would they spread their firepower around in order to test all of the machines or hope they would get lucky? If the former was the case, then Venerable Orphan quickly realized that her Riot would likely get into a lot of trouble. The Riot was hardly the most mobile Mech out of the team, and most of her tech was a lot older as well. As the distant enemy warships began to open fire with their primary and secondary armament, Venerable Orphan no longer focused so much on her concerns and shifted into a more combat-oriented state of mind. The initial salvo of warship-grade energy beams tried to strike all 6 expert Mechs equally. The Nuncers had clearly coordinated their fire, as they not only spread their firepower in equally sized portions, but also tried their best to fire their weapons in grid patterns, making it a lot trickier to evade the devastating attacks. Nonetheless, the range was so great, and the warship armaments were so clunky, that it did not take too much effort for the expert pilots to deftly maneuver their machines out of the danger zones in time. The intuition of almost every pilot participating in this operation was top-notch. Every participating Larkinson expert pilot was a seasoned veteran who had thrown themselves into the jaws of enemy warships many times in the past. The only exception was Venerable Lothario Cross. The crosser had broken through later than everyone else, so he was still a low-tier expert pilot. More importantly, he did not have the luxury of accelerating the growth of his resonance strength by gaining access to general-purpose cultivation elixirs. His attempts to evade all of the powerful warship attacks was remarkably worse than that of the other expert Mechs. The Nuncers apparently made the same observations, because Venerable Orphan could already feel that many enemies had shifted their attention away from her Riot. While she privately felt relieved about it, she understood that her reprieve came at the expense of another comrade. "Lothario," General Ark barked over the communication channel, "your expert Mech is about to get focused upon by the main elements of the Gerard fleet. Don't think about anything except survival. Do not hesitate to divert your course and back off from Ducast Roman 11 if you think you cannot keep your machines safe at closer distances. You can still support us from a distance." "Roger that," Lothario responded. "I can still proceed forward. My 80th element is fast enough. However, the smart metal that makes up my expert Mech is not able to resist warship-grade attacks as easily as more solid expert Mechs. I will try to prioritize my machine's survival as best possible." Just before the warships unleashed their second salvo at the only expert Mech made out of nano-machines, the 80th element already veered off and even began to deploy a few decoys made of very thin layers of smart metal in order to confound the alien gunners and targeting systems. Chapter 62, 60 Converge of Opposing Sides. The alien commander in charge of the Gerard fleet clearly possessed a good understanding of human expert Mechs, and the 77th Warborn Mech Division in particular. There were many arrogant alien leaders that never really made a serious attempt to understand their human foes in depth. Those leaders were most prone to suffering catastrophic defeats, where far too many of their expensive warships got torn apart by Mechs. The longer the Red War persisted, the greater the likelihood of encountering alien commanders that showed serious respect towards their human adversaries. The threat from another galaxy may have spread untold death and destruction across the Red Ocean, but the arriving humans had also introduced a lot of new technologies, ideologies, military doctrines, and so much more. The native aliens that weren't arrogant enough to assume that the customs of their race were superior to everything else all benefited a lot whenever they learned from the powerful humans. The longer the war dragged on, the more the native aliens would begin to resemble their hated human foes. The same applied in the other direction as well. Red humanity had already begun to integrate in the Red Ocean by mastering face water technology and attempting to produce human phase lords. These concurrent trends basically described the inevitability of convergence of two completely hostile groups. No matter whether they were enemies or allies, continued exposure to each other's culture, technology, armies, and so on resulted in greater mutual understanding, if only so that they could figure out how to defeat their adversaries more effectively. As the warships began to train their massive guns towards the only crosser expert Mech to take part in this lengthy approach, Venerable Lothario Cross did as instructed and immediately prioritized his survival above all other concerns. The 80th element flew away from the loose formation and started to make a lot of lateral movements. Perhaps Venerable Lothario had already made that conclusion, because just before the barrage of attacks arrived, the expert pilot steered his machine in a direction that allowed it to avoid several primary gun battery strikes at the cost of getting hit by two different secondary gun battery attacks. Hundreds of energy beams, kinetic projectiles, and more exotic attacks proceeded to flood the space around the smart metal Mech. This time, the crosser expert Mech was unable to avoid getting hit. Perhaps Venerable Lothario had already made that conclusion, because just before the barrage of attacks arrived, the expert pilot steered his machine in a direction that allowed it to avoid several primary gun battery strikes at the cost of getting hit by two different secondary gun battery attacks. The 80th element's resonance shield managed to resist the attacks with great difficulty. The difference in power was considerable, even though the Mech ended up getting hit by a pair of secondary gun batteries. Smaller caliber or not, the second largest gun turrets mounted on a large alien warship were still larger than any weapon that a Mech could reasonably wield. They were also powered or supplied by a huge vessel that could devote a lot of capacity to keeping the weapons supplied with enormous amounts of energy and munitions. Yet despite the enormous disparity in size and power, the 80th element actually managed to withstand the incoming blows quite well. The expert Mech's resonance shield was one of the remarkable technologies that the native aliens were still unable to replicate. Based on willpower more than sophisticated engineering, the resonance shield's working principles were based on defying the laws of reality rather than exploiting them to the fullest. In other words, the resonance shield easily resisted the pair of energy beams fired by secondary gun batteries, because they weakened the principles that made the attacks so powerful. In the end, the 80th element managed to get away, unscathed from a physical perspective. The result did not come without a cost, as Venerable Lothario Cross's willpower had already become more strained from the exertion. "I can't resist too many of these attacks," Lothario informed the others. "My resonance strength is not as high as that of the rest of you. I think I can only keep this up for 1 or 2 minutes before I have to retreat in order to give me enough rest to recover my resonance shield." "2 minutes is enough, Lothario," General Ark responded. "The more firepower you attract, the less the Nuncer warships are working to wear down the defenses of our own expert Mechs. Keep doing what you need to do to survive. You may withdraw at your discretion once you judge you are close to reaching your limits." "I will try to last as long as possible, sir." Venerable Lothario was a younger member of the Cross clan who had grown up hearing about all of the famous battles that led to the rise of the Golden Skull Alliance. He had spent his years in the academy hearing about all of the feats accomplished by the heroes of the Larkinson clan and the Cross clan. Lothario was anything but a coward, or else he wouldn't have been able to break through in the first place. Both his duty and his personal desires drove him to contribute as much as possible, despite the danger of getting targeted by several dozen warships. Perhaps the only consolidation was that his expert Mech was not being targeted by the tens of thousands of face fighters that the Gerard fleet deployed in space. The effective ranges of the transphasic energy weapons mounted on the fighter craft were not particularly high. Perhaps they might score a lucky hit on a Mech at such a long distance, but the more probable outcome was that they would waste their energy in vain. No, the face fighters were already moving to intercept and interfere with the other expert mechs that continued on their approach to Ducast Roman 11. While the 80th element continued to attract a lot of firepower, the remaining expert mechs soon had to contend against the swarms of Nuncer face fighter that were probably willing to do anything to hinder the human champions. The Nuncer race is characterized by high cohesion as well as a high degree of collectivism, General Ark Larkinson said. Out of the major alien races, the Nuncers are the most willing to engage in self-sacrificing behavior. In past battles, the Nuncers have already demonstrated a proclivity for engaging in suicidal ramming attacks, especially against expert mechs. I think that all of our mechs will become targeted by this method attack soon. No matter whether your machine is a melee mech or not, be careful about approaching face fighters, and do not let yourself get pinned down in any way. I hear that the native aliens have begun to deploy more solutions against expert mechs, Venerable Vincent said. I think that a force as well-equipped as the Gerard fleet should have multiple tricks up their sleeve. Ark agreed with that assessment. You are likely right, though intelligence has been unable to gather any details about these new solutions. Most of the solutions that the different major alien races have employed so far have focused on inhibiting our mobility. Think about nets, gravitic traps, and so on. Our enemies know that our mobility is the main reason why we are able to wreak havoc on their forces. As long as they can pin us down, they can bombard our expert mechs with their heavy guns, so do not let yourself get caught. Try to watch out for your fellow comrades, and do your best to save any that have gotten caught. Everyone silently nodded. Multiple expert pilots already suspected that these measures would soon be needed. A short time passed by. It was not until the expert mechs began to get targeted by lots of face fighters in earnest that the battle had entered a new phase. A massive amount of smaller energy beams began to strike at the incoming expert mechs. Of course, most of the shots missed their mark, but it was inevitable that at least a few of them hit their targets. The expert pilots all maintained their cool, despite the huge amount of guns arrayed against them. This was because the attacks launched by the face fighters were not that powerful. Not only were the calibers of the energy cannons mounted on the face fighters a lot smaller, but their face water concentrations were also a lot lower. The resonance shields of the 5 Larkinson expert mechs easily withstood the damage, as they were all derived from the willpower of 5 high-tier expert mechs. Even so, none of the expert pilots dared to underestimate the face fighters. The enemy craft might not be able to attain any immediate results, but as long as they kept enough hits, they could easily grind down the resonance shields over time. This was why the expert pilots still did their best to move in unpredictable trajectories and evade as many attacks as possible. Their efforts at the start of contact may directly determine whether they could get away from Ducast Roman 11 with their mechs intact. Have we identified what kind of starfighter models we are up against? Venerable Orphan asked, as her riot still had difficulty determining the exact capabilities of the small craft in front. Partially, General Ark answered. The Gerard fleet has deployed many familiar starfighter models, but most of the known fighter craft are on the low end. The Nuncers have deployed numerous new fighter models this time that appear to be more powerful and better equipped. We lack the analytical support of our fleet, so my Lionheart's processors and analysis engines are working overtime to decipher their capabilities. The results are limited so far as the new fighters have yet to unveil their full capabilities. Rosa Orphan scowled when she heard that. This was yet another disadvantage of launching a raid without involving most of their fleet. In a risky operation like this, intelligence became extremely crucial. The more they knew about their enemies, the lower the chance of getting caught off guard. Right now, Venerable Orphan did not like the look of some of the larger and heavier fighter craft. They did not look like pure combat machines, but instead appeared to be designed for specialized support functions. The fact that they made her feel uneasy gave her the suggestion that they were designed to deal with expert mechs like her riot. She would soon have a chance to see whether her hunch was on the mark, as dozens of specialized fighter craft in green had separated from the greater swarm and proceeded to approach the Seaman, which arguably appeared to be the least versatile mech of the bunch. "Be careful, Vincent." "Huh, I don't know what the fighters are up to, but I will smash them with my fists in no time." Despite his boastful words, Venerable Vincent did not charge headlong towards the strange green-coated fighter craft. Once the Nuncer craft came close enough and surrounded their target from multiple angles, they simultaneously launched expanding nets made out of transphasic alloy cords at the Seaman. What? Most nets missed the Seaman, but 3 nets successfully managed to entangle the Seaman. The nets did not envelop the mech all that tightly, as the resonance shield prevented them from touching the mech frame, but they still clung tightly nonetheless. This soon became a serious concern, as the Seaman struggled to get rid of the nets. "Damn it, I can't punch these nets apart. I need to retrieve one of my spare knives." While the Seaman attempted to do so, the fighter craft began to fire a second salvo of nets. This time, many more of them managed to entangle the Seaman. What was different this time was that the green fighter craft were still connected to their nets via very sturdy but flexible lines. The green face fighters that managed to bind the Seaman on their leashes proceeded to fly in different directions until their lines grew taut. The Seaman abruptly lost the ability to move where it wished. It had become almost completely trapped in place as the green face fighters did their utmost to turn the Seaman into a sitting duck, if only briefly. Eliminate those net fighters. The Lionheart already began to utilize its integrated luminar crystal cannon to shoot down the green face fighters one by one. But the other expert mechs either had to close in on the enemy fighters or use their backup pistols to damage the enemy craft at range. It took far too long for the other expert mechs to get rid of the net-launching fighters. This gave the enemy plenty of time to launch a concentrated salvo of attacks towards the trapped Seaman. I'm in trouble. Chapter 62, 61 Specialized Face Fighters. The Seaman was in a lot of trouble after getting entangled by over a dozen nets. These nets were not made out of ordinary metal cords. They were surprisingly tough and difficult to tear, even if the Seaman exerted all of the brute force that it could generate through its limbs. What the? These nets are transphasic. They used actual face water to make them stronger. Venerable Vincent reported with amazement. That is nice to know, but you need to get out of there, Vincent. Your Seaman is being targeted by the primary and secondary armaments of at least half a dozen warships. The Gerard fleet intends to saturate your coordinates with concentrated warship-grade cannon fire. Even though there were tens of thousands of Nuncer face fighters that could open fire at the trapped Seaman, many of their attacks would only end up damaging the net and allowing the expert brawler mech to go free. This was why the native aliens were willing to spend a bit of additional time, so that their warships could bring their huge guns to bear against Venerable Vincent's immobilized machine. Try as it might, the Seaman was unable to dislodge itself from the net. Its loadout was not suited for this at all, which was probably the main reason why the green net-throwing fighters chose to target the expert brawler mech first. As the distant enemy warships were about to open fire on the immobilized Seaman, Venerable Vincent let out a frustrated grunt. Fine, I didn't want to resort to this, but I will if I have to. A man can never be stopped in his tracks. The Seaman's muscular form began to convulse. Its exterior layers actually began to distort in shape until much of the outer plating began to grow a lot of sharp blades all of a sudden. That was not all. The blades actually began to buzz before moving across the exterior of the Seaman as if they were chainsaw teeth. The Seaman was easily able to reshape its exterior, because most of the mech frame was actually made out of smart metal, as opposed to conventional metal parts. The Seaman was actually quite similar to the 80th element of the Cross Clan. The biggest difference between the two smart metal mechs was that the latter had a higher proportion of nano-machines than the former. This meant that the Seaman couldn't simply extrude itself out of the successive nets, as if its Mech frame was entirely made out of liquid. Even if it was able to do so, it was doubtful that the Mech pilot could go along for the ride. The best way for the Seaman to resolve this problem on its own was to cut through all of the bonds that kept it in place. The change in shape helped to accomplish this. The sturdy transphasic cords that kept the Seaman in place started to snap in rapid succession as the sharp, smart metal blades continually grinded against the bonds. Meanwhile, the other expert Mechs made a lot of progress in shooting down one green face fighter after another. The larger craft were protected by considerably stronger Azure energy shields than usual, but the firepower from expert Mechs such as the Lionheart was too much for these machines to bear. They could only endure 1 or 2 hits at most before they were downed. The other expert Mechs such as the Riot Mark Roman II and the Blade Chaser Mark Roman II both arrived as well. The 2 expert Mechs primarily focused on cutting the lines that were mostly responsible for immobilizing the trapped Seaman. All of this sounded as if it took a Herculean effort to free up the Seaman, but the reality was that it took a lot less time than that to help the Seaman break out of its trap. By the time the other expert Mechs managed to cut through half of the lines, the Seaman managed to get rid of enough nets to regain enough movement speed. 5 green face fighters that still maintained their grip on the Seaman found themselves involuntarily pulled in different directions as the smart metal expert Mech began to get moving again. The remaining lines quickly got cut off as the Lionheart quickly shot down 2 of the special face fighters, while the other lines got cut by the Riot and the Blade Chaser. I'm free. It couldn't happen a moment too soon. Although the Seaman hadn't been able to avoid all of the incoming attacks, it had managed to get away quickly enough to only endure 5 powerful blasts. Unlike the 80th element, the Seaman was in a much better position to resist the attacks. Its Tesmas was not even required to physically resist the powerful attacks, as the Seaman's powerful resonance shield easily blocked the powerful attacks. I'm okay, at least for now. Good, General Ark said. Finish off the green face fighters. I will try my best to shoot down any I can spot with my energy cannon. Be wary of the other unfamiliar Nuncer face fighter models. I have a strong suspicion that the Gerard fleet has prepared more anti-expert Mech countermeasures. The native aliens fought against humans long enough to get thrashed many times by the high-ranking Mechs of the latter. While it was difficult to defeat a human ace Mech without fielding champions of their own, the native aliens had a much better shot at countering expert Mechs by relying on mundane solutions. The green face fighters was just the first of many such attempts. The use of nets to immobilize expert Mechs was fairly crude and simplistic. Once the expensive transphasic nets got cut, they practically turned useless, so in that sense, this experiment had clearly failed. The Nuncers did not seem too upset at this result. The bulk of their face fighters began to swarm all of the expert Mechs at once. Perhaps the main reason why they did not choose to mob 1 or 2 expert Mechs was that all of the craft would just get in the way of each other. Even so, every expert Mech was forced to weather thousands of incoming attacks. The lack of regular Mechs accompanying the expert Mechs meant that the enemy could fully concentrate their firepower on the select amount of enemy champions. The repeated low-caliber attacks steadily drained the resonance shields of all expert Mechs. Every expert pilot had to endure increasing strain on their minds and will as they struggled to resist each and every attack that threatened to strike their respective machines. We need to get down to the surface of the planet and complete our mission as soon as possible. Advance. Don't try to evade every attack. It is futile. Just go forward. Although the expert Mechs tried their best to begin their angled descent to the surface of Ducast Roman 11, the native alien did not let them do as they wished. A new set of enemy face fighters appeared. Larger than the previous special craft and coated in yellow, the newly emerged small craft looked a lot larger and sturdier than all of the other craft. What was even more important was that the front of their fuselages ended in flat metal surfaces. The purpose of these large metal surfaces could not immediately be discerned. The Lionheart and the other expert Mechs armed with backup pistols started to shoot them down in order to preempt their threat. The yellow face fighters were oddly resistant towards damage, but the firepower of the Lionheart proved to be too great for them to bear. The reason for this became quite evident when they did not attempt to slow down all that much as they approached their respective targets. Evade the yellow face fighters. Their functions are probably similar to the nets shot by the green face fighters. As long as multiple of these craft manage to collide into your expert Mech from different directions, you'll get squished between their frontal plates. It was difficult for the expert Mechs to deal with the yellow face fighters, as the latter was a lot more resistant to damage than the other face fighters. The good news was that they were heavier and slower than the other craft as well, which meant that it was still possible to avoid collisions. The expert Mechs were still forced to divert from their course and found themselves unable to proceed to Ducast Roman 11 unless they managed to overcome the blockade of yellow face fighters. The only expert Mech that was effectively able to take them down was the Lionheart. The integrated energy cannon of the powerful expert command Mech possessed an abundant amount of firepower and easily managed to cripple or destroy the shielded and armored craft. The Riot Mark Roman II, the Blade Chaser Mark Roman II, and the Seaman Mark Roman II were unable to match the performance of the Lionheart in this regard, as they only had access to weaker backup pistols at best. "This is no way to fight," Venerable Vincent spoke in a frustrated tone. "I'm not afraid of these lumbering yellow fighters. We can take them out with ease as long as we don't attack them from the front." The Seaman blasted forward, much to Ark's chagrin, but the sudden maneuver successfully diverted the attention of a lot of yellow face fighters. The special Nuncer craft began to spread out in an attempt to envelop the Seaman from every direction. Vincent registered what was going on, but trusted in the Seaman's ability to navigate through this perilous trap. As soon as the Seaman got close to one of the yellow fighters, the expert Mech abruptly began to roll and juke to the side before quickly circling back to strike at the special craft from its underprotected side. As the Seaman was about to launch its attack, its active space suppressor was already working at full power to weaken the yellow craft's transphasic defenses to the maximum possible extent. Punch! Though the Seaman lost a lot of momentum due to this, the expert brawler Mech was still able to launch a devastating punch that crushed the yellow craft's Azure energy shield and punched a large hole in the fighter frame. Vincent deliberately commanded his Seaman to punch next to the cockpit. This meant that the fist had successfully crushed the Nuncer pilot into meat and launched the pieces into space. "These yellow craft aren't so tough after all," Vincent grinned. "Their defenses from the front are insanely tough, but I bet that their protection is mostly directional. As long as we can flank them, we can disable them with ease." However, as the Seaman got rid of one yellow face fighter, 3 more had already converged on the expert brawler Mech's position from 3 directions. Vincent's eyes glinted as his Seaman boldly charged towards one of the yellow face fighters. Before the two could make contact with each other, the Seaman pivoted until it was able to kick itself off the flat surface of the yellow face fighter's exaggeratingly large nose before launching itself away. Moments later, the 3 yellow face fighters all collided against each other, having failed to squish the Seaman in the middle. The expert brawler Mech was constantly forced to evade and maneuver around in order to prevent the yellow Mechs from trapping it in place. Though Vincent was able to rely on clever maneuvers to eliminate a handful of these annoying craft, the problem was that a 3rd batch of special face fighters approached from afar. These heavy fighters were coated in purple, and each of them stood out due to the fact that they all carried heavy missile loadouts. "Careful, the aliens are about to make use of their more expensive munitions. Intercept or evade those missiles as much as possible." The sensors of the expert Mechs detected that the face water content inside the warheads was insanely high. That was bound to pose a large threat to the expert Mech, regardless of the state of their resonance shields. Due to the interference from all of the yellow face fighters, the Seaman was unable to get away from the purple craft, allowing the latter to gain a solid lock and launch all of their potent missiles at a range that made it difficult to escape the deadly warheads. Chapter 62. It's tiny. The Gerard fleet was a lot better equipped than other assault fleets. The tireless engine took the humans a lot more seriously than many of his peers. He had used the months preceding the start of the Red Tide Offensive to make use of his considerable wealth and connections to increase the preparedness of his fleet. Whether his efforts paid off or not, the exotic face fighters added to his small craft lineup generated considerable difficulties for the expert Mechs. It became abundantly clear that the Nuncer assault fleet had arrived in the Ducast system with the distinct expectation of fighting against human expert Mechs. General Ark and the other expert pilots taking part in the operation even felt especially targeted by the measures employed by the opposing aliens. They possessed the distinct expression that the native aliens had been scrambling to develop effective anti-expert Mech countermeasures that did not require the intervention of a phase lord. The aliens made a wise decision to do so. Expert Mechs possessed a lot more agency than other machines and had a disproportionate effect on the battlefield. Even if they weren't as outrageous as Ace Mechs, they could still ruin a lot of plans by exercising their strength at the right time and place. Since the native aliens had only recently gotten serious about developing real technological counters against expert Mechs, their solutions appeared to be crude and haphazard. There was no obvious cohesion or coordination between the different experimental models. The designs of the special face fighters diverged a lot, showing that they were all designed by completely different companies or research institutions. Their quality also left a lot to be desired. The native aliens had only recently started to utilize face fighters in order to counter Mechs, but there was still a distinct difference in refinement between ordinary face fighters and these more specialized craft. The experimental designs clearly looked as if the aliens had taken a standard face fighter design and hastily grafted additional modules on them in order to make them more suitable to hinder expert Mechs. The green starfighters with their strange nets was an expensive if somewhat effective solution to contain an expert Mech, if only for a short duration. Even if the Seaman did not possess the ability to morph its exterior into ripping chainsaw teeth, Venerable Vincent could have utilized his willpower to break out of the trap if he was willing to expend more willpower. The yellow face fighters were a bit more confounding. Instead of trying to keep their distance, they utilized large and thick plates mounted to their front as walls to push expert Mechs around. Although there weren't as many of them, it only required 4 or 5 of these expensive craft to pin an expert Mech in place. Regardless of whether the yellow face fighters managed to entrap their targets or not, the purple face fighters that appeared from the midst of the enemy's swarm gained enough opportunities to lock onto their targets and launch their powerful transphasic missiles. The threat posed by these missiles were much greater than usual. The sensors of the expert Mechs detected that the warheads were not only filled with much more powerful explosive materials than usual, but also contained a higher face water content. The aliens are really willing to spend a lot of money and face water to take us down. It's worth it so long as the missiles manage to do their jobs. Evade the missiles and shoot them down as quickly as possible, General Ark roared. He began to get more serious. 3 more integrated luminar crystal cannons opened up on his Lionheart. They already began to glow white before unleashing a rapid barrage of resonance-empowered light beams that accurately struck a missile each. The firing rate of the luminar crystal cannons was impressive, though it clearly exerted a lot of strain on the crystals. It was only due to the true resonance acting on the crystalline components that they were able to perform way above their safe margins without bursting into shards. The effects were impressive. Dozens of transphasic hyper missiles fell in a matter of seconds, causing them to fall apart, explode prematurely, or go way off course. The other expert mechs did not sit around either. Even if they were much more inclined towards melee combat, none of their pilots dared to be pedantic at this time and utilized their backup pistols to intercept one missile after another with extraordinary skill. As high-tier expert pilots, their marksmanship had already reached an impressive height, even if they did not specifically invest a lot of time in this skill set. Most of the transphasic missiles eventually got wasted mid-flight, but a couple of them ultimately managed to get through the relentless barrage and were on the verge of striking the Seaman. Venerable Vincent Ricklin, whose expert mech had been especially targeted by the enemy's special face fighters from the start, had grown increasingly more furious at being singled out all of the time. He poured his anger into his Seaman, causing it to resonate even stronger with his willpower. Just before the transphasic missiles were about to strike the expert brawler mech, the Seaman suddenly released several resonance-empowered spikes of smart metal and accurately caused them to pierce the cones of every incoming warhead. Numerous powerful explosions set off in front of the Seaman, forcing the machine to jerk away. "Are you okay, Vincent?" "My mech is fine, but I am pissed. I had to sacrifice a small amount of smart metal to block those powerful missiles." "You made the right decision. The purple face fighters have already launched most if not all of their payloads. They shouldn't be able to launch a second salvo anytime soon unless they return to their motherships to rearm themselves. We need to get past this blockade and execute our mission. Do not let our efforts be in vain." "Fine, but I am not going to let these special face fighters gang up on me for free." The Lionheart continued to utilize its powerful integrated armaments to take down one special face fighter after another. The expert command mech paid special attention to the yellow face fighters that still tried to ram and cage the expert mechs with their ridiculously large front sides. The other expert mechs also tried to whittle them down by shooting them with their backup pistols. Their secondary ranged armaments may be weak, but their shots still packed quite a punch by augmenting their power with true resonance. Even so, the elite pilots of the yellow face fighters tried their best to avoid letting their craft get hit from the sides or rear if they depleted their Azure energy shields. Their frontal sides behaved similar to the physical shields of night mechs. While it was possible to break them, it took a disproportionate amount of effort to do so. The expert mechs wasted far too much time on trying to fell these hardy craft to the point that it was delaying their advance towards Duquest Roman 11. The Seaman spent more time on trying to outflank and crush the yellow face fighters than actually trying to fly past the annoying craft. Venerable Vincent even decided to get more serious by employing another trick. A moderate quantity of smart metal and other small components split off from the Seaman, causing the expert mech to look a little thinner and less armored at some of its exterior sections. As the glob of Tesmas wobbled in the vicinity of the expert mech it came from, a companion spirit emerged from the cockpit of the Seaman and entered the mass of smart metal. "Vinny, let's beat these aliens up," Venerable Vincent called. "Hua." Unlike the companion spirits of many of his fellow Larkinsons, Vincent's own spirit actually resembled a miniaturized muscular version of himself. When Vinny began to take possession of the glob of smart metal, he channeled his principal's willpower and quickly reshaped his new home into a miniature version of the Seaman. Although the miniature version of the Seaman lacked a lot of components that made the expert brawler mech so strong, it was still powerful enough in its own, right due to the strong true resonance holding it all together. The Mini-Seaman theatrically slammed its fists together before launching away at the nearest squadron of yellow face fighters. The small, smart machine did not possess any powerful propulsion systems, but its vastly reduced size and mass allowed it to move swiftly through space, especially with Vinny actively working to resonate with the nano-machines that made up its small form. The Nuncer face fighters quickly registered the new threat and tried to shoot it down, but their miss rates were much higher due to the small size and impressive maneuverability demonstrated by the miniature Seaman. As soon as the small machine managed to get close to an enemy facefighter, it repeatedly punched the craft's Azure energy shield with its tiny fists. Despite the ridiculous size of this humanoid mass of smart metal, the tiny machine actually inflicted serious damage on the facefighter's energy defenses. This was not just due to its resonance empowerment, but also because it had actually been mounted with a miniature space suppressor. The space suppressor's effect was very weak, but as long as Vinny amplified its effects with true resonance, it was able to weaken the transphasic effect of the opposing energy shield quite well. The Nuncer pilot of the yellow facefighter grew astonished when he finally realized the threat posed by the tiny version of the Seaman. Size apparently didn't matter, as the small, smart machine eventually managed to tear through the Azure energy shield before slamming its fists straight into the cockpit. Despite all of the armoring and reinforcement, it did not take too much effort for the construct controlled by Vinny to punch through the layers and pulverize the body of the hapless Nuncer fighter pilot. Hua! Vinny let loose a victorious roar before he abandoned the disabled craft and hunted down another yellow face fighter. The other Larkinson expert pilots had never seen this before. While they had developed their own synergies between their expert mechs and their companion spirits, they never went as far as to create a miniature copy of their own machines that could apparently fight on an independent basis. "What is that, Vincent?" Iman Ingvar asked. "That's my new Minimech," the pilot of Seaman boasted. "I call it my tiny C. Just look at it. Doesn't it look manly? Don't underestimate its size. I can't do everything with it, but it has potential. Once Vinny grows stronger, it can pilot a larger, smart metal frame. I can't wait until it is able to reach the size of a phase lord, like the tireless engine one day." Venerable Vincent certainly had big dreams. For now, the tiny C was only a nuisance compared to its progenitor, but its current capabilities already presented a lot of potential uses. General Ark was already able to think of an especially helpful application to the Larkinson. If the tiny C grew a bit smaller, it could become compact enough to squeeze into indoor areas that were normally only accessible to infantry. This would allow the smart metal construct, controlled by a companion spirit, to easily board enemy starships or hostile installations and disable them from within. Even if the tiny C was not able to match the power of the full-sized Seaman in this diminished form, it was still far stronger than any infantry soldier of the same size. If Venerable Vincent was able to advance to the rank of ace pilot, then the power of his tiny C would drastically rise. This was especially the case if the design department upgraded the Seaman and replaced its old Tesmas with a much more powerful and technologically advanced smart metal armor system. All of these improvements would make it a lot more difficult, if not impossible, for any internal defenses to stop the smart metal machine if it decided to go on a rampage. Chapter 62-63 Exploding Munitions. As interesting as Venerable Vincent's tiny C may be, the appearance of a miniature copy of the Seaman did not fundamentally ease the difficulty of getting past the enormous facefighter screen. It served more of a distraction than anything else. It was not until the tiny C moved in coordination with the Seaman that it started to produce more results. The two worked together to pincer their targets or make it more difficult for them to slip away. The miniature construct controlled by Vinny was also able to take advantage of the space suppressor mounted on the larger expert mech to quickly tear through the defenses of the same facefighter. The expert mech still had to struggle to eliminate and outpace the special facefighters that were specifically designed to counter high-ranking mechs. Precious minutes went by as the powerful machines no longer held back as much. Everywhere they moved, they constantly came under attack from facefighters flying in every direction. The resonance shields of the high-tier expert mechs depleted at a worrying rate. The delays generated by the special facefighters had caused the machines to get stalled a bit longer than General Ark accounted for in most of his plans. However, even as the expert pilots felt as if they were trying to climb up a steep mountain, the Nuncer fighter pilots experienced their own difficulties. These pilots were better trained than most other face fighter pilots, but their professionalism was still not up to par. They attacked the expert Mech so many times, yet most of their shots either missed or struck the resonance shields without producing any apparent results. No human or alien was able to remain upbeat after putting so much effort into trying to defeat enemies that were clearly gods rather than mortals. Although a lot of aliens were confused about why the human gods were so small, they were just as tough, if not tougher, than the much larger native gods. The phase lords and phase whales were at least a lot easier to attack due to their enormous true bodies. The expert mechs of red humanity were no larger than their ordinary counterparts, but were often a lot faster and maneuverable, all the while being able to resist a lot of damage with the help of their resonance shields. The combination of excellent defense, compact size, and high mobility resulted in a package that was nearly impossible to damage, even when the native aliens badly outnumbered their adversaries. Their morale dropped the longer the battle dragged on. Even if they were successful in delaying the advance of the hostile expert mechs, that was cold comfort for them when the Lionheart blasted apart dozens of face fighters with its powerful integrated luminar crystal cannons. The other expert mechs were also becoming more proficient in taking down face fighter after face fighter. The Blade Chaser struck hard enough with its twin blades to punch through an Azure energy shield and destroy an alien craft with a single swing. The Riot simply charged forward and crashed through any enemy small craft in his way, not caring if he was first able to pierce the enemy fighters with his spear. The Seaman and the Tiny Sea worked together to punch a rout through the swarms of face fighters that reluctantly tried to utilize their own defenses as makeshift walls. The momentum of the expert mechs constantly rose while the Nuncers grew more discouraged. The powerful glows from the expert mechs seemed to press down onto the alien fighter pilots even harder, causing them to be afflicted with greater doubt and apprehension. The alien commanders frantically issued all kinds of orders to their subordinates, but the alien fighter pilots were becoming less coordinated and attentive by the minute. The expert mechs were too strong. They were like gods that came in a smaller package than usual. How could mortal Nuncers like themselves ever think about challenging these powerful deities? Even though many of the Nuncers had been informed that human expert pilots were hardly the most powerful human champions, the indomitable performance of the advancing Larkinson expert mechs caused the aliens to lose hope of ever achieving a victory. The expert pilots clearly noticed the drop in resistance and pushed forth even harder as a response. The aliens cannot sustain this intensity of losses. The fighter pilots have become too intimidated by us to press their attack. Let us not give them a reason to redouble their efforts. Push forward and do not look back. It was not without reason why General Ark Larkinson repeatedly affirmed his decision to proceed with the operation, despite encountering one setback after another. The high-tier expert pilot just knew that numbers alone would not be enough to stop his powerful team of expert mechs. The Larkinson expert pilots had fought and lived through many challenges in the past, and even the relatively inexperienced Collect Glendale was able to weather the storm and keep up with his more powerful peers. Eventually, the expert mechs succeeded in reaching low orbit of the lifeless planet and finally began to descend towards the surface. The gravity of the planet was not high, which was one of the reasons why the native aliens utilized it as a staging ground. Many cargo vessels were safely able to descend from orbit and land on the surface. Now, many of the cargo vessels that had been in the midst of loading or unloading their cargo were frantically trying to lift off and flee to safety. Many of the smaller transports had already made a getaway, but the larger and more lumbering cargo vessels and civilian home ships were unable to do so as they took a lot more time to lift off the surface. Ha ha ha, those ships are sitting ducks. Let's destroy them all. Venerable Vincent Ricklin suggested now that he and his expert Mech were finally able to let loose. General Ark disagreed. Forget about the smaller vessels and only take down the larger ships if they are in your way. The native aliens have too many supply ships at their disposal. Destroying 50 or 100 hulls won't make a dent in their ability to resupply their forces. Our primary objectives remain the same. Focus on destroying the munitions, spare materials, and other supplies that the aliens have stashed on this planet. We can directly buy more time with our efforts. Fine. The enemy face fighters that were tasked with bringing the expert Mechs down were no longer able to fight as unscrupulous as before. A lot of alien installations were in the way. If the face fighters fired their weapons carelessly, they might end up destroying valuable property or killing the nuncers assigned to man the supply depots and other local bases. The gravity of the planet, along with the unavoidable obstacle posed by the terrain, severely constrained the movements of the face fighters and deterred them from pursuing the expert Mechs too aggressively. The human expert pilots readily took advantage of this shift and attacked the various base installations with even greater confidence than before. Many large-scale transphasic energy shields and defensive turrets came online, but none of them could stop the expert Mechs for long. The powerful machines paired up and utilized their combined efforts to breach one transphasic energy shield after another. The Lionheart was readily able to bombard the exposed depots with its powerful integrated luminar crystal cannons. While the expert command Mech's ranged arsenal was not as powerful or numerous as the Arceus system of the Mars, the luminar crystal armaments still packed enough of a punch to demolish the storage containers and carve through many different base facilities. Meanwhile, the expert melee Mech such as the Riot did not immediately make use of their melee armaments to destroy the depots. The efficiency of doing so was too low. The Riot, the Seaman, the Blade Chaser, and the Green Axe all pulled out the transphasic grenades that had been added to their loadouts beforehand and tossed them at various different locations designated by the Lionheart. The expert command Mech's sophisticated processors had already conducted detailed scans of the up-to-date situation on the surface of Ducast Xi. Combined with information gathered by intelligence units, the Lionheart was able to formulate an updated attack plan that should theoretically enable the Mechs to inflict the greatest damage with the least amount of effort. The expert Mechs proceeded to put that to the test by tossing their supplied transphasic grenades at the designated coordinates. Enormous explosions soon erupted after the transphasic grenades did their jobs. While the grenades were not capable of destroying such large installations by themselves, they were very much able to explode in the midst of lots of powerful munitions and cause the warheads and other volatile weapons to explode, causing powerful chain reactions that eventually engulfed most of the depots. Whittlehoo. Now that is what I'm talking about. The face fighters don't dare to fire their weapons as frequently at our expert Mechs than before. They're too afraid of hitting their own stuff. How many transphasic missiles and bombs did the Gerard fleet ship over? We need to wipe out all of them. The more they have left, the more our Mechs and defensive fortifications will suffer. Tell us where we can find more. The Lionheart designated additional depots that were located further away. Several expert Mechs split away in order to take care of these outlying bases while their transphasic grenades lasted. I think the aliens are about to learn one of the most important reasons why we don't make use of guided munitions as much anymore. Venerable Collect Glendale said as his Green Axe utilized its eponymous weapon to shatter a transphasic energy shield before skillfully tossing a transphasic grenade at a collection of anti-ship missiles. The explosions that ensued from this grenade toss were especially violent and satisfying. General Ark did not look too surprised. This is why I insisted on launching an attack at this time. The Gerard fleet arrogantly assumed that they would not need this staging point for a long time. The Nuncers only put up basic defenses and made sure their supplies could easily be retrieved once their leader ordered an all-out assault. I can already see from the state of this planetary site that the native aliens were getting close to doing so. We came just in time. Explosions continued to pepper the surface of the airless and lifeless planet. However, their frequency dropped pretty quickly once the expert Mechs ran out of transphasic grenades. None of the machines possessed any pocket spaces that they could use as a convenient stash for extra explosives. Now that they had expended their most easy means of inflicting mass destruction, many expert Mechs had to get close and resort to more physical means to wreck all of the alien goods. Fortunately, the human raiders had already destroyed the majority of fuel tanks and explosive munitions, so that allowed their expert Mechs to attack the various goods and machines that were not as prone to blowing up when heavily damaged. Energy cells got split into pieces. Land-bound artillery cannons got cut in half. Spare transphasic energy shields got stomped beneath the feet of numerous expert Mechs. The expert Mechs mostly focused on wrecking the more expensive pieces of the hardware. It would be a lot more painful for the Nuncers to replace these lost goods than anything ordinary. In the meantime, the native aliens reluctantly began to adjust their tactics in an effort to stop the escalating raid. The face fighters attacked the expert Mechs on the same height, as opposed from top to bottom. They also organized themselves a little better and formed up into wings that could combine their efforts without getting in each other's way. However, the massive warships that were still lingering in high orbit for most part did not dare to open fire on the expert Mechs. The intruding machines may have destroyed a lot of supplies already, but warship cannon fire from orbit would just make everything worse. Many goods could still be salvaged or secured so long as the human assault did not last too long. "That's enough," General Ark urgently said. "We have overstayed our welcome. We need to pull and retreat." "Awa, there's so much more for us to destroy. Can you wait a minute?" "We don't have a minute. I am already having a bad feeling about this planet. We need to leave." Chapter 62, 64-2 Easy. Though the daring raid only caused the Gerard fleet to lose roughly 30% of the supplies and other war material stashed on Ducast Roman 11, much of the destroyed hardware consisted of expensive explosive munitions or high-value hardware that couldn't be resupplied as easily. The operation was already a success in this regard. The damage should be able to postpone the alien assault on Ducast Roman 7 by at least 2 weeks, if not longer, if the aliens suffered greater logistical problems. General Ark was tempted to let this go further. The original plan demanded that the raid destroy at least 45% of all of the supplies stashed on the surface. This should produce enough of a delay to deter the Gerard fleet from launching an all-out attack by 3 to 4 weeks. In the current context of the Red Tide offensive, a delay of at least 21 days was an eternity. That was enough time to reinforce the Ducast system with a handful of Mech divisions and an even greater quantity of human starfighters. The additional delays would also give the Mechers and the fleeters more time to fortify the planetary and orbital defenses further and force the aliens to spend more effort to take control of the entire place. The ripple effects of these delays were fairly small, but still significant enough to represent a major contribution to the war effort. The fate of the Torald Middle Zone may eventually be decided by this action. In short, the more the Warborn were able to delay the Gerard fleet, the greater the chance that the third defensive band in the Torald Middle Zone would eventually be able to hold on. That was enough to give General Ark and other participating expert pilots a huge sense of fulfillment. However, the reason why General Ark decided to err on the side of caution was because he was feeling more and more uncomfortable as the operation continued. The more time passed by, the more Ark felt uneasy about the relative lack of resistance from the native aliens. Sure, the defenders of Ducast Roman 11 were still doing what they could to repel the expert Mechs. However, their warships, most of their face fighters, and their static defenses were ultimately not equipped to counter powerful and highly maneuverable expert Mechs. The most the defending nuncers could do was to take lots of shots at the rapidly moving expert mechs and hope that one of their attacks occasionally struck the resonance shields of the expert mechs, thereby causing their defensive buffers to thin a little further. General Ark quickly inspected the state of the resonance shields of the Lionheart and the expert mechs that were transmitting their basic telemetry to the expert command mech. The Lionheart's resonance shield was in the best state. It had only lost 40% of its integrity. The other expert mechs were a little worse off. The Riot and Seaman had lost over 50% of their resonance shield integrity, while the Blade Chaser was a little better off due to its better evasion and relatively unremarkable appearance. Much of the reason why the expert mechs sustained so much damage so far was because they momentarily got delayed by the special face fighters. The Lionheart and the other expert mechs had already eliminated enough of these experimental craft that the remainder shouldn't pose much of a problem anymore. That should make the return trip a lot less time-consuming and dangerous. Then why did General Ark feel as if he was about to get in a lot of trouble? It was as if a giant set of jaws was slowly emerging from the shadows and about to engulf the Lionheart and all of the other expert mechs. The only obvious threat that could make Ark feel so threatened was the tireless engine. He had made sure to pay attention to the duel unfolding further away from the planet, in case the Nuncer Phase Lord decided to disengage from the Mars and attempt to bully the weaker expert mechs. No such thing had happened, though. Although the battle between the two powerful transcendent beings occasionally swing in the favor of one side to another, the tireless engine did not have the luxury to divert his attention elsewhere. Then what else could make him feel so apprehensive? Was it the presence of hidden Archie ships? Was it the arrival of incoming reinforcements? Was it because the Gerard fleet was secretly preparing to deploy an unknown superweapon that could make his life miserable? Any of these possibilities could be true. General Ark did not have enough information for his intuition to form a more solid guess, but the mere hint of a danger on the horizon was already enough for him to decide his team had done enough. Even though a part of him still felt a bit of regret that he had yet to encounter a challenge dire enough to draw out his hidden potential, he was not about to gamble so recklessly his life and the lives of his subordinates. "We're pulling out," he repeated his instruction. "This fight has been too easy and not too unpredictable so far. Rather than assuming that the Gerard fleet doesn't have the means to defeat us, it is better to act as if they are ready to spring a trap on us all. Have you already seen that the native aliens have been moving to encircle us and block our escape routes as much as possible? I am glad that I am not the only one who feel this way," Venerable Orphan said. "I think I have a slightly better idea why it is better that we leave sooner rather than later. According to Kalanxo, a powerful being is on the way. It is approaching Ducast Roman 11 from the edge of the star system in warp travel. It's either a really powerful alien warship or another Phase Lord." "Another Phase Lord?" Venerable Iman Ingvar sounded alarmed. "We can't handle another big guy like the tireless engine. Even if the new Phase Lord is weaker, none of us can resist the attacks of such a powerful being for long." "Well, whatever is on the way, we need to get out before it is too late. We still have a chance to avoid confrontation." Though Venerable Vincent Ricklin personally wanted to stick around and have a shot at the newcomer, he was sober enough to understand it was not wise to fight this bout so deep in enemy-occupied territory. His Seaman and Tiny Sea both pulled out from the half-destroyed warehouse that they had been rampaging in and flew straight into the air. The other expert mechs followed suit as well. Expert pilots possessed keen intuitions and were often able to sense serious threats to their lives by observing the tiniest of clues. These clues could consist of anything, such as the nervous movement patterns of enemy face fighters or the lack of strong resistance from the native aliens during this phase. The more General Ark thought about it, the more this situation started to feel like a vague trap. "Be on the lookout for any surprises," he said. "If my hunch is correct, The native aliens will soon do everything in their power to delay our departure in the hopes of bringing in the powerful threat that is coming from afar. The only consolation was that the distant threat still needed a bit of time to arrive in orbit of Ducast Roman 11. A delay of a few minutes wouldn't change the situation all that much, but if they ended up getting stuck for 15 minutes or more, there was much greater chance that they might never be able to leave. As the expert Mechs ascended from the surface, the native aliens finally began to employ their first means to hinder the human raiders from making a getaway. A combination of Nuncer subcapital warships, and particularly large Nuncer face fighters, began to form a loose net in higher orbit before they began to deploy a powerful energy field that altered the properties of a wide swath of space. What are they doing? Unknown. My Mech is taking measurements and analyzing the data as quickly as possible, but the energy field generated by the Gerard fleet is unlike anything humans have encountered before. The Larkinson expert pilots already started to make a lot of wild guesses, from deploying an immensely large energy shield to trying to distort the fabric of space to slow down the escaping expert Mechs. Whatever the case, the native aliens were keen on protecting the warships and face fighters that were generating this unknown energy field, because the remaining enemy assets began to open fire at the expert Mechs with much less restraint than before. Although the alien warships and face fighters refrained from firing any kinetic projectiles, they did not hesitate to fire energy beams so long as the firing angles did not cause the attacks to strike the surface of the planet. The warships were especially difficult to deal with, as many of them mounted missile launcher arrays that were able to launch sizable salvos of transphasic missiles at the expert Mechs. The Lionheart had to work harder to shoot down the missiles before they could reach their targets, and the other expert Mechs sometimes had no choice to resist the attacks with their resonance shields due to their poor missile interception capabilities. The expert pilots all understood a little better why first raiders liked their multipurpose Mech so much. The versatility of such machines allowed them to handle this kind of situation a lot easier than specialized Mechs. As the expert Mech struggled to weather the storm and get past all of the alien assets, the energy field continued to grow stronger, yet still failed to produce any noticeable results. General Ark only grew more and more apprehensive as this strange phenomenon continued. All his sensors could determine for certain was that the enemy warships and face fighters were expending a lot of power to maintain this collective effect. What are they doing? I do not feel directly threatened by their strange actions. I don't think the Nuncers are targeting us directly. Then what are they trying to accomplish? Have they formed a giant spatial barrier that will block our attempts to leave the battlefield? That is not it, General Ark frowned. There is no barrier of any kind in our way. Matter can still pass through the energy field without a problem. The more the expert Mech struggled through all of the attacks, the closer they came to the collective energy field. The expert Mech still did not feel anything threatening about the unknown energy waves saturating the surrounding space. The expert pilots made sure to use what remained of their resonance shields to block these exotic energy waves for fear they might have an adverse effect. It was not until the expert Mechs were halfway out that the purpose of the giant energy field finally became clear. Danger, move away. The expert pilots all sensed an acute threat and frantically moved their expert Mechs away just as a huge surprise dropped on sight all of a sudden. Is that the tireless engine? No, Gerard is still fighting against the Mars over there. This is a different Nuncer phase lord. The expert pilots all grew shocked at what occurred. They never imagined that the Gerard fleet had a way of speeding up the arrival of an incoming phase lord by generating a strange energy field that essentially allowed the newcomer to take a spatial shortcut. The warships and face fighters responsible for making this happen visibly looked drained. This effort had taken a lot out of their systems, but the results more than justified the damage they incurred. The new phase lord needed a little time to regain his bearings, But once he managed to stabilize himself, he openly announced himself to both friend and foe. "I have answered your summons, Father. Fear me, despoilers of the red ocean, for Elkoi, the faceless warrior, shall end your tyranny upon the stars." Chapter 62, 65, The Proudest Son. Phase lords came in many different forms. While they all grew big and gained spatial abilities, they tended to evolve in dramatically different directions due to variations in development trajectories. The starting point of phase lords also affected their properties. It was also important to keep into account that the body cultivation approach of the native aliens originated from the phase whales. It was only natural for the phase whales to get more out of it and gain both tremendous physical might as well as an excellent affinity for face water at any stage. In comparison, nuncers generally got a lot less out of the same method adapted to their race. Their imperfect rituals and other flawed adaptations might affect the efficiency of their growth as well. Whatever the case, nobody could deny that the nuncers possessed larger and more physically powerful bodies than most of the other intelligent races of the Red Ocean. They tended to attain more physical gains if they managed to evolve into phase lords. That was not to say that their spatial affinities were awful. They were just comparatively worse at it than more sensitive races such as the Orvans. Out of the few nuncer phase lords that the Larkinson clan had encountered so far, the Trampler of Stars actually turned out to be a little more atypical of his species. The nuncer warlord had spent an inordinate amount of time on developing his spatial abilities. He had to put in greater effort just to develop a single strong specialization, but his efforts paid off as his ability to shake entire battlefields had become unparalleled among lesser phase lords. However, the time and effort he put into becoming good at projecting his power across wider distances had not given him sufficient time to develop his physical prowess all that much. While he needed less time to strengthen his physique than most other races due to being a nuncer, there were plenty of other native gods in alien society that thought that the Trampler of Stars had taken unnecessary detour. The tireless engine currently engaged in battle against Patriarch Reginald Cross, and the Mars was a bit more typical of his species. While the upper-tier lesser phase lord was still capable of destabilizing and weaponizing the surrounding fabric of space on a more passive basis, it was undeniable that he had developed his impressive physique into a well-oiled combat machine. If not for the fact that an ace mech such as the Mars was too damn small, fast, and tough, the tireless engine would have been able to put up a much better fight. It was only after he had shed his impressively large raiment and shrunk his body proportions that the tireless engine was finally able to pose a real threat against the Mars, especially when he was wielding his recently awarded St. Piercer spear. Ever since the tireless engine had taken on his more compact form, he was unable to exert his true physical strength. Yet what he gained in return was greater speed and control over his own motion. The phase lord was able to empower his smaller body a lot more effectively, enabling him to react faster, make tighter turns and land attacks that would have otherwise missed. The two combatants frequently circled around each other before charging forward to exchange a handful of blows. In some bouts, the tireless engine managed to pierce its threatening spear past the guard of the Mars and nick the high-quality armor of the ace mech. The ace mech's St. Kingdom offered remarkably little resistance against the special alloy that made the St. Piercer such a potent experimental weapon. Its spear tip gleamed as it pierced through the domain field emitted by the Mars at all times. The mysterious alloy continually resisted every effort made by Patriarch Reginald to retard the weapon's progress and weaken its lethality. As such, whenever the St. Piercer managed to get through and strike the upgraded Abassi's armor of the Mars, the ace mech incurred another visible scar or cut. The Mars already collected over a dozen cuts across its formerly pristine Abassi's armor. It was a testament to its material quality that the St. Piercer had not been able to punch through all of the layers and damage the internals of the ace hybrid mech. Even so, Patriarch Reginald already guessed it was only a matter of time before the spear struck an important component. He had to admit that the tireless engine was a highly skilled spear wielder. The alien Phase Lord was constantly learning from his mistakes and adapting his fighting style against his opponent. The integrated energy weapons of the Arceus system were particularly vulnerable against the enemy's spear strikes. In order to preserve their integrity and allow them to keep firing at the tireless engine, in order to deplete the Phase Lord's spatial barrier faster, Reginald had to fight more cautiously than he was comfortable with and skip many attack opportunities in order to play it safe. Patriarch Reginald was not comfortable with adopting such a cautious fighting style, but his opponent had become so threatening with his special spear that he did not want to end up getting impaled by the weapon due to a moment of carelessness. He initially entered this battle with the attitude of beating down the tireless engine and adding the giant skull of the Nuncer Phase Lord to his collection of trophies. Now he was no longer trying so hard to attain victory. While his teammates may be fearing that he had lost himself to the throes of battle, Patriarch Reginald still maintained enough awareness to understand that defeating the tireless engine was not the point of this operation. He just needed to hold back the spear-wielding Phase Lord long enough for the Larkinson expert, Mechs, to do their jobs and retreat without getting pursued. Now that Reginald had gained the tireless engine's measure, the ace pilot looked forward to resuming his duel against the Nuncer warlord on a proper battlefield. The current situation was too unfavorable for Reginald to fully commit to a duel. There were too many alien warships and face fighters that could intervene on behalf of the tireless engine and exhaust the Mars a little faster. It was better if the two could fight a proper duel with their respective forces at their backs. At least then neither side would gain an overwhelming advantage in this regard. The powerful ace pilot assumed that the tireless engine implicitly agreed with this intention. Though the Phase Lord was still trying his best to score a punishing blow onto the Mars, the alien powerhouse refused to make any risky gambit. He tried his best to play it safe and prevent the ace Mech from taking advantage of any openings. It was only now that Reginald realized that his assumption about his opponent was off the mark. The accelerated arrival of a second Phase Lord, a smaller one maybe, but still a genuine one, proved that the tireless engine had just been waiting for backup. The appearances of Gerard and Elkoy diverged a lot, but the sharp-eyed Mech pilots could still spot the family resemblance. A temporary lull ensued, as both sides took a step back in order to take stock at the drastic change in circumstances. The Nuncer spacers and facefighter pilots all made pleased, guttural alien noises as soon as they received confirmation that the proudest and strongest son of their warlord had arrived to lend them a hand. The humans, on the other hand, all reacted with dismay. No matter how strong or weak this Elkoy may be, even the least powerful lesser Phase Lords was still more than a match for most expert Mechs. The arrival of a second Phase Lord and a blood descendant of the tireless engine no less had such a massive impact on the battle that its flow had been completely disrupted. This was slightly to the advantage of the Warborn champions, as most of the alien warships and face fighters had stopped their fire for the time being. Even so, the addition of a second Phase Lord on the battlefield might make all of this moot, as the expert pilots didn't think they could retreat from Ducast Roman 11 if Elkoy chose to stand in their way. "Is this your son, alien?" Patriarch Reginald asked with a hint of wariness and respect in his voice. "He is," Gerard proudly transmitted back in his translated speech. "I have sired many sons and daughters. I am proud of most of them, as they should. Why, out of all of my more martial descendants, only Elkoy has proven his superior strength, leadership, and valor. Now that I have reached the limit of my growth as a lesser Phase Lord, I have chosen to raise Elkoy into godhood so that he may succeed me if I fall." The Nuncers cared a lot about family, both their immediate relatives and their more extended relations. The aliens were quite similar to the Larkinsons in this regard. The choice made by the tireless engine was not too unusual. Most phase lords tended to remain stuck in their lesser stage for the rest of their long lives. Each lesser phase lord aspired to promote to a greater phase lord, but precious few managed to make this transition. Phase water production systems were too scarce, and until recently, the phase whales had been extremely reluctant to award a PPS to deserving alien powerhouses. The lesser phase lords were therefore stuck in an awkward position. They possessed great might and authority, and were able to accrue a lot of money and resources for these reasons. It took a lot of resources in order to elevate a descendant into a phase lord. The rituals responsible for transforming mortal aliens into newborn gods were so flawed and dangerous that the death rates were quite considerable. Who knew how many sons and daughters the tireless engine had sacrificed in the hope of fostering a true divine descendant? The more ambitious and optimistic phase lords tended to save most of their wealth in preparation for an extensive upgrade spree if they managed to become a greater phase lord. The more realistic and pessimistic lesser phase lords instead spent all of their assets on building their mortal empire and cultivating their descendants. It took a lot of resources in order to elevate a descendant into a phase lord. The rituals responsible for transforming mortal aliens into newborn gods were so flawed and dangerous that the death rates were quite considerable. Who knew how many sons and daughters the tireless engine had sacrificed in the hope of fostering a true divine descendant? Still, no matter how many lives and resources Gerard expended, he finally managed to realize his goal. Elkoy still looked young, and his body size was much less impressive than his father at his height. Even if the two phase lords looked somewhat similar size at the moment due to the tireless engine's voluntary shrinkage, Elkoy was still a lot weaker due to his much lower face water concentration and his much less developed face water organs. Yet still the presence of the second phase lord practically paralyzed the Larkinson expert Mechs. General Ark and the others could already feel the eagerness in Elkoy's true body. The newly arrived alien had come to lend his father a hand, and what better way to do so than to crush the expert Mechs that had just made a mess out of the depots of Ducast Roman 11. The younger phase lord already locked his gaze onto the Lionheart. Out of all of the expert Mechs, this one was clearly a cut above the rest. "You, pilot of the White Machine, what is your name?" "I am General Ark Larkinson, the commanding officer of the 77th Warborn Mech Division." "Larkinson, I recognize your name. That is good. I shall earn more glory if the first expert pilot that I have slain is descended from a more blessed lineage. I shall do my best to preserve your tiny head so that it may occupy a prized place on my throne, though forgive me if I cannot adequately control my strength. I cannot match the control of my father." General Ark twitched his lips. "It's okay. Just use the head of my expert Mech instead. It is a more dignified mark of my existence, and I would rather be remembered by the splendor of my expert Mech than the frailty of my human body." "Good. You may claim my own head if you have claimed victory, but this shall never happen because I do not intend to lose against premature gods such as yours. Only your so-called saints can give me a proper challenge." Elkoy went into action as soon as he spoke those words. The time for talking had passed. The only way the two sides could resolve their differences was through an exchange of arms as opposed to an exchange of words. Chapter 62, 66 Elkoy. The Larkinson expert pilots felt a lot of pressure as their expert Mechs floated before the second Nuncer phase lord. Unlike his much more formidable father, Elkoy, who apparently styled himself as the Faceless Warrior, did not tower too much over the Mechs. It was highly unlikely that the newly arrived phase lord was holding back in this regard. If this was the case, then Elkoy probably ranked at the bottom among other Nuncer phase lords. Even so, that was no reason for General Ark and the other Larkinson expert pilots to underestimate this new adversary. Even if Elkoy was fairly young and new to his current condition, his father had probably given him a small but useful package of face water organs. Elkoi's true body shouldn't be able to fit too many face water organs at the moment, but just a basic set was already enough to add new strengths and improve his specializations. Another reason for concern was his equipment. As far as phase lords went, it was a lot easier for them to acquire new equipment than to obtain powerful face water organs. Elkoi did not wear a full raiment that covered his entire body in thick armor plating, but it was still a very well-armored suit that provided plenty of physical protection to his flanks and rear. His choice of armaments were 2 transphasic hyper-axes. The weapons exuded an unnaturally strong sense of force, which meant that the weapons were likely able to inflict much heavier impacts upon contact. What also looked concerning was that Elkoi's raiment also featured 2 proportionately large autocannons. The machine gun-like armaments were only able to point their muzzles forward, but were connected to large ammunition caches, allowing them to open fire for an extended period of time. There were many other technological features to the raiment. It came with a fairly modest set of Azure Shield generators that provided the Phase Lord with additional energy barriers, thereby giving Elkoi the luxury to attack without needing to worry too much about suffering retaliatory attacks. If the tireless engine pampered his favored heir as much as General Ark suspected, then the autocannons likely fired solid transphasic hyper-projectiles that would definitely hurt a lot on impact. The resonance shields of all of the expert mechs would definitely have a lot of trouble with trying to resist a continuous barrage. What was worse was that Elkoi was not alone. The entire Gerard fleet was still up and about. The warships and face fighters could provide fire support at all times, allowing them to wear down the defenses of the expert mechs so long as they had a clear shot at their targets. As Elkoi was beginning to move into action, a helmet unfolded and wrapped around his large head. True to his title, his helmet lacked any obvious eyes and other features, making it seem as if he did not possess a face. "I shall tear your mechs one at a time." The aggressive Nuncer Phase Lord charged forward and already began to open fire with his twin autocannons. The expert mechs were already on the move, allowing them to easily evade the twin streams of projectiles. According to the sensor systems, the solid rounds were not all transphasic. Only 1 in 15 of them possessed enhanced penetrative properties, likely in an attempt to save on costs and resources. What was more concerning was that the rounds were all laced with a fire hyper material that could inflict additional heat damage on impact. Perhaps getting struck by a single round was not that scary, but getting struck by hundreds of them would drain the defenses of any expert mech within a minute. Fortunately, it was frankly not that difficult for the expert mechs to evade the ranged attacks. The firing angles of the flank-mounted autocannons were very poor, and their aim jostled a lot whenever Elkoi made any physical exertion. Even so, the autocannons exerted a lot of pressure onto the expert pilots and forced them to stay alert and on the move at all times. The mental burden of keeping constant track of where the autocannons were aiming would steadily take a toll on the psyche of the expert pilots. That was probably the real point of this weapon system. Though the autocannons chewed through ammunition at a prodigious rate, the Nuncer warlord's body was so large that his raiment was able to attach plenty of ammunition canisters on its back. "What do we do, General?" Venerable Iman Ingvar asked as the stress of the situation was affecting his mood. "This is what you all signed up for. This is our challenge," Ark told the other Larkinson expert pilots. "First, forget about retreating. The younger Phase Lord has the strength and the ability to prevent us from escaping. Splitting up will only allow him and his fleet to hunt us all down in quick succession. Our only chance of making it out alive is to beat Elkoi badly enough that he is no longer willing or able to pursue us. Kill him if you can, but our greatest priority is to create a moment for us to disengage." There was no way that Elkoi would run out of rounds anytime soon, which meant that the expert pilots actively had to move away from the front of the Phase Lord for a long time. "What do we do, General?" Venerable Iman Ingvar asked as the stress of the situation was affecting his mood. This is what you all signed up for. This is our challenge, Ark told the other Larkinson expert pilots. First, forget about retreating. The younger Phase Lord has the strength and the ability to prevent us from escaping. Splitting up will only allow him and his fleet to hunt us all down in quick succession. Our only chance of making it out alive is to beat Elkoi badly enough that he is no longer willing or able to pursue us. Kill him if you can, but our greatest priority is to create a moment for us to disengage. It was actually better if they didn't kill Elkoi. Doing so would probably set off his father. If the tireless engine went berserk, then even if the Mars was able to survive the powerful Phase Lord's wrath, the expert Mechs would definitely not be able to resist getting impaled by the so-called St. Piercer. How do you want to engage the Phase Lord? Venerable Orphan asked. We get close and try to stick to his flanks and rear at all times, General Ark answered. We cannot separate ourselves from Elkoi. Doing so will give the Gerard fleet very clear shots against our expert Mechs. Only by staying close to our targets will the enemy warships and strike craft refrain from opening fire against us for fear of hitting the tireless engine's precious son. Nuncers valued family very much, and they were also very hierarchical. General Ark already knew that the Nuncers hated friendly fire with a passion. Landing a single hit on Elkoi would probably be a death sentence for the spacers and officers responsible for making this happen. This was why the expert Mechs needed to use Elkoi's considerable bulk as a shield against enemy fire. The other expert pilots had no objection to this plan. They were predominantly melee Mechs anyway, so they were bound to fight up close regardless. Who will try to catch his attention? The enemy Phase Lord needs a target to fixate on, or else we all have to be on guard against his powerful attacks. I will, General Ark said. My expert Mech is the strongest, and it is also in the best condition. My machine is good at attracting attention. I can guarantee you that Elkoi will not divert his attention to you as long as you do not give him a reason to look in your direction. The expert pilots of the 77th Warborn had trained in comparable virtual training scenarios in the past. They all roughly understood how they needed to coordinate with each other. Against a Phase Lord like Elkoi, it was important to give the large enemy a reason to fixate on one machine above the rest. General Ark voluntarily assumed the most difficult responsibility out of a sense of duty, but also ambition. There was no better way to squeeze beyond the limits of his current potential than to attract the ire of a Phase Lord. While there was still a chance that the expert Mechs might win against Elkoi, the victory margins were depressingly thin. The best way to turn this entire situation around was for an ace pilot to emerge and beat down the Phase Lord in a short amount of time. This confrontation presented General Ark with the best opportunity yet to accomplish his breakthrough. If it did not work, then General Ark did not have a lot of ideas to fall back upon. Attack, he urged the other Larkinson champions. Focus on disabling his auto-cannons first. Concentrate on punching through the armor next. We need to damage and cripple at least some of his face-water organs to deter him from pursuing us any further. The plan sounded simple, but this was anything but the case. As the 4 expert Mechs closed in on the enemy Phase Lord, they all evaded the 2 heavy axe strikes and began to assail the Nuncer Phase Lord from different directions. Elkoi did not allow him to get swarmed without retaliation. The alien turned around a lot faster than the expert pilots expected and almost managed to avoid getting chopped into pieces by evading the twin axe strikes. Though the powerful machines managed to evade the attacks without issue, the problem was that the powerful axes also cleaved into dimensions, thereby producing strange spatial phenomena that turned the surroundings into a weak spatial hazard. The Phase Lord experienced no harm from this effect, but the same could not be said for many other people. The more Elkoi swung around his axes, the more the unnatural blades of the weapons destabilized the surrounding fabric of space. Unlike the Mars, which was able to bull through the messy spatial phenomena due to the power of its pilot, the expert Mechs were much weaker. Their resonance shields strained each time they needed to reset a patch of space, so that it behaved normally again. While General Ark and the rest were still glad that their powerful machines were able to resist the surrounding spatial activity, their resonance shields were depleting at an accelerated rate just by maneuvering around the Phase Lord. Sticking around Elkoi was not so safe either. One way or another, they had to gain the upper hand and defeat the enemy Phase Lord so fast that no petty ability would be able to block their vast might. However, the expert Mechs had already begun to attack. The riot stuck to the rear whenever possible and decided it was best to maintain to stick to the rear whenever possible. The machine had to juke frantically from time to time in order to avoid the vengeful hoof strikes coming from below. As the expert Spearman Mech's weapon made frequent contact with the azure energy shields that covered the alien, venerable orphan grinned in satisfaction when she saw that the segmented energy shields were crumbling quite quickly. Elkoi isn't wearing a high-quality raiment as we feared. He is fitted with generic shield generators, and there aren't as many of them, so his energy barriers are not that strong. We can win as long as we can get through. The expert pilots had already come to this conclusion a short while ago. The expert Mechs began to strike at the azure energy shields more violently. Their space suppressors did a good job at weakening the energy defense, causing every segmented energy shield to fall at a faster rate. However, Elkoi also grew more aggressive as a result. His powerful axes swung harder and produced more spatial disturbances that were constantly getting in the way of the expert Mechs. The Blade Chaser's resonance shield has dipped below 15%. 23% for my riot. Ark, whose Lionheart was still busy trying to buzz in front of the enemy Phase Lord as much as possible, knew that the risk of suffering casualties would be much greater once those resonance shields came down. He needed to turn the tables against the Phase Lord soon, or else the strike force of high-ranking Mech would meet its end on this battlefield. The Larkinson decided to bring out one of his big guns. Noah, it's time to perform. Our war. A large, white lion companion's spirit emerged from his body and grew eager to strike a telling blow against Elkoi. Chapter 62-67 A Cleansing Light. So far, none of the attacks launched by the expert Mech had stuck. The armored Phase Lord was not particularly agile or maneuverable in combat, but he was very well protected. His raiment granted him plenty of segmented azure energy shields. His spatial barrier remained fully intact, and his physical armor had yet to sustain any damage. On the flip side, the son of the tireless engine was unable to land any effective blows on the expert Mechs either. The Phase Lord's inherent physique and weapon choice made it very difficult for Elkoi to attack enemies harassing him from the sides or rear. Sure, he was able to generate spatial hazards that constantly weakened the resonance shields of the circling expert Mechs, but that was the extent of his efforts. Occasionally, his armored legs attempted to kick out, but the expert pilots were way too sharp and alert for attacks like that to get struck. The only expert Mech that was in serious danger was the Lionheart at the moment. General Ark voluntarily assumed the role of bait and made sure to make his expert Mech glow brighter in order to attract more attention. The integrated Luminar crystal cannons persistently launched light beams at the Phase Lord's energy, defenses the expert command Mech regularly dove forward in order to strike with its transphasic spear. It was difficult for Ark to keep his Lionheart in one piece. Elkoi grew increasingly angrier as his powerful transphasic axes continually failed to hit the Lionheart. The alien put so much power in each swing that Ark just knew that his Lionheart would lose its entire resonance shield if it got struck by a solid axe blow. Any subsequent hits were bound to deplete the azure energy shield and penetrate the transphasic armor system of the Lionheart. The majestic white lion reflected his principal's inherent majesty, as well as his pride. Not content with having a mere cat, Ark truly took pride in having his companion spirit take the form of a lion. though Ark wanted to put all of his focus on evasion in order to minimize the probability of getting struck by his adversary's dangerous axes. He knew that he couldn't afford to play it safe. The expert Mechs were racing against time. The longer this bout dragged on, the faster their defenses got depleted. Elkoy could easily outlast his opponents just by making sure they couldn't get away. Since that was the case, Ark grew more desperate to break the deadlock. Hence why he finally decided to let Noah out of his cage. The majestic white lion reflected his principal's inherent majesty, as well as his pride. Not content with having a mere cat, Ark truly took pride in having his companion spirit take the form of a lion. The Lionheart started to back off a bit. The expert Mech still hovered close enough that it had to dodge repeated axe attacks, but it was able to earn enough of a reprieve to stow away its transphasic spear and retrieve another weapon. A bright white hyper-plasma sword came online. It immediately lit up like a light bulb, which somehow caused the weapon to become more powerful due to the integration of light-attributed hyper-materials. General Ark had used the cleansing light enough times to know that it was overkill against most opponents. The Lionheart struggled to power the Terran-developed plasma weapon and could not keep it active and at full power for long. Yet so long as the cleansing light remained active, its damage potential was the highest out of all of the armaments of the Lionheart. This was the weapon that Ark wanted to gamble upon to win this bout and open up an escape route for his strike force. As Ark contemplated on what he intended to do, he already began to feel as if he was living up to the duties and responsibilities as a saint. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he could already feel his bottleneck beginning to loosen. His intuition sent him a clear message that as long as he proved his valor before this powerful Phase Lord, he may be able to fulfill his dream today. With that thought in mind, Ark became more decisive as he was willing to gamble everything on his upcoming performance. The other expert pilots weren't stupid. They already had a pretty good idea of what Ark intended to do. It was a high-risk gambit, as the consequences were dramatic if the Mech commander failed to achieve any of his objectives. "I am about to go all out. I will pull out all of the stops," General Ark warned his fellow expert pilots. "I will not be able to keep this up for long, but I should be able to breach at least one layer of defense. Take advantage of my actions and try your best to wear this Phase Lord down. Once I have reached my limit, my willpower and the systems of my Mechs will suffer from the overexertion. If a miracle hasn't occurred, I won't be of much use in the remainder of the battle." The other expert pilots weren't stupid. They already had a pretty good idea of what Ark intended to do. It was a high-risk gambit, as the consequences were dramatic if the Mech commander failed to achieve any of his objectives. If time wasn't so short, then the expert pilots would have tried to dissuade Ark from choosing this course of action. As it was, the situation had become so dire that none of them tried to propose an alternate plan. "Go for it, sir. Success or failure, we need to try at least. We can't let this Nuncer Face Lord grind us down. We need to take control of this battle." "Noah. Our war." The companion spirit entered the cleansing light and harmonized with it, thereby amplifying the strength of true resonance acting upon the high-tech weapon. The cleansing light not only glowed brighter due to this, but the plasma plume also started to ripple and fleetingly resemble the shape of a leaping lion at times. That was not all. General Ark intended to borrow help from another source. "Illustrious one, hear my plea and lend me your light." The design spirit of the Lionheart readily answered the call. The Illustrious One had already been paying close attention to this battle from the start of this operation. The silhouette of a glowing humanoid alien appeared above the cleansing light before inhabiting the weapon. While the design spirit had to share the same space with Noah, the Illustrious One was nonetheless able to empower the blessed weapon as it was originally designed for the purpose. The intensity of light output multiplied even further as a design spirit, centered around light, dramatically amplified many of its properties. The light became so blinding that all of the nearby Mechs had to reduce the sensitivity of their optical sensors in order to maintain a clear view of the battlefield. Annoying light, but futile. I am a god. I can stare at any star without blinding my eyes. Our divinity is beyond your capacity to understand. Most phase lords were indeed less susceptible to environmental hazards, like excessively strong light sources. Nonetheless, Ark never intended to rely on flashing a bright light to overpower Elkoi. Making his weapon shine brighter made his Mech and the plasma sword a lot stronger. Indeed, the potent weapon already started to shake a bit, as it was not able to maintain the same degree of stability as before. Though the weapon was unlikely to break due to its excellent construction and tolerance towards overloading, it undoubtedly needed a lot of maintenance if the weapon continued to operate far above safety parameters. Yet as powerful as the cleansing light had become, this was still not enough. Ark intended to fight against Elkoi with the strength of an ace Mech, as opposed to a really powerful expert Mech. There needed to be a clear and potent division in power between the Lionheart's previous attacks and the upcoming strikes. General Ark still had another ace up his sleeve. This one was technological rather than mystical in nature. Instead of praying to another design spirit or whatever, Ark simply reached out with his arm and flipped a few switches. This simple action produced a terrifying consequence, as many of the safety limiters that were designed to keep the cleansing light stable were suddenly turned offline. Activate Giant Slayer mode. A huge amount of power began to channel through the cleansing light. If not for the fact that Ark was already a high-tier expert pilot, the plasma sword would have blown up by this time. As it was, General Ark gritted his teeth as he forcibly used his willpower to contain the cleansing light's violent power as much as possible. The reason why Vess, the original designer of this adapted Terran weapon, included this feature was because he designed for a scenario exactly like the current situation. Expert Mechs didn't always get to choose what they fought against. If a phase whale ever showed up, then the designers of the Lionheart wanted to make sure that the powerful high-tier expert Mech had a weapon that could take a real bite out of a phase lord. As the plasma blade of the cleansing light had grown at least 10 times taller and wider, Elkoi grew incredibly alarmed at the sight. His phase lord senses easily perceived the enormous concentration of power locked inside this handheld weapon. If all of those potent energies discharged at once, then Elkoi did not feel confident in his ability to fend off the entire attack. The phase lord already started to back off and lift up his axes in a defensive posture, but the Lionheart quickly charged forward in order to bring down the bright white giant plasma blade. Do it, Ark. We're with you, General. Take this phase lord down a notch. The other expert Mechs did not possess any attacks of comparable power, but they fully took advantage of the Lionheart's threatening action by going on the offensive. The Riot, the Seaman, the Blade Chaser, and the Green Axe all struck the phase lord's segmented azure energy shields at abandon, causing them to pop at an accelerated rate. Meanwhile, General Ark constantly struggled to maintain control over his vastly amplified weapon. The act of using such an exaggeratingly dangerous weapon to strike at a phase lord was so glorious and magnificent that he could feel his bottleneck loosen even further. So long as he managed to land a telling blow against Elkoi, General Ark practically became certain that he would trigger his second apotheosis. The strong desire to transcend to sainthood seemed to encourage the Lionheart and cause it to swing the giant plasma blade against the multi-layered defenses of the enemy phase lord. Let there be light. Are we aware? A blinding flash ensued from the moment the plasma blade struck the segmented azure energy shields. The transphasic defenses seemed to evaporate upon contact. The power of the souped-up plasma sword proved to be far too much for the alien shield generators to handle. The blessed, empowered, and overloaded plasma sword went on to burn against the spatial barrier. Elkoi became panicked as his poor spatial barrier sustained damage, as if it had crashed right against a star. Though the spatial barrier lasted a lot longer due to its inherent strength, the faceless warrior was unable to sustain it for long. Even as the giant plasma blade started to fizzle out, the spatial barrier of the recently ascended Phase Lord gave in first. "We did it. The Phase Lord is vulnerable." General Arc wanted to push the plasma sword right through the transphasic axes and cut straight through Elkoi's raiment, but before he could do so, the Phase Lord finally reacted in desperation. The Nuncer's arm blurred in motion. The Phase Lord tossed his precious weapons. Two axes abruptly collided against the Lionheart. One of them struck the Lionheart's resonance shield with so much force that the defensive layer burst entirely. The other axe proceeded to slam into the Lionheart's waist, impacting it so strongly that the axe blade cut into the armor and damaged much of the internal components underneath. Though the damage did not sound too critical, the greater problem was that the double impacts pushed the Lionheart back just enough for Elkoi to actually duck and evade the gigantic plasma. "You missed. You almost had him, Arc." Though General Arc quickly asserted control over his machine and tried to swing his overloaded plasma sword at the Phase Lord yet again, the cleansing light could no longer handle the strain. The weapon malfunctioned and fizzled before Arc could get off another swing. Nulo. Chapter 62, 68, The Consequences of His Own Actions. He almost made it through. If his cleansing light could just strike at Elkoi's raiment and burn through the armor plating, the Lionheart would have been able to inflict real harm on the Phase Lord's body. Even if the damage ended up fairly superficial, the symbolic value of such a strike could not be overstated. It was a powerful sign that the expert Mechs posed a fatal threat against the relatively young and inexperienced Phase Lord. As long as the tireless engine and his son weren't stupid, the best and most logical decision they could make was to back off and allow the raiding human Mechs to retreat without any further incident. Yet all of that became moot because General Arc failed to inflict the decisive blow that could frighten the Phase Lords into giving way. The Mech general felt crushed by his near success. Almost succeeding yielded certain results that were still very favorable to the strike force. The cleansing light in full giant stalar mode at least managed to burn through a lot of segmented Azure energy shields to deny the alien full coverage, and also burned its way through the crucial spatial barrier. The effective neutralization of Elkoi's energy defenses meant that it became a lot easier for the strike force to inflict permanent and telling damage onto the Nuncer Phase Lord. Elkoi still enjoyed the protection of his raiment, which was equivalent to transphasic hyper-armor system of a first-class Mech, but that was much easier to deal with for the gathered Larkinson expert Mechs. They just needed to target the weak points and get past the armor layers in order to inflict real physical damage. Of course, the expert Mech still needed to put in a lot of work in order to actually threaten the Phase Lord's life. Elkoi was larger than several Mechs put together, so the expert Mechs either needed to damage a lot of bio-tissue or inflict enough penetrating damage to the brain or another well-protected organ. Arc and the other Larkinson expert pilots had already gained a good idea of Elkoi's temper. While the young Nuncer Phase Lord was indeed a cut above other Nuncer warriors, he was not as tempered and experienced as his father. He also valued his life a lot more than his courage. Elkoi had just become a Phase Lord. He had a whole new life ahead of him as a mighty god among the native aliens. Why should he risk his life to defeat a bunch of expert Mechs when he had not even begun to develop his potential as a deity? The massive blow inflicted by the cleansing light had most definitely spooked the Phase Lord and caused him to lose much of his confidence as a god. It turned out that even after his body grew larger and tougher, he could still be killed like a common Nuncer if he bumped into the wrong opponents. The alien Phase Lord had already tried to put a lot more distance between himself and the expert Mech that was almost responsible for burning through all of his defensive layers. The transphasic hyper axes that he had thrown out just earlier automatically spun around and looped back to his position. Elkoy caught the spinning axes in an obviously trained motion, but his stance had already switched from an offensive one to a defensive one. It was clear that Elkoy had already lost most of his courage. His heart was not in the battle anymore. In this regard, General Ark had produced a fantastic result. The threat posed by Elkoy was not as great as it was before. Even the warships and face fighters hovering in the background reduced their activity for fear that one of their errant shots might actually strike the Fae's Lord's raiment. The massive blow that the Lionheart had struck against Elkoy also dealt a major blow to the morale of the Gerard fleet. The growing doubts, fears, and hesitation would definitely have a negative impact on the performance of the surrounding aliens. They became significantly easier to manage so long as their morale did not recover in the next few minutes. In short, General Ark's amazing feat had given the remaining expert Mech a much better chance of making it out alive. This was a feat to be celebrated, but General Ark's mood did not reflect this positive outcome at all. Dismay marked his expression as he felt anything but a winner after he had inflicted the most powerful attack that he had ever channeled through a Mech in his career up to this point. I failed. Our war. A tired and deflated-looking Noah returned from the cleansing light and hopped back inside Ark in order to rest. The companion spirit had tried to pump as much power into the plasma sword as possible. He had worked hard to make the attack succeed, and while his efforts largely got rewarded, the failure at the very end struck the spiritual lion just as hard as his principal. For a moment, General Ark lost complete awareness of his expert Mech, the other expert Mechs, Elkoy, and all of the other elements of the battlefield. His mind had entered into a pit of despair as his near success continually mocked and taunted him for his inability to pull off his entire attack. The last-second pushback that Ark failed to guard against had ruined his moment of splendor. He could still remember how his bottleneck had become so frail that it only took a small amount of effort to completely break it apart and attain his breakthrough. Yet because of his failure to anticipate and respond against Elkoy's surprising decision to throw his twin axes, General Ark had missed out on completing a deed that would have become a part of his glorious legend. This final failure at the end devastated Ark because he had lost the closest opportunity to break through to ace pilot in this battle, and perhaps for the entire duration of the current campaign. His bottleneck had firmed up with a vengeance. Whereas it previously felt as if it had turned into a paper screen that could easily be torn with the slightest of touches, now it had turned into a solid alloy wall that could not be broken no matter how many times Ark banged his head against the surface. The negative consequences of the earlier overloaded attack also didn't help. He had pushed his cleansing light so far that it had become busted. Many small and complicated internal components had been pushed so far above their tolerance levels that they had exploded or fizzled out. Ark's willpower had only temporarily forced them to stay intact, but as soon the true resonance receded, reality came back with a vengeance. His Lionheart was not in a good shape either. The Mech supplied a lot of power to the weapon, so the power lines and energy transmission systems had endured a huge load that damaged a lot of internal components. The expert command Mech might not look too damaged from the outside, but its internal situation had become a lot messier. General Ark no longer had the confidence that he would be able to maintain the performance of a high-tier expert Mech. This was why his earlier move had been such a gambit for him. If he succeeded and managed to break through, then he had no doubt that his forced resonance at the ace Mech level would have magically repaired all of the overstressed internal components and even make them a lot stronger in the process. Yet because he failed to break through, Ark became stuck with the consequences of his own actions. His combat effectiveness had dropped so much that he wouldn't be of any use in the fight against Elkoy anymore. Venerable Orphan, Venerable Vincent, Venerable Iman, and Venerable Kalak were on their own going forward. By attempting to play the hero and betting everything on a single power move, General Ark effectively lost all of his capital and could no longer participate in the game anymore. It would already be a challenge for him to keep the Lionheart in a good enough condition to safely retreat to the stealth carrier hiding further away. Had he made the right choice? Did he proceed with an action that benefited him the most at the expense of imperiling his subordinates and comrades? Ark conceived of this entire operation for the purpose of putting him to the test. He had been so confident that he would be able to pull off a grand feat and successfully overcome his bottleneck in a magnificent blaze of glory. He had invested so much in this attempt. He had willingly separated himself from the rest of the 77th Warborn for the purpose of allowing him to fight without the amplification provided by his subordinates. His Lionheart had indeed lost a lot of combat effectiveness due to this risky decision, but it had also allowed him to rediscover what it was like to pilot a Mech by himself and bring him closer to his own power as opposed to the strength borrowed from the belief of so many people. When it came down to it, Ark's true motivation had been to break through by relying on his own power for the most part. Sure, other factors such as Noah, the Lionheart, and the Illustrious One contributed to his attempt, but that still did not take away from the fact that Ark had almost managed to pierce his bottleneck by himself. Yet almost was not enough in this instance. As Ark continued to wallow in his malaise, he could already feel the disappointment and recriminations from the other Larkinson expert pilots. They were all high-tier expert pilots like himself. They all knew what he had done and how his failure put them all in trouble. There was no need for them to exchange any words, because their willpower already communicated their true feelings. I'm a failure. Fortunately, Ark at least possessed enough sense to slowly pick himself up and focus on the job. What do we do, Ark? Venerable Iman asked. The male Ingvar sibling did not express much resentment towards Ark. To him, failure was a natural part of life. Everyone failed once in a while. Iman was much more interested in addressing the immediate future rather than retreading the recent past. I have done my work, Ark said in a measured tone. Elkoi's energy shields and spatial barrier are gone. It is up to you to pick up where I have left off and beat the Phase Lord so badly that he no longer wishes to pursue us anymore. It will be harder for you to cope with him without my attempts to distract him, but you can do it. Those transphasic axes are deadly, but their reach is short and their wielder can't swing them all that quickly. Just as the remaining 4 combat-capable expert Mechs were ready to resume their fight, a sudden change occurred. Patriarch Reginald actually transmitted a warning over the command channel. Ark, get out of the way. Ark and Reginald had fought alongside each other often enough for the former to trust the latter without reserve. The Lionheart already started to juke away before Reginald could finish his words. General Ark did not need any further motivation to desperately move his expert Mech to the side, as he could already feel the approach of a very acute threat. Ark's deep connection with his second skin Mech caused him to experience a piercing pain on his arm. Outside of his cockpit, the Lionheart's right arm suddenly broke apart at the elbow, as a fairly large and sharp polearm had almost pierced through the back of the high-tier expert Mech. Fortunately, the Lionheart had ultimately evaded quickly enough to sacrifice an arm. As for the weapon that had almost impaled the expert Mech, it had already come to an abrupt stop before Elkoi. The Phase Lord recognized the weapon and immediately tossed aside his precious transphasic axes to grip the recently developed spear that looked a bit too long and thick in his arms. The tireless engine had actually passed his St. Piercer to his son. Where is your courage, my son? I am ashamed of you. IT is not a fault to flinch away from a powerful attack, but IT is a sin for a god to lose your confidence on the battlefield. Take my arms and redeem your honor by slaying these insolent humans. Demonstrate through your actions that you will not allow this pathetic collection of failed gods to claim victory over you. Fight or live in disgrace. The admonishment lit a fire in Elkoi's heart. The Phase Lord's doubts and fears burned away. The powerful alien only had fury and indignation in his eyes. Chapter 62, 69 Lethality. "You are crazy," Patriarch Reginald Cross roared as he witnessed his adversary throwing away his strongest weapon. "Why would you do that? You have thrown away every chance of winning this duel." As he spoke, his Mars fired a furious salvo of resonance-empowered energy beams from the Arceus system and swooped in to slash the tireless engine's body with the whale-cutting saber. The tireless engine may have lost his main weapon, but he quickly retrieved a spare spear from his pocket space that was proportional for his current size and barely managed to block the heavy saber swing. The two powerhouses had been going at it for a while. The Mars had received more cuts and puncture marks on its armor. A few strikes from the Saint Piercers even managed to dig a little deeper into the torso armor, causing the Mars to suffer minor performance issues. Entire sections of armor plating had become compromised due to this powerful experimental weapon. While the Mars managed to elude more serious damage, the degradation of armor left these sections particularly vulnerable to follow-up attacks. The tireless engine was in a better condition. Though the upper-tier Lesser Phase Lord endured so many hits from the Arceus system and the whale-cutting saber that large parts of his fur had been removed, most of the injuries were proportionally only skin-deep. The physical resilience of the Facewater-empowered flesh was not trivial. The Arceus system needed to focus a lot of attacks on a single body part in order to inflict more serious damage onto a Phase Lord. Their outer skin and flesh practically functioned as an organic form of armor that was capable of withstanding a lot of attacks while preventing actual crippling damage. Try as he might, Patriarch Reginald was unable to concentrate on all of his attacks. The tireless engine had become small and mobile enough to spread much of the incoming blows across the surface of his entire body. Of course, much of the reason why the tireless engine was able to avoid receiving too much damage to his weak points was because he was constantly swinging the Saint Piercer around. As long as the Phase Lord launched a strike that had a small chance of hitting the Mars, the latter had no choice but to err on the side of caution and pull back in order to avoid getting impaled or cut in half. This was why Reginald didn't understand his adversary's latest move. Why would Gerard throw away his only means of effectively damaging the Mars and keep his body in decent condition? "You foolish false god. My incompetent son requires the Saint Piercer more than I. More importantly, I do not need to kill you today. I only need to delay you, and I can do so without my best weapon. I have already built up my reputation, but my offspring has yet to do so. I shall not forgive him if he does not acquit himself well. With his new arms, he has no reason to fail." The tireless engine actually cared more about his son than himself. "I will kill you for this," Reginald roared. "Without your super spear, you won't be able to hold me back. Whatever weapon you are wielding right now is not enough to deter my Mars." The Mars and the tireless engine clashed several times. The Ace Mech persistently circled around and swooped in for the attack. The tireless engine was able to parry the whale-cutting saber numerous times with his backup spear, but its lack of penetration power made it very difficult for the Phase Lord to launch any counterattacks. This was especially the case when the Ace Mech's Saint Kingdom still remained intact. Even so, Gerard still acted as if he was amused. It was as if he had already dismissed Patriarch Reginald and the Mars as a threat. "I do not fear you anymore, you foolish tiny false god in a metal machine. Before I arrived at this front, I received an abundance of warnings about the threat posed by ace pilots and ace mechs like yours. After fighting against you, I have discovered that the warnings are only partially true. Not all saints are as threatening." Reginald felt indigent not just for himself, but for all ace pilots. "Do not underestimate us. We possess the capacity to kill any Phase Lord, especially lesser ones like you. I will not allow you to belittle my ace mech. You cannot stop me from diminishing your lethality. Your hot machine may pose a danger against my incompetent son, but IT cannot threaten me. My divine physique is too large. Your machine carries so many weapons, but none of them are powerful enough. Even your large blade is too short to inflict more than shallow wounds on my body." In other words, the tireless engine felt secure in his bout against the Mars, because he was convinced the Mars lacked a killer weapon that could inflict crippling damage onto his true body. Though Reginald tried to deny this possibility, he was not delusional enough to deny this obvious truth. As much as he wanted to refute the insult, the ace pilot couldn't do so, because he held these complaints as well. There were times, when piloting the Mars, that he lamented the lack of strong killing of his ace mech. This was especially when he fought alongside other ace mechs that performed much better in this regard. Sure, they were mostly swordsman mechs or rifleman mechs that lacked the versatility of the Mars, but that allowed them to specialize their configurations until they became really good at making use of their primary weapons. The Mars had a lot of different weapons that it was like a cruder version of a first-class multipurpose mech. As proud and happy as Reginald was with all of the options he had at his disposal, none of them possessed enough lethality. He still had a few weapon systems left that he had been holding back at this time. The shoulder-mounted missile launchers of the Mars were filled with a mix of utility missiles and transphasic hyper-missiles that were quite destructive. Unfortunately, the missiles weren't lethal enough against a phase lord like the tireless engine. At most, they could blast away a lot of flesh and blood, but that was far from dealing a crippling blow against this phase lord. The shotgun had already been taken out of action, but even if the Mars was still able to make use of it, none of the shells were capable of inflicting strong enough piercing damage. Reginald had no choice but to conclude that the smug phase lord was right. His Mars lacked the raw killing power needed to land an immediate killing blow against the tireless engine. The Mars needed to steadily grind the phase lord down, but all of that cost a lot of time and resources that the ace mech might not necessarily have. In the meantime, the tireless engine could easily endure the assault due to his prodigious body and near-endless stamina. The phase lord was more than willing to throw away a part of his pride and dignity so long, as he was able to hold back the Mars from doing anything to his son. It was funny how the tables turned all of a sudden. Previously, the Mars tried its best to prevent the tireless engine from interfering with the other fight. Now, it was the Nuncer warlord who wanted to prevent the Mars from coming to the rescue. This had major consequences, as the Larkinson expert mechs were all forced to contend against a shamed but angry phase lord that was out to redeem his reputation. "My weapon shall impale each and every one of you. No human is allowed to escape my reach." The expert mechs were constantly trying to back off, but the reinvigorated faceless warrior utilized his mastery over space to warp forward and catch up to the fleeting machines. The expert mechs had no choice but to defend against spear-wielding phase lord and prevent themselves from getting struck by the St. Piercer as much as possible. The intuition of all of the expert pilots constantly set off alarms in their heads whenever Elcoy swung or lunged with his powerful new weapon. Though Elcoy was not as skilled as his father, he clearly received enough training in the spear to be able to utilize it effectively enough. Careful General. Out of all the expert mechs that harassed and attacked him so far, Elcoy reserved the greatest ire towards the Lionheart and its pilot. It was no surprise that the phase lord wanted to take revenge on this expert mech first. This was especially the case when he discovered that the white machine no longer performed as well as before. "Your life is forfeit, Larkinson." Just as the phase lord rushed down the evading Lionheart and attempted to impale its torso, the riot charged forward and thrust his spear into the flank of the Nuncer phase lord. There were not energy barriers in the way this time. The only defense in the way was the thick protection provided by the raiment, but the riot's transphasic spear easily punched through the layers and ultimately pierced into the flesh. The other expert mechs did not remain idle either. The blade chaser boldly flew behind the head of Elcoy and utilized its twin blades to savage the relatively fragile rear side of the Phase Lord's helmet. The Seaman and the Tiny Sea and teamed up to attack the rear side of the Phase Lord's armored body. By punching away at a particularly sensitive place on the backside of the faceless warrior, Venerable Vincent sought to spook the Phase Lord and divert his attention. The Green Axe, meanwhile, approached one of the rear limbs and began to hack away at the thigh armor with its massive transphasic axe. The heavy blows cut deeply into the armor and had already begun to dig into the thick alien leg underneath. These simultaneous assaults were not immediately crippling, but getting damaged in these places alarmed Elkoi so much that he had to pull out of his attempt to impale the Lionheart. Zeus. The Phase Lord released a powerful spatial blast that pushed all of the nearby machines away. Most of them were already close to losing their resonance shields, so they were much less able to weather all of the spatial hazards generated by their adversary. Though Elkoi wanted to resume his assault against the Lionheart, he already figured out that doing so was futile when there were 4 expert mechs that were metaphorically digging into his heels. The new Phase Lord was clever enough that he could attain better results if he targeted another expert mech. Watch out for his spear. He is turning on us. He wants to finish us first. All of the expert pilots already had a good read on Elkoi's speed and maneuverability. They were already moving their expert mech away in order to keep their distance against the so-called Saint Piercer. However, their intuitions suddenly spiked in alarm as the Phase Lord made a surprising move. He's purging his raiment. With the exception of his helmet, Elkoi abruptly shed all of his armor. It hadn't been doing anything too useful now that most of its Azure Shield generators had reached their limits. The layers of armor offered a bit of protection, but it was not enough against these expert mechs. The Phase Lord made a spontaneous decision to rid himself of all of these burdens. Now that his body had become free, the helmeted Phase Lord turned around with greater speed than before and thrust his Saint Piercer upwards towards the nearest expert mech. Iman. The Blade Chaser was not a slow machine, and it had already made good distance from its previous position. Unfortunately, the faceless warrior spun around a bit faster. Combined with the fact that the Saint Piercer actually had a lot of reach, as it was meant to be wielded by a slightly larger Phase Lord, the threatening spear tip made out of experimental alloys shot at the Blade Chaser Mark Roman II with the speed of a projectile. Though Iman tried to make his expert mech evade to the side at the last instant, it was too late. The tip of the Saint Piercer punched through the very weak resonance shield that was already on the verge of failing and easily pierced through the rear armor. The special spear turned out to be equally as effective in piercing through transphasic armor plating and continued to penetrate forward without encountering any meaningful resistance. Just an instant later, the Saint Piercer breached the cockpit, completely obliterated the human body sitting within, and pierced straight through the frontal armor of the defenseless expert mech. Every Larkinson pilot widened their eyes in horror as the sight of Elkoi impaling the Blade Chaser Mark Roman II through the upper torso became forever seared in their minds. Imuawun. Chapter 62-70, The Ties That Bind. Light years away from the Dukas system, the expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance had already become embroiled in their own battles against the invading aliens. More alien reinforcements arrived in the Arvest Lima system and had begun to make a persistent push against the fortified planet defended by the humans. Among the many mechs that took part in the defense of the star system, one of the most prominent machines aside from the Ace mechs was the Minerva. The valiant and feminine-looking masterwork expert mech reigned over the Larkinson mechs like a war queen overseeing her troops. With the living Sentinel mechs maintaining a protective formation around her expert command mech, Commander Kaesela Ingvar of the Larkinson clan continued to commandeer tens of thousands of living mechs. Each of the affected machines glowed with power as they borrowed a faint amount of true resonance from the Minerva. Their performance skyrocketed as a result. Each of them performed similar to quasi-expert mechs as their attacks, their damage resistance, and their other properties significantly exceeded their physical limitations. This turned the Larkinson army into one of the best-performing mech groups on the battlefield. Commander Casella and the cooperating Larkinson mech units frequently relied on this powerful approach to produce lots of results and earn lots of war merits in battle. Though the dramatic performance of the Minerva and all of the machines that glowed in dark gold attracted a lot of hostile attention towards the expert command mech, Commander Casella was more than capable of holding her own in most fights. If that was not enough, the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III or any of the other ace mechs on the battlefield would be glad to intercept any threats that the Minerva and her commandeered mechs couldn't handle by themselves. While the alien face fighters and warships that pressed onto the Arvest Lima system had numbers on their side, the defenders could still rely on a combination of superior equipment and fortifications to hold their ground. This meant that Commander Casella did not have to worry about an immediate collapse. She continued to remain confident as she fought back against the invading aliens and commanded her subordinates as best she could. Whenever she was fighting at her peak, she stretched her multitasking ability to the limit. She paid attention to so many variables that it was impossible for any ordinary human to keep track of so many moving parts. So far, nothing happened in the orbital battle that merited any special cause for concern or alarm. Yet, for whatever reason, Commander Casella had begun to feel slightly apprehensive starting from the morning she woke up earlier today. The faint sensation of unease did not seem connected to any impending disaster in the Arvest Lima system, so she dismissed it and focused on her more immediate affairs. The problem was that her unsettling feeling did not go away. It had always lingered in the background and steadily grew stronger as time went by. It started to make her more guarded and alert. What if it was a premonition of an imminent surprise attack by the phase whales? Though she did not have enough information to alert other leaders over her currently baseless concerns, she kept this uneasy consideration in mind, but did not allow it to disrupt her rhythm. As soon as the latest battle commenced, Casella naturally pushed this matter aside in favor of commanding and assisting her mech units as best as possible. Yet the feeling had never disappeared. Ignoring it helped to keep her focused, but she found it much harder to get rid of her unease when it abruptly grew stronger. For whatever reason, her concerns grew, yet she still did not know why. After putting a bit more thought in this phenomenon, she tentatively concluded that it was not herself that was the problem. Her concerns grew a lot stronger all of a sudden. Casella became a lot more high-strung. It was as if she was locked in battle against a predator that was powerful enough to chew up her Minerva. How could this be? Her expert command mech was positioned well to the rear. The native aliens were unable to target her battle partner from this distance. In addition, as prominent as her performance may be, the assaulting aliens had much greater priorities to deal with. It was not worth it for them to overreach in order to make an attempt at her life. Minutes passed by as Casella continually tried, but failed to discern the source of her unease. If she was not engaged in battle, then she might have been able to deduce the origin of her discomfort, but she did not enjoy this luxury at the moment. Any significant distraction in a large-scale engagement could easily lead to the deaths of tens, hundreds if not thousands of human lives. Casella was not irresponsible enough to let her personal issues inflict disaster onto others. She tried her best to focus on the ongoing battle, becoming more mindful of the fact that the alien face fighters were inflicting heavy casualties onto the under-equipped interceptors of the Starfighter Corps. The Red Fleet had the right idea by forming this new division, but the fleeters were far too stingy when it came to investing in quality starfighters. The inability for the Starfighter Corps to contain the alien face fighters meant more work for the mechs under her command. The Larkinson mechs frequently had to come to the rescue in order to prevent the starfighter units from collapsing entirely. As Kaysella did what she could to preserve the lives of as many human starfighter pilots as possible, her heart suddenly wrenched as if an enemy had stabbed her from the back. The interruption was violent and shocking enough that she briefly lost her control of all of her commandeered mechs. Though the expert pilot quickly recovered and made up for her lapse, she still felt incredibly distressed for reasons that weren't immediately clear. "What happened?" she gasped as she reached out to clutch her chest. Her heart was beating madly, and her mood was beginning to decline for reasons unknown. "What did I lose?" Kaysella realized that she became hurt. She became afflicted by a mental wound that was so severe that it would have affected her much more severely if she realized the cause for her escalating distress. Now that her mental anguish became a lot stronger, she was finally able to pin down the cause why she was experiencing this inexplicable ordeal. "It is not me, it is my brother." Only a threat directed at her brother could make her feel this concerned. To be honest, Kaysella hadn't actively thought about Amon for a while. Her brother wanted to develop his strength and prove that he could stand on his own by serving in another Mech force than the expeditionary fleet. Though Kaysella made sure to keep in touch with Amon from time to time, the physical separation between the two prevented them from remaining as close to each other as before. Amon was clearly doing well enough within the 77th Warborn Mech Division. General Ark Larkinson was a competent Mech commander, and while she did not entirely agree with his direction, she entrusted the Patriarch's uncle to keep Amon out of trouble that he couldn't handle. She was well aware that it was impossible to truly protect Amon from every threat. Piloting Mechs was inherently dangerous, and every battle could spell his end. However, with so many Larkinson expert pilots as well as Patriarch Reginald Cross fighting alongside Amon, Kaysella did not have any serious concerns about her brother's safety and well-being. At least that was supposed to be the case. For her to feel as if her heart was literally bleeding meant that something must have gone very wrong with her brother. Though Kaysella still tried to keep up with her responsibilities in the ongoing battle, she couldn't stop herself from diverting a bit more attention to what had happened to her brother. She tried to reach out to him with her mind. Kaysella and Amon had been very close for a long time. The two had even developed a mysterious bond of sorts after becoming expert pilots. Though the bond did not really make a big difference so long as Kaysella did not commandeer Amon's expert Mech, the two were vaguely able to sense each other's state. Right now, Kaysella felt nothing from the other side. "I need to know what happened to him," she said in a more desperate tone. She couldn't activate her comm and call Amon directly. Ordinary communications were locked down in war zones, especially active ones. The Minerva gave her battle partner a helpful suggestion. The living expert Mech had been tracking all of Kaysella concerns through the man-machine connection. "Ask the Golden Cat. The ancestral spirit will not refuse your request." That was a good suggestion. "Goldie." Nyeza. A small manifestation of the Golden Cat appeared inside the cockpit in an instant. The fact that the spiritual entity answered the summons so promptly was a bad sign. The cat's reluctant appearance was another bad sign. Commander Kaysella's mood sunk even lower as she received a second clue that something terrible had happened to her brother. "Goldie, tell me the truth. What happened to Amon?" The Golden Cat's ears drooped as the cat made a mournful yowl. "Naya." "Did he get involved in a tough battle?" "Naya." "Is he injured?" Naya. "Is he dead?" "Is Naya?" Several seconds passed by as Kaysella processed the response. Though she did not understand cat speech, she was able to feel the emotions conveyed by the Golden Cat clear as day. There was absolutely no ambiguity in Goldie's responses. That included the last one. Though Kaysella wanted to press Goldie for more confirmation and details, she was not a stupid expert pilot. The truth had become clear. To deny it was not only folly, but also an insult to her intelligence. Her body grew hotter while her eyelids shook. A wellspring of emotions surged from her wounded heart and surged into her head. Heat and anguish began to fill her mind as Kaysella unwillingly acknowledged the truth. My brother is dead. This should have never happened. General Ark told me he would watch out for him and keep him out of trouble. How could you fail to uphold your duty? What did you do to fail my brother so badly? Commander Kaysella regretted that she allowed her brother to leave her side. She just knew that if he remained within her reach, she would have been able to save him from whatever threat he faced. Yet because she was fighting in a completely different star system from her brother, she was unable to. Why is my brother dead? Why aren't you here to account for yourself, Ark? How can you call yourself a Mech commander when you can't save the life of a single expert pilot? Is his life that inconsequential to you, you callous jackal? I will never forgive you if you are to blame for my brother's death, Ark. Brother, if you are dead, then I will do whatever it takes to bring you back to life. I will break the boundary between life and death itself if that is what is necessary to revive you. This, I promise. Her vows, along with her overflowing emotions, was enough to send her over the edge. She smashed past her limitations and instantly triggered her second apotheosis. The Minerva suddenly exploded in power. No one in Arvest, Lima expected for an expert command Mech that was calmly overseeing the Larkinson Mech units in a comfortable position to trigger such a powerful phenomenon all of a sudden. Many people immediately recognized what had happened. It's the Sentinel commander. She broke through. Our clan has just gained its third ace pilot. This is a fantastic day. Hail St. Kaysella Ingvar. Hail St. Kaysella Ingvar. Hail St. Kaysella Ingvar. Chapter 62, 71 Aleha. From the moment the Minerva exploded, the entire battlefield seemed to pause for a moment. The attacking Orvans still fired their weapons at their human opponents. The defending human assets fought back just as hard. However, both sides seemed to pull back on their aggression a bit and refrained from making any overly risky moves as they began to divert a bit of their attention to the breakthrough taking place in the rear of human lines. The Minerva clearly underwent a mysterious transformation that caused her to become stronger and more solid than ever. Not only that, the living Mech gained an even stronger imprint of her increasingly more powerful pilot. Every human celebrated this phenomenon because it meant that the pilot had finally crossed a major junction in her career. Only the greatest and most valiant of expert pilots earned a promotion like this. For Commander Kaysella Ingvar Larkinson to break through on the battlefield definitely proved to all of her supporters that she was truly meant for greatness. She's still so young. First Tusa, then Isabel, and now Kaysella. What is it with this generation of the Larkinsons that enables them to race through the ranks and transcend into sainthood 2 or 3 faster than most other Mech pilots? I thought that ace pilots only had a realistic chance of breaking through when they have reached their 80. It has to be the age of dawn. Exotic radiation does something funny to all of these powerful pilots, and the Larkinson clan happens to possess greater expertise in hyper-technology and e-technology than others. No matter. It is surprising that the older generation of Larkinsons are letting themselves get overtaken by pilots who weren't even born yet when they had entered their prime. According to my intelligence, Venerable Benjamin Larkinson, General Ark Larkinson, and Venerable Davia Stark are projected to have the highest chance of breaking through, but the Larkinson clan consistently defies those expectations. There is a pattern to this madness. It has to do with their culture and martial traditions. The Larkinson soldiers are notably more daring and courageous than others. They have embraced the new elites program more enthusiastically than many other groups. It is not a surprise that their younger expert pilots manage to ascend to sainthood first, as their youth drives them to tackle greater challenges. They have not yet acquired the wisdom and temperance to conduct proper risk assessments. That doesn't make any sense. Commander Kaysella Ingvar is not known to be a risk-taker. The opposite is the case. She prefers to adopt more cautious strategies. Her approach towards combat clearly emphasizes loss mitigation over maximizing merit income. Just look at what her Minerva and her Mech units have done since the start of the combat. They have remained passive all this time. Ace pilots do not make any sense to us. We know far too little about them. What I do know for certain is that each and every one of them has deserved their rank. They are called saints for good reasons. Whatever the case of Commander Kaesela Ingvar's breakthrough may be, Red Humanity welcomes the arrival of another ace pilot, as well as a high-potential future god candidate. A breakthrough before she had reached the age of 50, at least, indicates an excellent combination of talent, opportunity, and discipline. Her chances of breaking through again in the following century are higher than many of her peers. What is the secret of the Larkinson clan? How can they produce so many saints? That is a good question. As many different parties continued to speculate on the cause of Commander Kaesela's breakthrough, the newly ascended ace pilot in question had just completed her highly eventful apotheosis. Many pilots would be happy to break through, not Kaesela. Although she had dreamed about this for many days, she was definitely not in the mood to appreciate her newfound power. This was because, for all of the power she and her companion's spirit had gained, none of it could possibly bring her brother. It's not enough. It's not nearly enough. I can't bring him back yet. I need more power. I need more techniques. I need more opportunities. It was impossible to bring a dead expert pilot back from the dead. Though Kaesela did not know precisely how her brother died, her breakthrough had multiplied her intuition and gave her a much more instinctive idea on what caused him to die. All she knew that her brother had somehow been put up against a Nuncer phase lord, and that his powerful adversary had impaled a massive weapon through the cockpit and torso of his blade chaser. There was no coming back from this. No ordinary life-saving miracle could revive an expert pilot whose entire body got pulverized and split into messy organic particles before being spread across the vacuum of space. Faint images and impressions flashed through her mind. Her special bond with her brother must have caused her to receive them, but her conscious mind must have overlooked them due to the huge strain of commandeering tens of thousands of mechs. Unfortunately, the distance along with other factors massively degraded the contents of her brother's last transmission. All she knew that her brother had somehow been put up against a Nuncer phase lord, and that his powerful adversary had impaled a massive weapon through the cockpit and torso of his blade chaser. There was no coming back from this. No ordinary life-saving miracle could revive an expert pilot whose entire body got pulverized and split into messy organic particles before being spread across the vacuum of space. It would have been much easier if his body or his head was still intact. Yet because that was not the case, there was only one conceivable way for Kaesela to bring her brother back from the dead. Time reversal. To be honest, Commander Kaesela Ingvar didn't know the first thing about manipulating the fabric of time. It was an extremely esoteric subject, and hardly any high-ranking Mech pilot ever got play around with this mysterious force. Human technology did not seem to possess any means to travel back in time either. She already deduced that if Red Humanity possessed this capability, people would have already taken action to prevent a lot of serious disasters. Maybe she was wrong. Maybe there was a branch of humans that did manage to master this mysterious capability. The general public just didn't know about it, as exposing this trump card would have attracted far too many enemies. Regardless, Kaesela doubted that she would be able to ask them to pay a massive price just to revive a single high-tier expert pilot. What about the aliens? There were so many different alien species in the cosmos. The phase whales were masters of space. Had they already made any inroads into mastering time? Time and space were connected from what she knew. Even if no alien species in the Red Ocean had mastered the power to travel back in time, then surely there must be one in Messier 87. The supermassive galaxy was so large and powerful that it was bound to be filled with native aliens that mastered all kinds of reality-defying powers. When Kaysella made this realization, she had set a powerful new goal for herself. She wanted to do whatever it took to travel to Messier 87 and find a powerful alien that possessed the capacity to reverse time or travel back into the past. Her goal in seeking out an alien time sage was not to ask for this mysterious being's cooperation. She was not naive enough to assume that a prideful and arrogant alien powerhouse would condescend to cooperate with an extragalactic stranger, even if she was willing to make serious concessions. Neither was her purpose to learn from the alien time master. She knew she was smarter than most of her peers, but that did not mean she could learn entirely different talents and disciplines from scratch. She had no confidence in her ability to learn and master anything related to a subject as difficult and abstruse as time manipulation. If she couldn't resort to these solutions, then there was only one feasible way she could bring back her brother with the talent and capabilities in her possession. She intended to take control of the alien time sage and force him to obey her whims. Command had always been her greatest talent and ability as an expert pilot. Now that she became an ace pilot, her ability to commandeer friendly Mechs and Mech pilots and bestow them with a measure of her power had become even stronger and far-reaching. Kaysella's multitasking ability had evolved so much that she felt she could commandeer the entirety of the Larkinson army if she wished. She could even reach out and commandeer non-living Mechs belonging to third-party Mech forces if she wanted, though the effectiveness would be much more reduced. It was not impossible for her to empower starfighters with her expanded capabilities. The newly ascended ace pilot did not feel she could do the same to warships, though. There was just something so fundamentally different about them that caused her command field to reject this very notion. Perhaps she could work on this limitation and remove it one day, but that would require her to commit to this, which she didn't feel like doing. Her command field did not just improve in terms of quantity. What she cared more was the quality of her empowerment ability. Just as she predicted, some, though not all of the Mechs under sway had received a power-up that made them practically on par with low-tier expert Mechs. Kaysella already instinctively understood that her new ability had only just begun to show its potential. A quick glance told her that her resonance strength had shot up to 130 lavers. This was enough for her to forcibly elevate just 35 Mech into temporary pseudo-expert Mechs. However, as her resonance strength grew, she looked forward to doing the same to hundreds, if not thousands of Larkinson Mechs in the future. She could also increase the strength of the empowerment if she wished. This was rather difficult, as she could only channel so much additional strength into weaker Mechs. Perhaps she might be able to forcibly elevate them into mid-tier or even high-tier expert Mechs one day. But her resonance strength not only needed to grow a lot stronger, but she also needed to master her commandeering ability to a finer degree. Kaysella could never accomplish this in the short term. She also doubted whether it was useful to force ordinary Mechs to perform so far above their normal level. The machines would probably fall apart and collapse as if they had gone through a particularly violent instance of forced resonance. In any case, all of the new possibilities that she acquired by ascending to the rank of ace pilot sounded fantastic to a command-oriented pilot like herself, but she didn't care about them as much as she should. That was because none of these abilities could help her bring back her brother. One of the fundamental limitations of her commandeering ability was that it only worked on friendlies. Whether they were Larkinsons or not, the other party had to be willing to accept her influence. There was no way to go around this limitation. It was far too fundamental to her philosophy and command style. Since this was the case, how could she possibly force the cooperation of an alien time sage from Messier 87 if they refused to be controlled by her willpower? I can't do it, but my companion spirit can. Isn't that right, Aleha? A large and powerful companion spirit emerged from her body. A winged snake covered by silvery scales majestically lit up the cockpit as she basked in her newfound power. Just as Commander Kaysella ascended into a saint, Aleja simultaneously reached the second major cultivation rank as well. Ssja. The most mysterious feature of this snake-like companion spirit was not her scales, nor her fluffy white wings. It was her mesmering yellow eyes. Aleja did not previously possess such dazzling spheres a few minutes ago. She acquired them due to Kaesella's strong and overwhelming desire to gain the ability to control her enemies by force during her breakthrough. Though Aleja's aura had grown a little more ominous due to this targeted mutation, Kaesella became pleased because she instinctively understood that her companion spirit successfully gained the potential to dominate the hostile and the unwilling. Together, we shall bring back our brother. Ssja. Chapter 62, 72 Divergent Saint Kingdom. Commander Kaesella, Ingvar, never felt so driven as today. Though she did not consider herself to be muddle-headed in the past, she admitted that she hadn't exactly set a solid enough goal or ambition for herself. Merely wishing to become more powerful or to become a better protector and supporter of her brother was far from enough. That may have been enough for her to advance to the rank of expert pilot, but ace pilots had to reach a higher standard. Kaesella actually found it to be ironic that the primary driver of her breakthrough had been her inability to save her brother and her nearly impossible goal of bringing him back to life. Previously, she often accused her brother for possessing a strong and frankly unhealthy fixation towards her. As much as she loved Iman, she did not think it was appropriate for him to dedicate his entire life towards her own sister. Kaesella was not as unaware of the rumors that others shared behind her back as they assumed. They admired Iman's strength, but also considered him mad. They accused him of having a sister complex and that he probably would have married her if the practice was acceptable. The worst part about these idle rumors was that Kaesella honestly couldn't say they were wrong. In the end, Kaesella finally understood where Iman was coming from. Her breakthrough to ace pilot had caused her to develop her own brother complex of sorts. There were many different goals to fight for. Kaesella wanted to fight for her brother. This goal had become so central to her psyche and willpower that its importance exceeded her loyalty to the Larkinson clan. That was not to say she was ready to defect from the clan on the spot, but if there was ever a conflict between her goal and her duty, she would not feel guilty in the slightest if she chose the former over the latter. Kaesella did not think that she would be forced to do so anytime soon. The Larkinson clan remained aligned to her own goals, and Vess was still the best Mech designer to upgrade and improve the Minerva. Let US announce your sainthood to the humans and aliens in the Arvest Lima system. Her battle partner spoke. IT is no longer possible for US to maintain a low profile anymore. Since that is the case, show everyone your newfound strength and command their respect. Kaesella knew that her battle partner was right. It was impossible for her to travel to Messier 87 even if she advanced to the rank of God pilot one day. She still needed to rely on the best of Red humanity to develop the necessary tech and supply the resources needed to build the device that could make the crossing. She needed to expand her influence beyond the Larkinson clan and build up a reputation among the elites of human civilization. Only by consistently proving her strength, her abilities and her value would she be able to forge fruitful relationships with the God pilots and star designers who could deliver her to Messier 87 one day. Time was precious. Her breakthrough to ace pilot had caused the Minerva to become affected by forced resonance, which temporarily elevated its performance to that of an ace Mech. Her eyes glowed brighter as she actively stretched her command field, the zone in which she was able to reach out and empower any friendly Mech within her range. Just as she suspected, her Saint Kingdom was much different from that of any other ace pilot. The best way to describe it was that it was an evolution of her old command field instead of her resonance shield. This was probably the defining property that set a command-oriented ace pilot apart from more conventional ace pilots. Kaesella knew that she had a choice to evolve her powers to specialize in strengthening her personal combat capabilities and empowering others during her breakthrough. She decisively committed to the latter without needing to make a conscious decision. She had chosen to become a commander, and she fully intended to see it through. What was important was that now that she had reached this level of strength, she had gained an unparalleled ability to command her troops, but sacrificed an opportunity to turn herself into a much more powerful combatant in the process. Any ace pilot could defeat her, and the Minerva if they were caught by themselves. Kaysella knew without a doubt that she could never fight at her full power ever again unless she had an army of friendly Mechs at her disposal. Becoming a commander had become a permanent part of her identity. One of the indicators of this profound change was the retention of her resonance shield. She still kept it, though it had become a lot more capable of blocking incoming damage. It simply wasn't the same as a traditional Saint Kingdom, though. Conventional ace pilots could exert their willpower onto anything that entered their domain, including enemies. They could sap the power from projectiles, slow down enemy face fighters, and induce fear in the minds of vulnerable soldiers. Kaysella's resonance shield only offered the more basic protective properties that she was accustomed to as an expert pilot. Yet what she gained in exchange was magnificent. Her command field had become so much stronger. She was able to track everything that took place in a much wider range than before. She was able to commandeer friendly Mechs at much further distances if she chose. She was also able to analyze and predict the actions of most enemies that entered her massive domain field. The Sentinel commander began to take advantage of all of these expanded capabilities. First, she began to commandeer almost all of the Larkinson Mechs serving in the expedition fleet. This not included the predominantly ranged Mech units that were located in the rear, but also the melee Mech units that were deployed closer to the front. Many avatars, sword maidens, penitent sisters, and so on became surprised when they felt the powerful influence of Commander Kaysella. The distances between the newly ascended ace pilot and the melee Mechs easily surpassed 100 kilometers. While that was not particularly huge in a large space battle like the one taking place right now, it was still a lot further than the dozen or so kilometers that previously characterized the radius of her command field. The melee Mech pilots of the Larkinson clan did not look a gift horse in the mouth. Even if they harbored ambitions to break through by relying on their own efforts, they were still very curious to experience what it was like to wield the power of a demigod. Perhaps they might even learn a few lessons that would help them gain a clearer understanding on what they needed to do master the same level of strength one day. Many Larkinson Mechs at the front began to light up just like all of the ranged Mechs in the rear. The latter had already been overperforming on the battlefield for a while now. The commandeered Larkinson Mechs not only attained much higher hit rates, but also coordinated their fire a lot more effectively, allowing them to take down targets much faster, but without wasting any unnecessary energy and ammunition. Once Kaysella began to commandeer thousands of additional melee Mechs in the more forward positions, their strength and fighting approach completely changed. Each machine easily wielded the power of a quasi-expert Mech. More importantly, Kaysella seemed to control them more directly, thereby causing them to fight as if the pilot possessed a large measure of her transcended skills and battlefield awareness. The Mech pilots in the cockpits of the commandeered Mechs voluntarily surrendered control to the ace pilot, so that their Mechs practically fought like perfect clockwork machines. It was beautiful. Their coordination was already pretty good, but once Kaysella took control of the Mechs, they moved in grand patterns that looked incredibly elegant and smooth from afar. That was not all. All of the machines that glowed in dark gold resisted a lot more hits and inflicted greater damage when attacking. They even weakened transphasic energy shields to a much stronger degree due to the empowerment of their space suppressors. All of these changes proved to be far too much to the elite Orvan face fighters that had been grappling against the Larkinsons for a while. Since the Larkinson army was among the strongest second-class Mech forces defending the Arvest Lima system, the predominantly Orvan invasion force had deployed much of their more elite face fighters to entangle the Larkinson Mechs. It was a sound strategy, as the Larkinson Mechs and Mech pilots had already proven their ability to trounce regular face fighter units. Though the Orvan face fighter pilots weren't necessarily skilled enough to match the Larkinson Mech pilots in skills, their more powerful interceptors were a lot more troublesome to fight against. Their mobility, their hitting power, their transphasic missiles, and their strengthened Azure energy shields caused them to inflict greater losses onto the Larkinsons, while not necessarily suffering too many casualties in return. This was especially when the elite face fighters always backed off and retreated when their Azure energy shields had dropped to 20% integrity or less. In many cases, the Larkinson Mechs were unable to finish off these cowardly face fighters, thereby causing their old enemies to return later with fully recharged Azure energy shields. The clever Orvan commander in charge of the elite face fighters relied on this tactic to force the Larkinsons into a grueling, drawn-out contest of attrition, which was their least favorite approach towards combat. As soon as Kaysella extended her power, the tables had turned. The elite face fighters no longer possessed a mobility advantage as the Larkinson Mechs were able to catch up to them. Not just the light Mechs, but the medium Mechs were able to intercept their interceptors on a wide scale. Once the Mechs got close, their space suppressors sapped the strength of their Azure energy shields, causing them to collapse after taking just a couple of blows from resonance-empowered swords and other melee weapons. After that, it was game over for the elite face fighters, as they had no ability to defend themselves once they lost their powerful Azure energy shields. The Orvan face fighter pilots tried to adjust to the much higher tempo enforced by their opponents. They began to fight more aggressively themselves, hoping that their counterattacks would successfully force the Larkinson Mechs to back off and abort their attack runs. It didn't work. The dark gold coronas that surrounded all of the Larkinson Mechs significantly amplified the defense of the machines. The Larkinson Mechs not only resisted a lot more attacks than before, but only backed off and fell back to the rear once they were on the verge of suffering serious damage. With a commander as excellent as Kaysella in charge, her timing was always perfect. Barring a few accidents such as Mechs getting hit by an errant shot from the primary gun battery of an alien warship, Commander Kaysella personally ensured that no more casualties fell among the melee Mechs. The stupendous performance of the commandeered melee Mechs practically caused the Orvan face fighter pilots to despair and lose all of their confidence in the battle. They are breaking. I'm not surprised, haha. They lost over half of their number in just a couple of minutes. This was a small but important victory on the greater battlefield. A hole in the enemy lines had suddenly emerged. The Orvan assault fleets hastily had to divert their reserves to fill up the gap and prevent the humans from exploiting this flaw. Though the quick response prevented any cascading failures, the Orvans felt anything but good about it, because the reinforcements were getting trounced even faster than the previous elite face fighter units. Surprisingly enough, that was not even the worst that the newly ascended ace pilot had inflicted upon the alien attackers. While Kaysella invested a lot of attention to micromanaging all of those Larkinson melee Mechs at the front, she had diverted even more of her power to the 35 super-empowered Mechs in the rear. She could only elevate so many machines to a power level that was equivalent to that of a low-tier expert Mech, so she had to choose wisely. This was why she decisively chose to bestow this awesome privilege to 35 Transcendent Punishers Mark Roman III. What was the meaning of introducing 35 quasi-first-class pseudo-expert heavy artillery Mechs onto the battlefield? The impact they produced easily exceeded that of all of those commandeered Larkinson melee Mechs. That was because the extraordinarily strengthened Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III were beginning to lay siege on distant enemy warships. Chapter 62, 73 The Power of the Small. Commander Kaysella Ingvar made a very calculated choice when she reserved her most potent form of empowerment to 35 Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III. Having commandeered many Mechs in the past, she knew that her empowerment was not entirely even. Weapons received a much greater boost in power than armor systems and flight systems. Though Kaysella noticed that her ascension to ace pilot had caused the other amplification effects to become more respectable, there was no doubt that the weapon systems of Mechs responded the best to her command field. Given this logic, it made the greatest sense to reserve her limited quota of super empowerment to the most offensive Mechs fielded by the Larkinson clan. 3 Mech models came to mind. They were the latest standard living Mechs published by the Patriarch in the Hyper generation, and the copies fielded by the Larkinsons had all quasi-first-class standards. She quickly ruled out the Larkinson edition of the Fey Fianna. The drone Mech was powerful, but it was also a machine that emphasized versatility more than anything. Its strengths were too scattered to make this model her first choice. The storm swords released by Caddies had been a smashing success among the sword maidens. Though they were not too numerous, each quasi-first-class swordsman Mech had proven to be insanely effective against the native aliens. Their iconic Stormbreaker greatswords were able to tear through transphasic energy shields like no other standard melee weapon in the Larkinson army. However, as powerful as the storm swords may be, their range was distressingly limited. They were pure melee Mechs that were entirely designed around the use of their giant electrified blades. The Orvans were currently throwing facefighter after facefighter at the commandeered Larkinson melee Mechs in order to prevent them from attacking more critical alien assets. While Kaysella could still proceed with super-empowering the storm swords, they would just proceed to chop a lot more alien face fighters, forcing the Orvans to divert more reinforcements to their location. This was not a significant enough strategic gain for her to waste her power in this manner. She had a much more suitable candidate in mind. The transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III that the Larkinsons had transferred to the nearby orbital defensive installations were more suitable for various reasons. First, their long-range attack capabilities enabled them to attack enemies across many distances. Their synergy with Ilvain even allowed them to feasibly target enemies that were located so far away that no enemy would have been on guard against the heavy artillery Mechs. There was no need for the transcendent Punishers to move at all, which made life much easier for Kaysella. Second, their attack power was the most pronounced at all. They were among the quasi-first-class Mechs whose pure attack power had reached the ceiling of what second-class Mechs were supposed to accomplish. Since her command field amplified weapon systems most of all, Kaysella was confident that she could firmly amplify their lethality to match that of first-class Mechs with ease. Sure, Kaysella was not able to do the same for their defenses and mobility, but it didn't matter because these factors weren't relevant for heavy artillery Mechs, unless they were being targeted and needed to evacuate from their positions. All of these reasons, and more, prompted her to bestow her souped-up version of commandeering to the transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III. The 35 closest machines not only glowed in dark God, but began to strike at distant starships with a vengeance. One of the most prominent features of the Mark Roman III was their shift towards modularity. They boasted 8 weapon hardpoints, each of which could fit 2 small weapon systems, 1 medium weapon system, or 0.25 large weapon systems. The Larkinsons mostly preferred to reserve 4 hardpoints to mount the infamous Devora cannon, and fill up the remaining 8 slots with weapons most suitable for the occasion. Currently, the transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III, equipped with a variety of secondary weapons, ranging from rapid-fire point defense Luminar crystal turrets to 4th-generation Luminar crystal cannons. It didn't matter to Kaysella, because she only super-empowered the transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III to make full use of their Devora cannons. The massive super-heavy high-velocity transphasic hyper-Gauss cannons were too slow and powerful to be employed against enemy facefighters. The transcendent Punishers had been using them to pound the defenses of distant warships in order to drive them away a little faster. Occasionally, the Ilvanen Mech pilots borrowed the guidance of Ilvane to target faster and more distant targets, but they refrained from doing so if there weren't any obviously good opportunities. There was not much point in doing so in a battle as large as this. The Transcendent Punishers needed to conserve their resources and make sure they did not invest excessive resources to produce mediocre gains. All of that changed once Kaesela empowered them far beyond the limit of her usual commandeering ability. The Ilvanen Mech pilots and their living mechs all became delighted when they gained such an immense degree of amplification that they truly felt they could fight on equal terms against other low-tier expert mechs. Although the chosen Transcendent Punishers still did not come close to matching the extraordinary firepower of the Amaranto, there were 35 of them at this time. There was a point where quantity translated into greater quality. Commander Kaesela herself did not exactly know for certain whether upgrading 35 Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III into pseudo-expert mechs resulted in this transformation, but she was eager to try it out and see for herself. Open fire. Thy will be done, Saint Commander. 35 resonance-empowered Devora cannons opened fire within a span of half a second. With Kaesela in control of all of the heavy artillery mechs, she was able to synchronize their actions to a superhuman degree. 35 super-heavy high-velocity transphasic hypergauss rounds surged from their muzzles and began to cross across the busy battlefield at a respectable speed. All 35 projectiles glowed with such dark golden vigor that they seemed to produce magnificent trails from one side to the other side of the battlefield. Their passage mesmerized many nearby humans and aliens, not fully understanding that their craft would have been completely pulverized if their machines suffered just a glancing blow from these rounds. Soon enough, the 35 rounds approached an already besieged Orvan cruiser that had already lost half of her segmented transphasic energy shields. The cruiser might not be as tough or massive as a capital ship, but the alien vessel performed respectably in the battle so far. She had withstood the attacks of hundreds of heavy artillery mechs for a while, and allowed her gun batteries to pummel numerous orbital defense platforms into shattered debris. Under normal circumstances, the alien cruiser was not afraid of getting his by a mech company's worth of Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III. The slightly outdated vessel was originally designed to exchange fire with other warships, so she was quite accustomed to enduring heavy firepower. This was something else, though. 6 rounds simultaneously struck a segmented transphasic energy shield that was already partially depleted. A single resonance-empowered round already struck the energy shield pretty hard, but when 6 of them slammed against it at the same time, the energy shield was not able to buffer the attacks properly, causing it to break when it could have done more. A short instant later, 12 Devora cannon rounds slammed into the segmented transphasic energy shield underneath, producing the same effect, but this time on a fully intact layer of protection. A short moment after that, 12 more super-heavy Gauss rounds removed the third and final layer, thereby exposing a momentary hole that led directly to the hull of the Orvan cruiser. Though the alien warship was capable of rotating her segmented energy shields to patch up any straight holes, the timing of the successive breaches was so tight that not even the automated systems of the alien warship was able to respond in time. 5 remaining resonance-empowered rounds went on to strike the hull in quick succession. Each of them practically traveled along the same line as they breached the hull plating and successively produced deeper craters into the structure of the alien cruiser. What was remarkable about this tightly coordinated sequence was that the very last resonance-empowered Devora cannon round just managed to breach the engineering bay and destroy the main power generators and other critically important parts of the vessel. The broad and upright cruiser began to suffer multiple explosions from her center, causing her hull to break into different chunks that flung in separate directions. What was that? How can that be? Even if these heavy artillery mechs temporarily gained the power of an expert mech, it is still outlandish for them to breach the defenses of an alien cruiser and cause her main power generators to explode. It's not just their power that is impressive. It is their perfect control and coordination that truly makes them shine. No alien cruiser or smaller is safe when she is empowering those heavy artillery mechs. The sudden loss of a fairly healthy Orvan cruiser caused significant trouble to the surviving alien vessels. The impact of this loss was much greater because it advanced the timing when the native aliens were forced to signal a retreat. The Orvans did not wish to overstay their welcome and suffer massive losses due to losing their numbers' superiority. If Commander Kaysella piloted an actual ace mech, she would have continued her current strategy and tear down other enemy warships. Alas, her current power level was mostly sustained by the temporary forced resonance state. Kaysella was already running out of time, since her accumulation was a bit shallow. She wanted to make the best of this gift while she still could, and she knew exactly how to make this happen. She set her sights further than usual and fixated on a phase lord that was fighting on another section of the extensive battlefield. The Trampler of Stars. The familiar Nuncer phase lord was a known presence in the Arvest Lima system. The alien apparently managed to redeem himself from his last setback and fought valiantly alongside the Orvans as a representative of the Red Cabal. The Trampler was especially good at clearing entire swarms of human mechs and starfighters. Due to his exceedingly high threat against the mainstay of human forces, it was practically mandatory for the defenders to dispatch an ace mech to block the Trampler's passage and keep the phase lord far away from any human small craft. Though the Trampler of Stars was not that great when fighting against ace mechs, he was still more than capable of lasting by assuming a more defensive posture. At this time, the Trampler of Stars had been enduring the attacks of an ace swordsman mech for a while now. The machine inflicted serious damage, but it did not have any way to speed up the teardown of the phase lord's energy defenses. Just like many other phase lords, the Trampler of Stars wore a massive raiment that generated additional segmented transphasic energy shields. It was due to this that the ace mech was delayed in inflicting actual damage onto its adversary. Though its relentless sword attacks enabled the ace mech to eventually strip the Trampler of his technological defenses, there was still his spatial barrier in the way. The ace mech's high-quality space suppressor may be weakening the strength of this barrier to a notable degree. It would still take a lot of sword attacks to actually deplete this layer of protection. That was until 35 resonance-empowered Devora cannon rounds struck at the spatial barrier. The rounds not only depleted a significant chunk of the integrity of the barrier, but also caused it to temporarily become more vulnerable at this section. Who dares to infera? St. Kaysella grinned from far away. I dare, fire. Another salvo of resonance-empowered projectiles struck the spatial barrier, despite the Trampler's attempts to become more mobile. Though each salvo did not weaken the barrier drastically, what mattered was that they continued to slam against the Trampler's defenses without interruption. The Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III fired their main guns again, and again, and again. As the successive salvos struck their mark, without any shots going wide, the Trampler of Stars began to panic as his true body would soon become vulnerable to all manner of attacks. Filthy Larkinsons. Despite his taunting alien words, the Trampler decisively turned around and attempted to flee to the rear of alien lines as fast as possible. However, Commander Kaysella's heavy artillery mechs continued to fire whenever they had a clear shot. The spatial barrier eventually broke, partially because it could not handle the strain of withstanding so many attacks that were concentrated on a very specific point. Subsequent attacks blasted open holes in the phase lord's raiment and began to dig into his transphasic flesh. Unfortunately, Kaysella was only able to land 2 entire salvos inside the phase lord's fleshy body before her forced resonance had run its course. Almost, Kaysella sighed in regret. We will get him next time, partner. Though Commander Kaysela Ingvar had become exhausted to the point where she needed to make an early retreat from the field, there was no one among the defenders who dismissed her prowess anymore. A lull occurred on the battlefield as both humans and aliens processed the rise of such a powerful command talent. Soon, a chant began to spread among the ranks. Saint Commander. Saint Commander. Saint Commander. Kaysela Ingvar may not be the only ace pilot with a command specialization, but from the perspective of the rank and file who already benefited from her commandeering, she was the only one who deserved to be regarded as a true saint among Mech commanders. Chapter 62, 74, The Strategic Value of Champions. When the Minerva traveled back to the Spirit of Bentheim that was located far to the rear, the expert command Mech received an honor guard of first-class multipurpose Mechs dispatched by the Red Association. That was on top of the fixed escort of living Sentinel Mechs that always accompanied Kaysela's machine. There were legitimate concerns that the native aliens might seek to end Saint Kaysela's life before she had any time to make use of her newfound strength and vastly expanded command field. As long as there was a phase lord out there that was willing to take a dangerous gamble, he or she could opt to make a precision teleportation strike and smash apart the Minerva now that she was at her most vulnerable state in years. The ascension of a new ace pilot among Red humanity spelled bad news to the native aliens. Ace pilots were very hard to deal with. Ordinary face fighters and warships practically stood no chance against their ace Mechs. The most they could do was to rely on overwhelming firepower and huge numbers to exhaust their saint kingdoms and drive their Mechs away for a time. The only proper counter to ace Mechs was to deploy other champion units against them. The native aliens did not have any direct equivalent to these powerful machines, so they had little choice but to deploy their phase leaders instead. It was true that the phase leaders among the major alien races outnumbered the number of ace pilots in active service. Nobody knew the precise figure, because not even the aliens possessed a full tally of all of the phase lords and phase whales that were still alive today. The problem with relying on these phase leaders was that only a minority of them were fully geared towards warfare. There were many phase lords that only made the risky effort to transform their bodies because they wanted to raise their status and increase their lifespans. These politicians, researchers, artists, and other highly placed dignitaries were not too bad in a fight, but they simply did not possess the training or the killer mindset needed to fare well on a dangerous battlefield. Then there were all of the phase whales that got bored of their long lives and simply decided to sequester themselves in their own obscure pocket spaces. One of the flaws of the phase whale race was that it was very individualistic. The phase whales had a very poor sense of community. The Red Cabal used to be a much less prominent club before the Red War forced the ancient phase whales to form a more organized form of resistance against the extragalactic invaders. While the Red Cabal successfully persuaded more phase whales to answer the call of duty, there were even more that remained completely ignorant that the Red Ocean had moved far away from the Milky Way galaxy. So many phase whales remained in hibernation and would not wake up until hundreds, if not thousands of years had passed. In short, the native aliens could only mobilize a fraction of the absolute number of phase leaders in the Red Ocean. This made the rise and fall of individual ace pilots and phase leaders quite important to both sides. Any small change in the balance could easily cause entire battlefields to tilt towards the other side. For example, the attackers and defenders of the Arvest Lima system already began to revise their calculations on the likelihood that the important strategic node would fall. Even if the native aliens were aware that it usually took a year or so before a newly ascended ace pilot received an ace Mech that could properly channel his increased strength, that did not offer enough consolation. Ace pilots still received the benefit of gaining access to a proper saint kingdom, though in a weaker form than normal. St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson still had to wait a few months for his Dark Zephyr to receive his much-anticipated upgrade, but already he had been raising hell on the battlefield. The same should apply to the newly christened Saint Commander, but the native aliens feared that her immediate impact would be even worse. This was because she was one of the rare command-oriented ace pilots. Instead of investing all of their power towards strengthening themselves and their ace mechs, they instead radiated their power towards their subordinates. Though exceptions such as General Ark Larkinson existed, Saint Commander Kaesela Ingvar was absolutely a more classical representation of this ace pilot subtype. What did this all mean? Kaesela essentially did not have to wait until her Minerva got upgraded to a super-duper fancy ace mech for her to start flexing her vastly expanded command field. Sure, her performance in subsequent battles wouldn't be as exaggerated as when she was affected by forced resonance, but she still posed a massive concern even if she could replicate just 25% of her previous performance. Once the Larkinson clan got around to supplying her with a proper ace mech that was fully attuned to her command field and other capabilities, the prospect of having to fight against tens of thousands of quasi-expert mechs and over 100 pseudo-expert mechs terrified the hell out of alien leaders and strategists. Suffice to say, the Saint Commander's name would likely show up on a prominent position in the alien bounty lists before the day had passed. Killing Professor Vess Larkinson may still be a greater priority to the Red Cabal, but eliminating Saint Commander Kaesela most definitely became a secondary priority to its strategic interests. As long as she developed her power over a few years, the amount of ordinary mechs she would be able to empower would only increase. Being able to qualitatively improve 100,000 mechs was already enough to completely turn around losing battles. The effective threat posed by the expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance would probably multiply by at least an order of magnitude, especially if her super-empowerment was taken into account. This meant that if the expeditionary fleet fielded 100,000 mechs and put them all under the tender care of the Saint Commander, the native aliens effectively had to behave as if they were facing a massive mech army of 1 million mechs. It could get even worse for the native aliens. The thing about ace pilots and ace mechs that they always had room to improve. Natural growth along with continuous technological advancements practically ensured that the Saint Commander would become smarter, deadlier, and more difficult to deal with over time. This inexorable growth would probably persist at a fairly high pace until it reached a plateau when the Saint Commander hit the infamous bottleneck of a peak ace pilot. By that time, the threat posed by Kaesela Ingvar would probably be so massive that she was only second to god pilots in her ability to smash all opposition and guarantee victory. Both the humans and the aliens therefore expected great things from the Saint Commander if she was allowed to live. The huge threat she posed to alien interests in the future caused her Minerva to become targeted by many alien assets. If not for the fact that diverting their attention to a retreating expert command mech would completely cause their lines to collapse, a lot more alien warships would have opened fire at the distant Minerva by this time. As it was, the reinforcing mechs and warships of the Red Association had moved in quickly enough to form physical as well as energy barriers around the precious expert mech. The R-ray warships also activated their warp interdiction fields at full power in order to block any daring phase lord from conducting any teleportation strikes. Numerous powerful aliens looked away in dismay as they observed that their window of opportunity had closed. The next time the Saint Commander reappeared on the battlefield, she would definitely receive more fixed protection than before. As the native aliens lamented the missed opportunity to take out such a powerful strategic adversary, the woman in question had fallen into her own thoughts. Any ace pilot in her place would have basked in her amazing performance earlier. The power they demonstrated when they were in the temporary state of forced resonance often served as a highly informative and aspirational preview of what it would be like if they piloted an actual ace Mech. Not Kaysella. Her main fixations centered around her brother. She knew that he died somehow, but she lacked any further details than that. She needed to know what happened that caused her to befall an accident that should have never happened. Though conventional communications were still blocked for obvious reasons, the Larkinsons had more ways to communicate with each other. The Minerva happened to be an inherent masterwork Mech, so Vess was able to connect to the piece of himself that he had imparted to his excellent creation and form a small spiritual avatar of himself in the cockpit. How did he die, sir?" Kaysella asked in a hoarse and morose tone that sounded a lot different from her earlier aggressive tone. "What did General Ark do to drive my brother to his death?" The avatar of Vess grimaced. "This is not the time and place to hold a conversation like this. I will inform you later once you are safely brought out of the battlefield and aren't interfaced with a war machine that can do a lot of damage. You also need to undergo a mandatory health inspection to ensure that your sudden breakthrough did not compromise your health in any way. Who knows whether you can handle the stress of learning what has happened? Please understand our concerns. This is also somewhat of a developing situation. There are deviant variables at play that complicates the story." Kaysella felt frustrated by the refusal to give her a straight answer, but as a Mech commander, she understood the arguments behind this decision. She could not fault Vess or the Larkinsons for being cautious. Her mental state had indeed deteriorated to the point where she may suffer a breakdown of sorts. "It's fine," she said. "I can wait, but my patience is limited. I will know the truth one way or another. I promise that I will be as frank with you as I can. I know you care a lot about this. However, the sensitivity of the information that I plan to share is so high that we need to wait until we can establish secure communications with each other. Perhaps the only way to accomplish that is to hold a face-to-face meeting, but that is so logistically troublesome that I will try to resort to other means." Kaysella frowned. All of this sounded suspicious. A more straightforward mission and sequence of events did not merit so much secrecy. She was already able to deduce that something abnormal had taken place that the Patriarch really did not want to leak to any third parties. If that was the case, then Vess' response became a lot more understandable. "Very well. I look forward to speaking to you, either in person or by remote. In the meantime, let's address your immediate future. Now that you have broken through, our design department will soon embark on the Minerva Mark, Romans II project. It should be the Mark Roman II, Kaysella said in a mild tone. My expert Mech has never received a major revision. She is still fairly new compared to the original 6 Larkinson expert Mechs. Ah, that is correct. Your Minerva is still in for a massive treat. So many technological advancements have been made since her original delivery that she will evolve into a much more powerful incarnation by the time our design department is done. In order to get a better idea on what direction we should take for her upgrades, could you please explain how your command abilities work after your breakthrough? There are many different kinds of command specializations. I need to know where yours is leaning towards in order to develop a clear vision for your future ace Mech. I can do that, sir. Chapter 62, 75-2 Extreme Poles. It took a while for Kaysella to summarize the extensive changes and improvements to her powers and abilities as an ace pilot. It didn't help that she was much different from Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson, who was the most familiar ace pilot to the Larkinson clan. Unlike Tusa, who was able to make his Mech fly faster, hit harder, resist a lot more attacks, and completely bypass any form of energy defenses, Kaysella's personal combat capabilities did not improve to such an exaggerated extent. I don't have a conventional Saint Kingdom, she explained to Vess. My resonance shield has remained the same in essence. It has only become more powerful because my resonance strength has practically doubled. Instead, my command field seemed to have become my Saint Kingdom. This is a fitting outcome, because the range of my command field is countless times better than any conventional Saint Kingdom. It also imposes a permanent limitation on me, because a command field doesn't allow me to exert my willpower in a highly concentrated manner. The spiritual manifestation of Vess nodded in understanding. I get it. The inverse square law still applies in this mystical phenomenon. It is logical to assume that your massive and stretched-out command field can only enable you to apply your power to a limited degree. You are basically trading range and quantity for quality. What about your ability to empower a limited amount of mechs to the standards of an expert mech? Can you only do that to nearby mechs, or can you bestow the same degree of power at the edge of your command field? I can do it, but I can already tell it will be more strenuous to me. My intuition tells me I will only be able to super-empower less than half of the mechs if I do so at closer ranges. It is best to reserve this new ability to ranged mechs if this is the case, though I think there is still value in bestowing this power to more distant melee mechs at key moments. The Larkinson army could accomplish a lot if the Saint Commander persistently super-empowered as many transcendent punishers as possible. But that would make other mech pilots jealous and resentful towards the lucky Ilvanans. Besides, as awe-inspiring as the firepower of expert mech-level heavy artillery mechs may be, other mechs could perform other amazing feats. Different jobs required different tools. Vess and Kaysella talked a bit more about the regular commandeering process for a few minutes. This was still the Saint Commander's mainstay ability, and one that could comprehensively turn a regular mech force into an elite mech force. What amazed both of them was the quantity of mechs and mech pilots that could be empowered at the same time. Kaysella's multitasking ability had reached stupendous proportions. I think I inherited a part of Titania's power during my breakthrough, Kaysella speculated. Back during my forced resonance state, I noticed that I was executing tricks that I previously delegated to the design spirit of the Minerva. It is as if I have learned some of Titania's methods and integrated it into my own power. That sounded incredibly interesting to Vess. It actually matched up to what happened to St. Tusa to an extent. Knowing that the ace pilots could pick up the specializations of design spirits made it a lot easier to predict their future ability set once more expert pilots broke through in the future. For example, the Riot, which most people considered to be an offensive mech, actually possessed a defensive design spirit in the form of Kalanxo. Once Venerable Orphan broke through, there was a considerable chance that she would gain an ability that enabled her to resist more blows as opposed to strengthening her own attacks. Whether this was good or bad, Vess couldn't say for sure. This was highly personal to the pilots in question. Vess figured that these sorts of advancements were still decided by the conscious and subconscious desires of the pilots in question. It was just that the expert pilots worked with the design spirits for so long that they had taken a liking for the abilities of the latter. It was natural for the former to gain the ability to emulate the latter's advantages, if that was the case. So your regular commandeering ability excels in quantity. Kaysella nodded. Yes, that is the distinct impression that I have received. I am not too familiar with the circumstances of other command ace pilots, but I doubt that their command fields or equivalents are as large as mine. I cannot say for certain, but I think that as long as I develop my powers in my current direction, the range of my command field will be able to encompass a light tower, if not several light towers. That sounded extremely impressive. The god kingdoms of most god pilots could only encompass a typical terrestrial planet and maybe a few moons at most. To be able to gain widespread awareness of everything in a space that could encompass entire suns and more was an amazing strategic advantage. At the very least, no enemy stealth vessel or other hidden surprises could remain undetected within the Saint Commander's enormous command field. Of course, conventional god kingdoms were easily able to utterly defeat most enemy forces within their sphere of influence. Kaysella's much more dispersed command field did not possess such exaggerated capabilities. I know that your command field already possesses two broad advantages. On the one hand, you can connect to different people and machines and essentially command and coordinate them in a highly unified manner. On the other hand, you can also empower mechs with your true resonance, thereby elevating their raw performance so that they can fight like quasi-expert mechs, if not greater. Which of these strengths do you favor more? Are you developing towards the Archistrategos or the Technomancer? These were the titles of the two most iconic command-oriented god pilots of the human race. Sure, there was also the army of one, but every Mech commander quietly considered him to be a heretic due to his complete refusal to command anything that was manned by humans. The Archistrategos and the Technomancer were much more representative of the apex of what Mech commanders could accomplish. They had become fading names in the Red Ocean, but still remained widely known and revered in the Milky Way where they still resided. Of the two, the Archistrategos was the oldest and most respected commander god pilot. He was only a bit older than the age of Mechs and pioneered the command specialization among high-ranking Mech pilots. His lessons paved the way for many other talented Mech pilots that possessed similar ambitions. The most noteworthy strength of the Archistrategos was his range. It was ridiculously large. The god pilot was already over 4 centuries old, so he had plenty of time to expand his range of control, but most people assumed that it could encompass pretty much an entire star system if his god mech was positioned close to the center. Among other command god pilots, the Archistrategos was actually not able to impart huge amounts of power into any single subject. Instead, he went all in on maximizing his awareness and coordination capabilities. He was the most perfect system-wide scanner to exist. Almost nothing could escape his notice. He could even track all of the individual specks of space dust that was soaring through deep space in an entire star system. Whatever Saint Commander Kaesela could track in her own command field, the Archistrategos was able to glean a lot more information in a much wider range. It was impossible for any enemies that were present in the same star system to hold many secrets against such a ridiculous god pilot. Combined with an ability to perfect command and coordinate the actions and maneuvers of any friendly or neutral assets, ranging from infantry soldiers, armed shuttles, mechs, warships, fixed defenses, and even monstrously large superweapons. The Archistrategos was able to control all of them to ensure they fought at the highest degree of efficiency. Suffice to say, the forces under the command of the Archistrategos could easily defeat 10 times, if not 100 times their number due to the difference he made. And that was without considering his ability to modestly empower all of those assets with his willpower. The Technomancer rose up later and developed her command specialization in a different direction. As her title suggested, the Technomancer very much fixated on machines. Unlike the army of one, she did not have an aversion to manned or piloted craft, so she was readily able to empower mechs, warships, armed installations, and more within her god kingdom. Her biggest limitation was that her god kingdom did not work at all with organic machines, or at least that was what everyone assumed. Saint Commander Kaesela's feat of turning 35 Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III into temporary pseudo-expert mechs was rather impressive, but the Technomancer could do much more back when she was just a junior ace pilot. Different from the Archistrategos, the Technomancer favored quality over quantity. It was well known that the range of her god kingdom was a fraction of her older peer, but that also made it a lot more concentrated. The Technomancer excelled at turning any crap machine into a peerless fighting monster. Her ability to empower any sort of machine to a ridiculous degree. Saint Commander Kaesela's feat of turning 35 Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III into temporary pseudo-expert mechs was rather impressive, but the Technomancer could do much more back when she was just a junior ace pilot. What really caused the Technomancer to gain a lot of respect was that her method of empowerment worked differently. There was a temporary component that disappeared when she withdrew her willpower, but there was also a permanent component that caused some of the mysterious upgrades to remain fixed. In other words, as long as the Technomancer empowered any machine for a certain duration, It would undergo a slow and permanent mutation that permanently made it stronger and better in many ways. What was strange was that the Technomancer did not fly around and impart her permanent empowerment effect on as many machines as possible. There were either limitations to this ability or other people were reluctant to accept this gift. One of the most credible rumors that Vess heard on the galactic net was that any machine that was deeply touched by the Technomancer became hers forever. They would always obey her command over others, without any exception. In any case, the Mech community usually tended to assume that the Archistrategos and the Technomancer occupied the opposite ends of a spectrum. It was easy to position most other command-oriented Mech pilots between the poles. When Vess mentioned the two famous god pilots to Kaysella, she had to think seriously where she stood in relation to these two extremes. "My development is strange," she said. "I would say that I am currently good at both. I suspect that I am stronger than a typical command ace pilot for reasons unknown to me. I don't occupy the middle of the spectrum. I occupy two different positions closer to the opposing poles at the same time." That sounded weird. "Are you sure about that? Conservation of energy still applies to ace pilots for the most part. Each of you has a limited reservoir of transcendent energies that you can allocate in different ways. For you to be able to become good at two different subspecializations sounds as if you are positioned right in the middle as opposed to what you have said. Maybe your judgment is off because you have never compared yourself to another Mech commander at the ace pilot level." Kaysella firmly shook his head. "I am not exaggerating or misjudging this. I have a fairly clear understanding of my own state. I do not think I have made any major compromises. I am becoming increasingly more certain that I have somehow gained the best of both worlds, or at least at this early junction. It is possible that this advantage will steadily diminish as my resonance strength grows, but for now, I suspect that I can replicate at least a part of the performance of the Antistrategos and the Technomancer when they had just attained sainthood." While all of this sounded impressive, Vess still looked confused. Where did Kaysella get all of her additional power from? Energy did not come from nowhere. There had to be a logical explanation for this. Was it her companion's spirit? Was it the design spirit of her expert Mech? Or was it her living Mech? Chapter 62, 76 Enfeefment. The Minerva had returned to the spirit of Bentheim by this time. Though Commander Kaysella Ingvar preferred to berth her expert Mech at one of the fleet carriers most of the time, the factory ship was able to provide the best care to the machine. Vess was not too worried about the Minerva's condition. Kaysella's breakthrough and forced resonance state was not that strong. On top of that, her command specialization meant that her machine did not suddenly gain the power to punch phase lords in the head or anything. The Saint Commander remained in the cockpit as she continued to discuss her gains with the patriarch of the Larkinson clan. The two had been trying to figure out the reason why Kaysella somehow became reasonably good at both commanding massive armies and super-empowering a small group of Mechs. So far, they had not come up with a more solid answer than chalking it all up to E-energy radiation. The red ocean is what I call a medium-energy environment. The spiritual manifestation of Vess explained. It is already a known phenomenon that high-ranking Mech pilots have become more powerful compared to their old galaxy counterparts, and it is not just due to differences in technology. There is just a lot more energy floating around in space that is entirely absent in the Milky Way. Those ace commanders in our former homes have to power everything by themselves, while you can borrow from the power of heaven. The power of heaven. It's another way to refer to E-energy radiation. Anyway, my theory is that one of the driving reasons why your command field has grown so ridiculously large at your current level of strength is because E-energy radiation is passively supporting its existence. Do you think that is the case? Kaysella furrowed her brows. I have not consciously thought about it, but your theory has merit. I cannot give you a definite answer as my command field is highly dependent on the tech integrated in the Minerva. Perhaps I previously ignored this factor because I thought it was filtered through technology. It is too soon to make a profound decision on this matter, Kaysella said. I have only just attained my current rank. I still have much to learn and discover about my changes and improvements. I also need time to rethink my development trajectory. My brother's death has prompted me to make changes in my life. Whatever the case, I think you have a choice on how you want to develop your command field in the future. Will you try to develop both directions as equally as possible, thereby risking the outcome that you will merely become mediocre in both, or will you favor one direction over the other? That was a very important question, and one that Kaysella did not wish to answer right away. It is too soon to make a profound decision on this matter, Kaysella said. I have only just attained my current rank. I still have much to learn and discover about my changes and improvements. I also need time to rethink my development trajectory. My brother's death has prompted me to make changes in my life. She wordlessly reminded Vess that he still owed her a full explanation about that. His spiritual projection raised his hand. Soon, be patient. I think a face-to-face meeting isn't necessary. We will just have to wait until St. Tusser returns from the field and becomes available to us. We can borrow his Saint Kingdom to hold a remote conversation in absolute confidence, so long as you do not mind if he listens in on our discussion. If you think that it is not a problem for Tusa to receive this information, then I agree with your proposal. He should be out in the field for at least several more hours, though. Even if our defenses have repelled the latest offensive push, his dark Zephyr is still expected to shadow the enemy and scout for any hidden movements. Then we will wait for his return. Vess smiled. In the meantime, let's talk about your new ability to super-empower a small amount of Mechs. It is clear that this is a distinctly different ability that deserves its own consideration. In fact, I think we should distinguish it from your regular commandeering ability by calling it in a different way. Kaysella looked pointed at Vess. Your tone suggests that you already have a proposal in mind. I do. You do not have to take over my suggestion, but I find it rather easy to understand and communicate. That is important as you will need to gain people's trust and acceptance if you want to super-empower them one day. What do you suggest? Well, this act clearly goes beyond regular commandeering. It should be labeled with a word that conveys a more extreme exchange of power and control. After a bit of thought, I settled on the word enfeoffment. Enfeoffment. That was not a word that Kaysella heard every day, but as a former member of House Ingvar, she was quite familiar with the concept. Enfeoffment is a term used to describe the transfer of ownership and possession of territory from a liege lord to a vassal. The female ace pilot said. It is usually used in the context of heads of state bestowing territory as well as noble titles to their ostensive vassals. Vess nodded. Yes, I know the word doesn't exactly match what you do, but the symbolism is a very good match. The advantage of referring to your super-empowerment ability as enfeoffment is that you can borrow people's existing associations and understanding to gain people's cooperation and reduce their fear of the unknown. It should also make the procedure more exciting to them, as we can use noble titles to denote their degree of empowerment. That caused Kaysella to look intrigued. Her clever mind already figured out his scheme. I see. You want to make the recipients of my super-empowerment more proud and satisfied by wrapping up my actions in ceremony. Instead of bestowing them with the power of a pseudo-expert pilot, I am enfeoffing them to the noble rank of baron or higher. Vess grinned. Exactly. You can dress it up however you want. I think that as your resonance strength grows, it should become possible to make your enfeoffed Mechs a lot more powerful, though probably in exchange for limiting the amount of machines that can benefit from this treatment. There will be times where you want to go for quantity, and other times where you prize quality. This is where adopting an existing and easy-to-understand noble rank system can convey immediate understanding and other beneficial associations. The Saint Commander did not entirely feel comfortable with this approach. There was a rather strong sense of deliberate manipulation through wordplay in Vess' proposal. However, Casella was realistic enough to understand that resorting to more obscure or convoluted terminology would only spread greater confusion. The greatest advantage of using enfeefment to describe her powerful new capability was that it gave the recipients and those that desired to enjoy this power strong desires. Everyone wanted to become a noble, even those that hated stuck-up aristocrats. We can use titles such as Baron, Viscount, Count, Marquis, Duke, and maybe even Prince to denote successive levels of enfeefment. Casella fleshed out his plan. Baron will correspond to the power of a low-tier expert Mech. For now, elevating Mechs to Baron is the limit of what I can do. But once I develop enfeefment further, I am confident I can bestow greater power to my enfeefed Mechs. You can also use the title of Knight to denote all of the commandeered Mechs if you want to adopt a more unified theme. If you think about it, from the moment you broke through, you pretty much became the queen of your own Saint Kingdom. The difference between you and other ace pilots is that your control over your kingdom is not comparable to that of your peers. This is why you have no choice but to project your power through your vassals. Vassalization implies surrendering control. Any mortal kingdom is never completely centralized. Casella. The sovereign must always rely on vassalization and delegation in order to manage everything better. While commandeering allows you to directly lead your massive army of knights, enfeefment should not only be more about bestowing power to powerful candidates, but also giving them the space to exercise their power in a manner of their choosing. I mean, what is the point of controlling human-controlled Mechs if you always take away all of their control? You may as well follow the example of the army of one if you want to control every variable. Don't forget that living Mechs are all unique and can think for themselves. Don't waste their advantages. Ves had to stand up for his living Mechs and at least persuade Casella Ingvar to give his products enough room to express themselves. Casella looked thoughtful. I shall consider it. Your argument is valid. I have not made a decision on whether to adopt your enfeefment scheme, but it is a good option. I have never truly seen myself as the queen of my own Saint Kingdom. It sounds overly dramatic. Ace pilots are all dramatic one way or another. You are so far removed from normal humans that you simply don't think like them anymore. This is a blessing as well as a curse. Just embrace it. This is your true nature. Trying to repress your eccentricities will probably hinder your growth. Doing the opposite and expressing your urges more freely will probably be better for your development in the long run. Just think about all of the people who eventually made it to God Pilot. There is absolutely no normal human among them. They all rank at the top in terms of eccentricity and weirdness. He made another good argument. Casella was not the sort of pilot who liked to express everything in the open. Her nature as a commander encouraged her to keep much of her thoughts and feelings to herself. She preferred to present a restrained and carefully cultivated image of herself to the public. However, now that she had reached a stage of her development where she needed to become more powerful and high-profile in order to realize her ambitions, perhaps a radical switch was in order. The Saint Commander actually began to adopt a more favorable attitude towards enfeefment. Dressing up the tiers of empowerment in noble titles could do much to distinguish herself from other ace commanders, not that there were that many of them in the first place. She even had a candidate for the only pilot who deserved to be crowned king. No one else, but her brother deserved to reign as a co-ruler of her own Saint Kingdom. As long as Iman remained absent, then the crown of the king would always remain unused. I think I shall take up the mantle of queen of my own Saint Kingdom, she decided. Good. Please think more about your development direction going forward. Whether you want to field a vast army of knights, build up a thriving court of aristocrats, or find a balance between both, it is better to make up your mind sooner rather than later. My wife and I can precisely plan, configure, and design the Minerva Mark Roman II according to your choices. It is very troublesome to change this later. I can think of multiple different ways to enhance your machine's effectiveness in all of those possible scenarios. Can you give an example, sir? Well, one of the major advancements of my 6th-generation living Mechs is the ultimate module. If you intend to invest heavily in commandeering, I can probably figure out a way to make the ultimate module detachable. It may be possible to use it as a beacon to extend your command field beyond its usual range. Maybe you can even deploy your command field in 2 different locations at once. That certainly sounded a lot more intriguing to Kaysella. The tactical and strategic value of being able to deploy her command field beyond the radius of her Minerva opened up a lot of interesting possibilities, such as empowering a flanking force that attacked from a completely different direction. Chapter 6277, The Retelling. Time continued to pass by as the latest offensive push against Arvest Lima V receded. This time, the native aliens clearly lost more than they gained. They knew that they couldn't topple the defenses of the fortified planet in a single massive assault, so they sought to launch periodic attacks in order to exhaust and deplete the human defenders over time. This time, the predominantly Orvan forces clearly suffered greater casualties than their human adversaries. Too many Orvan face fighters got shredded by the souped-up Larkinsons and their allies. Even though the mass commandeering of so many Mechs of the expeditionary fleet only lasted for a limited time, the damage they inflicted on the regular and elite Orvan face fighters was massive. This was because the native aliens couldn't field nearly enough strike craft in the field that could fight on roughly equal terms to any machine that had been temporarily elevated to quasi-expert Mech standards. The 35 and fiefed Transcendent Punishers Mark Roman III also shifted the strategic balance through their amazing firepower. The native alien attackers never accounted for their devastating impact. Their assault fleets had to plug the gap of the early retreat of a cruiser and also had to make other sacrifices to compensate for the premature withdrawal of the Trampler of Stars. In the end, by the time the Saint Commander exhausted her breakthrough energies and gloriously returned to the spirit of Bentheim, the outcome of the latest clash had already been decided. Plenty of harassment and secret maneuvering took place after that. Both sides sought to set themselves up for the next collision by planting stealth probes, listening devices, hidden bombs, and other nasty surprises onto each other. Extremely fast and maneuverable ace mechs that could utilize their Saint Kingdoms to detect and mark any hostile devices were worth their weight in face water during these phases. The highest commander in the Arvest Lima system made heavy use of both the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III as well as the Jetta Sandovar piloted by Saint Marissa Lewandowski to sweep up as many alien gifts as possible. Once the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III finally returned to the expeditionary fleet and entered one of the more private hangar bays of the Spirit of Bentheim, St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson had become mentally fatigued. As hardy and persistent as ace pilots may be, even Tusa could become bone-tired after flexing his Saint Kingdom for hours on end. He wanted to do nothing more than to return to his opulent and well-protected suite and collapse onto his luxuriously soft and bouncy bed. Yet he could not do so yet. He still had a mission to complete, and it was one that he was especially keen to fulfill. His expression inside his cockpit remained firm as he gently instructed his machine to stride across the deck and enter one of the private workshops buried deep in the center of the factory ship. It was here where the Minerva had stowed herself after her return from the field. The private workshop, where Vess and Gloriana had once birthed multiple masterwork mechs, was the most secure location on the capital ship. The security level here surpassed that of the bridge, the main engineering bay, and even the grand staterooms. As the two living expert mechs came face to face with each other, it became clear that the two machines had become a lot more equal than before. In past reunions, the Dark Zephyr clearly towered the other Larkinson expert mechs in terms of aura, prestige, and inner strength. The distance between the two machines had become a lot more reduced now that both of them received the baptism of forced resonance and became the chosen steeds of two awe-inspiring ace pilots. The two living mechs had already begun to communicate in private through a hidden branch of the Larkinson network. The Dark Zephyr had much to teach the Minerva about what she needed to pay attention to now that she became the fortunate carrier of a saint. From the perspective of living Mechs, the relatively quick ascension of the Saint Commander also provided a massive benefit to their group. The Minerva had been voted in as the first head of the Hidden Anima Order. Though she was favored by other living Mechs due to her intelligence and her policies, the strength and authority she gained from hosting a powerful ace pilot could do wonders in elevating her leading position and securing the obedience of every living machine. Neither of the two living Mechs divulged any of their discussions to their respective pilots. The business of the Anima Order had to remain secret by necessity. Its exposure through any leaks would deal a huge blow against the interests of living Mechs. The current political climate in human civilization was not yet ready to welcome the rise of self-thinking, semi-autonomous, and politically active living Mechs. Even though the two ace pilots could definitely tell that their battle partners were conferring among themselves in secret through their Saint Kingdom, they dismissed it as the typical private chatter between living machines. They had much greater concerns in mind at the moment. Saint Tusa had retracted his Saint Kingdom to the point where it encompassed the boundaries of the private workshop and made sure that no spies or listening devices could leak anything to any third parties. "This place is as secure as I can make it," Tusa spoke after a few minutes. "This workshop is surrounded by a lot of complicated machinery. I don't have the faintest idea how they work, but I have made sure to isolate them from any conversations that happen inside the cockpit of the Minerva." The spiritual projection of Vess nodded in satisfaction. "I guess that is good enough. The Mechers are present in this star system, and I have no doubt that they have extensively bugged the spirit of Bentheim. It is in their nature to spy on other humans. You can't stop them any more than you can stop the native aliens from waging war against us. I don't think they can circumvent your Saint Kingdom unless they employ extremely exclusive tech or dispatch a god pilot. Neither of the two possibilities are realistic, as the spirit of Bentheim simply doesn't merit such a heavy investment. It is also a massive breach of trust for them to bring the big guns against our clan." "Enough," Saint Commander Kaesela Ingvar spoke up. "I have tolerated these hours for far too long. I have resisted the urge to rest so that I may learn the fate that has befallen my brother." Saint Tusa also expressed a lot of curiosity towards what had happened to the other Larkinson expert pilots. "I wish to know as well. As the first saint of the Larkinson clan, I think I am entitled to know the truth." "Both of you will have it. I can promise you that," Vess frankly spoke. "I may have to obfuscate certain facts that are inconvenient to share with the two of you, but I can guarantee you that anything solid is truthful." "We shall see." Kaesela reserved her judgment. Vess did not delay any further. The events in the Ducast system had already concluded long enough for him to obtain a clear understanding of the timeline and the many consequences of the risky operation. "Well, let me begin at the start. As you are already aware of, the 77th Warborn Mech Division is assigned to guard the Ducast system, which is located in the same middle zone as the Arvest Lima system. In order to convey a complete accounting, Vess introduced the general circumstances and provided the necessary context to allow both ace pilots to understand General Ark's decision to embark on a risky operation. Both Tusa and Kaesela frowned when they understood the underlying motivations for this operation. They were both ace pilots, so they keenly understood that Ark deliberately set a pitfall for himself in the hopes that the challenge of escaping it would force him to push past his limits. "I do not necessarily disagree with the decision to raid Ducast Roman 11. Kaesela frowned. "General Ark's motivations are sound. What I have a problem with is the haste and lack of preparations. Ark has neglected to properly scout and collect enough pertinent intelligence on the alien staging point. He has demonstrated that he would rather grasp opportunities that come with a great amount of uncertainty than to do his due diligence and incur the risk of returning empty-handed." She clearly possessed a more cautious stance on this matter than General Ark. This reflected their fundamental differences on the matter. The spiritual projection of Vess sighed. Ark gambled and lost. Let me explain what happened up to the point where your brother got felled. Vess carefully retold the sequence of events. He even exercised his spiritual manipulation abilities to produce a simplistic map that displayed the movements of different elements. The Mars and the tireless engine had been dueling against each other a short distance away, while the remaining expert Mechs sought to punch through the blockade formed by the Gerard fleet and raid all of the depots and warehouses on the surface. Nothing happened during these preceding phases that alarmed Kaysella. That did not mean she was happy about the reckless decision to venture to the surface of Ducast Roman 11 in the complete absence of the rest of the Mechs of the 77th Warborn. Kaysella understood that bringing them alone would have merely generated mass casualties among the normal soldiers. But if this was the only other alternative, then it was bitter to call this ill-conceived operation off. General Ark ignored far too many warning signs early on, from disregarding the setback of getting discovered before the start of the raid to struggling to overcome a large quantity of experimental face fighters. Just as Kaysella anticipated, the operation immediately went pear-shaped as the Larkinson expert Mechs attempted to make their way out and escape the clutches of the Gerard fleet. How can any of us miss the impending arrival of a second phase lord? Kaysella critically questioned. Shouldn't the Mechers be on top of monitoring the movements of such powerful enemies? Vess let out a sigh. I have no good explanation for this. It is true that it is a massive intelligence on the part of the Red Association, as well as the 77th Warborn Mech Division, to overlook the approach of a phase lord, even if he is among the weakest of his kind. And what about Ilvain? Why hasn't the Great Prophet done his job and given us advance warning that my brother would die in this operation? Whoa there. Calm down, Kaysella. Ilvain may be able to predict the future, but his future sight is extremely limited. He cannot properly predict the future of powerful individuals such as Patriarch Reginald and the tireless engine, because he is not strong enough to do so. He is also only able to see possible futures that may or may not come true. There is always a chance that Amon would die in every battle he takes part in. Sometimes, the probability is greater than usual, but the outcome is never truly certain until an event has already happened in reality. Our clan has participated in many battles in the past that could cause our future to diverge in radically different directions, depending on who lived and died. Each time, Ilvain is able to predict the possible fall of myself, Venerable Joshua, or the spirit of Bentheim, but he can only ever judge their probabilities, not the eventual outcomes. In other words, Ilvain was of very limited use in these situations. The strength of his predictive capabilities was not strong enough to essentially issue a deterministic verdict of a future that was absolutely guaranteed to happen. Perhaps he might gain this power under limited circumstances when he grew strong in the future, but that was a very distant prospect. The Saint Commander was not entirely unreasonable about this. She understood Ilvain's limitations quite well as she had commandeered, and more recently enfiefed plenty of Ilvain Mechs. Please continue, sir. I can sense his moment of death is not far away from this point. What happened that caused him to be left vulnerable and without anyone coming to his rescue? Well, Chapter 62, 78, A Chain of Bad Decisions. The air in the private workshop inside the spirit of Bentheim grew heavier and more charged as Vestail approached the death of Kaysella's brother. The two ace pilots might not be too old or experienced, but their transcendent power granted them an excellent understanding of the ebb and flow of battle. This was especially the case for a command specialist such as St. Kaysella. The crude map generated by Vess was lacking in a lot of detail, but Kaysella skillfully made a lot of inferences that allowed her to more accurately reproduce the progression of the running battle in her mind. Many risk factors clearly stood out to her. If General Ark weighed the risks like a reasonable commander, then he would have already aborted this operation from the moment the R-ray stealth carrier got discovered. Sure, it had been necessary for the Mars and the expert Mechs to deploy into space in order to destroy the hidden Archie ship and prevent the Gerard fleet from hunting down the stealth vessel. But this was still a lot safer than to proceed headlong into enemy territory. What Kaysella found especially painful was that by the time the Mechs detected the approach of a second enemy phase lord, it was already too late for the Larkinson expert Mechs to make an easy retreat. Vess slowly retold the sequence of combat, making sure to be careful and precise with his words. The surviving Mechs from this operation debacle retained detailed logs and recordings of the running battle, but it was irresponsible to transmit them over the galactic net or any remote communication method for that matter. When he finally came to the key juncture, where the younger phase lord purged his armor, took advantage of his reduced burden and turn around at a much faster rate than he had shown before, both Tusa and Kaysella could predict what happened next. These ryments do indeed weigh down their wearers, Tusa spoke. When you fight against them for a time, it is difficult to keep in mind that they can actually move faster if they do not have to drag along thousands of tons of alloys. This Elkoy is quite sharp by giving up his armor during this critical instance. The timing couldn't have been better. Ark had failed to take out the phase lord with his overcommitted attack, and all of the other expert Mechs were still very close as they sought to take advantage of the distraction. Perhaps the greatest fault that Rosa Orphan and the others have made during this instance was to put too much trust in their leader. They failed to hedge against Ark's failure. Kaysella looked pained. Her brother didn't have to die despite this setback. Venerable Iman Ingvar could have saved his life if he held back a bit and assumed a more cautious posture. He didn't have to charge straight towards the rear of the faceless warrior's head and gamble on whether he could land a killer blow on the phase lord. As his sister, Kaysella understood Iman well enough to deduce that he wanted to get lucky. He was waiting for Ark to land a crippling blow that stripped Elkoy's defenses, but did not kill him outright. It was unreasonable for a single attack, even one as powerful as the cleansing light in Giant Slayer mode, to cut down a phase lord right away. That was why the Riot, the Blade Chaser Mark Roman II, the Seaman and the Green Axe positioned themselves around Elkoy. They were ready to deliver the follow-up attacks once General Ark had exhausted the awesome power of his magnificent attack. It was too bad that Ark fell short at the end. He had succeeded in that he had blown apart the energy defenses of the enemy phase lord. He had also failed as his plasma sword failed to burn through the enemy's raiment and inflict a painful blow on the phase lord's true body. Due to this specific outcome, Elkoy lost much of his defensive buffer, but still maintained his full offensive potential. From the moment he grasped the St. Piercer, the expert pilots should have withdrawn and sought to evade confrontation at all cost. It had been far too reckless for them to think about taking away the phase lord's life when he wielded a weapon that had already proven deadly enough to pierce through Saint Kingdoms as if they were nothing. The Blade Chaser Mark Roman II had no chance, Vess unequivocally said. As a Mech designer, I have witnessed its performance against the Mars. It doesn't really matter who wields this weapon. As long as the wielder is large enough and possesses enough skill in spearmanship, he or she can easily tear through anything. The Mars is a much tougher machine to crack, and it has incurred many nasty tears to its armor system. The Blade Chaser Mark Roman II armor system is not nearly as good, and Elkoy is just good enough with polearms to be able to deliver a strong and accurate thrust through the back of the expert Mech and into the cockpit. Elkoy knew enough about human Mechs to understand the most effective way to take them down. He did not foolishly target the head of the Blade Chaser Mark Roman II, nor try to stab in the very center of the torso. Eliminating the cockpit was the most certain way to defeat not just the machine, but also the human that controlled its movements. Kaysella had fallen silent as she processed the reasons why her brother died at this junction. There were so many things that he and the others could have done to prevent this fatal outcome. If she was there, she would have never let this farce drag to this point. There was no way her brother would have died if she was in charge. Seeing that Kaysella was not in the mood to talk, Tusa opened up his mouth in an attempt to keep a conversation going. I can see why Elkoy chose to target the Blade Chaser most of all, Tusa said. If I was in the Phase Lord's place, I would have tried to attack the Lionheart first, especially after it had clearly lost a lot of power. However, since it is necessary to close the distance in order to target the Lionheart, it is better to turn around and target the other expert mechs. Targeting the Blade Chaser makes the most sense. It is closest as it sought to target the Nuncer Phase Lord's head as opposed to his massive rear body. The Blade Chaser was also in the worst position to escape the reach of Elkoy's new weapon. As long as the Phase Lord spun around fast enough, Iman's mech should still be well within reach. The Blade Chaser was just begging to get impaled from the back at that point. Maybe it would have made a greater difference if Iman did not turn around in an attempt to flee. Kaysella grimaced deeper. There were so many possible decisions that her brother and the other expert pilots could have made that could stave off this specific outcome. If her brother hadn't been so greedy to target the Phase Lord's head, thereby earning a lot more ire from Elkoy than the others, the Phase Lord might have chosen to impale another expert mech instead. If the other expert mech, such as the Riot and the Seaman, hadn't placed themselves so much further away, they had already escaped the reach of the Saint Piercer by the time the Phase Lord around. The Blade Chaser wouldn't have stood out so much. Kaysella's powerful mind couldn't help but fixate on the huge number of what-ifs that were beginning to overload her expanded cognition. Calm down, Kaysella. Tusa barked and flared his Saint Kingdom a bit, allowing him to shock the distressed Saint Commander from her unhealthy preoccupation. Your brother doesn't want you to burn up your brain by obsessing over his demise. He wants you to live. Do not dishonor his sacrifice by defying his earnest wish. Those were the right words to say to the Saint Commander. As smart and thoughtful as she was most of the time, there was still a human inside the powerful ace pilot. That lingering human vulnerability could have caused the Larkinson clan's latest saint to self-destruct before she could be put to good use. Though Kaysella found it impossible to completely stop thinking about her brother's death, the forceful push from Tusa at least brought her back to relative sanity. Thank you, Tusa. I needed that intervention, she softly said before turning to Vess. Please tell me what happened next. What happened to the killer of my brother? Did the Larkinsons manage to retrieve the wreck of his expert mech? Did the Warborn at least manage to pry the Saint Piercer from the Nuncers? Vess remained for a few seconds before he began to clarify what happened next. All of the expert pilots had fallen in shock at that time. They could not accept that one of their own had gotten killed in such a quick and brutal fashion. The Blade Chaser's resonance shield may have been on the verge of collapse at that point, but its shield generator and armor system is still decent, if a bit outdated. In most situations, an expert mech should still be able to remain functional after suffering a heavy blow from a relatively weak lesser Phase Lord. Not this time. The Saint Piercer is such an effective weapon that it has invalidated all of the defenses of the expert mech. The expert pilots hadn't fully understood the implications of this, so they froze while Elkoy proudly lifted up his weapon and showed off the expert mech that he literally speared through the back. What happened next? Well, before Elkoy could shake the Blade Chaser from his fancy new weapon and turn it against the other Larkinson expert mechs, Patriarch Reginald Cross forcibly intervened. The Mars had deliberately pushed away from the tireless engine and approached Elkoy so quickly that his Mars ended up colliding against the younger Phase Lord's exposed body. The son of Gerard not only received a heavy bruise against his flank, but also got pushed away, preventing him from claiming a second expert pilot. The Mars was able to disengage from the tireless engine because the older Phase Lord no longer held the Saint Piercer anymore. Just as the Mars lacked a powerful killing weapon against its adversary, Gerard also lacked the power to inflict a decisive killing blow onto the Ace hybrid mech. Of course, the tireless engine grew very angry about the fact that he had been dismissed, and already started to close in on the Mars. "Get out of here," Patriarch Reginald Cross roared over the communication channel. "This battle is over. Run and don't turn back. I will hold these enemies as much as possible. Don't wait for me. I can make my own way back to Ducast Roman 7. It seemed very uncharacteristic for Patriarch Reginald to show so much care and consideration for others, but even he could not remain unmoved by the death of a high-tier expert pilot from the Larkinson clan. "Hell no," Venerable Vincent defiantly shot back. "We can't let Elcoy get away with killing one of our own. I don't want to let these filthy aliens bask in their victory over us. We need to avenge my friend's death." Venerable Rosa, orphan, also had misgivings about an immediate withdrawal. "We need to take back the Blade Chaser. Iman is dead, but his living Mech still lives on. We can't allow his battle partner to fall in the hands of the native aliens. We should take away the Saint Piercer as well. If we bring it back and hand it over to the Mechers, they can research this experimental weapon and develop counters that can prevent others from suffering the same fate." "No," General Ark struggled to speak through his complex mood. He could procrastinate later. "We cannot take any further risks. Letting the aliens keep Iman's Mech and the Saint Piercer is bad for many reasons, but we do not have the luxury to fulfill these objectives. We are at a heavy disadvantage. We cannot resist two Phase Lords as well as the entirety of the Gerard fleet at once. Listen to our only ace pilot and flee." Though the pilots were split on their goals, they were professional enough to understand that the worst possible outcome was to remain divided on the battlefield. In situations like these, it became imperative to obey the orders of the highest-ranking officer, unless it was clearly idiotic or illegal. The risks of persisting in the battle were far too great at this point. The safest option that best preserved the lives of the remaining Mechs and Mech pilots was to give up and run away. That was what they did in the end, Vess softly said. It is clear that Venerable Vincent and Venerable Orphan really wanted to stick around and take back the Blade Chaser at the very least. But they cannot justify this decision when there is a high likelihood that another expert pilot will end up getting cleaved into oblivion by the Saint Piercer. Patriarch Reginald also did not try to retrieve the expert Mech either. He was badly outnumbered and had his hands full with trying to hold back all of the aliens by himself. Kaysella did not know what to think at this time. On the one hand, she agreed with the logic that the risks were far too high. On the other hand, she resented the Warborn even more for not even attempting to bring back her brother's expert Mech. The aliens who captured this precious machine would most certainly despoil it somehow, thereby denying Kaysella from gaining possession of the strongest legacy of her brother. The aliens who captured this precious machine would most certainly despoil it somehow, thereby denying Kaysella from gaining possession of the strongest legacy of her brother. She hated General Ark for setting up the circumstances of Iman's death, and she hated Patriarch Reginald for not using his power to push aside Elcoy until it was too late. Chapter 6279, Exhausting Retreat. What happened after the expert Mechs began their retreat was mostly predictable. The Lionheart, the Riot, the Seaman, and the Greenaxe did not stick around so that their pilots could argue further, but straightforwardly fled into deep space. Naturally, their enemies did not want them to leave so easily. "Who permitted you to leave? Each of you must die to answer for the affront of attacking US and destroying our war materials." The Mars responded to this call by blasting out a full salvo of its overstrained Arceus system. The damage inflicted by the resonance-empowered positron beams were not too great, but the machine had been firing them into tireless engine for a while now. Even if his true body was larger than his current form, the Phase Lord still suffered a lot of accumulated damage from getting struck by so many timers. "I will not let you kill any more comrades in front of my eyes," Reginald growled. "Forget about pursuing them. I will not let you chase after them if I have anything to say about it. Fight me if you want or back off if you don't want to deal with me anymore. Whatever you decide, don't think about coming after the expert Mechs. The injured but still battle-hungry, tireless engine gazed at the Mars with a challenging expression. You are outnumbered. You can stop one of US, but you cannot stop all of US. With my fleet and sun at my disposal, you cannot hinder US from eliminating your followers. Patriarch Reginald did not bother to correct the Phase Lord's faulty assumption that he was in charge of the expert Mechs. Instead, he grinned and instructed the Mars to lift its whale-cutting saber in a challenging motion. The tireless engine clearly cared a lot about his proudest son. He wouldn't have tossed over a weapon as precious as the Saint Piercer if this was not the case. You can't take them down, because I will stop you no matter what you choose to do. If you chase after my comrades by yourself, I will fight your son and do everything in my power to kill him. I don't care whether he wields your Saint Piercer or not. He is not skilled and strong enough to make that weapon sing. If you choose to hold me back by yourself, then that is great. Your son isn't as strong as he looks. Now that the surprise factor is over, I think my friends can still defeat him as long as there is no outside interference. As for your fleet, do you want me to relocate our duel in the midst of your precious warships? Gerard looked a lot less amused as Patriarch Reginald explained all the ways he could deter the Nuncers from running the expert Mechs down. The tireless engine clearly cared a lot about his proudest son. He wouldn't have tossed over a weapon as precious as the Saint Piercer if this was not the case. Even now, when the older Phase Lord had reclaimed his experimental weapon, the tireless engine still did not feel confident in his ability to contain and wear down the Mars. Sure, Gerard managed to inflict extensive damage to the exterior of the Mars, but that was when both sides actively wanted to defeat each other. If Patriarch Reginald no longer fought in order to defeat his opponent, but merely wanted to stall the alien forces, then there were many ways his fast and highly resistant ace Mech could act as a spoiler to his enemies. There were two big constraints that Reginald imposed on the Nuncers. First, his ace Mech was extremely good at inflicting collateral damage. The Gerard fleet had already suffered a blow from losing a lot of powerful face fighters and failing to prevent the human invaders from destroying so many supply depots. Suffice to say, the Red Cabal would not be happy with the tireless engine and the Gerard fleet after it had learned about this debacle. Letting the Gerard fleet suffer even more material losses due to provoking the Mars into a destruction-filled rampage would cause the Nuncers to suffer even more blame for slowing down the Red Tide offensive. Second, Patriarch Reginald and his Mars posed a deadly threat against El Khoi. The tireless engine had fought extensively enough against the Mars to know without a shadow of a doubt that the powerful ace Mech truly had the capacity to outfight his son and slay him within minutes. This effectively meant that the Mars could easily force Gerard to stay by relentlessly targeting El Khoi. There was no way the father would leave his son to contend against a powerful ace Mech by himself. The support of the Gerard fleet was not enough to change the outcome. This severely limited the older Phase Lord's option. If he had to choose between two priorities, then he would rather protect son than to chase down after the fleeing expert Mechs. In the end, the tireless engine settled for a decision that best safeguarded his son's life, while also giving him a small chance to claim the lives of additional expert Mechs in the process. Pursue the fleeing, cowardly, false gods, but also defend what remains of our depots. The Gerard fleet split into half. Part of the warships activated their warp drives and sped up into the distance to catch up with the fleeing expert Mechs. The remaining warships and face fighters stayed behind in order to guard Ducast Roman 11. The tireless engine did not forget about his primary responsibilities. Though this compromise solution allowed the Nuncer warlord to check the most boxes, the fact of the matter was that the pursuit force was not strong enough to guarantee success. What happened next? St. Tusa asked. Well, I don't think it is necessary to give you a detailed recounting. the spiritual projection of Vess responded. A running engagement ensued where the 4 fleeing expert Mechs tried to flee the reach of the pursuing Nuncer warships. The annoying part is that both sides are equipped with warp travel functionality. The warships are equipped with larger drives that possess a higher warp factor, so they can always keep up with the expert Mechs. However, they cannot sustain their warp travel if our machines get too close, because the resonance-empowered space suppressors can sabotage their warp bubbles. So the enemy vessels can keep up with the expert Mechs, but they cannot maintain their mobility advantage. Yes, while the expert Mechs have become more vulnerable than ever due to losing their resonance shields, they are still very powerful as they are all piloted by high-tier expert pilots. The machines can easily dodge most incoming attacks, and they can also close in on the warships and prevent a lot of enemies from firing at them due to the excessive risk of inflicting collateral damage. General Ark and the others have taken advantage of this many times in order to gain an advantage over their enemies. They have expressly targeted the smaller enemy warships in their periodic counterattacks. Clever, Kaysella spoke up again. The smaller enemy warships are lightly defended and cannot withstand the attacks of multiple expert Mechs for long. They are also among the fastest enemy hulls, so removing them from the board first will make it much harder for the aliens to keep up their pursuit. How did it end? Well, the expert Mechs and the pursuit fleet continued on with this dance until they finally reached the nearest asteroid belt. It was there that the Warborn took advantage of the abundant obstacles to shake off the pursuing warships and quietly return to the hangar bay of the R-Ray stealth carrier. Both Tusa and Kaysella looked relieved when they learned that the remaining Larkinson expert pilots managed to get away with their lives and machines left intact. However, Kaysella's feelings about this outcome was a bit different from her nearby peer. She wanted General Ark to live so that she could force answers from him in person one day. If the good general was truly responsible for driving her brother to his death, then Kaysella did not have any good intentions in mind for her fellow command specialist. What about Reginald? Did he manage to get out okay after getting ganged up by 2 phase lords? Tusa asked with concern. Vess smirked. Patriarch Reginald Cross acquitted himself well. He was still having the time of his life, I think. At that point, the tireless engine and his son have both lost their energy defenses as well as their ryments. Gerard has reclaimed his St. Piercer, but his body is no longer in good shape. Elcoy may also be a phase lord, but he is too vulnerable and can't even inflict powerful enough attacks to harm the Mars. Reginald has stayed true to his word. He stalled the 2 phase lords long enough for the enemy leader to eventually give up any further desire to defeat the Mars. Gerard didn't want the exhausting clash to last any longer because the Mars constantly targeted Elcoy. This was the power of a proper ace pilot paired with a fitting and powerful ace mech. Not all ace pilots would have been able to fight against those 2 opponents and perform so well that they could depart on their terms. Kaysella wished that her brother was as strong as Patriarch Reginald, but reality often did not match her desires. "So that is it, sir?" she asked in a quiet tone. "The others made it out alive, but they had to leave behind the remains of the Blade Chaser." Vess nodded. There is no realistic way to take away the Blade Chaser and protect it from subsequent attacks. The Mars fought against 2 phase lords for an extended period of time. It managed to inflict a good amount of damage to both of them, but also suffered more extensive damage that will necessitate deep repairs. The fleeing expert mechs also incurred varying degrees of damage due to getting hit by warship-grade attacks that they weren't able to dodge. It is also quite favorable for them to make it back without suffering any further permanent losses. "Then, what happens with Amon's mech?" Tusa asked. "Can you still keep track of it now that we don't have it anymore?" "The Blade Chaser is a post-living mech," Vess explained. "Even if it has no independent personality, it is still connected to the Larkinson network. The Golden Cat is able to keep tabs on it, but she cannot really do more than that." The fact that she is able to perceive it even now means that it is still alive. The stab through the upper chest may be a fatal wound to most humans, but it is not an extensive enough affliction to kill a living Mech. According to Goldie, Elcoy has claimed the Blade Chaser as his trophy, but his father wants to transfer the machine to his research teams in order to learn everything possible about one of my better works. That caused Tusa to frown. How much can the aliens learn from a post-living expert Mech? Will they be able to figure out your secrets and develop their own living machines, or will they be able to figure out better counters to our other living Mechs? Vess shrugged his shoulders. I cannot say for certain. It depends on what kind of researchers the tireless engine gives permission to study the Blade Chaser. It also depends on what the aliens intend to do with their trophy. I don't think there is a serious chance that they will crack the secret to living Mechs and develop their own version of them. There is a more serious probability that they will learn how to better respond against other living Mechs in the future. Finally, I cannot guarantee that the Nuncers will keep the Blade Chaser intact. If they want to learn all of its secrets, then their researchers must definitely resort to destructive methods. That caused Kaysella to grow a lot more upset about the fact that the enemy managed to capture her brother's Mech. We need to reclaim the Blade Chaser. Agree, Vess responded. We need to be realistic, though. If the tireless engine has any sense, he will immediately transfer the wreck of your brother's Mech deep into alien territory. He will also assign his son to escort his trophy to the rear. Neither of the two have a place on the front lines. If the aliens truly intended to take the wreck of the Blade Chaser far beyond the reach of human space, then that made it almost impossible for Kaysella to reclaim her brother's machine. Despair welled up in her overstressed mind. Iman. About that, Vess slowly said. I haven't completed my tale, not entirely. There is one more thing I have to share with you. This involves a very sensitive secret of mine, and it is also very difficult to explain. I would never share it with you if we weren't talking inside Tusa's Saint Kingdom. The Saint Commander grew suspicious. So far, what she heard was certainly sensitive, but not to the point of ensuring that the Mechers or any other third parties couldn't eavesdrop on the discussion. She had a strong feeling that she was about to learn the true reason for all of this secrecy. Explain. Well, your brother may have died, but that doesn't necessarily mean he is gone. You see, there are rare cases where living organisms can still live on after death. Chapter 62, 80 Defying the Fog. Awareness came back slowly. Gray mist spread in every direction. No noticeable features could be seen. An indeterminate amount of time seemed to pass. At one point, a new presence started to emerge. Some of the gray mist parted as a humanoid figure came into form. That figure was a man who wore a filigreed red-and-white uniform. Any human in the Red Ocean was able to identify this iconic man. He was Professor Vess Larkinson, the most innovative and successful senior Mech designer of the new frontier. A grave and solemn expression appeared on the man's face. The strong sense of insubstantiality and disassociation made it difficult to get a clear look at the famous Mech designer. When the man opened his mouth, no sound seemed to propagate. The man did not give up and repeated his words. "Sond man Iman, mi Iman, can you hear me Iman?" At one point, another insubstantial figure became increasingly driven by instinct to offer a response. "I hear your call." It was incredible for Iman, for now he finally recalled his own identity to issue a simple response. It was as if he had to lift up several times his own body weight just to say a single word. What happened to him? Why did he become so incredibly weak? What was this mist-filled place? A sympathetic expression appeared on the Mech designer's face. "Iman, do you remember what happened to you during your last battle?" Nothing but fog filled Iman's mind. Ducast Roman 11, Elcoy, the faceless warrior, the Saint Piercer purged his raiment. Blade Chaser Mark Roman 2 got impaled from the back, No chance for your body to survive. As Vess patiently summarized the sequence of Venerable Iman's last battle, the high-tier expert pilot finally remembered what had befallen him at the end. He died. He should have felt shocked at this result. He should have felt indignant for dying far too soon. He should have felt unwilling to leave his sister bereft of his existence. Yet, in his weak and foggy mindset, he only felt tired. His time had come, no matter whether he accepted it or not. Death came to everyone. Nobody could refuse its call. Every part of his insubstantial existence accepted the unmistakable fact that he had died. He no longer belonged among the living anymore. He should make peace with this fact and embrace his next destination, whatever that may be. Iman was a secularist, so he never really thought hard about whether there was a definable afterlife. In his current soul-weary condition, he was ready for anything. Yet there was a certain presence in this strange environment that did not want to see Iman depart from his current life and reality. Iman, wake up, you dolt. Don't go, you may be dead, but that does not mean you have to disappear. There are more possibilities than moving on. I have seen people and beasts figure out a way to live after death before. So long as you are strong enough, you can force yourself to persist in our current realm. That sounded way too esoteric for Iman, especially now when his mentality was degrading by the second. He was dead. Parts of him were already crumbling away. Soon, there would be nothing left to hold any conscious thoughts. Why wasn't he moving on already? Why must this phase be prolonged? He was so tired. You dummy, you don't have to die. You can still live. Don't you want to find a way to stay in the realm of the living and make up for all of your past regrets? The words of the Mech designer sounded so distant to Iman. Every fiber of his crumbling being had been infected by the force of death. He was no longer alive. Why must he continue to listen to the prattle of a person that he would never have to see again? Nothing seemed to matter anymore to Iman. From the moment his body broke apart, his stay in the current realm had come to an end. He needed to go. He did not belong here anymore. The longer he stayed, the more he violated a fundamental rule that he never learned about but instinctively knew. Bad stuff would happen to those who defied the fate of death. Iman did not understand why this was the case or where he learned about it, but it seemed incredibly obvious now that he became afflicted by death. I cannot. God admit, Iman, if you want to live for yourself, then you should at least live for your sister. Kaysela Ingvar will be devastated if you leave her forever. Do you remember her? She's your closest relative. She is the only member of the fallen house of Ingvar who stuck with you thick and thin. Do not allow death to deprive you of your memories of the sister you love the most. The words initially sank into Iman's mind like fog, but the more Vess talked about how much he cared about his sister, the more his vague and insubstantial memories evoked emotions that jolted strong emotions from another part of himself. Love, affection, yearning. All of these emotions and more seemed to push away the fog and slow down his rate of decay. Forgotten memories that the fog tried so hard to obscure from his awareness gradually returned within his reach. The spark of intelligence began to light up in his eyes. Iman slowly began to regain a semblance of his old awareness. I remember. I am Iman Ingvar. I have a sister, Kaysela Ingvar. Together we fight for the Larkinson clan. I died in the field of battle. My life is over. It is not over, Vess corrected the dead expert pilot. I have been trying to tell you multiple times that dying is not necessarily the end for all organisms. There are special circumstances that can allow you to persist after death. You may even be able to return to life again. I promise you with all my heart that I have personally witnessed at least one feat of true resurrection. The dead can come alive again. It is difficult, but it is possible. So long as you manage to retain a semblance of existence in our current realm, you still have a chance. Coming back to life should have appealed to Iman a lot stronger than he currently felt. Unfortunately, the fog still persisted inside himself. It seemed to grow stronger and started to assail him more aggressively. Death was highly possessive of the deceased. It did not tolerate any interference in its sacred and inviolable duty. Vess' expression grew a little more urgent as he recognized that the clock was ticking. Iman, do not zone out on me. I don't care if you are tired or whatever, but there are still people who need you in the realm of the living. Think about your sister. Kaysela Ingvar needs you. She would do anything to have you within her reach. Do you want to make her sad by passing on without giving her the courtesy of a final farewell? Wake up, Iman. Remember who you were originally fighting for. Where is the expert pilot who vowed to dedicate all of his life to his sister? The expert pilot remembered this solemn vow. Yet, what did it matter? He was dead. All promises, vows, oaths, and contracts became invalid from that point. Or at least, that was supposed to be the case. The affairs of the living should be confined to their own group. The dead belonged elsewhere. They should have no lingering attachments to anything related to the realm of the living. Iman instinctively understood these rules, but the more he thought about his sister, the more he recalled his dedication towards his closest blood relative. He did not want to make her sad. He knew that she would become sad if he died and disappeared. He would rather make her happy. Yet, how could he do so when his soul had already been claimed by death? I do not want to die, but I cannot defy my fate. My sister will have to manage with me, Iman slowly said as the fog started to return with a vengeance. Seeing that time was starting to run out, Vess sped up his words. Iman, there is still a chance. It is true that you are not strong enough to anchor yourself to the realm of the living, but I am different. I have a special relic that bestows me the power for you to persist even if you are dead. You will have to sign a contract with me and undergo a radical transformation, but it is not impossible for you to meet with Kaysela and continue to protect her in your new state. The deceased expert pilot should have felt a lot more receptive towards these words, but he struggled to understand and care about the claims made by the Mech designer. How? Vess held out a hand. That hand seemed to glow with a completely different power than the death that tried to enforce its claim on Iman's soul. I cannot lie to you, Iman. The opportunity that I am giving you cannot bring you back to a true state of life, at least not immediately. However, there are always chances to make everything right as long as at least a semblance of you is retained. I am giving you this chance. To do so, you must agree to become my chosen envoy. You must wholeheartedly agree to surrender your permanent and undying loyalty to me, Vess Larkinson. In exchange, you shall enter my special court, gain power as my chosen envoy, and gain opportunities to speak to your sister once again. Iman frowned. From the moment Vess mentioned the phrase chosen envoy, a lot of meanings and associations got stuffed into his awareness. He somehow knew that everything Vess had mentioned was true, and a bit more that he had not mentioned. One fact remained extremely clear, though. Not everything about his old self would be retained. To become a chosen envoy was to literally dedicate his life to the person he pledged to serve, even beyond death. This was a contract that not only defied the heavens, but also the fundamental force of death itself. In other words, it was a huge taboo. Iman's decaying soul quivered with primal fear at the thought of defying those powerful forces. Was it worth it to condemn his soul to a potentially grave punishment just because he wanted to remain within reach of his sister? Even if he accepted this contract and turned into a so-called chosen envoy, would he retain enough awareness of his old self, or would he turn into a ghost that only possessed a superficial resemblance of himself? The fleeting urge to reunite with his sister at least once seemed to override his doubts and concerns. A part of his old impulsiveness came back to him all of a sudden. It prompted him to throw aside all of his useless thoughts and accept the deal. Iman slowly raised his arm and reached out until he shook Vess' glowing hand. Nothing happened. Vess briefly frowned. A valid contract is a mutual agreement. Both sides must have full comprehension of the terms and agree with them wholeheartedly in order to take effect. You, are still rejecting some of the terms. Are you having trouble with pledging your eternal loyalty to myself? I know it sounds onerous, but it is truly the only chance to bring you back to your sister. Yes, I am aware that you don't necessarily care about me anymore. You only want to come back because of your sister, but I am telling you that this is not how this works. A chosen envoy can only serve the person that possesses the capacity to extend this contract. Pledge your loyalty to me, and I shall give you opportunities to speak to your sister after becoming my chosen envoy. I can't give you more than that, but I promise to you that I will work to ease the restrictions on you one day. Whether that entails freeing you from your service or modifying the mechanisms that enforce your loyalty to me, there is always a solution to a problem. Is this good enough for you? As long as we work hard enough, there is always a chance for you to come back to life in full and return to being the brother that Kaysela truly desires. The fog threatened to claw back Iman's soul, but evidently Vess' persuasion had lit up such a strong fire within him that the deceased expert pilot briefly managed to regain a sense of greater clarity. A bit of his old self stared deeply into Vess' eyes. I agree so long as this isn't permanent, Iman firmly stated. Promise me that you will earnestly seek to free me from my compulsion and give me a way to come back to life. I promise. You can trust me, Iman. I always abide by my word. The expert pilot continued to stare deeply into Vess' eyes before he decisively shook the Mech designer's hand. Everything exploded into light. Chapter 62-81, Vess the Necromancer. That sounds hard to believe, Saint Tusa slowly said after Vess shared a vague retelling of a meeting with Iman's soul. I mean, you have made so many outlandish and groundbreaking claims. A special relic, the power of death, violating fundamental taboos. It is true, though. The spiritual manifestation of Vess spoke inside the cockpit of the dormant Minerva. Everything I have said is truthful from my perspective. Sure, my understanding of reality is anything but perfect, but I have been nothing but frank to the two of you. Believe me or not, I have eventually managed to preserve a semblance of Iman Ingvar. The two ace pilots struggled to accept what Vess had done. He made so many outlandish claims that it sounded as if he had been practicing an obscure form of voodoo magic instead of anything related to rational science and technology. Even though Tusa and Kaysela knew enough about Vess that he possessed a certain heritage in the more mystical arts, what he had claimed to do went far beyond the usual hocus-pocus. It was difficult for people who grew up in a society of mostly rational technology to accept that Vess had suspended the process of death for another person. Seeing that the two ace pilots still couldn't accept his claims, even after he had given them a sincere retelling of what had happened, Vess decided it was time for action instead of words. He raised his hands and activated a new function bestowed by the Mech designer system. A small and faint illusionary ghost appeared. A faint white corona of power surrounded the insubstantial figure. The ghost resembled Iman in his piloting suit. Both Tusa and Kaysela grew shocked as they immediately recognized the identity of the ghost. Is this a chosen envoy? Tusa softly gasped. He feels like Iman all right, but why is he so weak, and why does it look like there is nothing left in his head? Kaysela couldn't find any words to say. Her mind began to roil. A tumble of emotions racked her insides as she grew both happy at seeing Iman again, but also sad and angry at how extensively he had been reduced to such a pathetically weak state. Are you there, Iman? Do you still remember us? Tusa cautiously asked. The dull-looking ghost still remained unresponsive. Perhaps the only special aspect about him was that he was accompanied by a companion spirit, but his second personality had not only regressed in size, but also lost a lot of definition, which showed that the spirit had suffered even greater decay. It was clear that just because Vess managed to claw Iman back from the dead, that didn't mean he was able to restore the expert pilot back to his peak. I am sorry, Vess said. This is the first time I did something like this. This is new to me as well. I don't make the rules and I don't have control over the processes. As far as I am able to ascertain, the transformation of a dead individual into a chosen envoy can't solve everything. Venerable Amon was in a very weak state when we finally formed a contract. While I managed to get to him fairly early, the problem is that he is quite weak in the greater scheme of things. A high-tier expert pilot with a companion spirit of equal strength is only able to persist for a handful of minutes after his death. This is really short, and many parts about him have already crumbled away at the start. It is impossible for anyone to fully recover from their death. Even if they come back to life somehow, they have to supplement the missing parts with substitutes. Neither Tusa nor Kaysella comprehended any of this soul business, but they understood that even if Amon had become a chosen envoy, so little of him had been retained that it was questionable whether he even remembered his sister. "Does that mean he can never recover?" Kaysella fearfully asked. "I didn't say that," Vess said. "It depends on your definition of the word recovery. Can you restore him to his exact previous state when he was alive? No. Can you rebuild his spirituality and memories in his current existential state so that he is roughly similar to his old self? That is a more realistic endeavor. You can refer to what has happened to Venerable Janzi's expert Mech. Her shield of Samur died, but I managed to rebirth the living Mech by using her remnants to create the bastion. The latter is not the former, but they are similar enough to each other that Janzi is satisfied. You can think of it as a process of reincarnation if you want. When you start a new life, you have to give up parts of yourself. Amon has lost much of himself, but his void can be refilled." The explanation struck Kaysella rather hard. She felt as if she had been scammed. Vess told her that he had a way to preserve Amon and maybe bring him back to life again. Yet the reality was that Vess only rescued a faint semblance of her brother. Even if he was able to return to a complete person again, the new stuff that filled the void in his soul simply couldn't match the original stuff that defined Amon as a person. To put it differently, Kaysella recognized that Amon the chosen envoy only resembled her brother on the surface. That did not mean he was still her brother in truth. It was as if Vess was a necromancer who only reanimated Amon's corpse as opposed to resurrecting him in full. "Kaysella," the spiritual manifestation of Vess said, "nothing is impossible. I know it looks rather bad, but I think that Amon will slowly recover and grow stronger while he remains my chosen envoy. That doesn't necessarily mean he will become recognizable to you again. At least I cannot do anything about his permanent pledge of loyalty to me. However, there is always a chance to make everything right again. Do you know how you can make this happen? P. How? Power, Vess grinned at her. Power can make everything right. As long as you become a god pilot or even stronger, you will gain the strength to impose your own will on reality. You can also build your own power base like I have done. That will allow you to gain access to other people's talents and abilities. They can do a lot of stuff that you cannot accomplish yourself. As an ace pilot, Kaysella already understood this fundamental truth. She broke through out of a desire to resurrect her brother, though she originally envisioned that she would have to turn back time itself in order to rescue her Amon from oblivion. Now that she thought about it, the current situation was a bit more optimistic than she originally assumed, but not good enough to give her a strong sense of satisfaction. She recognized that Vess had done what he could to preserve a piece of Amon, but that a lot more had to be done in order to fulfill her greatest ambition. Her breakthrough was still necessary. Her power boost and mutation of her companion's spirit were not in vain. She agreed with Vess that the best way to bring her brother back from the dead was to become a lot more powerful and gather the specialists by her side that could liberate Amon from his contract and bind his freed soul to a mortal body. Both Vess and Tusa sensed the resurgence of Kaysella's will. Now that she had gained a bit of hope, she became a lot more determined embarking on the long and winding journey to resurrect her brother. No matter how many ancient phase whales she had fight, and no matter how many distant galaxies she had to reach, she would scour the furthest reaches of the cosmos if that was what it took to return Iman to a true state of life. She would never allow him to be separated from her ever again. Her eyes burned with fighting intent as she regained her confidence of the future. The Saint Commander eventually made a short bow towards Vess. "Thank you, sir. I am truly grateful for preserving even this much of my brother. I will need time to think and formulate a new plan for myself. I will be ready to resume my duties in a week or so, barring any issues with my Minerva." Vess smiled. It looked like he succeeded in stabilizing Kaysella. Though he did not deliberately set out to do this, he also ensured that she would remain in his service and not think about defecting to other organizations anytime soon. He keenly understood the attraction of an ace commander, especially one with abilities demonstrated by Kaysella. Just the ability to temporarily upgrade a small group of ordinary mechs into pseudo-expert mechs was enough to make a lot of people mad with desire. In the following days and weeks, Kaysella would get flooded with insanely attractive recruitment offers. Even if Vess believed in the loyalty and integrity of a long-time member of the Larkinson clan, everyone could be bought. Principals were hardly unbreakable, and high-ranking Mech pilots received a lot of room to break their old contracts and agreements when their explosive increase in strength led to too much disaffection. If the Red Association started to make huge concessions, such as becoming the governor of Central Star Node and receiving personal tutoring from a god pilot, then Vess did not have anything to match those insane offers. This was one of the reasons why Vess chose to reveal his first chosen envoy to Kaysella. Iman had effectively become a hostage that could guarantee the Saint Commander's loyalty and compliance. She might not like this highly imperfect state of affairs, but this was the reality she had to work with. The alternative was much worse. The Arvest Lima system can remain in humanity's hands without your assistance, Tusser reassured the recently ascended ace pilot. The heavy blow that we have inflicted with your timely breakthrough has set the Orvan assault fleets back by a lot. They won't stop their attacks, but they will probably adopt a more restrained posture for a time. Vess also spoke a few words of advice of his own. "You're a different Mech commander now. You have gained a lot of power and choice. You need to figure out where you want to go from here. It is better if you formulate a systematic plan from the start than to meander forward while making ad hoc decisions on the spot. Think about what I have said earlier. The sooner you figure out what you want out of your future ace Mech, the better. Whether you want to invest heavily in your commandeering ability, your enfeefment ability, or both, my wife and I will do our utmost to accommodate your chosen combat approach." That reminded Kaysella of an important issue. "Sir." "Yes, Kaysella. Do you intend to upgrade my Minerva to a first-class ace command Mech?" "Yes, I have already announced that to you all. Upon becoming a saint, you have gained the qualifications to participate in the battles that truly matter. The Red War is fought on 3 separate fronts, if you will. Each of them matter, but the importance of one of them is much greater than the others. It is only in the upper zones where your improved command field can serve the greatest use. Compared to empowering second-class Mechs, the impact of doing the same for first-class multipurpose Mechs is drastically greater. Even if the amplification effect on first-class Mechs was not as drastic as Vess anticipated, it was still worth it for Kaysella to work with these powerful Mechs. Both sides had pushed their high technology to such great heights that it had become extremely difficult for them to raise their limits further. This was why ace commanders were so incredibly desired by the major powers. They could easily take charge of a large amount of Mechs and multiply their combat power by a ridiculous extent for free. Kaysella's command field was frankly wasted on the expeditionary fleet. Vess did not want her to linger in the kiddie pool anymore. She had outgrown this limited arena. However, Kaysella's expression made it clear that she was not willing to let go of her attachment to the troops that she had commanded and fought alongside for many years. Chapter 62, 82 The Fault Lies with Himself. As a Mech commander, Kaesela Ingvar was not ignorant of the directive that ace pilots should be transferred to the Premier Branch after receiving their upgraded mechs. By upgrading their second-class expert mechs into first-class ace mechs, they became too powerful to fight in the middle zones. The rules imposed by the mechers and the fleeters prohibited her from exercising the power of a true first-class mech among forces that were not equipped to handle this kind of power. While these rules made sense once upon a time, Kaesela did not agree with them anymore. Times had changed. Rules originally used to regulate the vast territories of the human race and prevent first-raters from dominating everyone else now became a constraint that stopped Kaesela from serving the Larkinsons that were most in need of her services. You disagree, Vess stated the obvious. I do. I can understand your desire to continue to stay with the expeditionary fleet and command them in battle. However, you can make a much greater difference than that. Now that you have become an ace pilot, you need to see beyond the clan. As a member of human civilization, you must do your part for our society as well. I think that you are smart enough to know that your command field can make a much greater difference if you go around enhancing first-class mechs as opposed to second-class mechs. Kaesela scowled. I am not ignorant of that, but that does not invalidate the needs of our second-class clansmen. They deserve my protection just as much, if not more. Whoever goes on to pilot your first-class mechs will already be piloting the best living mechs that you can make. Do they truly need all of that additional power? I much prefer to stay where I am and extend my protection and guidance to the second-raters, whose mechs and lives are much more vulnerable. That is not the complete picture, Kaesela. Vess shook his head. Second-raters cannot decide the future of our clan anymore. It is our strength at the first-class level that will determine how much of the new frontier we can claim for ourselves. The Premier Branch is too young and underdeveloped to stand on its own right now. I am still forced to rely on the protection of the Blue Jay fleet to secure my position within human-occupied space. I need to remedy that as quickly as possible, and it is not enough to have Tusa by my side. With your help, we can amplify all of our standard first-class living mechs to a level that allows them to rival an entire first-class mech corps with only a fraction of the numbers. This will become the true foundation of our clan going forward. The benefits of being able to protect our interests without relying on outside help is much more consequential than you think. Vess resented the fact that he was still at the mercy of the Blue Jay fleet. Even though the survivalists and the transhumanists were fully on his side at the moment, who knew whether this would change in the future? Only the power base that answered to himself was reliable. Right now, the Mechers could easily push him around due to his over-reliance on their protection. The balance of power in their relationship was too disadvantageous on his side. Forming a proper first-class Mech force and having St. Tusa and St. Kaesela preside over it was the best way to remedy this shortcoming. With the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III acting as the principal champion and the future Minerva Mark Roman II acting as an insanely effective force multiplier, none of the first-class powers would dare to look down on the Larkinson clan anymore. I hate to say this, Kaesela, but I think Vess is right, Tusa said. The middle zones and the lower zones are marginal battlefields. The leading powers of both sides have refrained from investing too much of their best assets in these zones because they simply don't matter as much. The Red War will mainly be decided on whether our side can hold onto the upper zones. That is where most of the face water and high-grade materials are found. If your intervention in the higher-level battles can help humanity secure those strategic resources, then you will not only end up helping Red humanity as a whole, but also our own clan. The Larkinsons are humans as well. Life for all of us will get a lot harder if the upper zones are lost. That was a surprisingly deep and thoughtful answer from Tusa. It showed that he had put a lot of thought on his impending transfer to the Premier Branch. He too preferred to fight alongside the more familiar Larkinsons, serving in the expeditionary fleet. Yet he also recognized that he could simply do more for everyone he cared about if he was promoted to a first-class ace pilot. First Raiders had always decided the course of human civilization. The Age of Dawn had changed this fundamental rule. After a long time of struggle and risk-taking, the Larkinson clan was finally ready to enter the first-class stage. That would be the moment where the clan finally became a major player in full. Instead of relying on the Mechers, Fleeters, and so on to keep the native aliens at bay, the Larkinsons could finally put their destiny in their own hands and become responsible for protecting their own future. Kaysella could not possibly deny all of these arguments. She was too smart, and her rationality had not disappeared. It was exactly because of the strong logic behind these arguments that she felt so conflicted. Her sentiment towards the expeditionary fleet was too strong. To leave them during a time where the Red Tide offensive would hit the Second Raiders hard felt like dereliction of duty. The rest of the Larkinsons serving in the expeditionary fleet are not weak. Vess tried to reassure her. Sure, they can become a lot more powerful with you at the lead, but do you know what happens if you stomp on too many aliens while you make good use of your improved command field? The native aliens will just field a lot more face fighters, warships, and phase lords in order to compensate for your outsized boost, while our enemies are forced to make a much greater investment to compensate for your intervention. They have the assets and resources to do so. Your continued presence in the expeditionary fleet will just turn your troops into high-priority targets that the native aliens will love to eliminate first. Our soldiers can't withstand so much heat. You may end up doing more harm than good due to your high-profile performance. Although the theory sounded a little dubious in certain parts, Vess' logic was not entirely crooked. It was quite plausible for Kaysella to attract a huge amount of unwelcome attention from the Red Cabal. Unlike the humans, the native aliens did not play by the same rules. The Red Cabal had no qualms about deploying their best assets in a middle zone as long as it was worthwhile enough. If I transfer to the Premier Branch, then another Larkinson must take my place, she slowly said. In the absence of General Verl, there are no particularly strong senior commanders in the Larkinson Army that can preside over the Larkinson Army as a whole. The living Sentinels also deserve to be commanded by a Mech officer that stays close to them. It will take time to find replacements, and they may not be able to perform as well. Vess smiled. I am not too worried. Our clan is filled with professionals. I do not expect to have the best. As long as your replacements can do the jobs that are expected of them, then that is enough. Stability is needed above all else. Our forces in the expeditionary fleet will not be doing any better, but they shouldn't be doing much worse either. That is enough. You shouldn't coddle them all of the time. They need to have enough room to grow by themselves. Just like what General Ark has done for his warborn, Kaysella spitefully shot back. The atmosphere in the cockpit of the Minerva sank after she spoke those words. Kaysella, Tusa began. I hold General Ark responsible for letting my brother die, the female ace pilot said. I still need to obtain the detailed logs and footage of his ill-conceived operation, but what I have heard so far already leads me to believe that Ark has taken our clan's motto too far due to his selfishness. Vess did not want to have this particular conversation, but it appeared that he could not avoid it anymore. Kaysella, he slowly said. Mistakes have been made. I cannot deny that. However, mistakes always happen in warfare. Nobody can attain perfect results. Everyone is working with incomplete information and mistaken assumptions. You can fault General Ark's approach, but his underlying intentions are not necessarily wrong. Our clan gives every clansman an opportunity to attain greatness by letting them serve on the front lines. Venerable Iman Ingvar chose to join the 77th Warborn Mech Division and serve under General Ark. If he was truly unwilling to follow the general's orders, then he could have put in a request to transfer to another unit. Our clan would have obliged him without any hesitation. What if Ark misled my brother? What if your uncle painted a false sense of security? I don't think that General Ark is willing to stoop so low. Vess frowned. I believe that he has always been honest and upfront about the risks that he is subjecting his warborn to. There were multiple junctions where Venerable Iman was allowed to express his doubts or unwillingness, but he did not do any of that. Instead, he actively affirmed his support for General Ark's approach. Iman was eager to attain a quick breakthrough as well. The two are the same in this regard, which is one of the reasons why they clicked so well with each other. Kaysela's expression sank further. "What are you trying to say, Ves?" Iman Ingvar knew the risks of what he was embarking on, but still proceeded anyway. In other words, he took a gamble and lost. That is what it means to take risks. You win or you lose. Our clan would have made immense gains if Ark, Iman, or any of the other expert pilots managed to break through and kick Elkoi's humongous butt. That didn't happen, and one of them had to pay the price as a consequence. This is terrible for you and the rest of us, but please do not shift all responsibility to General Ark. As imperfectly as he has handled this situation, he is not truly responsible for killing your brother. Iman ultimately paid for his own overconfidence and misfortune. That is not true, Kaysela denied. At least not entirely. Maybe my brother has misjudged the risks, but it is General Ark that is responsible for painting an overly optimistic picture and overestimating his own ability to lead everyone to safety. Are you trying to cover for your own blood relatives, sir? Ves crossed his arms. Blood relations are irrelevant. I have always afforded equal treatment to True Blood and adopted Larkinsons. I wouldn't have worked so hard to recruit the latter into my clan if I was against their inclusion. But I know you are angry, Kaysela. You can't accept that your brother died because of his own foolhardiness. You so badly want to find a villain you can lash out against. That doesn't mean you are allowed to turn anyone you deem responsible into a scapegoat. Plenty of Larkinsons have died since you became in charge of the expeditionary fleet. Have you personally investigated their causes of death and pinned other clansmen as the culprits responsible for these outcomes? You did not. That is because dying is a fact of war, and that deaths on the battlefield does not necessarily have anything to do with crime and guilt. People die in war. It is Elkoi that you should be targeting. He is the only real culprit responsible for killing your brother. Saint Tusa felt the need to pitch in as well. Kaysela, stop it. You are incapable of remaining impartial whenever your brother is involved. Take a step back and divorce yourself from your own emotions. If you do so, then you should know that Ves is right about this. General Ark is hardly my favorite uncle either, but nothing he has done has crossed the line as far as I can tell. Many times, soldiers die on the battlefield because they were too weak. Nothing more. Once they are at the wrong place and the wrong time, they die. Simple as that. There is no conspiracy. General Ark did not purposefully act against your brother. Once you investigate the situation for yourself and come to this conclusion, then I hope you don't try to take out your frustrations on Ark. My uncle is probably already beating himself up for letting Iman die in front of his eyes. Rationally, Kaysela agreed with Ves and Tusa, but she felt completely differently on an emotional level. No matter how blameless General Ark looked after the clan conducted an investigation, he would always be the chief party responsible for driving her brother to his death as far as she was concerned. This could never change. Chapter 62, 83 Crude Revision. The related incidents of the costly operation on Ducast Roman 11 and Saint Commander Kaysela Ingvar's unexpectedly early breakthrough generated a lot of waves in the Larkinson clan. People celebrated Kaysela's ascension to ace pilot, while at the same time mourned for her brother's passing. The Larkinsons reacted to both events with tempered attitudes. They really wanted to celebrate the rise of a third powerful ace pilot among the Larkinsons, but couldn't do so in an exuberant manner due to the passing of the very same ace pilot's brother. The clansmen all respected Kaysela. It would be incredibly disrespectful to organize parties like they did after St. Tusa broke through. This left the Larkinsons in an awkward position. Kaysela's breakthrough was obviously one of the most positive developments so far, but the death of Iman was also one of the most negative developments of the year. Of course, Most Larkinsons tended to focus a lot on the former than the latter. Losses were a fact of life in any military or martial organization. Participating in the Red War on the front lines had already resulted in many deaths among the Larkinsons. While Venerable Iman Ingvar was certainly a much bigger name on the casualty list than others, he was ultimately just a single figure, and not even an important one compared to the likes of her sister. If the Larkinsons were being really honest, they more than agreed with the premise that it was an incredibly profitable bargain to exchange Iman's life for Kasella's early breakthrough. The ascension of Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson already put the Larkinson clan on the map. The rise of a powerful ace commander completely caused a lot of Mech pilots to rejoice, because they could directly exert a lot more power so long as they benefited from her leadership. It was only after the Larkinson clan announced that the new Saint Commander would soon be transferred to the premier branch of the Larkinson clan that a lot of people in the Larkinson army reacted with dismay. Why bring her away from the expeditionary fleet? She has been fighting alongside us since its founding. She belongs here. I can't imagine how much weaker we'll become once she is gone. No, if Kasella is no longer in charge of the living sentinels, we'll be completely reduced to the bottom of the ranking of the Mech legions. She was our only star. She made sure we gained our fair share of resources and support. Once she is gone, the Avatars and the other Mech legions will definitely try to encroach on our rights. Who will they appoint to replace Kasella as our general? Don't tell me they will put Legion Commander Melker forward. He's an okay Larkinson, but he's not brilliant. What do you expect from a third-rater? There are plenty of talented people from the early days of the clan who have excelled on a bigger stage, but Commander Melker is not one of them. Appointing someone as dull and unexceptional as him to the head of the Larkinson army goes against the principles of meritocracy of our clan. It is pure nepotism if the patriarch puts his name forward anyway. The clansmen continued to talk and gossip as they enjoyed their downtime from the latest battle in the Arvest-Lima system. Just as predicted, the Orvan assault fleets declined to press the attack now that they had suffered a greater blow than usual. Wary of any further surprises from the new Saint Commander, the native alien leaders called for reinforcements and were content to sit around and wait until they managed to scrounge up a lot more face fighters and warships. The Saint Commander did not make any further public appearances. She and her expert Mech had disappeared inside the spirit of Bentheim for days on end. The reason for the absence of the Minerva was fairly clear. The Mech endured a certain degree of strain due to channeling forced resonance for a time. Even if the intensity of it was not as great as it could have been, the Masterwork Command Mech clearly needed a thorough round of servicing in order to ensure that the Saint Commander piloted mechanically sound machine in her subsequent battles. While the Mech technicians were in the process of partially disassembling the precious machine in order to conduct in-depth maintenance tasks, they also began to perform minor modifications and replacements. Shortly after Kasella broke through, both Vess and Gloriana had dug up their old design files of the original Minerva and began to apply quick and easy upgrades to the outdated expert Mech. The two Mech designers regarded the so-called Mark I Revision 2 version of the Minerva as a very crude stopgap design. Its sole purpose was to bridge the gap between the original Minerva and the much-anticipated Minerva Mark Roman II that required a lot more time to design and complete. I abhor this design, Gloriana said with an ugly frown as she looked at the projection of the I-2 edition of the Minerva. I hate you for forcing me to contribute to this abomination of an expert Mech. The brand new Azure Shield generator that you have added to the back of the Minerva completely ruins her feminine contours and makes her look like an ugly hunchback. The hasty grafting of hyper materials and additional transphasic alloys is so rough and primitive that I want to tear my eyes out. How can you still call this a masterwork Mech when its utilization of technology and materials have taken a nosedive? You are just throwing money at the Minerva, only for the machine to waste 60% of it due to its incompetent design. Vess winced a bit. He knew she was completely right about the sloppy work. Look, we have no other choice. We don't have enough time in our schedule to design a more elegant stopgap mech. St. Casella isn't going to sit on her thumbs for an entire year while you get around to designing the Minerva Mark Roman II. Everyone has seen her amazing performance, and they definitely want her to empower a lot of mechs again. The original Minerva is too weak and vulnerable to make it safe for Casella to show up on the battlefield again, so we have to do whatever we can to bulk up her defenses. I know it looks ugly, but it shouldn't matter so long as it does its job. Casella will only remain stuck with this edition for a year or so. You can speed up this timeline by completing the Minerva Mark Roman II project sooner. That is impossible, Vess. You know that. While I am almost done with collaborating with Master Benedict Cortez on upgrading the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III into a proper ace mech, the Amaranto Mark Roman III project and the Riot Mark Roman III project are major commitments. We have developed innovative and ambitious visions for both expert mechs, but that comes paired with immense research burdens. Combined with my administrative duties, I barely have enough time left to raise my children as well. As much as Gloriana held a fascination towards high-ranking mechs, she would never put her work over the time she wanted to spend with her children. Aurelia, Andrast, and Marvane were already spending a lot of time with their teachers, classmates, and friends. Gloriana did not want her children to become distant to their parents. Vess couldn't help much either. The evolution which forced him to allocate all of his design time on rushing the Swarm project to completion. He had very little leeway to work on other mech design projects because of that. It would probably take 5 more months before he could dump his Carmine mech onto the market and address other design priorities. You are presenting the exact arguments why we had to resort to a quick and dirty solution, Vess responded. We can either do this fast and sloppy or slow and thorough. We do not live in a fantasy reality where we can get stuff done both fast and thorough. We have to become star designers first if you want to have a more ideal outcome. The current course is the best choice out of a selection of bad options. St. Casella will get to fight with the expeditionary fleet for at least a year during the heyday of the Red TI'd offensive, with an expert mech that is not cheap and running on pure last-gen tech. It was impossible to grant the Saint Commander an ace mech right away, but the design department at least had an obligation to ensure that her stopgap mech did not disgrace her identity as an ace pilot. It would be an embarrassment for the Larkinson clan and an insult to all ace pilots for sticking Casella with a second-class expert mech that was only a fraction as powerful as the Lionheart and the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III. Though Gloriana still did not like the Minerva Mark I Revision II, she was not powerful enough as a mech designer to force a more favorable outcome. She made a disgusted noise before turning to leave as quickly as possible. Her sharp heels clacked against the deck as she tried to wash away the image of the projection of the ugly expert mech right away. In the end, Vess finalized the Minerva Mark I Revision II design and instructed the best crew on the Spirit of Bentheim to carefully upgrade the expert command mech. As the Minerva was being prepared to participate in subsequent battles in the Torald Middle Zone, St. Casella already spent a lot of time on sorting out her complex thoughts. Vess called the Saint Commander to keep her up to date on the work done to the Minerva before he began to inquire about her personal condition. How are you today, Casella? I am not ready yet. The ace pilot's willpower feebly dispersed into the surrounding air. I still cannot accept what has befallen my brother. Only the hope that I can potentially bring him back if I become powerful enough is keeping me motivated. Yet, when I think about what is needed to reach this height, don't think about the vast distance that you have to traverse to reach your destination, Vess advised the woman. I mean, it is good that you have set an ambitious goal for yourself, but you can't get there by taking a few steps. You should break up your journey into smaller chunks and focus on the more immediate and attainable goals. You should focus on growing your resonance strength until you have become a peak ace pilot first before you think about anything further. As a Mech commander, Kaysella was familiar with this management approach. She just failed to apply it to her own condition because she was too caught up in her own emotions. Saint Kaysella let out a sigh. You are correct. My mood is not conducive to planning for the future, but I am not being productive while I continue to mope around like this. I shall pick myself up again soon enough. I have not forgotten my duties. Hey, don't feel compelled to rush back to the battlefield. You are a soldier, but you are also a grieving sister. Arvest Lima will remain in the possession of Red humanity for quite a while. Even if you remain absent, the remaining defenders are no slouches either. You are not shouldering the entire fate of the human race in the Red Ocean. Not yet, at least. No, I will not let my grief prevent me from doing what is necessary to stop the native aliens from overrunning the 3rd defensive band. I will blame myself for the rest of my life if it ends up falling, when I could have fought harder to keep it intact. Very well, Vess said with lingering concern in his voice. Let's move on to a more positive subject. In the process of hastily upgrading your Minerva, my wife and I have already come up with a few ideas on what your future ace mech should look like. In order to present you with a more definite proposal, you need to decide how you wish to develop and specialize your command abilities further. Have you made up your mind on what I have asked? Kaysella's eyes grew more intense. I did. I am ready to share my thoughts. Chapter 62, 84 Strong Reasoning. The new Saint Commander did not spend the days after her breakthrough mourning her brother's passing. She also put a bit of thought on imagining how she wanted to fight and lead her troops after her breakthrough. Though she admittedly did not analyze her future needs and obligations as thoroughly as she wished, she at least formed a vague impression on how she wanted to fight as an ace pilot as well as a Mech commander. She took a deep breath before she directed her focused stare at Vess' physical projection. Let me start by saying that I felt tempted to have it both ways. My commandeering ability and my recently acquired enfeefment ability are both useful in so many ways. It is already a luxury to possess one of them, but to be able to employ both at the same time allows me to make an outsized impact on the battlefield, no matter the circumstances. Yet, do you think you are trying to bite off more than you can chew if you attempt to develop in both directions at once? Vess guessed. The ace pilot nodded. I am fortunate in many ways. I started my career as an incompetent third-class Mech commander, but have now become an ace commander that is on track to pilot an amazing first-class ace Mech. I owe much of my success to your clan. While I may have worked hard to make the best use of the opportunities that you have provided to me, I did not break through at my early age due to my efforts alone. It is important for me to remind myself of this, because I do not want to make the same mistake as General Ark and base my decisions on an overestimation of my own capabilities. Ark Larkinson may not be directly at fault for killing her brother, but it was undeniable that his mistaken confidence and optimism had created the conditions for a tragic disaster. This traumatic event clearly struck Kaysella hard. She resented Ark so much that she wanted to make sure she did not end up resembling her fellow command specialist in any way. Vess did not have a particularly strong preference on this matter. He was fine with any of the options. He only cared about whether Kaysella made the decision that fit her goals and inclinations the best. So you first ruled out double development, is that correct? Yes, sir. I do not want to be greedy. It may be possible for me to excel in both directions, but the probability that I will succeed is far smaller than if I choose a more cautious approach. As ace pilots, we are known for doing the impossible, but what far too few people realize is that the cost and effort for doing so are also impossible burdens. The more I want to break the constraints, the more they will break me in turn. I cannot responsibly undertake these risks when my ultimate goal is in jeopardy. I do not care for becoming the most powerful Mech pilot or Mech commander. What I care about is bringing my brother back to life. I am more interested in maximizing the success rate of subsequent breakthroughs than improving the gains of each advancement. That was a refreshingly rational take on her future. Kaesella clearly recognized that she already faced an uphill battle if she wanted to transcend to godhood. Becoming a god pilot was the absolute minimum required for her to find a way to revive Iman Ingvar. With that in mind, it would be stupid for her to make the challenge of traversing the road to no return even more difficult by being greedy about acquiring additional power. Trying to have it both ways would also prolong her progression. Anything could happen in the meantime that could ruin her chances of bringing her brother back to life. If she wanted to minimize the risks that could adversely affect her goal, then she needed to take matters in her own hands and break through as fast as possible. In that sense, it was far better to focus on a single specialization and commit to it as much as possible. "Okay then," Vess said. "Which direction have you decided to commit to? Will you stick with your bread and butter, or will you try to exploit your newer capabilities?" "The latter," Kaesella said without hesitation. "I have put a large amount of thought into what I want to accomplish. After much consideration, I believe that I can better accomplish my goals by specializing in enfeoffment as opposed to commandeering." "Oh, what is your reasoning behind this decision? Of the two choices, I thought that it was likelier that you would choose to specialize in commandeering. It is a tried-and-true ability that has already proven its practicality and usefulness. It is the most fundamental expression of your command field, so the risks of developing it further should be the lowest. There are many reasons to favor enfeoffment over commandeering, sir. While your description is true, that is not the sole factor in my consideration. First, there is the issue of applicability. In order to maximize my commandeering ability, I should command forces ranging from tens of thousands of mechs to 100,000 mechs. This is my limit at the beginning of my journey as a saint. Once I grow stronger, I will be able to effectively commandeer increasingly larger quantities of mech armies. I may even be able to empower other friendly craft, such as starfighters and warships. All of this may sound fantastic, and I cannot deny the attraction of leading such a vast armada, but not every battle takes place on a grand scale. I see, I understand what you are saying. Many battles occur involving just a dozen, 100, or at most 1,000 mechs. Third-raters tend to field the largest mech armies because of their large population and dirt-cheap hardware. Second-raters also tend to field fairly large mech armies as they are not too constrained by resource shortages. First-raters are much more reluctant to field over 1 million mechs in any battlefield. It takes far too much money and high-value resources to build them all, and they are needed in too many places for them to congregate in excessively large numbers. If Kaesella chose to develop her commandeering ability, then she would most certainly get better at leading huge mech armies. That was not to say that she could not improve her ability to empower smaller groupings of mechs, but if she did so, she would always waste a huge amount of her capacity. This was not the most efficient use of her power. It was like building a mech arena that could host millions of spectators on a rural planet. Perhaps a big tournament or event may happen every few years that would allow the mech arena to be filled to capacity. But most of the time, all of the infrastructure would remain unused, as tens of thousands of regular season pass holders attended the less consequential competitive matches. The main reason to specialize in commandeering was if Kaesella prized the ability to effectively lead and empower huge armies. Evidently, she did not. She sounded as if she was completely fine with skipping out on becoming the next Archistrategos. Commandeering may be more useful if we were still operating in the old galaxy, but the rules of war have changed in the new frontier. Kaesella continued to present her arguments. Quality is much more important than quantity. The importance of champions is much greater in the Age of Dawn. Everything I have read about the conditions of Messier 87 suggests that battles are solely decided by the strongest individual combatants. The large amounts of cannon fodder that fight alongside them can still make themselves useful, but it is much harder for them to defeat true powerhouses than vice versa. It is not impossible for large groups of weaker combatants to pool their energies and inflict serious blows against individual powerhouses, Vess retorted. Battle networks, and more recently the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem, are but two possible ways for the masses to overpower the strong. I acknowledge that, but I think they are ultimately substitutes to true expert mechs and ace mechs. Enfeefment deals with much smaller quantities of recipients, but they are useful in any scenario. When any mech gains the combat power that is equivalent to an expert mech, they have completely risen from a low-value combat asset to a high-value combat asset. These qualitative changes not only makes it much easier for my enfeefed mechs to fight phase lords and other powerful aliens to a standstill, but also grants them the strength to massacre large amounts of weaker enemies depending on their configurations. It was much easier to punch down than the opposite. Particularly powerful combatants such as ancient phase whales, dreadnoughts, god pilots, and the most terrifying the Subjugation King could not be defeated by sending waves and waves of cannon fodder at them. Each of these powerhouses possessed more than enough strength to shatter weaker mechs en masse. I imagine that if we ever end up in a situation where we have to fend off a few enemy powerhouses with lots of standard mech units, a lot of good men and women will die, Vess remarked. Any victory will turn into a Pyrrhic victory. We cannot afford to win our battles in this way, especially when red humanity's population is so much smaller than that of any major alien race. Kaysella nodded. Those are my thoughts as well. Enfeefed mechs are much stronger, but also much better protected. The Barons and higher effectively gain their own resonance shields, which is a game changer for empowered mechs. Combined with my active leadership, it is much easier for me to ensure they can fully utilize their amazing strength, while also pulling them back before they are at risk of falling. These were all good arguments to invest in enfeefment, as opposed to commandeering. Though she could also imitate the Archistrategos and micromanage her commandeered mechs to the same degree, she had much less to work with, as the degree of empowerment for every individual machine just wouldn't be as strong. Are there any other reasons that have driven you to take this route? I have the feeling that there is still a greater motivation behind your choice. Kaysella slowly grinned. You are sharp, Patriarch. I do have one more important reason why I want to specialize in enfeefment. I have strong reasons to believe that it complements best with my companion spirit's hijacking ability. A spiritual winged snake dove out of her head and made a twirl in the air. Although Aleha did not have a chance to exercise her new mental hijack ability during Kaysella's breakthrough event, the ace pilot was quite confident that her companion spirit was able to dominate any enemy as long as the resistance was not too great. Vess could see how this could work out well for Kaysella. Ah, you want to boost the success rate of Aleha's own inherent ability to the greatest extent possible by channeling as much of your willpower onto an enemy's mind and spirit as possible. Enfeefment, indeed, hits individuals a lot harder than commandeering. It was the difference between utilizing a precision laser and a shotgun. The latter was more suited to damage a lot of enemy targets at the same time, but the former was vastly superior if Kaysella only wanted to focus on a single individual. I have a much better chance of reviving my brother if I can capture a powerful alien that possesses abilities that are unmatched by any human, Kaysella said. If I can save my brother by making a bargain with a god pilot or other human, then that is better. I do not want to bet on whether that is possible. It is better for me to be proactive about this, so I must develop Aleha's ability to the best extent possible. There is much greater synergy between her power and enfeefment. That alone is enough for me to commit to this specialization. I take it that Aleha can only hijack one being at a time. The ace pilot nodded. That is true. Perhaps she can expand that limitation if she trains for it, but that goes against my intentions. It is only the most powerful alien beings that should have the capacity to restore my brother to the greatest extent possible. Their minds are much harder to subvert, So I need all of the power I can get to succeed in gaining their cooperation by force. Chapter 62, 85, Maximizing Her Value. In the end, the Saint Commander confirmed her decision to focus on developing her new enfeoffment ability. She would continue her commandeering ability as well, but she did not intend to invest too much time and effort into improving it beyond her natural growth progress. Vess completely understood her reasoning and thought that she had indeed made a rationally good choice for herself. He would have supported her to the same degree if she chose to specialize in commandeering instead, as he believed there were still ways for her to gain a lot from expanding the reach of her command field and being able to effectively command huge Mech armies. There were good reasons the Mech community looked up to both the Archistrategos and the Technomancer. They were both excellent in their own ways. They had chosen different paths for themselves, but managed to make them work really well. The sheer variety of god pilots and the immense diversity in their power expression basically proved that Mech pilots could attain ultimate success by pursuing any development trajectory to the extreme. Perhaps certain specializations were much more difficult to progress than others, but as long as the pilots were capable enough, it was not impossible for them to make their dreams come true. The most important requirement was that Saint Commander Kaysella possessed a lot of motivation to work towards a defined goal. To a high-ranking Mech pilot, desire was the root of progress. It was where they found the discipline and willpower to work harder and tackle greater challenges than mortals could accomplish. Now that Kaysella gained a permanent fixation on reviving her dead brother, Vess did not have to worry about motivation problems from her end. One of the good points about the Saint Commander was that she was not as brain-damaged as other high-ranking Mech pilots. Her momentary outburst of extreme emotions hadn't seemed to distort her personality too much. In fact, as long as nobody brought up General Ark Larkinson and Venerable Iman Ingvar in a conversation, the Saint Commander acted just like her old self, if only a little more dour than before. It was a good thing that Kaysella had not participated in General Ark's foolish operation. If she witnessed the death of her brother with her own eyes and broke through from this trauma, then there was a decent chance that she might attack General Ark and his Lionheart right after repelling the two Phase Lords. If that happened, then the Larkinson High Court would have to convene again in order to exile the new Saint Commander from the clan. That would have represented a massive loss for the Larkinsons. Kaysella would take her powerful abilities elsewhere and likely receive rich incentives to become retainer for the Red Association or one of the first-rate colonial superstates. This was also why Vess felt glad when he managed to convert Iman into his first chosen envoy. So long as her brother remained in his grasp, Kaysella would never defect from his side. Even though neither of them explicitly talked about the fact that Vess possessed a strong handle over Kaysella, both of them were smart enough to understand the new dynamic between them. They had become more than an employer and an employee. The unspoken reality was that from now on, the Saint Commander had little choice but stand up for his interests over that of others. Vess did not feel inclined to act like a cruel and heartless bastard who would torture Iman's damaged spirituality if Kaysella ever disappointed him, but the threat always existed. The Saint Commander did not want to take any chances when it came to her brother's life. She already understood that the best way for her to cope with her new situation was to align herself to the Patriarch as much as possible. If she came to agree and support all of his actions and initiatives, then the probability of conflict between them should be minimized. The less disagreement, the lower chance that Vess would do anything adverse towards Iman. To be honest, Vess wanted to speak up and tell Kaysella that her fears were misplaced. Vess had principles. One of them was that he would always reciprocate loyalty with good treatment. Though Venerable Iman Ingvar had lasted far too short, he still made plenty of contributions to the Larkinson clan. Vess would never deliberately harm him, especially now that the deceased expert pilot had turned into a different kind of asset. Iman may have been reduced to a terrible condition at the moment, but he was slowly beginning to recover and complete his transformation into a new form. Once Iman completed his lengthy recovery process, he would probably become a force to be reckoned with after gaining the power of a chosen envoy. The only question was whether chosen envoys like Iman could fight effectively by himself, or whether Ves needed to design a Mech for him in order to fight to his full potential. Did Ves have to design a material Mech for his first chosen envoy, or would he have to figure out how to design a completely spiritual Mech? He didn't know. The system hadn't offered enough clarification on the matter. Ves had no choice but to wait until Iman recovered before learning whether the chosen envoy needed a Mech to do his job. In any case, after Ves gained a thorough understanding of Kaysela's choices and intentions, he went to his wife and conveyed what he learned so that she could lay the groundwork for the Minerva Mark Roman II project. I will make the preparations for this upgrade, but do not expect to see significant progress in the early stages, she warned Ves. As much as I am eager to tackle another Ace Mech design project right away, it wouldn't be fair to set back the completion of the Amaranto Mark Roman III project and the Riot Mark Roman III project. Venerable Stark and Venerable Orphan might not have broken through yet, but that does not make them any less worthy to receive new machines. You can even argue that they needed updated expert Mechs more, because receiving them may be the catalyst they need to finally break through. Ves already expected as much. It's fine. I do not disagree with you. Just don't accept too many projects after we have completed upgrades of the Amaranto and the Riot. Perhaps we can begin to work on a comprehensive upgrade of the first Sword Mark Roman III, but that is only because Cadiz is already working on it by herself. Our clan truly needs the Saint Commander at her best. The sooner she can fully exercise her new strength, the better. Why the hurry, Ves? Gloriana furrowed her brows. As far as I know, hardly any progress has been made on raising a first-class Mech force for the Larkinson clan. It is difficult to do so when you have not even designed a proper first-class living Mech as of yet. Considering your design schedule, it should take around 2 years for you to satisfy this necessary requirement, maybe less if you are collaborating with several excellent first-class Mech designers. Saint Kaysela is useful for more than just leading our Larkinsons in battle. Yes, I really want to pull her into the premier branch, not just to boost my own protective detail, but also to prepare for the upcoming deep strike expeditions, assuming that the aliens haven't derailed the deep strike plan. However, there is no rule that prohibits us from loaning her out to other forces. She can do a lot of good if she serves as a guest commander of a first-class Mech force belonging to the Terran, Rubarthan, or Mechers. Her command field is so powerful that she should be able to turn a lot of defeats and victories at some of the most important defensive nodes of the 3rd Defensive Band. His wife looked thoughtful after hearing that. That sounds plausible. Is she effectively able to commandeer and enfief a large amount of non-living Mechs? Is she willing to serve as a mercenary and command troops that are not her fellow Larkinsons? Don't worry, Gloriana. She will do what is best for the clan. It will take a long time for our premier branch to raise a combat-ready first-class Mech force. Kaysela will need to exercise her abilities in actual combat if she wants to maintain a higher growth rate. She will not refuse to volunteer her services to other first-raters. This is not only a good way for her to quickly accrue combat experience as an ace commander, but also a way for her to contribute to the clan by satisfying our allies. We can even use the attraction of Kaysela's command field to form a new first-class coalition force modeled after the Golden Skull Alliance. That was actually a very good idea. Even as the Larkinson clan was beginning to take root in first-class society, Ves was painfully aware that the Larkinsons were not even close to matching the power of the Red Two and the first-rate colonial superstates. So long as the power difference remained so vast, it was a good idea for Ves to strengthen his relations with these major powers. All of this can wait for later. We need to complete our Mech design projects first before we can bring our other plans to fruition, Gloriana said. You need to finish your secret design project as soon as possible. I need to speed up my progress on the Amaranto Mark Roman 3 project and Riot Mark Roman 3 project as well. As much as I am concerned about the progress of the Red Tide offensive, our responsibility as Mech designers is to develop better Mechs for the troops in the front lines. I agree. While I still have to meet a few other obligations, I don't intend to waste my time on any further distractions before I have completed one of the most important design projects of my life. After the two ended their conversation about work, Vess returned to his office so that he could begin his preparations on one of those aforementioned obligations. Gavin had already arrived and prepared an extensive update on one of his latest assignments. Well, we did it, boss. It took more time than expected, but we managed to wrangle representatives from 34 of the top 50 religious organizations in the Red Ocean by membership. Just 34 out of 50. Gavin shrugged. That was the best we could do on relatively short notice. I already told you that there are faiths that are anathema to each other. Neither of them can tolerate each other's presence. If Mech forces who hold opposing beliefs ever end up in the same star system, you can bet that at least one of them will hunt the other down. My team and I have received far too many claims about how a church representative will stand up and leave from the virtual meeting if another representative from an opposing religion is present at the table. We had to study the histories and relationships of all of the top 50 churches and calculate an optimal selection that will result in the least amount of conflicts. Even then, our modeling was in vain, as new and more obscure political and dogmatic disagreements has led to unexpected refusals and sudden cancellations. Vess wanted to palm his face. He had a feeling that this was just a taste of what was to come. He hadn't even met these religious nuts yet, but they were already testing his patience as well as the viability of the current plan. Give me an example. Well, there is a popular faith that believes that ancestors turn into stars that has developed a millennia-old conflict with another faith that believes that our greatest heroes are incarnated from the very same stars. Their doctrinal beliefs are quite similar, actually. Their only major disagreement is the order in the sequence. Did you know that their churches and their affiliated states have fought 72 large-scale wars since the start of the Age of Stars? Billions have died in some of those wars, just because these superstitious dolts couldn't agree on what came first. Vess grimaced even further. He definitely did not look forward to this upcoming meeting. Chapter 62, 86 Old and New Religions. Vess very much deliberately chose to host a virtual meeting with the representatives of different faiths in a very sterile gunmetal gray chamber. Many dignitaries were accustomed to holding meetings in beautiful and impressive virtual vistas, such as palaces, star gardens, and inside priceless monuments on old Earth. Though it would have been nice to talk in a place with a beautiful backdrop, Vess was not here to entertain the representatives. It was also far too easy to trigger these religious dignitaries by displaying a tree or putting them inside a stone structure or whatever. Though Gavin and his team had meticulously studied the preferences and requirements of every major religion invited to the meeting before setting up a detailed plan for the meeting venue, Vess only skimmed through it once before discarding it like junk. "You are missing the point of this initiative," he said. "We are not here to serve their whims. We are here to form a coalition to make their voices heard at the highest level of human civilization. They should be honored to become a part of these talks and eager to turn this coalition into a success. They aren't to raise a stink because we did not obey their imaginary rules." Gavin frowned. "With all respect, that has not been our experience, boss. Even if the representatives that we have talked to sought to test our bottom line, they still express their own red lines on what should or should not be allowed. Many of them will complain if they end up in a venue that is far different from what they have requested." "No, they won't." Vess firmly shook his head even as he stroked Lucky's back. The cat looked a little grumpy for remaining stuck on a boring planet for so long. Any religion that is successful enough to reach the top 50 in terms of membership and worshippers is a well-run organization. They may have plenty of fanatical and dogmatic believers among them, but these churches must also adapt to the cultures and jurisdictions of many different states if they want to expand their influence. They definitely have diplomats and relations managers among them who can handle all kinds of circumstances. We should keep it simple and neutral in order to send a message. 2 messages, actually. The personal assistant tried to guess the motives. The first reason must be to show who is in charge. You want to make a power play in order to establish an immediate hierarchy in the virtual meeting. Vess nodded. I know what these religious nuts are like. If you give them any space to express their stupid desires, they will run wild and likely say stuff that will offend the others. My plan is to adopt a tough attitude and not let anyone screw around. Are you not afraid of driving the representatives away? I am expecting it. I am sure there are people who try to play clever games in order to secure greater concessions for their churches, but that is why I need to make an example out of them. It is better to drive away the worst of the bunch right at the start than to tolerate their nonsense throughout the virtual meeting. Doing this will hopefully set a firm example and keep the remaining representatives well behaved. What is the other message that you want to convey? We cannot tolerate division. Unity is paramount. None of us like each other, but we must band together and pool our strength by necessity. Every church that has existed long enough has built up vendettas and hatreds against their religious rivals. I don't care about their old disagreements. They can continue to fight and kill each other for all I care. It is just that when they sit at the table of the coalition, I expect them all to bury their hatches and behave. They all need to acknowledge the basic truth that all of their existences are at stake in the Red War. If they continue to prioritize their vendettas over the basic need to unite and help Red humanity survive, then they clearly do not deserve a seat at the table. Gavin nodded in understanding. I see. It is a good plan, but if you want to cow and deter the representatives, then you must have conditions to back up your voice. Many of these churches are not easy to deal with. You have the diocese of New Rome, which is not only old, large, and wealthy, but also boasts strong internal cohesion. Oh, the DNR may sound stuffy, but it is filled with politically savvy operators. Then you have the Seekers of the Promised Land, which is currently the most dominant strain of the most persecuted faith in human history. The SBL and its related strains have waged war at least several times with many of the other churches. Do I need to go on, Vess? I have no interest in learning about their historical conflicts, Vess decisively stated. Once I go down this road, I won't be able to extricate myself from these messy disagreements. As far as I am concerned, none of the grudges preceding the Age of Dawn is relevant to us. These guys need to get over what has happened in a different galaxy and age. If they can't do so, then they at least need to settle their fights away from the coalition that I am trying to build. You cannot persuade them by appealing to logic and mutual understanding alone, boss. There is a large chance that the representatives will not listen to you at all and attempt to diminish your authority. You will need greater muscle if you want to command all of their attention. My suggestion is to approach a handful of the larger churches in advance and negotiate deals with them in private. So long as they make a firm declaration to back you up during the virtual meeting, you have already won half the battle as far as I am concerned. Vess chuckled. I don't need to do that. I already have a few religions backing me up. They are not as big and influential as the DNR. Some of them can't even get anywhere close to the top 50. It shouldn't matter too much as they have their own reasons to stand out from the crowd. His personal assistant looked puzzled. You will have to explain that to me. What exactly do you intend to do during this inaugural virtual meeting? It's quite simple. After Vess briefly relayed his plan, Gavin felt ambivalent about it. There was a chance that it could work, but there was also a chance that it would backfire. Nonetheless, it was realistic enough to work, and that was enough. If that is the tone you want to set for the crucial first meeting, then I suppose you can try. It may cause a lot of division and other consequences." "I can handle the consequences," Vess confidently said. "The important part is to establish enough unity to form a power block in the future Red Collective. I am tired of serving as the pawn of the Red Association and other groups. I didn't ask to assume a leading position in the Red Collective, but if I have to do it, then I should play the game properly." Vess and Gavin continued to confer with each other in order to finalize their plan for the crucial meeting. Time was short, so there was not much time to engage in any thorough preparation or private negotiations. This was actually good. The less time the other groups had, the lower the chance that any of them would come up with a tricky scheme. Though Vess refused to engage in any backroom dealing with the groups he was about to meet, that did not mean that the other side adhered to the same principle. Over a dozen of them sought to contact Vess in private to forge one agreement or another. Most of those requests never got past Gavin. The personal assistant acted in his capacity as gatekeeper and kept out all of the requests and proposals that Vess did not want to hear. There was only one exception. The pantheon of modern gods was one particular church that Vess and Gavin found difficult to refuse for one very clear reason. The PMG was the largest and most dominant church that worshipped the god pilots of human civilizations as literal gods. It was fairly new in that it had only been founded during the age of Mechs, but its membership had ballooned during those glory days as god pilot, after God Pilot continued to bedazzle humanity with their godlike feats. Even though the Mech Trade Association, and later on the Red Association, clearly discouraged the practice of worshipping god pilots to such extremes, the Mechers could not stop people who wanted to seek spiritual comfort and certainty from the only gods they knew that were real and tangible. It was precisely because there was overwhelming empirical proof of the existence and the reality-defying might of god pilots that so many people came to worship the likes of the chosen human and the first flame as bona fide gods. After all, the word God was in their job description. It shouldn't be more obvious that they were true deities that had earned people's worship. The ambivalence of the Mechers aside, the PMG had risen quickly to become one of the most influential faiths of the age of Mechs. Its power did not wane at all after the transition to the Age of Dawn. Red humanity was forced to rely much more extensively on the protection of the few god pilots in the Red Ocean, and that drove worship of the Mighty Eight even further. All sorts of official and unofficial worship of red humanity's god pilots had spread across every corner of human-occupied space. For whatever reason, the Red Association did not condemn and suppress these activities as much as before. This gave the pantheon of modern gods a surge of momentum, which it eagerly used to expand its influence as well as its physical holdings. Though none of the god pilots had ever stooped to get involved with the PMG, the church implicitly used and abused its connections to these high-end mighty beings to twist deals in its favor. Vess accepted a call from the PMG because he did not know whether its backing had increased since the Great Severing. Who knew whether one of the god pilots had changed his or her stance towards the PMG and chose to back it for political purposes. Soon enough, a projection of a robed figure wearing a high ceremonial hat appeared in Vess' office. The older-looking man boasted dark skin that contrasted nicely against his white beard and ceremonial outfit. Soon enough, a projection of a robed figure wearing a high ceremonial hat appeared in Vess' office. The older-looking man boasted dark skin that contrasted nicely against his white beard and ceremonial outfit. "In the name of the Eight that shall become more, I greet you, the son of the she-devil. You can call me by my actual name and professional title. Professor Vess Larkinson, then. I am Temple Commander Austin Jackary. The pantheon of modern gods has appointed myself to act as its voice during the upcoming proceedings. I have been granted many allowances to negotiate agreements with you and others for the purpose of spreading and securing our collective faith in the divine protectors of our sacred race. That is informative, Temple Commander. But you have not told me why you insist on meeting me when it won't take long before we both sit at a virtual table. That is because my message cannot wait. My primary intention of contacting you is to inform you that you can expect to receive near-full support from the pantheon of modern gods. Vess blinked. That was an extremely powerful statement. He tried to guess why this was the case. He could think of a few reasons, but he was not too sure about which of them were true. Why? The office of the Destroyer of Worlds has conveyed an instruction from the Rubarthan god pilot herself, Temple Commander Jack Harry announced. Though we are not fortunate enough to hear her holy voice directly, we have verified the validity and sanctity of her word. We shall obey her directive without question, so long as none of the other sacred protectors contradict her will. This was a pleasant surprise, maybe. Vess was not too sure whether he should welcome this surprise. Chapter 62, 87, The Pantheon of Modern Gods. The pantheon of modern gods was big. It had to be, because it was the religion that best fit the age of Mechs. In a time where god pilots arose to spread and enforce the dominance of Mechs in a post-age of conquest society, many people developed a deep desire or compulsion to worship them as literal gods. Worship of the first god pilots known to the public had already begun at the start of the age. The practice gained a lot of momentum as god pilots frequently appeared at the border of human space and regularly utilized their vast and transcendent might to beat back incursions from hostile aliens that thought that human civilization had become vulnerable due to all of the destructive. Infighting. While former rulers of the Milky Way galaxy were not wrong that humans had lost a huge amount of strength, they misjudged their ability to take advantage of the situation. God pilots were virtually invincible in battle. Even at that early period, where the development of mechs was at a much earlier stage, the crude god mechs that existed at the time could already crush the best ace mechs of the hyper generation. That was how strong god pilots were at the time. Humans, just like any other organic race, instinctively worshipped power. Those among them that became so strong that they appeared to be completely removed from weak and unexceptional humans easily began to regard it as genuine gods. The deification only picked up steam as years went by. Not only did the god pilots become stronger as their mechs regularly received new tech, more of them also started to emerge from the mech community. The confirmation that god pilots emerged from ordinary mortals did not depress the worshippers at all. Instead, they became more enthusiastic about their beliefs, because it proved that humans could continually produce more and more powerful real and tangible deities over time. The pantheon of modern gods also became known as one of the most pro-human churches. In the beliefs of many other religions, the object of worship was not necessarily human. This caused the faiths to become politically undesirable because the notion of dedicating one's life and faith to alien gods could be regarded as treason. The PMG did not have to worry about this problem at all, because every single god pilot could clearly be traced back to a human mech pilot. It was among the more politically acceptable churches that existed during the age of mechs. Combined with its uncertain and mysterious relations with one or multiple god pilots, not even the Mech Trade Association dared to crack down on it too harshly. In any case, the pantheon of modern gods only became more powerful as more and more god pilots emerged. With around 100 god pilots at the peak, it had grown into a behemoth that could easily rival the old traditional faiths with much more extensive foundations. For a church as powerful as the PMG to put its entire weight behind Vess made life a lot easier for him. He would definitely be able to act more confidently in an attempt to cow the other churches into obedience. Is it routine for god pilots such as the Destroyer of Worlds to issue orders to your pantheon? Vess curiously asked. The Templar commander shook his head. Our sacred protectors are too far removed from mortals. We would only become an unnecessary distraction to them if we bother them with our more mundane concerns. I am not privy to the full dealings of our extensive pantheon, but as far as I am aware of, it is rare for any god pilot to communicate with us directly. Perhaps a god pilot may have done so in private in the past, but I am not aware of such cases. It is therefore a remarkable event that the Destroyer of Worlds, or at least her office, has given us a clear instruction and allowed the news to spread. Many followers of the modern gods have become aware of the will of the Destroyer of Worlds. I see. I am aware that your pantheon is actually divided into many temples, each dedicated to a single god pilot. The Temple of the Destruction does not necessarily speak for the Temple of the First Flame or the Temple of the Hunt. I do not mean to question your words, but according to my admittedly shallow understanding of the PMG, I find it difficult to accept that your organization is truly prepared to support me in my attempt to form an unprecedented coalition. The temple commander who lived for over 3 centuries was not an idiot. He had to be extremely smart and competent in order to occupy his current position. He most definitely picked up Vess' underlying doubts and questions. The one aspect about Austin Jackery that Vess was uncertain about was whether the temple commander was a true believer. It might sound absurd to question the faith and piety of a man who had to be pretty high up in the hierarchy of one of the many temples, but Vess knew better than to assume that everyone in a rich and wealthy organization was truly committed to the cause they proclaimed to serve. Seeing that Vess possessed a certain degree of political acumen, Temple Commander Jackery decided to be a little more forthcoming. As you may have guessed, I come with additional motivation to inform you of the stance of our pantheon. We are currently experiencing a schism within our ranks. We have contained it as best we can in order to preserve the faith and stability of our temples. But if we continue to argue among ourselves, the pantheon that has bonded us together for so long may threaten to split. Vess raised a curious eyebrow. That sounds interesting, but what does that have to do with me? I mean, I am not a god pilot or a member of your pantheon. It is not fitting or desirable for me to get involved in your internal affairs. Temple Commander Jackery made a faint bow. We disagree. Let me ask you a question. Are you aware of which temple I have been invested in as a commander? Well, according to the Galactic Net, you are a high-ranking member of the Temple of Falsehood, the temple dedicated to Divine Oliver Rashidi, better known as the False Speaker. A god pilot who sadly remained in the Milky Way galaxy during the Great Severing. The pantheon of modern gods in the old galaxy is fortunate to be graced with the continued presence of the False Speaker, but the same cannot be said for our pantheon. The False Speaker was definitely one of the weirder and more controversial god pilots to ascend from the ranks. What would happen if a compulsive liar transcended to godhood? The result was the False Speaker. Nobody even knew where he came from. He spread multiple different retellings of his origins. In one story, he claimed to be the product of a scandalous affair between the Light of Sol, a Terran god pilot, and the Swift Hand, a Rubarthan star designer. He even claimed to be a third-class farm boy during an interview in his Saint days. One of Vess' personal favorites was the time when the False Speaker claimed to be a child between the polymath and a mysterious donor. This was clearly absurd, because the polymath was younger than the False Speaker. Although no one could pin down the god pilot's exact age, many analysts and other fellow god pilots had made a reasonable estimate that he was about 40 years older than the polymath. How could the polymath possibly give birth to the False Speaker, when in reality she was young enough to be his daughter? Even an idiot could recognize the impossibility of this scenario. Whatever the case, people quickly caught on that the False Speaker could not be trusted. The way he shamelessly lied about where he came from and other subjects caused him to become very controversial in human civilization. Yet despite how the Mech community ostracized him due to his extreme lack of reliability, the False Speaker stuck to his lying ways and continued to grow at a fast pace. People's attitude towards the False Speaker eventually took a drastic turn when he somehow survived his passage through the road of no return when much more honorable and deserving peak ace pilots had fallen. No matter what sort of mischief he committed during his mortal days, everything was forgiven now that he had become a powerful god pilot. Many groups that previously found the false speaker detestable suddenly developed a newfound tolerance for his lies, which had only grown bolder and more outrageous after his ultimate breakthrough. According to the information that Vess currently had at his disposal, the false speaker eventually teamed up with the Unbound Humanity faction of the Mech Trade Association. It seemed fitting that two troublemakers would choose to get together. Perhaps the only truthful parts about the false speaker was that he was a god pilot and that his title was accurate. The false speaker's words were so scary that he even managed to weaponize them. His most iconic ability was to spread a lie into the ears of an alien. If the god pilot said that the alien was twice as tall, then his body would truly morph to match that height. What was worse was that if the alien spread the lie to others that matched the criteria set by the false speaker, the lie would somehow become true and cause the height of the bodies of those other aliens to double as well. Those aliens in turn could spread the lie even further, leading to an exponential spread that could eventually infect entire population groups unless hindered, or if the god pilot was no longer able to sustain the expansion anymore. In other words, the false speaker's greatest weapon had become his ability to spread memetic hazards. Vess did not know why a fellow like Audiobook wanted to dedicate himself to a temple that deified such a freaky god pilot. If Vess was being honest, he actually felt pleased that the Temple of Falsehood in the Red Ocean got screwed by the Great Severing. No good could come out of a house of worship that literally revered the biggest liar of the human race. While Vess privately celebrated the temple's misfortune, he suddenly realized a very important consequence to the pantheon of modern gods. Oh, wait. The false speaker is one of the many god pilots that have remained behind in the old galaxy. It is probably difficult for your temple to justify its continued existence and worship of a god pilot that has become a lot less tangible and approachable than before. The bearing of this truth appeared to affect the temple commander a lot. Whether he was putting on a show or whether he truly felt hurt by the tragedy that had befallen his temple, Audiobook truly appeared, sad that his temple had effectively lost its object of worship. The temple commander's expression grew pensive. That has become our new reality. The Age of Dawn has only just begun, so our temple has mostly been able to maintain its hold over the believers in the new frontier. However, the less steadfast among our believers have already begun to defect to the so-called new temples. The rate of defections will only rise once more and more people conclude that our fallen temples, though we prefer to be called old temples, are unable to reach out to the god pilots that we hold dear. And that is a problem because our old temples vastly outnumber the new temples, but the latter has gained the upper hand for obvious reasons. If we do not stop them, then the new temples will abuse their power to forcibly dissolve the fallen temples so that they can claim anything valuable for themselves. The pantheon will become much smaller and less diverse as a consequence. I see. Vess briefly paused. As I have said before, your troubles sound fascinating, but I do not feel any inkling of desire to get involved in your schism. Why bring this up to me at all? What do you want me to do with your ongoing problem? The Temple of Falsehood would like to request a service from you. We have learned through your channels that you can essentially create gods, though you call them spirits. We would like to commission you to create a new spirit, modeled after the false speaker, in order to make our faith tangible and falsifiable again. So that was what this temple commander was after. The old man was so scared of losing his comfortable place in the hierarchy that he wanted Vess to create a facsimile of a god pilot to revive his faith. The audacity of this crazy request was so enormous that Vess couldn't offer an immediate response. Just the thought of creating a spiritual product in the image of a god pilot sounded heretical from the onset. Yet, a part of Vess also grew curious. What would happen if he actually did it? Would the resulting spiritual entity gain any connection to the true God pilot 50 million light-years away? Chapter 62, 88 Fallen Temples. Vess entertained the proposal only briefly before he made up his mind. He usually spent a lot more time and thought on considering important proposals that came with huge implications and consequences. But the situation this time was so clear-cut to him that he declined to entertain the idea further. "No. You are rejecting our request." Vess curtly nodded. "I am not interested in arming the Temple of Falsehood or any of the other so-called temples with my spiritual creations," he told the projection of the temple commander. "My decision is final." The strong determination of Vess' tone made it clear that he was not playing hard to get. He truly did not want to indulge in this request. "May I inquire about the reasons why you are not open to cooperating with the old temples?" Temple Commander Austin Jackary spoke in a subdued tone. "There are over 90 institutions that have a demand for your services. That constitutes the vast majority of the pantheon of modern gods. You should be aware of how large and dominant we are, so we can offer you vast concessions. Wealth, soldiers, starships, and even entire planets can be yours if you offer to solve our crisis of faith." The man did not hide his pleading tone, which was a very clear and obvious way to entice Vess into taking advantage of the weak negotiating position of the old temples. Vess was not fooled. It appeared that the temple commander specifically claimed the right to speak with Vess so that he could convey a more personal and self-motivated request. He bet that the new temples that were in the ascendancy did not agree with the man's scheme. "I am not for sale," Vess stated. "Not on this matter at the very least. I have many reasons to stick to my guns. First, as far as I am concerned, your pantheon is being subjected to a universal rule called the survival of the fittest. Whenever a major change in environment, such as the Great Severing, takes place, there will be species that will adapt to the new conditions and thrive. There will also be other species that fail to adapt to their new environments and die out. Your old temples fall in the second category. It is not a misnomer to refer to them as fallen temples, in my opinion. Survival of the fittest is a natural phenomenon. The strength of the human race and any civilized race is to defy the course of nature and impose our own rules onto our society," Austin Jackary astutely retorted. Vess crossed his arms. "That is true, but there are more factors that play against your old temples. First, think about what practical use they will serve in red humanity. All they will do is to channel worshippers into deifying god pilots that belong to a different human polity that we are not in good terms with. In fact, as long as our two human societies remain isolated over the long run, then unification becomes impossible. We have become two separate species and civilizations by that time. Continued worship of god pilots hailing from original humanity is not only a waste of resources, but can also constitute treason. Red humanity is much better off if the worshippers of the old temples cease their useless prayers and begin to make actual contributions to our society by praying to the god pilots who are actually on our side." The temple commander at least had the decency to agree. "You make a fair point. I am a member of an old temple, but also a citizen of red humanity. Please understand my desire to reconcile two different positions that used to be in harmony, but have now come into opposition. It is my hope that we can make everything right again with your assistance." "That will not happen, Jackary. I don't know those 90 god pilots at all. I have read their biographies and seen all of the cool archival footage of their performances, but that does not give me any familiarity with them. In contrast, I know each of the 8 god pilots of red humanity. I am even on good terms with at least 2 of them. It is in my best interest to allow the new temples to cannibalize the useless and redundant fallen temples. That includes yours. We still have much to offer to you and many others. Our research institutions alone have made many accomplishments in their attempts to replicate and reproduce the abilities of all of the god pilots in lesser forms. Much of that research and know-how will become lost or locked in vaults if the new temples take over and try to purge as many reminders of the old god pilots as possible. Purge was a scary word, but it was very much a necessary process in this case as far as Vess was concerned. In a medium energy environment where people's thoughts and emotions could produce tangible changes to reality, Vess found it intolerable for so many ignorant people to worship god pilots that weren't even in the same galaxy cluster. Praying to a god pilot like the chosen human or the beast king was as wasteful as spilling face water into a star. All of that scarce and precious faith energy would either travel a huge distance and end up benefiting original humanity in the old galaxy, or it would just go nowhere and disperse into the environment. Instead of doing that, the members of the pantheon of modern gods could make actual contributions to red humanity by directing all of their faith energy to the actual god pilots that were fighting to preserve the human race in the red ocean. Every mode of faith energy would speed up the progression of at least some god pilots and bring them closer to reaching the speculative rank of god king pilot. Temple Commander Austin Jackary apparently remained clueless to this dynamic. This meant the man was likely not enlightened to the secrets of faith energy. Vess leaned forward and spread his arms on his desktop. There is one more reason why I am unwilling to oblige your request. You come from the Temple of Falsehood. You and your fellow compatriots literally worship and revere the false speaker. Now, it is not my place to criticize a god pilot who has lent his strength to human civilization, but he is hardly my favorite. I don't know how much you and the other members of your old temple have taken after the false speaker, but knowing your identity, I really can't trust you to be completely sincere in your deal. I also do not want to support or facilitate a temple that treats lying as a virtue and cannot be relied upon to speak truthfully during negotiations. That caused the old man to look a bit offended for the first time. You are severely mischaracterizing the good that the false speaker has done. He has caused many disruptions in our society due to spreading his lies, but it has also made our society more resilient towards weaponized speech. Not every lie is malignant. There are good lies as well. As long as you remain flexible with the truth, you can skillfully use words to produce a net positive outcome. The false speaker has taught us all that it is not the meaning that matters, but the intent. While Vess felt oddly supportive of these arguments, that did not change his mind about how it was a bad idea to cooperate with a literal church of falsehood. Whether it was accurate or not, Vess preferred to err on the side of caution on this matter. He did not want to take any chances, and his plans did not hinge on cooperating with this stupid church. You came here to convey the news that the Destroyer of Worlds has instructed your pantheon to back me up in the upcoming meetings related to the Red Collective. Your message has been received. Is there anything else that you wish to convey? The temple commander frowned and rubbed his sparse white beard. The man eventually made a big decision, because he looked as if he had just lifted an enormous burden off his shoulders. If I cannot persuade you to save the Church of Falsehood, then may I encourage you to put the nail in its coffin. If you, the Mech designer who has the ear of at least 2 god pilots, believe that the fallen temples must make way, then please assist us by making the ball roll. Wait, what? How could the temple commander of the Church of Falsehood go from begging for Vess to save his temple to encouraging him to stomp it to the ground? Perhaps a change of mind may come across as more natural if the man had a few days or weeks to shift his stance and beliefs, but this came way too quickly. What do you mean, Jackary? Do you actually want me to facilitate the downfall of your own temple, thereby ending most forms of worship and fascination of the false speaker? I do not reject the false speaker, nor deny his divinity, the temple commander clarified. I am merely accepting the inevitable. Without your explicit support or the support of other strong groups or personalities, there is no saving the fallen temples. Rather than resist this inevitable outcome, it is better for me and my fellow faithful to accept this shift and act accordingly. You can kickstart this process by facilitating my transfer to the Temple of Destruction. Due to the Destroyer of Worlds instruction, our pantheon already regards you as her surrogate. If you recommend me to take a position in the Temple of Destruction, then its administration will sincerely obey your request. This will be interpreted as the will of a god pilot. Once this happens, the foundation of the Temple of Falsehood and the other fallen temples will crumble. What an ambitious scheme. Vess was almost certain now that Osen Jackary was a career opportunist. Perhaps the man was being truthful in his piety towards the false speaker, but that did not interfere with his desire to obtain greater power and climb the ranks of a powerful organization. From his perspective, it made a lot of sense for him to abandon the sinking ship that was the Temple of Falsehood and set up a new home in the much more promising Temple of Destruction. Is this even allowed? Vess looked a little puzzled. Will you even be able to switch from worshipping the false speaker to revering the Destroyer of Worlds? The two are drastically different god pilots. They have little in common, and they represent entirely different concepts. The temple commander dismissively waved his arm. Our temples are united under a single pantheon because we do not necessarily reject each other's beliefs. We acknowledge the existence of multiple god pilots, and we agree that each of them deserve our faith. We only worship one god pilot, each because we do not want to disrespect them, and it is not practical to follow the scriptures of multiple temples at the same time. Vess looked at the man with a more appraising expression. This conversation had taken a really interesting turn. I may be able to do what you have suggested. However, I have not heard any reasons why I should facilitate your career transfer. What do I get out of this deal? The old man confidently smiled. You stand to gain the friendship and cooperation of an insider in the rapidly expanding Temple of Destruction. I may also be able to improve my status within the greater pantheon. I can become a much more effective agent and informant to you, if that is the case. I will be able to pass on news of important developments and changes. My current rank is already high enough for me to share much of the unclassified news circulating within the pantheon of modern gods. I can supply much more information in time. Chapter 62, 89, Religious Opportunist. In the end, Vess accepted the second proposal offered by Templar Commander Osen Jackary. As he did so, Vess had the distinct feeling of getting played. The complete switch in plan and attitude initially threw him off balance, but once he had a moment to think about it, he recalled that he was speaking to a supposed devotee to the infamous false speaker. Even a child could deduce that the words spoken by anyone from the Temple of Falsehood never appeared to be truth on the surface. When Vess decided to confront the good man on his rapid turnaround, the man sounded forthcoming. Some of the many lessons that the false speaker has taught to humanity are how to win without fighting a battle, how words have power, and how you can combine the two to gain an advantage regardless of how your audience interprets your speech. It is a habit of the higher-ranking members of the Temple of Falsehood to hedge our bets. We plan our conversation strategy and shape our words so that we can gain benefits no matter whether people think we are telling the truth or have been lying to their faces. That caused Vess to think back on his earlier conversation with the slimy temple bastard. He suddenly understood how he had been played. Osen Jackary came into this talk with a goal in mind. That was to save his own status and position within the pantheon of modern gods. He came up with two different plans. If he was able to maintain his familiar status within the Temple of Falsehood, then that was for the best. He was a consummate insider in the temple and knew much of its secrets. He also maintained an extensive network of friends, allies of convenience, and other contacts. Much of this social capital would get lost if the temple no longer became viable. Since Vess had clearly expressed his objection towards the continued existence of the temple, the probability that the old temples would lose its internal war against the new temples became a lot higher. The man who apparently held the favor of at least 2 god pilots could sway many Pantheon insiders merely by expressing his stance towards the old god pilots of the Milky Way. Since the collapse of the fallen temples appeared inevitable, the soon-to-be former temple commander clearly wasn't one of the die-hard fanatics who was willing to go down with his sinking ship. His faith in the false speaker sounded genuine enough, but he did not consider it a betrayal of his principles if he shifted his service from one god pilot to another. In any case, the Templar commander tried to account for multiple possibilities by preparing an escape route before he actually met with Vess. By plotting to defect to the Temple of Destruction in the event his old temple could not maintain its existence, Asen Jackary had a much larger chance of getting ahead no matter the outcome of this talk. The only way he would stumble was if Vess took personal offense at him and complained about his conduct to the Pantheon. That would most definitely cause his status within the religious organization to plunge. Even now, Vess was not sure whether he should feel nonchalant or insulted at the fact that this shameless temple commander tried to game him. Nobody liked the feeling of being played. However, logic prevailed. So what if the temple commander executed a deliberate social strategy on Vess? A lot of other people did the same these days. When Vess ascended to a Tier 3 galactic citizen and gained universal recognition in the Red Ocean, his influence had already grown to the point where he could boost or ruin the careers of trillions of people. His words and actions had an outsized influence on the new frontier. This forced him to be more cautious and deliberate in his dealings, because he could easily end up causing more harm than good to human civilization. In a way, Vess already understood the false speaker's lessons pretty well. Words had power. Words could be used to win entire battles before they even started. After a bit of thinking, Vess returned his attention to the projection of Templar Commander Jackary. The old man successfully impressed Vess. Granted, it was not too difficult to do this. Vess was 7 times younger than the Templar commander, who had already spent centuries building his career and dedicated his last few decades on climbing up the hierarchy of the Temple of Falsehood. The huge gap in life experience alone was so great that the old man could play Vess like a fiddle. That was why Vess preferred it if a man as socially capable as Jackary was on his side. The man had a lot of value, and Vess was not in the habit of letting anything useful go to waste. Since the Templar commander clearly offered his services and potentially his loyalty to Vess, then there was a basis for cooperation. It didn't matter if Asen Jackary blatantly manipulated Vess so long as the old man did not actually do anything detrimental. Jackary was definitely clever enough to avoid crossing Vess' red lines. If the Templar commander ever went too far, then Vess had no qualms about squashing this impudent fellow. That should never happen. The power difference between the two was too great. Just as Vess could never think about resisting the Red Association due to how much weaker he was compared to this mighty organization, Jackary had no chance of getting away with pissing off a benefactor that was already chummy with a pair of god pilots. Aside from that, the Larkinson clan also started to shape up into a major power in its own right. The rise of Tusa, Isabel, and now Kaysella to sainthood finally gave Vess the muscle he needed to assert himself more confidently and throw his weight around. The higher he climbed, the more he began to morph into the elder statesman that received audiences from weaker supplicants that sought his assistance and support. Vess felt quite empowered when he realized that he had reached this junction. He was finally becoming the boss that many other people could only look up to. He finally started to gain actual agency in his life. No longer would he have to passively accept the consequences of other people's decisions. In any case, Vess did not have too many concerns about getting screwed over by the Templar commander. He just had to ensure he remained on top. There was little chance for Asen Jackary to ever grow powerful enough to pose a threat so long as he did not gain a power base, which was unlikely since he was just a mortal. For now, praying to the god pilots did not seem to benefit members of the pantheon of modern gods all that much. There was no explicit form of contract cultivation as of yet, and it may never come, as certain god pilots were probably ideologically opposed to engaging in deity cultivation themselves. I will have my personal assistant transmit a missive to the Temple of Destruction that expresses my desire to have you take up a worthy position within its ranks. Vess promised the ambitious old man. I do not know how the leaders there will take it, though. They may not believe that I am acting on behalf of the Destroyer of Worlds. They may also doubt your sudden defection and seek to isolate you in their temple. Temple Commander Jackary responded with a confident smile. You do not have to be concerned about that, my new benefactor. I have already built up the necessary contacts and collected enough favors to ensure a smooth integration in the Temple of Destruction. I would be unworthy of my rank and renown if I cannot earn the trust of my new brothers and sisters. Vess seriously questioned whether anyone from the Temple of Destruction would be willing to extend any measure of trust towards a soon-to-be former worshipper of the false speaker, but that was his problem to solve. Okay, you can handle your own affairs. Now that you have joined my side, it is time for you to make yourself useful to me. Please share your thoughts on the current situation. I want to hear your thoughts on the formation of the Red Collective, my attempts to build a coalition of faiths, and what may threaten my plans. That caused the old man to look serious and thoughtful. You are asking a lot from me. My understanding of your circumstances are extensive, but also incomplete. I can only ask for your understanding if I have made any misjudgments. That's fine. You are just one of multiple sources of information that I have at my disposal. I value your opinion because you are the best insider out of the bunch. I need your inner perspective to provide clarification on details that those on the outside cannot observe. I understand. Where do I begin? Perhaps it is best to start with the Pantheon, as I am most familiar with it. As I have mentioned before, a schism is breaking out that is putting the fallen temples in opposition to the new temples. If you actively choose to intervene, this conflict can be decided before both sides can engage in any destructive fighting. The leaders of all of the temples are well aware that if they begin to fight in the open, it may completely collapse and disintegrate the Pantheon, thereby causing their overall voice and power to split. That is an outcome that no one wants to happen. What are you saying? Do not listen to what the leaders and members of the fallen temples are saying. They may sound as if they are willing to fight to the death to defend the right to worship the old god pilots, but they much prefer to make use of an escape hatch that allows them to avoid starting a mutually destructive conflict. The mere perception that a god pilot in the Red Ocean desires to end the worship of old god pilots is enough to allow the adherents of the fallen temples to suspend their current worship and convert their beliefs to a new god pilot without incurring any blame. Vess directed a critical look at Jackary. If this fellow was correct, then he was hardly the only opportunist of a fallen temple that was looking to jump ship. They just couldn't do so in a blatant and shameless manner. Religion was all about piety, devotion, and sincerity. To switch their belief in gods as if they were swapping clothes completely tarnished the dignity of their temples. What does this mean to me in more concrete terms? Well, the rapid reduction from 100 temples to just 8 will result in a massive wave of consolidations. Every new temple will become approximately 10 times larger, wealthier, and more influential. The Temple of Destruction is currently very well disposed towards you, but its usefulness to you is about to become much more significant in the near future. With my help on the inside, you may be able to assume indirect control of it. As long as its patron goddess herself does not contradict your actions, you can freely take advantage of its clout and resources. The greatest issue is that resolving the current schism will lead to temporary disruptions in the present, so you cannot take advantage of this circumstance right away. The Temple of Destruction was not an officially sanctioned, subordinate organization of divine Irene Mox. It could best be compared to a very large and powerful fan club with religious trappings. That was no reason for Vess to look down on it. Fan club or not, It held trillions of people under its sway, which included a large number of Rubarthans and other first-raters. To be able to command such a huge and powerful collection of believers was incredibly tempting. It would definitely be enough to secure Vess a strong base support in the future Red Collective. Chapter 62, 90 The Backing of Faith. Vess had only met with Temple Commander Asen Jackary for less than an hour, and already he was beginning to scheme a silent takeover of the rapidly growing Temple of Destruction. Somehow, the old opportunist managed to infect Vess with his ambition, thereby causing both to dream about taking control of a powerful religious institution. As much as Vess wanted to take control of the Temple of Destruction right away, such maneuvers took time. The schism dividing the pantheon of modern gods had not yet been resolved. Vess needed to address his more immediate affairs first, so he eventually switched the topic back to the coalition of faiths. How can I ensure I can not only gain the cooperation of the majority of religions that have sent envoys to the meeting that I have organized, but also obtain a leading position in the coalition that I am trying to build? Well, you have already made good progress by gaining the support of the pantheon of modern gods, the Templar commander said. It is not enough to rely on its backing to dominate the meeting. As dominant as we have been during the Age of Mechs, we have already made many enemies and rivals. The Age of Dawn has reset many rules and customs, and one of them is that other faiths may experience a resurgence, particularly the old ones. They will be most opposed to surrendering control to a third party. Please clarify. According to my current understanding, every form of organized religion can roughly be divided into 3 categories. The old faiths are the religions that originate from before the Age of Stars and have managed to survive humanity's expansion into the stars and more. Many old churches have become extinct, but the ones that have managed to persist for many millennia have deep foundations, extremely stable management, and leaders who excel in long-term thinking. These are the groups that have waited for more years than you know to regain their eminent status in human society. They are actually well prepared to evangelize their faith throughout every corner of human-occupied space. They only need a chance, which is why they have agreed to attend your meeting. The Terrans, who boasted of preserving the oldest traditions, also retained the more religious ones as well. The believers of the old faiths had never really gone away. At most, they retreated into the background and developed quietly all of this time in order to preserve their beliefs and organizations. Vess rubbed his hairless chin in thought. I think I know what you mean by the old faiths. Whenever anyone thinks about the churches that can trace their origins to a time before the human race ascended to the stars, they think of the DOCs of New Rome, the Brothers and Sisters of the Cross, the Seekers of the Promised Land, the Neo-Crescent Faith, and a few others. Each of them have very deep roots in all of the states, but most particularly in the Terran Alliance and other first-rate states. Many citizens of the Rubarthan Pact tended to be highly materialistic, which meant that they had little demand for faith. The Terrans, who boasted of preserving the oldest traditions, also retained the more religious ones as well. The believers of the old faiths had never really gone away. At most, they retreated into the background and developed quietly all of this time in order to preserve their beliefs and organizations. There was no question that they were powerful and influential. Each of them were also militant. They were fully capable of fielding entire Mech armies staffed by true believers who were willing to fight and die for their gods. It is good that you do not underestimate them, the temple commander said. The old faiths can become an excellent ally if they submit to your leadership on this matter. Their clout and influence alone are enormous. Many smaller faiths will follow their example. You will also be able to impose your own demands on the Interim Leadership Council with greater ease, with at least 2 of the old faiths as your backers. That also implies that they can become my greatest hindrance if they stand in opposition to my goals, Vess noted. True, that is why winning them over is your greatest priority in your next meeting. Your ambitious plan to form a religious power base in the Red Collective that effectively answers to you cannot succeed unless you satisfy this condition. That sounded hard. These old faiths did not believe in God pilots that could conveniently drop by and put in a good word for Vess. He would have to win them over the old-fashioned way. So how do I do that, Jack Harry? By building up a base of support among the other faiths. As long as there is enough momentum behind your initiative, one of the old faiths may feel sufficiently pressured to adapt to the changing times. They will do so reluctantly, but they do not want to fall too far behind on historical trends. The old faiths have all developed enough dogmatism to retain their essence throughout the ages, but they have also built up just enough flexibility to bend and stretch whenever it is necessary. We need to play on the latter factor in order to win them over. That sounded like a difficult but doable plan. There was one problem, though. That forces me to win over a lot of other faiths, which can be just as difficult and troublesome. I believe you are underestimating this task, Professor. Let us begin with the Middle Faiths. These are all of the organized churches that have been founded during the Age of Stars, the Age of Conquest, and the Age of Mechs. The pantheon of modern gods is the most prominent among them, but it is not the only to exist in this category. Their heritage and foundation may not be as great as the old gods, but they are also often regarded as more relevant and modern for a given definition of this word. You have already secured the greatest concession by receiving the backing of the PMG in advance, but you can make your hold of the Middle Faiths stronger by gaining the support of other ones. Such as, my sources indicate that you share special bonds with the rapidly resurgent Gaia Coven and Humanity First. Vess nodded. That's true. I have played a key role in making their gods more tangible and present. I do not have any past dealings with the Gaia Coven and Humanity First, but I am confident that I can gain their strong support. It was rather interesting that the temple commander allocated the GC and H-Chef to the Middle Faiths. They had indeed for a longer time, but it was only recently that they grew from small and obscure cults into full-blown religious movements. Vess took that to mean that, while they were both new to power, they possessed stronger foundations than most. That means that 3 fairly large and influential Middle Faiths are already on my side. No, wait, there is one more. I think the Eternal Vulcan Faith also falls into this category. Do I need to secure the cooperation of another? Yes, Professor. The Gaia Coven has risen to become an influential Middle Faith in the Terran Alliance, but you do not have the support of a counterpart based in the Rubarthan Pact. It would be prudent of you to remedy this. There is one obvious group that satisfies our criteria. It did not take much guessing for Vess to come up with a name. Are you talking about the Star Emperor cult? Correct. The Star Emperor cult has lost influence after the Great Severing due to getting cut off from the new Rubarth Empire, but it will likely experience a resurgence after the Rubarthan princes in our dwarf galaxy have resolved the battle for the throne. Although the proportion of secularists in the Rubarthan Pact is high, there are still enough Rubarthans who have become members of the SEC and worship one of 7 star emperors to exist. Once the Pact presents a legitimate successor, then the Star Emperor cult will most definitely fall under the new ruler's sway. That told him that the Star Emperor cult would likely fall into lockstep with the secular leadership of the Rubarthan Pact. The new Star Emperor, or whatever replacement title the Rubarthans have chosen, would effectively gain extensive control over the colonial superstate. That meant that there was little chance for Vess to win over the SEC entirely. At most, he could forge a mutually beneficial relationship with the Rubarthan cult and hope it would last long enough. I have contacts with several Rubarthan princes, Vess said. I can reach out to them and see if they can wrangle the SEC into giving me support on this matter. That sounds good, but it is better if you can obtain unequivocal support of the leading candidates for the throne. The Smokestack Prince has been the leading candidate for a long time, but the Inferno Spear Prince has recently been gaining momentum since the start of the Red Tide Offensive. That made sense. The Rubarthans would probably prefer to be led by a capable administrator who knew how to grow the economy under normal times. If the war started to get too close to home, then the need to survive trumped every other priority. The Rubarthans would rather be led by a proven warrior and champion if that was the case. I am on good terms with the Inferno Spear Prince, but I can't say the same for the Smokestack Prince. I think that may be enough so long as the latter doesn't actively oppose my initiative. That meant that there may be a chance for Vess to win over the Star Emperor cult after all. Once he secured its tentative support, Vess should have a strong enough base of support from the Middle Faiths. After the Middle Faiths come the New Faiths. These are all of the new religious organizations founded in the current age that are on the rise. Their foundations, membership figures, and influence cannot be compared to the other faiths, but they may end up representing the future of our religious landscape. The Hunting Association is currently the only one that has gained enough momentum to be taken seriously. The others are mostly too small to exert enough influence. That's a problem, because I have the backing of multiple faiths that don't quite measure up to the rest. There is the Flamekeeper Church that worships Furia, the Ilvanen faith that worships Ilvane, the Creation Association that worships the same god as the Eternal Vulcan Church, and the Temple of Hexism that has come to deify the Superior Mother and the Daughter of Death. I am aware that none of them are large or powerful enough to match up to the big boys, but I wield a considerable amount of influence in each of them. In fact, I outright own the Creation Association. Does it help to bring them into the meeting? The temple commander nodded. It will help. It proves that you support the practice of religion through your actions, not just through your words. It will be much easier for you to present yourself as a sympathetic friend and ally. This credibility will play a helpful role in arguing that you should lead the coalition of faiths. The two opportunists continued to talk and discuss Vess' plan for the upcoming days. Vess truly valued the old temple commander's analysis and recommendations. The insider possessed a much more thorough grasp of this previously underexplored part of human society. Without his latest agent's valuable advice and warnings, Vess did not think it would be so easy to build a coalition of faiths. At the very least, his chances of leading the coalition would have been much less due to the unified objections of the old faiths. Now that Vess amended his original plan, he actually started to feel better about creating a power base from a lot of fractious and quarrelsome churches. Sure, all of them were filled with crazies, but as long as Vess held enough leverage over them, he should at least be able to prevent them from blowing up in his face, hopefully. Chapter 6291, Power-Sharing Disputes. The much-anticipated meeting between the representatives of different faiths unfolded with a lot less drama than Vess feared. This was because he started it with a much more sound and thorough plan in mind. Of course, that did not mean that none of the representatives tried to raise a stink. One of the church officials looked outraged when he saw that Vess actually chose to host the virtual meeting in a very cold and sterile cube-shaped ship compartment. The bare metal surroundings, the flat and uncomfortable metal furniture, and the complete lack of good aesthetics made it seem as if they had entered a prison instead of a stately and opulent meeting chamber. This is an insult against our church and our gods. How dare you disrespect our respected religion by refusing to accommodate a single demand on the list that we have conveyed to your office? There are no open windows or even facsimiles of one, and the lack of organic materials is an affront to our dedication to the cycle of nature. The seating arrangements are completely abominable as you seek to place us at a round table where we must sit on equal grounds with idolatrous organizations. If you think you can place me next to a heretic who believes in a single god. The projection of the shouted robed figure abruptly disappeared. The other attendees instantly figured out that the church representative did not close the connection on a voluntary basis. Well, that's that, Vess said in a deliberately casual tone as he took his seat at the round metal table. Please remember that you are here by my invitation. If you attempt to disrupt this virtual meeting or become a nuisance that adversely affects my stated goal, then I have the right to boot you out of this venue. Please act like the adults that I know you are and maintain your propriety." The other representatives did not kick up a fuss. Vess had made a strong showing from the start and proved that he was not above rejecting one of the top 50 faiths due to disrespect. Perhaps there were other representatives that thought about arguing with Vess over one thing or another, but they swallowed their objections when they clearly understood they would accomplish nothing in return. Now that everyone is seated, let us skip the introductions. You guys probably know each other already, and there is no need for me to know your names unless you give me a reason to. Now, the sole topic on the agenda is the formation of a coalition of faiths. I have already shared my plan for that with your respective organizations, so there is no need to waste everyone's time by rehashing the obvious. Before I ask whether you are willing to throw your support behind our coalition, I will give you the opportunity to ask relevant questions that may affect your decision. Please go ahead. Vess inwardly smirked. So far, so good. Establishing his authority so early on would definitely be helpful in maintaining his lead. Now that everyone is seated, let us skip the introductions. You guys probably know each other already, and there is no need for me to know your names unless you give me a reason to. Now, the sole topic on the agenda is the formation of a coalition of faiths. I have already shared my plan for that with your respective organizations, so there is no need to waste everyone's time by rehashing the obvious. Before I ask whether you are willing to throw your support behind our coalition, I will give you the opportunity to ask relevant questions that may affect your decision. Please go ahead. It did not take long before one of the representatives of the old faith raised their hand. A virtual label helpfully informed Vess that the elder man wearing a black and red outfit hailed from the Diocese of New Rome. Go ahead. The man with a bright red cap on head rose to his feet and began his speech. Esteemed Professor, I shall leap past my introduction since you are not receptive to it. Our church has thoroughly studied and analyzed your proposal, but we are unable to form a judgment due to numerous holes in your plan. We request clarification on a number of subjects. One of them is the distribution of voting rights. As your coalition begins to encapsulate more and more churches, disputes and disagreements will arise. How much power will each individual church or group be able to exercise within your coalition? Is it not obvious, Cardinal? Another representative of a newer and smaller faith spoke up. Each of us deserves to have one vote each. We represent much of the diversity of beliefs of humans in the new frontier. That is completely inequitable. Our membership is hundreds of times larger than the flock of your small, regional church. We will not accept any outcome where your vote is worth just as much as ours. I see no reason to participate in this coalition if the largest faiths have all of the say. Not all of us are so insistent on spreading our beliefs far and wide. Our faith is mostly confined to individuals of the right ancestry, and we have no intention of changing and apply to strengthen our voice in this coalition. Good riddance, I say. We don't welcome you anyway. Your faith is so small that there is absolutely nothing you can do to promote our common cause. That is not true. Our membership is small, but we predominantly comprise first-class citizens. Our wealth alone surpasses the sum total of many of your churches. Population is important, but wealth is also a relevant criterion to determine our voting rights. A representative from the Gaia Coven stated, "There are churches among us who can boast of having trillions of worshippers, but most of them compromise third-raters that do not matter on the galactic scale. It is not wise to allow them to have the same voice as an equivalent number of first-raters. I propose we determine the voting rights by counting populations, adjusted for class and total assets. That is an inherently unfair counting approach. We are all humans. Our third-class brethren are no less worth their second-class and first-class cousins. We will only be repeating the mistakes of the past if we only orient ourselves to first-raters." One of the mandates of the Red Collective is to give a voice to the underserved and underprivileged. Our church fully supports this mandate and will fight against any force that seeks to deny a proper voice to the marginalized population of red humanity. A completely legitimate argument broke out about power distribution. It figured that all of these greedy faiths first wanted to increase their voice within the proposed coalition as much as possible. The troublesome part about all of this was that there was no clear solution on how to divide power between the members of the coalition. Population sounded like the obvious answer, but there were old faiths like the Seekers of the Promised Land who drew their support from very old bloodlines in the first-rate states. The SBL therefore never managed to make up a large part of the population, but possessed a disproportionately high amount of wealth and power. The SBL also happened to be highly militant. No matter the age, they always sought to invest heavily in their military forces. This not only allowed them to secure their survival throughout the ages despite making a lot of enemies, but also survive large and violent transitions. Its members had learned their lesson long ago that only absolute force could guarantee their continued survival, and they appeared to be correct. For this reason, the SBL and other similar faiths fought tooth and nail against the churches that boasted huge memberships throughout every layer of society. The DOCs of New Rome, the Brothers and Sisters of the Cross, and the pantheon of modern gods clearly stood to gain a huge voice based on membership numbers alone. Professor Larkinson, the representative of the SBL, finally turned to the organizer of this virtual meeting. Please dispel the delusions of these churches and tell them that quantity alone is not enough to obtain greater voting rights. Multiple representatives turned their heads towards Vess, as if they only recalled his existence at this point. As the organizer of this meeting, it was his job to guide the discussion towards an acceptable compromise. It was too bad Vess was not interested in balancing everyone's requirements and trying to make everything as fair as possible. He was driven by a substantially different agenda. Vess slowly rose up from his seat, signifying that he was about to hold an important speech. Everyone automatically fell silent. He had successfully commanded their respect, if only for the moment. Who says that you get voting rights? The representatives all looked nonplussed. It is funny to me that you are fighting so hard to gain as much control over the coalition when I never intended to give a voice to any of you. We live in a time of crisis. This is no time for debate and equitable power sharing. It is a time for bold leadership and action. Perhaps later on, we can bring the coalition to a more regular order and extend limited voices to you all, but for the time being only one voice is valid. Mine. That surprised a lot of groups. They did not expect that Vess would be so brazen about taking charge of everything. You are just one man, a representative uttered. You are a great man, but you cannot possibly represent enough of the faithful to become the sole leader and decision-maker of our collective faiths. Such a ploy contradicts the very meaning of a coalition. Vess smirked. That is where you are wrong. You mistakenly claim that I am alone, but the truth is much different. Let me show you how many faiths are already in support of my plan. More people started to stand up. They were all representatives of the groups that were willing to back him up on this matter. The representatives of relatively small or overly regional groups like the Flamekeeper Church, the Ilvanan Faith, the Creation Association, and even the Temple of Hexisms did not receive much acknowledgement. Some of their groups didn't even belong in the top 50. However, the gathering of people soon began to take this show of support more seriously when the representatives of the larger churches started to stand up as well. The Gaia Coven, Humanity First, the Eternal Vulcan Church, and most prominently the pantheon of modern gods all stood behind Vess. These middle faiths not only possessed more serious foundations and heritages, but they possessed the backing of a lot of people, many of whom were powerful and wealthy first-raters. Temple Commander Jack Airy, is it true that a god pilot personally vouched for Professor Larkinson? The representative of the pantheon of modern God unequivocally nodded. The destroyer of worlds trusts him to do what is best for red humanity and our pantheon. That was a very strong statement of support. Even if the infamous temple commander exaggerated the degree of support, the other representatives could not ignore the fact that one of the real and visible gods of red humanity effectively backed Vess. At this point, Vess already accumulated a fair amount of momentum. It was impossible for the other fractious faiths to present a widely supported rival candidate that could obtain nearly as much support. That certainly helped Vess' case, but the most stubborn old faiths still appeared reluctant to agree to surrender much of their power and subject themselves to the whims of a single Mech designer. Vess needed more support, and he knew where he could get it. He first turned to the representative of the Hunting Association. Will you support my endeavors to give religious and quasi-religious organizations, such as yours, a proper voice in the galactic arena? We already have a seat at the highest table, the representative of the Hunting Association said. With the huntsman as our patron and the essential services we provide to our society, we do not require your coalition to represent our interests. I have accepted your invitation in order to keep up with this discussion. I am not obliged to offer my support for your appointment as our leader. The answer disappointed Vess. He was hopeful that the Huntsman Association would seek greater cooperation, but the representative was correct that it truly did not need any greater help than the support of a god pilot. Vess turned to the representative of the Star Emperor cult next. What is your opinion? The representative remained still for a few seconds until she finally rose from her seat. The Star Emperor cult is willing to extend temporary decision-making authority to Professor Larkinson. Our support is conditional and contingent on future reforms, where a more sensible power-sharing arrangement comes into force. Vess smiled. The SEC already promised to back him up after he contacted a few important Rubarthans, but it was nice to hear confirmation in front of others. Unfortunately, the additional vote of support was not quite enough to persuade any of the old faiths. They still remained extremely reluctant to follow suit, as they stood to lose a huge amount of power, if only for a limited amount of time. Vess had another way of obtaining their support. He turned towards their undecided representatives. I can promise you that once the initial emergency has passed, I will take action to share power with all of your organizations. This is the point where you can exercise your voice within our coalition. However, not every organization deserves to have the same amount of voting rights. I have already considered what we should base it upon. In my opinion, voting rights should be solely based on membership size, not wealth or the class of a human. The more worshippers you have, the greater your right to encourage the coalition to act according to your intentions. This is madness, the representative from the Seekers of the Promised Land burst out. Please forgive my language, but you cannot possibly give space peasants the same rights as first-raters. This is a complete contradiction of the reality of our society. Capital is just as important as manpower. If population alone determines our share of power, then our coalition will turn into a tyranny of weak and ignorant space peasants. Though the representatives of other smaller but higher-quality churches did not employ such a strong tone, they all expressed similar contempt towards the citizens of third-rate states. They could not understand why Vess wanted to give them so much undeserved power. Chapter 62, 92 Rules of Faith. Vess did not act according to people's expectations. What Vess had done was to impose himself onto the gathered churches in a brazen and unacceptable manner. He not only wanted to be in complete charge of the coalition in the initial years of its existence, but he also sought to dictate how power would be shared after there was room for greater power sharing. The representatives had made many good arguments why the share of voting rights in the coalition should be based on membership size, degree of involvement, wealth, age, state support, military might, societal contributions, and more. Perhaps the only subject they could agree upon was that no single criteria should determine the ranking of different faiths. It was too unfair to use measurements such as membership size and the amount of Mech they have under their command as the sole determinants of their ranking. Faiths that scored weak in one area tended to be strong in other areas. Should their value to the coalition be discounted just because they never optimized their organizations to score well in an arbitrary factor that never held any importance in the past? This was why the dispute gradually started to shift towards a compromise solution. It was clear that no one could gain total satisfaction without attracting the complete ire of other opposing faiths. The logical solution would be to find a middle ground where the amount of voting rights would be determined by a formula that incorporated every important variable and assigned certain weight values to them to denote their relative importance. This was why the pugnacious representative of the seekers of the promised land turned to Vess. The conversation proceeded in a direction that put a lot more emphasis on membership and population than he liked. This was bad news for the SBL because its strong emphasis on bloodlines, heritage, and a whole host of historical reasons caused it to maintain a small and tight-knit community of highly religious and militant worshippers. Though its size simply couldn't match up to behemoths like the dioceses of New Rome and the Neo-Crescent faith, one of the greatest advantages of the SBL was that it had always maintained a high degree of unity and cohesion throughout millennia. The members of the SBL and its predecessor organizations had proven its strength as a major force in the religious community many times, that it was unthinkable to rank them far below the traditional big boys. As such, the SBL clearly wanted to skew the discussion back in his favor by having the organizer and moderator of the discussion bring the topic back into balance. What Vess should have done was to give smaller faiths, such as the SBL, a bone, by agreeing to put more weight on other criteria such as placing a greater value on first-raters or taking their current military assets into account. He did not do so. He plainly stated that population size should be the sole variable used to determine voting rights in the coalition. While this attempted declaration came as a pleasant surprise to the other old faiths, their representatives actually adopted cautious and waiting expressions. Even they did not expect for Vess to blatantly decide this important in their favor. While they most definitely wanted to have a greater say in the decision-making of the coalition, they were keenly aware that getting too much would only drive away the smaller faiths, thereby inflicting massive damage to a cooperative that aimed to represent all of the faiths of red humanity. The representative of the SBL was completely justified in his indignation towards the Mech designer that sought to dictate his decisions to faiths that were far older and wealthier than himself. Professor Larkinson, with all due respect, your premature verdict does not accurately reflect the traditional power balance of our religious community. Basing our voting rights on membership size alone, without any regard for class, wealth, influence, and so on, will cause the churches that are most active in third- and second-rate states to overtake ones that are rooted in first-rate states. If that happens, then the coalition of faiths will turn into an interest organization that disproportionately seeks to satisfy the selfish desires of the weakest and least productive members of our society. Such undeserving welfare will not benefit our society as much as investing in our best and brightest. Seeing that his earlier emotional outburst fall on flat ears, the representative of the SBL switched tracks and made a rational plea instead. He controlled her wording and put forth a number of logical and convincing arguments. Unfortunately for the SBL, Vess remained unreceptive to this latest plea. "You have raised good points, but my logic is stronger," he confidently retorted as he swept his gaze around the round metal table. "First, if this coalition is to be made, then my word is law. I do not have to justify my decisions to you. You just have to trust me that I will act in the best interest of the collective. If you are unwilling to do so, then you are welcome to shut off the connection and work out how to survive these turbulent times by yourself." Despite these unwelcome words, none of the representatives that previously voiced their objections left the virtual meeting. They would receive a lot of blame from their respective organizations for not even bothering to hear Vess out completely. Feelings and emotions had no place in high-level decision-making. Vess smirked as he knew he continued to maintain the upper hand. It had been risky for him to talk tough, but the backing he accrued so far barely allowed him to get away with it. He wouldn't have dared to contradict an old faith like the SBL so openly without the backing of the PMG. "There are strong reasons why membership matters above all," he said. "You see, far too many of you are making a fundamental mistake about how to judge your power in the current times. We have entered the age of dawn. Many of the old rules and conventions that each of you have taken for granted during the age of Mechs have either become invalid or require major updates. Factors such as money, Mech forces, territory, and so on are criteria used to judge the strength of secular organizations. Yes, they were also used to judge your own status and position in human society, but that was back in a time where the extraordinary and the supernatural were suppressed to a large extent. That explanation caused a lot of representatives to look contemplative. Vess smiled and continued his lecture. "We no longer live in that time anymore. We live in an age of wonder and miracles. Many feats previously thought impossible have suddenly become replicable by anyone with enough power and knowledge at their grasp. Many rules and assumptions need to be reevaluated in light of the changes produced by the change in environment. One of them is how to appraise the strength and relevance of a religious organization. Another one is how to judge the fundamental value of a human individual. These are two completely different questions, Professor." "They are not." Vess rejected this assertion. "They are very much related, which is why I have formed my earlier decision. Do you not see? Each of you are high-placed members of different faiths who preach and guide the beliefs of many different followers. Have you never witnessed that their prayers are no longer as insubstantial and inconsequential as before? Their beliefs have tangible value in this new era." Not all of the representatives understood the significance of what he just said. Only a minority of them expressed clear understanding of what he referenced. That did not necessarily mean that their entire churches were ignorant of this important variable, but the secrets might not have been passed down to their spokespersons. Vess needed to give them all a tangible demonstration of what he was talking about. Churches, temples, and other religious organizations should not be judged by their balance sheets and the amount of soldiers under their employ anymore. That is only relevant to secular organizations. We play by a different set of rules. Population, or more precisely, the earnest faith produced by a large mass of people, has become our most important currency. Faith is what sustains our gods. Faith anchors our gods to our current reality. Faith is what promotes their growth and evolution. The more people in your church, the more prayers you are directing to your god or gods. Over time, an enormous discrepancy will take place. When gods ascend to their new thrones in this galactic neighborhood, they gain the capacity to wield so much power that none of your traditions, mechs, or starships can stop them from cutting you down to size and marginalizing your faith. These were bold claims. The minority who understood the value of faith could see how it worked, but most of the representatives still found Vess' explanation to be vague and without substance. He intended to remedy that last issue. "Don't believe me? Then pay close attention, because I shall expose you to the splendor of the gods that have grown with the help of the faith of the masses. Blinky." Emro. A purple companion spirit dove out of his head and floated above the center of the large metal table. Vess had specifically adjusted the programming of this virtual venue to display the star cat as accurately as possible. Vulcan. Vulcan began to descend upon Blinky and asserted his form over the companion spirit. A stocky and bearded dwarf-like figure, wearing traditional blacksmith garb, appeared in front of all of the representatives. The external incarnation had fed off the spiritual feedback of quite a few craftsmen and dwarves over the years. This allowed him to exude a heavy presence through his glow that partially radiated through the remote connections. With the help of his godly presence, it became quite hard for the representatives to deny Vulcan's divine trappings. Superior Mother. The representative of the Temple of Hexism, who happened to be a familiar sight to Vess, burst out in fanaticism as the imperious and matronly visage of the Superior Mother imposed herself on Blinky's form. If people still found reason to question Vulcan's divinity, they found it much harder to do the same towards the Superior Mother. The external incarnation of Cynthia Larkinson not only channeled the aura of a genuine true god, but also possessed exquisite control over her own transcendent power. She was expertly able to work with the limitations of this virtual venue and convey as much of her godlike might through the flawed remote communication channels. Vess smirked when he called over a third god, Gaia. This time, it was the turn of the representative of the Gaia coven to look as if she had entered paradise. Her eyes practically rolled over as the manifestation of a radiant and divine tree hijacked Blinky's spiritual form. Unlike the Superior Mother, Gaia possessed a lot of might, courtesy of the large amount of devoted Terran worshippers. However, Gaia had no relations to old and powerful cultivators who had accumulated a lot of knowledge and practiced many abilities to perfection, so her control over her aura was much less refined. This made an even greater impact as her raw power struck the spirits of all of the representatives like a crashing shuttle. Though Gaia's quality of energy was still very much deficient, she clearly had no issue with the quantity that she had at her command. Just the raw power at her disposal was probably enough for her to independently form a manifestation in the material realm and actively fight to tilt the balance of numerous crucial battles of the Red Tide offensive. "This is your true source of power," Vess declared as he tried his best to maintain Gaia's presence. "No mortal source of strength can match the relevance of the power of your god. A faith that tries to gain more power by playing secular power plays has no place in our coalition of faiths. In this club, the only basis of power is the strength of your god, and the only currency worth counting is the faith produced by your flock. Now, does any of you disagree with my verdict?" "Thought so," Vess smirked. He knew at this point he had fully cemented his control over the coalition of faiths. Though he did not know what it would morph into after a few years, for now, he would be assured that it would form his most solid and obedient backing in the Red Collective. Chapter 6293, Where's Your God? Vess successfully relied on a combination of brazen confidence, information asymmetry, borrowing powerful help as well as shock and awe to pave the way for his takeover. He knew at this time that unless one of the other representatives countered his shocking feat with one of their own, there was no way his plan could be stopped. After Gaia withdrew her presence from Blinky, a brief lull ensued as the representatives were finally able to breathe easily without Gaia pressing down on their spirits. The representative of the Seekers of the Promised Land maintained an impassive expression that gave away none of his true considerations. That was already a signal in itself, as he would have expressed himself more if he intended to counter Vess' arguments. Yet in the face of powerful entities that could convincingly pass themselves as gods, the representative completely lacked the confidence to mount a successful counterattack, especially when he couldn't summon his own god to serve as a counterweight to the likes of Gaia and the Superior Mother. In fact, the representatives all knew that Vess had way more backing of a more divine nature to call upon. Not only did he harbor a whole collection of design spirits and ancestral spirits, he also enjoyed the explicit backing of the Destroyer of Worlds. Let alone false gods, many real gods could not even pose an effective resistance against the most destructive god pilot among the 8 that presided over Red humanity. Perhaps the only representative that could offer a legitimate counterweight to Vess' power play was the one that spoke on behalf of the Hunting Association. However, the man in question simply sat back and watched the show as if he was a curious bystander. He acted as if his rising association had nothing to do with the complicated affairs of the coalition of faiths. That was good news and bad news to Vess. The good news was that the SBL and other dissatisfied faiths could not lean towards the hunting association to speak on their behalf. Their interests diverged too much to establish any meaningful form of cooperation during these tense negotiations. The bad news was that the clear sense of distance from the hunting association meant that it likely had no interest in becoming a part of the coalition of faiths. That would deny the new cooperative a powerful pillar of support that could strengthen Vess' voice in the Red Collective. Oh well. Vess accepted the fact that the huntsman did not desire to take his side and proceeded with his plan while accounting for this variable. It would have been easier for Vess to wrap up this meeting in the confidence that he could count on their obedience, but this was not possible without the support of the hunting association. In order to compensate for this missing condition, Vess needed to do more to truly win over the various representatives. He needed to give them a carrot that they could chew upon. Relying on the stick alone may allow Vess to gain their reluctant agreement for now, but he bet that they would definitely resent him and seek to undermine him right after the meeting had ended. It was what he would do if he was in their shoes. Therefore, for the sake of his own safety and the long-term stability of his plan, Vess needed to give them a sweetener in order to give them a proactive reason to cooperate with his coalition of faiths. Participating in the coalition of faiths is not without rewards. He spoke up in a deliberately more conciliatory tone. Our churches and temples need to stick up for each other and form a united front, not just because we will continue to face heavy discrimination and obstruction in a human society that is predominantly controlled by secularists, but also because we can offer help and salvation from an angle that conventional technology cannot replicate. The representative of the Diocese of New Rome adopted a suspicious expression. What are you proposing, Professor Larkinson? Vulcan, the superior mother, Gaia. These are but a few of the deities that humans have worshipped for centuries, if not millennia, throughout human history. For the vast majority of those times, the people who prayed to them almost never got any answers back. I happened to solve those problems by creating vessels of sorts that allowed these deities that were separated from us by another layer of reality to anchor themselves closer to our current realm, dimension, universe, or whatever. The more clever representatives had already deduced what Vess was hinting at, but most of them still did not understand. Vess needed to be a little blunter. He turned to the man with the funny bright red headcap. The Diocese of New Rome is directly related to one of the oldest and most traditional faiths of human civilization. You worship one God, correct? The old man nodded in a dignified manner. We worship God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. That sounded like 3 gods to Vess, but whatever. He had learned a long time ago that logic took a backseat in any topic related to faith and superstition. Well, your 3-in-1 God is worshipped by a huge amount of people. You have churches in pretty much every state that does not outright ban religion. Many of them have grown up attending churches throughout their entire lives and have remained steady in their faith. Is that correct? Faith is a personal choice in our current society. Not everyone holds God in their hearts as they grow up. This is a manifestation of their nature as humans. God has given us free will because he does not force us to love him, for he knows that applying force will only turn love into fear. Vess wanted to scratch his head. He was not interested in debating religious dogma. Well, your God works in such a mysterious way that he has never manifested himself or his powers in an overt manner. Even his act of giving our race free will is not a falsifiable claim that can be scientifically proven. I know that true faith should not require flashy displays of divine might, but we humans are very flawed as a species. We tend to get impressed much more when our gods are in front of us and regularly demonstrate their awesome power in the open. This is why the pantheon of modern gods has risen up so quickly to the point where it can rival old faiths, such as yours during the age of Mech. The representative of the DNR acknowledged this truth with a nod. Be that as it may, belief in God has waxed and waned, but it has never collapsed despite all of the challenges that have risen up in the past. Not even the Big Two and the explosive rise of the PMG has shaken the beliefs of our flock. Vess smirked and shook his head. That may be true in the old galaxy during the previous ages, but this time is different. First, we live in a time where miracles have become much more common, tangible, and accessible. Second, we live in a galaxy cluster where the faith of humans has gained much more power than in the past. Third, the belief of so many humans in the same collection of gods will produce results over time, because E-energy is both a psychoactive and psychoreactive phenomenon. Fourth, competition exists. Now, what can you conclude if you combine all of these 4 points together? The expressions of more and more representatives grew concerned. They all started to connect the dots. Faith shall overcome every doubt, the representative of the DNR bravely said. I do not deny your description of E-energy, but that only reinforces my conviction in the power of our mass. Our God shall reveal himself once more to us as he did in the past on old Earth. The greater our collective prayers, the sooner he shall arrive and offer us salvation from the heathen alien threat. Vess actually nodded in agreement, which surprised more than a few representatives. He coughed. I am sure that your God is sitting cozily somewhere in the old galaxy and needs the prayers of enough of his worshippers in the red ocean to lock onto our coordinates and manifest himself here. But I don't think this is good enough. It takes a long time for a God to act. Those are precious years that the DNR is stuck in a state of limbo, while other faiths with more active gods regularly intervene to ease people's lives during a time of war and hardship. He is omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, and omnibenevolent. He shall not abandon us, for he has never left us in the first place. Whether that is true or not, so far I think he is taking his sweet time. Perhaps his perception of time is much different from mere mortals such as ourselves. But most humans really don't have the patience to wait until your omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, and omni-whatever God gets his divine butt off his heavenly couch and does something useful. How dare you, Professor? Vess laughed. Ha ha ha, I dare because as far as I am concerned, your God is probably having problems manifesting his power in this galactic neighborhood. Don't forget that aliens have their own gods. I won't say anything about the pathetic excuse of gods that the native aliens of the Red Ocean believe in, but I would like to point out that Messier 87 is much more powerful. Just think about it, people. Even if the gods of Messier 87 cannot match the awesome power of your own gods, this is their home turf. I am sure they can rely on their own tricks to keep foreign gods at bay for a time. If that is the case, what are you offering exactly? Another representative asked. Good question. I am offering you all an essential service. You see, I can create, localized avatars of your deities that are anchored in this dwarf galaxy. Only I possess this ability. Not even the god pilots and star designers can compete with me on this. Before you object, I am not claiming to give life to your gods. I am merely giving them a convenient vessel that can not only act as a beacon to draw them in from afar, but also allow them to interface much more efficiently with their faithful worshippers in the new frontier. Now, this is not strictly necessary as the beliefs of your people will already produce this result over time. But what I can do is give your churches a shortcut by skipping this lengthy accumulation process. None of the representatives here were idiots. They all understood what Vess was truly trying to convey. Vess found it a bit annoying that he had to couch his words from this angle, but he wanted to minimize reflexive dogmatic objections as much as possible. Time is of the essence. Our society is undergoing rapid changes, but this period of turbulence will not last forever. If you are not able to call upon your God and have him manifest and produce proven miracles, then you will fall behind in the competition to convert believers. Faith has become a hard currency in the Age of Dawn. Many groups have good reasons to compete for it much more actively than in the past. It matters whether your God has become tangible, like our current God pilots, or remains a distant and nebulous experience as is traditional. I don't know about you, but I think most people with spiritual needs will choose the certain over the uncertain, especially during these darker days. Many representatives had fallen deep into thought. Multiple of them were probably contacting their superiors and leaders in order to decide how to respond to Vess' helpful service. In order to increase his chance of gaining everyone's cooperation, Vess threw in one more bone to the gathered faiths. You can specify many of the traits and conditions of the avatar of the God you want me to make for your religious organization. Even if your God is omnipotent and can do everything, I am sure that you do not necessarily want to call in every aspect of your deity. Perhaps you want to call upon the God in his aspect as a war maker, or maybe you want to call in a God that conforms to specific scriptures while disregarding the ones you don't agree with. The thing about relying on the masses alone to spawn an avatar of your God is that the result will reflect their collective desires as well as misconceptions. There is no barrier to faith except sincerity, so a lot of weird cults and subgroups could potentially corrupt the outcome. Naturally, high-ranked members of the faith, such as yourselves, know much better, so it may be more useful to allow you to directly dictate the form of your god or goddesses to ensure that there will not be any mistakes. That was the decisive argument. If these representatives thought Vess was credible enough, then they should have no choice to cooperate with his schemes. Vess had already made it clear that if they refused to take advantage of his services, he would go on to empower their rival faiths, thereby allowing them to steal the worshippers of faiths that could not obviously manifest their gods. Chapter 6294, Vess the Hierarch. Vess did it. He won the support and commitment of the vast majority of the faiths that sent a representative to the virtual meeting. History would change forever as a result. Although the representatives of the Diocese of New Rome, the brothers and sisters of the Cross, and so on, wanted to maintain their dignity and request a delay in order to convey their inevitable acceptance away from any witnesses, Vess did not let them have their way. I am a busy Mech designer. My time and energy are limited. This is why I cannot oblige all of your requests at once. My policy on this matter is first come, first serve. The sooner you accept all of the terms of my proposal, the sooner I will address your individual needs. If you doubt my capabilities, then by all means take your time. If you want to get a head start in the competition for faith, then I advise you to be decisive. That quickly got the representatives going. When the representative of the brothers and sister of the cross acted first out of all of the old faiths, the remaining ones did not intend to let one of their chief rivals gain any further advantages. In the end, no one refused aside from the ones that did not need his services in the first place. This included groups like the Gaia Coven and the Temple of Hexism that already had the blessing of spiritual entities, and most obviously the Hunting Association. Aside from that, every other faith could not resist the allure of being able to bring at least one of their gods to the Red Ocean in advance. If they did not take advantage of this opportunity, then that gave a lot of room for rival faiths to come and steal away their flock by showing obvious miracles and only godly manifestations. Whether they acknowledged it or not, every religion had no choice but to play by the new rules set by Vess. He managed to dominate each of them to such a degree that no one questioned his right to leadership anymore. Even if the largest faiths stood to gain a huge amount of power after Vess had created an avatar for their god to inhabit, they could not get away from the fundamental truth that he was the one who made it all possible. If they dared to turn their backs on Vess, then not only would they appear as ungrateful, but they would also tarnish much of their credibility and trustworthiness. What concerned the leaders of these religious organizations even more was whether Vess planted any backdoors in his works. Even if Vess had not done so, he still knew more about the supposedly localized avatars than any other human. Churches such as the Seekers of the Promised Land may claim that their God was all-powerful and all-knowing. But if that held any truth in humanity's native galaxy, it obviously did not apply in the Red Ocean. Now that they were all stuck in Messier 87 orbit, humanity as well as their gods were operating on enemy territory. The very real threat of alien gods, whether tangible or intangible, exerted enough pressure on the religious leaders to hold up their noses and agree to Vess' onerous terms. Short of enjoying the protection of a god pilot, it was better if their faiths all received the care and attention of entities similar to Gaia and the Superior Mother. My schedule is packed, but I will endeavor to fulfill the needs of the earliest batch before the start of the next session of the Interim Leadership Council. Vess adopted a friendlier tone this time. I will likely need to borrow your help in order to establish my authority during this crucial session. Understood. We shall try to assist as long as our God permits. Good. From today onwards, we are all on the same side. As long as we do not commit a blunder, we can form a potent power block that is backed by a multitude of gods. I know that many of you are still very much hostile towards each other. I do not ask or expect you to forcibly end your grudges. Disagreements are a part of life. As long as you do not harm the coalition itself, we will not involve ourselves in your individual disputes. That said, I would appreciate it if you focused more of your energies on combating the aliens as opposed to your rival faiths. One of the challenges our new coalition has to conquer is to gain widespread acceptance from our society. We cannot do that if many of us keep fighting against each other for reasons that they consider petty. It would have been very difficult in normal times for many of these groups to put down their animosity towards their longtime enemies. Too much blood had been spilled for them to reconcile with each other. However, the leaders should all be rational enough to place less emphasis on their usual vendettas and present a more respectable image of their faiths to the rest of Red humanity. Vess did not expect for his orders to keep them in line forever. They just couldn't help themselves. He just wanted them to behave long enough for the Red Tide offensive to run its course. It was far more important to deal with the common threat first. Several representatives looked pleased when Vess told them that they would get their godly avatars first. Much would change once their god became a lot more tangible and responsive to their prayers than before. They would no longer have to remain so passive when they got oppressed by secularists seeking to stifle their faith. If everything goes right during the next council session, then our coalition of faiths should have gained a solid foothold in the existing power structure of human civilization. Vess continued to explain his plan. We will form a united faction within the Red Collective to ensure that we will never be denied a voice at the highest level of human governance again. Your worshippers, along with the gods they sustain through their faith, will legitimize our coalition and justify our place within the collective. Under my leadership, each of you will gain more room to develop your organizations and more freedom to spread your faith in every human settlement. As he spoke more about his vision for the future, the representatives and the leaders who stood behind them all became captivated. This was the first time that all of these people gained genuine hope that their faith would no longer endure oppression from many corners of society. To be able to talk about and spread their beliefs freely without enduring constant opposition from the Mechers and other opponents was a dream come true. After Vess explained a few more goals and aspirations, he gave the representatives an opportunity to ask questions in order to gain further clarification. The representative of an old faith, as well as the largest polytheistic religions, asked an important question. Our religious order encompasses as much as 330 million gods. How will you be able to bring all of our gods to this hostile location of the universe? I won't, Vess simply replied. Are you kidding? 330 million gods? I will die long before I can complete such a massive order by myself. Even if I can delegate or automate the process, I very much doubt that you possess enough information to identify and specify all of them. Just stick to the major ones. You don't need to bring over the whole gang to the Red Ocean. Just bring your best warrior deities first. In fact, I will only create a divine avatar for one of your gods before I go down the list. If you want to bring any other gods over, then I will add your group to the bottom of the list, and I will eventually get to you again. Do you understand? We understand, Professor. By the way, I think it is not appropriate to call me Professor while I am acting in the capacity of the leader of our new coalition. I should hold a different title that is rare, but also distinguishable from my other positions. What do you think about appointing me as your hierarch? Nobody held any strong objections to this proposed word. Perhaps they preferred to call Vess by a different title, but none of them could beat the original suggestion. Hierarch Vess Larkinson it is, then. He deliberately imposed a fancy-sounding title on himself in order to increase his authority and strengthen people's impression that he was the undisputed leader of the coalition of faiths. This would not only strengthen internal cohesion, but also present a stronger and more organization image of the coalition to outsiders. Any other questions? Another representative raised her hands. Our gathering only encompasses a fraction of the full religious landscape of red humanity. Other faiths will seek to join our coalition and request divine avatars from you as well. How will you treat these latecomers? Vess already thought about that. Each of you are the founding members of the coalition of faiths. You can rest assured that you will benefit more than the others due to your greater contributions. Not only will you get your divine avatars sooner than the latecomers, but you will also gain slightly greater voting rights irrespective of your membership numbers and other factors. Without your support, our coalition would have never been able to turn into reality. I will not forget what you have done to help us. You will always come first before the others, particularly the remaining faiths in the top 50. That caused many representatives to smirk or look smug. There was nothing like a shared sense of luck and superiority to bind them all together. Vess knew that they would all consider themselves part of the most privileged group within the coalition and take advantage of that to look down on the latecomers. Once we all manage to bring our gods to the Red Ocean and strengthen our participation in society, what do you wish for us to do next? I have two broad demands from you. Many of you are already doing this, but I desire for you to form sacred armies and send them out to the front lines so that you can contribute to the survival of human civilization. Branding is important. Do not try to hide or obscure what your forces are fighting for. We need to show everyone that we are just as brave and selfless as the others struggling in the front. What else do you require from us, Hierarch? I need you to reserve a large amount of professionals to join the Red Collective as soon as it comes into existence. It will require a lot of personnel to turn from an idea into a strong institution, and we cannot make that happen unless you volunteer or encourage large amounts of your own worshippers to staff its offices. I do not need to tell you how helpful it is to plant your own people all across the Red Collective. The more our people have become a part of its hierarchy, the more we can steer it to satisfy our own interests. This was a golden opportunity for them to take over control of a future member of the Red Three. Although it would be rather costly for them to reassign their best personnel from their own organizations and plant them into the Red Collective, the benefits should be substantial enough to make it worthwhile. Infiltration was important because the coalition of faiths would never be able to exert enough influence over the Red Collective if the two were fully separate from each other. If many of the members of the Red Collective turned out to be worshippers of different gods, then the chance that the new organization would turn against organized religion should be much lower. This was important because Vess did not wish to lose the brand new power base that he had worked hard to conquer. Chapter 6295, Backroom Maneuvering. By the time the highly successful virtual meeting came to an end, Vess stayed behind in order to speak with a few familiar faces. The representative of the Temple of Hexism rose up from her seat and circled around the virtual round table until she stopped next to the self-appointed hierarch of the Coalition of Faiths. Congratulations on your coup, my dear supreme son. You have prepared well and performed magnificently. It pains me to see you empowering the false religions of the unenlightened masses, but I am confident that the Supreme Mother shall reign over them in time. Ves inwardly sighed, but he stood up to show his respect to his mother-in-law. Hello, Minister Constance. I did not expect the Temple of Hexism to dispatch you to this virtual meeting. The women in robes responded with an indulgent smile at Ves. Much has changed in the Hex Federation. I am no longer the Prime Minister of the Scimitar system. I have passed my old responsibilities to my firstborn daughter, who is more than capable of running her new office. I have accepted the offer to become a high Hex priestess of the Temple of Hexism. I see my youngest daughter has not informed you of what that entails. In company terms, I have become an executive in the temple. That sounded interesting. How much power do you have over the temple? My official power is limited, but my influence is greater. The temple is effectively run by the 6 matriarchal dynasties of the Hex Federation. Our Wadden dynasty cannot match them, but has still earned the right to participate in the decision-making of the Temple of Hexism due to our familial relations with you and your venerable mother. If necessary, we can utilize our outsized influence to force changes in the operation of the temple, but we should do so sparingly in order to maintain a comfortable balance of power in our state. There was nothing urgent that Ves wanted from the Hexers. They were doing pretty well for themselves. The Glory Seekers continued to enjoy a good amount of success in the expeditionary fleet, thereby earning plenty of war merits for the Wadden dynasty. This enabled the Waddens to make use of expensive first-class goods and services that the first-raters previously kept away from those they regarded as space peasants. Is there anything else you need? The older woman shook her head. I approached you with 2 goals in mind. The first is to greet you and inform you of the necessary changes. The second is to request your assistance in seeking a high office in the Red Collective. I can do much for the Hex Federation, the Superior Mother, our families and you in particular if I can assume a high-level management position in the new superorganization. You are asking for much, do you know that? Ves furrowed his brows. Your request is not impossible, but I will incur great criticism if I engage in such a blatant form of nepotism. I have no doubt that you possess plenty of governance qualifications, but there are simply candidates who are much better than you. There are administrators and bureaucrats who are a century older and have occupied senior positions in many different first-class public institutions. It will be very hard to appoint you over their heads if their qualifications on paper are plainly a lot better. The new High Hex Priestess looked affronted that Ves dared to question the competence of his mother-in-law. The difference in qualifications is not as severe as you think. I have invested a significant share of the war merits earned by the Glory Seekers to replace my previous cranial implants with a modern first-class hyper-augmentation suite. The quality and performance of my upgrades may not be as excellent as the suite that you have arranged for my youngest daughter, but its modernity alone allows it to surpass the performance of similar augmentations developed in the previous age. With the help of my new cognitive improvements, I have completed numerous first-class courses and have also enrolled in a short and intensive training program organized by a first-class university. That sounded quite impressive. Constance was much like her daughter Gloriana. She was never satisfied with a mediocre position and constantly worked to raise her station in life. It was clear that Gloriana acquired her drive to excel at all cost from her mother. All of that sounds great, but you can't do anything about your age and work experience. No amount of money or technology can solve this problem. Only time can remedy this shortcoming. Constance did not look discouraged. It is possible to turn a demerit into a desirable trait. We have entered a new age. The Red Collective is also a new organization that should form a firm separation from the past. It would be counterproductive to staff all of the most important offices with old stateswomen who already enjoyed their heyday during the height of the age of Mechs. The Red Collective needs fresh blood. It is best to employ reasonably experienced administrators and specialists that are not too weighed down by centuries of politicking and decision-making from the previous age. Do you not agree? Well, when she put it that way, she certainly presented a compelling argument. Vess eventually nodded. I will do what I can to put you in a place of importance in the Red Collective. I will attempt to use your argument as an excuse. I cannot guarantee a successful outcome. There are many fingers in the pie. I am attempting to increase my share of power in the collective, so who knows whether I will gain the power to appoint anyone I want. I will inform you if I encounter any difficulties. Goodbye, that is all I needed to hear. I shall wait for further developments. Do keep your wife informed. She is not sufficiently involved in your affairs related to the Red Collective. As your spouse, Gloriana is more than capable of lightening your burden and handling work that you are otherwise too preoccupied to address. Vess seriously listened to his mother-in-law's suggestion before promptly throwing it into his mental trash bin. Gloriana doesn't have the time. She is already swamped with work in our design department. Not only is she responsible for designing 2 new expert mechs, she must also upgrade another one to a first-class ace mech on top of that. Between leading the design department and raising my children, she can't spare any time for additional duties. She is more than happy with her current set of responsibilities. The mother did not look too disappointed. Then, you should reconsider once my daughter's schedule has lightened. Once the H-Ig Hex priestess finally cut off her connection to the virtual meeting room, Vess was left with the co-architect of his plan to assume a dominant leadership position over the coalition of faiths. Well, I think that is a success, Temple Commander. Asen Jackary looked somewhat happy. You have secured almost all of the objectives that we have set in our action plan. It is regrettable that you did not do more to persuade the representative of the Hunting Association to join our coalition of faiths, but we all understand how difficult it is to persuade an organization led by the huntsman himself to join our club of marginalized faiths. The Hunting Association exists in a different league and does not fear repression. I already gave up on recruiting the Hunting Association as soon as its representative made his stance clear. It would have been distracting and embarrassing for me to plead to the H-Shay in full view of the others. You have made the right choice. It is already good that you have managed to win the participation of all of the other faiths. I only expected you to be able to secure the tentative support of 2 of the old faiths at most, but I underestimated the desire to obtain a divine avatar to prove that their gods exist, and have become more active to protect their vulnerable flock in the Red Ocean. I have a lot of work ahead of myself, Vess sighed. It is not going to be easy to create so many divine avatars just before the big council session. Just do what you can, sir. In the meantime, the rest of us will handle the rest of the work needed to turn the coalition of faiths into an officially recognized organization. That will help us earn acknowledgement from the other council members. It is important to show that, while we desire to increase our share of power in the Red Collective, we are fully capable of operating within the established rules. The ones that have yet to change, at the very least. A lot of work needed to be done in order to get everything ready, but Vess lacked the time and interest to tackle all of these tedious affairs. He had no choice but to delegate these responsibilities to Temple Protector Asen Jackary and other minions, and hope they did not screw up somehow. Once the virtual meeting finally came to an end, Vess promptly received an important summons from Jovi. Here it comes, he sighed. He waited for half a minute until he got teleported back to the Terrask in orbit. He navigated through the increasingly more familiar hallways before he finally entered Jovi's private Mech lab. The senior Mech designer already noticed Vess' arrival and paused his design work on the Riot Mark Roman III project. You have been making waves, Vess. That is to be expected from a known troublemaker and breaker of status quos such as yourself, but your latest feats will produce far greater ripple effects throughout our society than many of your other deeds. Vess' expression remained impassive as he casually leaned against the bulkhead and crossed his arms. "Oh, come now, Jovi. Everything I did in relation to the coalition of faiths happened under your surveillance. You guys listened to my discussions with the representative of the pantheon of modern gods and could have intervened at any point to stop me from going through with my plan. The fact that none of you saw reason to intervene in half my scheme means that I enjoy your implicit approval." The R-Ray Mech designer assumed a grave expression, which showed that he was addressing Vess as a representative of the survivalist faction rather than his friend. "You should have already guessed that our survivalist faction would have never permitted you to go as far as empowering all of the parasitic faiths that have done little but hold back human progress and sustain their baseless superstitions for thousands of years if the survival of our race was not. So, does that mean I have your faction's blessing to proceed with my plan to empower all of the religious organizations while arming them with spirits that can serve as stand-ins for their supposed gods?" "Not exactly," Jovi shook his head. "We have serious misgivings about the latter part of your plan. As promising as it may sound to create E-energy vessels that are expressly designed to efficiently absorb as much of the faith and worship produced by so many devoted followers, we fear that you and everyone else will lose control of the resulting end products. Not all of the gods revered by these churches are benevolent, and we also have concerns about gods that try to be too helpful to humans as they live their daily lives. The societal consequences of giving humans access to so many gods that seek to compete with each other to capture the greatest share of faith-producing individuals are frightening." The survivalist raised a good point. Vess admittedly did not fully think his decision through. He had neglected to consider all of these problematic societal changes. "Then what are you asking me to do?" Vess frowned. "I can't turn my back on my agreements with the religious organizations." "We are not asking you to suspend your deal with them. As pessimistic as we sound, we acknowledge the potential good that these curious entities can do for our civilization as a whole. We merely request you to take measures to restrict the powers and growth rates of your divine avatars. As long as they do not grow powerful enough to effectively take over a large proportion of human-occupied space, our god pilots and other powerful rivals should be able to keep them in check." So that was what the survivalists sought. They wanted to weaponize the faithful, but they did not want the religious nuts to grow powerful enough to completely usurp the current order. Chapter 62-96, Castrated Avatars. Jovi made a convincing argument why going too far with granting people access to powerful deities would be detrimental to human society. Imagine what it would be like for people of faith to gain access to their personal hotline that connects directly to their supposed gods. They will not only pray to the higher existences for protection against the aliens, but also many other reasons. This can be an earnest plea for their sons and daughters who are fighting in the front lines to survive. It can also be a more trivial request, such as letting them win a lottery. If you are afraid that a bunch of newly appeared gods will come and change stuff left and right, then the Red Collective can impose laws on them that should restrict their behavior. I am also sure that we can use technological and more exotic solutions, such as my pacifiers, to minimize these divine manifestations in the areas where they are less than welcome. None of these are perfect solutions, Jovi said. It is impossible to monitor every instance of power usage, and the glow of your law enforcement mech produces too many side effects that render people insensitive. We need to solve this problem at the root, for we cannot allow society to change beyond recognition due to the chaotic and uncontrolled meddling of these supposed deities. I can see why you are concerned about this, but why not try it out for a time? You told me yourself we live in troubled times right now. I would have imagined that you guys think we should get all of the help we can get. That is true up to a limit. There comes a point where excessive or misguided help turns into harm. Let me give you an example. Think about high school graduates who are undertaking entrance exams for their chosen degrees at a prestigious university. There is one worshiper among them that hasn't made sufficient preparations to pass the exam, but still prays for success. His God answers his prayers and helpfully infuses a large amount of unearned knowledge in the student's head, or simply compels his fingers to type out the perfect answers. Now try and answer these questions for me. First, does this blessed student deserve to pass the exam and begin his studies? Second, how would you rate the intervening God's actions in the spectrum of good and evil? Those were deep questions that involved a lot of ethics and philosophy. Wes was not in the mood to think so hard on this issue, so he plainly voiced the first thoughts on his mind. I can see where there are circumstances where the student does deserve to get accepted, but in my opinion, this should not happen. The university has a limited quota for the amount of students who can enroll for a study program, and it is only fair to reserve those spots for the best performing students. The ones who are supposed to get in are those who are intelligent enough and put in the hard work to memorize a lot of stuff and learn how to apply their knowledge. I don't think anyone will argue that they have deserved their places fair and square, but it becomes more difficult to hold this stance if others come around who are simply better. There are many parts of our society that only value results. They do not necessarily place any emphasis on the process, which means that the believers of gods may be able to exploit this to their own advantage. Wes rubbed his hairless chin in thought. If you purely want to judge by competence and capability, then a student who skipped all of that and directly had his knowledge implanted by his God may be able to get into the study program anyway. However, if we start doing that on a civilization-wide scale, then a lot of cheating will occur where those who play by the rules get disadvantages, while those who pray to their gods for instant success will get ahead. If this trend becomes prevalent enough, then a lot of people will simply stop studying and start praying instead. They will never be able to develop the critical thinking and problem-solving skills necessary to become competent Mech designers, engineers, and so on. This may eventually plunge our entire civilization into a pit of superstition. That is a highly apt description of one of the scenarios we are most afraid about, Jovi said. One of the driving reasons why we have yet to fully automate every job that is currently performed by humans is not only because we are afraid of hostile takeovers of our AIs. It is also because we need to give people enough activities for them to make progress, better themselves, and climb up the ladder. We absolutely cannot give them any reason for them to grow lazy and remain idle. As soon as humans begin to give up on working hard on a large scale, then that usually presages the utter collapse and extinction of a race, human or alien. Even if that does not happen, humans will most certainly be reduced to slaves of their gods, as they can no longer do anything difficult by themselves. The consequences could be very dire. Wes got reminded of all of his fears about developing an overdependence on the Mech designer system for his success. Fortunately, he possessed enough self-control to hold him back from using the system to solve every trivial design problem. What about others? Would ordinary people be able to exercise the restraint and discipline required to keep their ability to grow and learn intact? Wes very much doubted it. There would be far too many people who gave up on trying to achieve success the old-fashioned way. They would instead devote their entire lives to being as pious as possible in order to beg for more divine favors. This sort of situation could very well happen due to Wes' actions because he had already grown powerful enough to do so. This was yet another reminder that he really needed to think through his more profound actions and decisions. All right, you don't have to say anything more. I fully agree with you and your faction that if we reintroduce more active gods to our society, they will need to abide by a strict set of rules to prevent them from messing everything up. I think the overall purpose that we have to keep in mind is that these gods exist to serve humanity, and not the other way around. It should be the responsibility of the Red Collective to set these rules and enforce them, so I guess I will have to follow up on this matter. There are other counselors that will be active in doing so. There is no need for you to allocate too much time on this issue, Jovi reassured Wes. What we require you to do is to limit the power and growth expression of the divine avatars so that we can prevent the worst from happening. If the gods are unable to freely fulfill the prayers of their worshippers, then that is enough. And how do you propose for me to do this, exactly? Please keep in mind that this is definitely not what those other religious organizations had in mind. It is not difficult to form a suitable plan. Ves. One suggestion is to create divine avatars that are much more limited in scope than you originally planned. For example, instead of indulging in the desires of the dioceses of New Rome, by creating the most accurate vessel possible for a god that is all-knowing and all-powerful, instead try to shape a more modest object of religious significance. For example, you can create a cross or just a part of it. You can create a crown of thorns. You can even create a shroud with the imprint of a person if you want. If you need to justify your work to your client, then say that you are too weak and limited to shape their almighty deity in a more complete and accurate form. It may actually be true. Ves understood the plan. It was actually quite an elegant workaround. His clients would definitely become disappointed when he delivered products that did not match all of the hype, but at least he fulfilled their most important needs, if only barely. Disappointing his clients would definitely suck the wind out of his coalition of faiths, but he was confident that the various churches would not grow upset to the point of cutting ties. This is probably the most acceptable way to go forward. I think I will be able to make these castrated avatars in such a way that they won't be as proactive and eager to throw their weight around than if they were truly accurate representations of people's gods. However, I should warn you that there is a limit to what I can do. I can tell you from my past experience that design spirits and ancestral spirits do not entirely stick to the programming that I have set. They can grow, learn, and evolve over time. They are alive. They are not static products that stick to their original directives. The more worshippers expect greater things from them, the more these avatars will change to suit those human desires. That is why we must shape the optics of the so-called divine avatars by turning them into objects related to the faith. Ves. No one expects a sword to heal their injuries or give them the intelligence to pass a university exam. A wrench will only be regarded as a source of blessing for industries. The more limited and specific the object, the narrower its scope will be. The purpose is to use the images and symbols to direct people's beliefs and make them believe in the divinity of an object related to a supposed god instead of the deity itself. This not only cuts down on the uncontrollable and unpredictable variance, but also encourages greater specialization. Do you understand? If Ves managed to implement the plan, then the landscape of gods, or rather divine avatars, would become much less chaotic and prone to producing unforeseen disasters. The Mechers wanted to impose a lot of order and predictability in what could have otherwise unfolded into absolute anarchy. It is quite a clever and elegant solution to this problem. I think I will try it, though it may be hard for all of those church representatives and leaders to swallow this limitation. Jovi smirked. You do not need to concern yourself too much about that. Simply inform them of the changes in conditions. If they accept the limitations that we have set, then that is for the best. If they refuse to cooperate, then simply end your engagement with them and wait for my faction to intervene. There are good reasons why these bastions of ignorance and superstition fear our association. Well, that was certainly an effective way to solve a problem. The unspoken message here was that it didn't matter if Ves or the churches were not willing to cooperate. The Mechers would force them to comply one way or another. This was exactly the kind of tyranny and oppression that the coalition of faiths was supposed to end. Right now, Ves had no choice but to abide by the directive of the survivalist faction, but it should be different in the future. Once the Red Collective got up and running and gained enough power to threaten the existing hegemony of the Red Two, that would be the point where Ves would no longer be forced to dance to the tune of the Mechers anymore. Ves couldn't wait for that day to come. Even though he acknowledged that Jovi and the survivalists had good reasons for ramming through a change of plans, it still galled Vess that the Mechers did not even think about listening to his input. As far as Vess was concerned, the coalition of faiths became even more necessary for his future ambitions. Chapter 6297, The First Divine Avatars. This is not what we originally agreed upon, Hierarch. A bishop and a team of priests dispatched from the largest DNR church on New Constantinople Roman 8 arrived at Diandi base only to hear the disappointment of the century. After Vess came back from his meeting with Jovi, he did not think about defying the latest directive from the survivalist faction and tried his best to work with the new limitations. Just as predicted, the church officials that looked forward to bringing over their god through an accommodating vessel all reacted with disappointment at this unexpected change of terms. Good business was founded on mutual understanding. When Vess acted in a high profile to unite all of the faiths together in his coalition, he promised to give them a lot more than he was currently allowed to deliver. To say the religious organizations were disappointed was an understatement. Vess genuinely felt bad for going back on his promises as a service provider. It was bad form to change the deal after the contract had been formed. Failing to live up to his promises not only pissed a lot of people off, but also discouraged repeat business. He was sure that his reputation had taken a hit as a consequence. The only consolation was that he had a much larger track record of meeting his obligations without fail, and that he should still come away with a fairly good image. In order to compensate the parties for failing to fulfill their expectations to the fullest, Vess allocated additional time to improve the artistry of his work. Since the survivalist faction did not want him to create any humanoid gods, Vess tried to put his artisanal skills to good use by designing and crafting the most exquisite intangible relics. Since these artifacts were supposed to be divine in origin, then he had to make sure they all looked the part. "Your order is complete," Vess said as he let out a slightly tired breath. "I have interpreted your new specifications as best as possible to develop a representation of your Holy Grail." The Holy Grail looked magnificent. Though it was made out of mundane alloys and gems that used to be seen as precious on old Earth in the distant past, the artwork alone surpassed mortal limitations. Supposedly, the Holy Grail was supposed to be the cup that one of the three versions of God shared his blood with his buddies, though what they actually drank was wine. Vess had to employ a combination of ancient methods and cutting-edge technological devices to build up the Grail into a chalice of divine providence. The combination of gold and agate stone granted the object a look that was so luxurious that it seemed otherworldly. Supposedly, the Holy Grail was supposed to be the cup that one of the three versions of God shared his blood with his buddies, though what they actually drank was wine. The god and his pals were also clearly a part of a subjugated population in a land under occupation. There was no way these sort of folk could afford to own a cup that incorporated so many precious materials and was shaped with such artistry that it was fit for an emperor. The entire tale surrounding this Holy Grail sounded incredibly confusing and contradictory to Vess, but the bishop practically threatened to thump his head with a big fat book if he did not try to recreate this totally historical chalice. So that was what he did, more or less. Vess had created both a physical and spiritual version of the Holy Grail. The former had reached masterwork quality due to his efforts. It existed to anchor the latter, while also giving the DNR a certain measure of control over their own divine avatar. While the bishop and his entourage were initially in a disappointed mood, that quickly disappeared as they beheld the sacred splendor of Vess' latest works. The physical Grail glowed as a huge influx of seemingly sacred energies began to flow into the object. Its spiritual copy was frantically devouring the huge amount of spiritual feedback of all of the worshippers that earnestly prayed or thought about the Holy Grail. It was apparently a big deal to the flock of the DNR and other related churches. Once the gathered church officials finally completed their prayers and picked up their jaws from the floor, they cautiously beheld the Grail with a mixture of different emotions. None of them dared to touch the Holy Grail, let alone get too close over it. They had already unfolded a gravitic stretcher of sorts that would allow them to safely transport their new divine avatar back to their church, where the masterwork would be prepped for transportation to the new Rome system. Hierarch Larkinson, you have created a miracle today. The bishop approached Vess with much more appreciation in his tone this time. You have reintroduced a piece of our sacred history back to our faithful who are trapped in the Red Ocean. We no longer have to dream about securing passage back to the Milky Way in order to reacquaint ourselves with this holy artifact once again. You have our sincere gratitude for your efforts. Vess smiled and made a shallow bow. I am at your service. This Holy Grail should serve you and the rest of the DNR well enough going forward. It is already absorbing the prayers generated by the masses to fuel its own growth. What you need to do is to speed up this process by introducing this Holy Grail of yours to as many of your followers as possible. Right now, their prayers are probably scattered, which this divine avatar cannot catch. You need to show them an image of this object in order to increase the chance they direct their worship in the right direction. Once more people begin to pray to the Holy Grail, it shall grow more powerful and more capable of channeling the power of your almighty deity. Can we utilize this Holy Grail to smite down a phase whale? That is challenging. It is not a weapon. It is not designed to attack or subdue opponents. You can still try to weaponize it, but you will have to develop the methods yourself. Keep in mind that as a chalice, it is best to use it in a way that falls in line with its symbolism. For example, you may be able to borrow the power of the Holy Grail to heal or empower other people. One of the outcomes that the survivalist faction wanted to see was to saddle up the oldest and most powerful churches with relatively harmless divine avatars. The Red Association did not want to bestow these old and highly influential faiths with sacred swords or spears that could rile them up and make them more militant. While it was important to mobilize more people for war, the last thing the survivalists wanted to see was for fanatics to rise up and take up arms at the command of a demagogue. Vess could not imagine that the DNR could whip up its followers in a frenzy with a chalice of all symbols. He was glad that the DNR was easy to please in this regard. My work here is done. You can take your Holy Grail away while I prepare for my next order. Please make sure to follow my recommendations and do not hesitate to contact me if you require any after-sales support. The work to create a Holy Grail that was strong and stable enough to absorb the faith of so many worshippers was exhausting, so Vess could not keep this up for long. Time was short, so Vess needed to get this chore out of the way and satisfy the most critical and influential faiths if he wanted to gain their backing during the next council meeting. A few days went by as Vess alternated between work. He channeled much of his effort and energies into the creation of multiple divine avatars and progressed the Swarm project whenever he grew too tired to satisfy more religions. Vess entertained a variety of unusual and interesting requests. For example, the brothers and sisters of the cross couldn't make up their mind on their divine avatar. This was because it wasn't a cohesive church at all. The BSC could more aptly be described as an umbrella organization of many different churches, each of which interpreted the same set of scriptures in different ways. Many of their rituals and beliefs remained the same, but they differed so much on the nuances that there were literally over 100,000 denominations. That already sounded crazy enough, but the problem was at least 1,000,000 times worse in the Milky Way. Vess found the BSC to be a headache to work with. At least the DNR was a lot more centralized and united under a single leader. In the end, Vess had to balance the very eclectic wishes of many different denominations, as well as the paranoia of the survivalist faction, and end up making a lamb of all things. While it was a living object, the lamb looked so small, innocent, and harmless that nobody was able to regard it as a threat. The seekers of the promised land were hard to please. After learning about the restrictions from the Mechers, they strongly insisted that Vess create a divine avatar in the form of a stylized star. However, it was such a provoking symbol to the SBL's enemies that Vess was not able to oblige. Threatened with the possibility of missing their turn, the guests eventually agreed to change their request to a weirdly shaped candle holder with multiple arms. The candelabrum, or whatever it was called, looked quite ceremonial, and it already started to lit up in sacred flames as soon as it started to absorb the intense faith of some of the members of the SPL. Vess was faintly worried whether the SPL, which already had a reputation for being militant, would somehow try to weaponize the divine avatar and use its flame for offensive purposes. However, the object looked so unsuited to be used as a weapon that Vess dismissed this fear. The more divine avatars Vess created, the more he gained an understanding of the power of faith and religion. The Vess came into touch with the beliefs, practices, and customs of other human faiths. His perception of religion was highly skewed by oddballs such as Hexism, the Vulcan faith, and the Ilvanan faith. This was not exactly a healthy or representative sample of how religion operated in human society. Vess learned a lot of lessons from these jobs, though it was hard to describe what exactly he managed to gain. It could range from greater reverence towards faith towards more effective methods to capture spiritual feedback. All he knew was that he gained a much stronger urge to start a brand new Mech design project that was expressly designed based on his recent lessons and observations. He wanted to design a Mech that expressly utilized the power of belief in one way or another. Perhaps he wanted to create a new god in the form of a Mech. Maybe he wanted to design a Mech devoted to one of the gods of the religions he worked with and grant them the most perfect prayer machines. All he knew was that he had accumulated a lot of creative energies and that he needed to expend them quickly in order to extract the most value out of his desire to create. Vess frustratingly shook his head and refused the impulse to drop all of his ongoing work so that he could indulge himself in a brand new exploration. He could not afford to get distracted. Finishing the swarm project came first. Vess did not even want to think about designing another Mech before he completed his first commercial Carmine Mechs. "It shouldn't take too long," he whispered to himself. "Once I survive the next council meeting, I should have enough time to devote myself fully to completing this damned project." Vess deeply desired to set aside all of these political maneuvers and go back to his original job. Chapter 6298, The Demeanor of a Boss. Vess gained a radically different perspective on the Interim Leadership Council now that he attended the third major council session. Previously, he had been foisted into the ILC without knowing much, if anything, about how politics was being driven at the upper end of humanity's hierarchy. He had risen far too quickly, and the Mechers insisted that he begin to participate in the leadership of human civilization. He initially resisted this effort and just wanted to go back to designing his Mechs. Now that he had done a bit of political maneuvering himself, his perspective on the matter had shifted. He no longer considered all of this wheeling and dealing to be a waste of his time anymore. Though Vess still insisted that he should not allocate too much time on politicking, he at least saw the benefits of properly exercising his influence and leverage to expand his power base. For better and worse, the people at the top would always make a lot of important decisions that changed the lives of everyone below. The latter usually had little to no say in any matters, due to the excessively high concentration of power of the former. The huge distance between the two groups also did not help any matters, as human leaders tended to be completely divorced from the struggles of the common folk. Vess did not possess the capacity to solve these societal problems, nor held a desire to do anything about it. Perhaps the Red Collective might be able to reduce the distance between the top and bottom layers of society, but realistically, nothing much could be done unless a full-blown revolution upended everything. In any case, a single person like Vess did not have many choices available to him. His options boiled down to two opposing approaches. He could try his best to reject anything political and try to stay as neutral and uninvolved as possible. The best way to do that was to botch his job as the deputy chief counselor of the ILC so that a proper politician and administrator could take over his unwanted duties. Doing so would absolve him of much of the blame if anything went wrong, but also cut him off from the praise if he got stuff right. That was all right with him, as the lack of involvement would cause him to lose a lot of heat, thereby lowering the chance that he would get bothered by parties looking to gain favors or coerce him into changing his stances. However, the biggest problem with cutting himself off from the political landscape was that he would always remain a victim of whatever harebrained policies and decisions imposed from the top. Taking matters into his own hands and embracing the opportunity to become a more active player in high-level politics freed him from this fate, if only partially. It felt good to take control over his life. Now that he had begun to adopt the other approach towards politics, he realized that it wasn't as bad or tedious as he feared. Sure, he still needed to take a lot of risks, and he also had to spend valuable time on winning over other parties, but all of it was worth it in certain cases. As far as Vess was concerned, all of the time and effort that he had spent on building up the coalition of faiths in the past few days had yielded a disproportionately high return on investment. Through a combination of inducements, coercion, and other means, Vess managed to form an unprecedented gathering of religious organizations that reluctantly agreed to cooperate with each other despite their massive differences. Such a group had never been formed in the past. Despite the lengthy history of human civilization, no one had ever succeeded in convincing so many different faiths to unite around a common cause. Everyone assumed that they were too fractious and irrational to agree to cooperate with each other with any sincerity. Those assumptions were not invalid, but Vess managed to pull it off anyway. Sure, the faiths in the Red Ocean were much smaller and less cluttered compared to the gigantic mess in the Milky Way. The crisis produced by the Red Tide Offensive also encouraged all of the normally obstinate religious leaders to make an earnest effort to save their shared society. Nonetheless, that did not take away the fact that Vess was the first man to truly unite the religious landscape and forge it into a somewhat cohesive interest group. Now was the time for him to make use of his newly formed power base. As Vess appeared in the same monumentally high virtual council chamber, he received a much different reception than before. He was no longer the kid who propelled his way to Tier 3 galactic citizenship and still remained a clueless newcomer to high-level power struggles. He was no longer the Mech designer who continually expressed reluctance, raising his voice and attracting the attention of all of the counselors. He was no longer a chess piece who lacked meaningful power and was mainly here because he was propped up by the Red Association. Vess was a different man this time. The counselors who arrived a little earlier all directed looks at him that they usually reserved for their more respectful peers. They had all learned about what Vess had done through their own channels. It was impossible to hide the changes taking place in the religious community. Many church officials possessed deep connections with other powers, and it was not as if most of the changes were confidential. The appearance of a handful of divine avatars already changed the futures of numerous old and powerful faiths. They had issued a lot of new directions that heavily encouraged their followers to worship holy relics in the form of a chalice, a lamb, and other objects steeped in sacred symbolism. The recently formed coalition of faiths had only been established for a short time, but it was already making waves due to how many different faiths had gathered under its banner. Though the current administration of the coalition merely consisted of an empty shell at this time, all of the other players already took it extremely seriously due to how many neglected faiths it had managed to bind together. Few of the counselors had any reason to take groups like the DOCs of New Rome too seriously. Religion already had its heyday in the earlier ages. The Mechers and the Fleeters both objected to its rise and had employed many measures to keep it that way. While there were plenty of counselors who were clever enough to realize that the Red Collective could potentially adopt the opposite policy and turn these oppressed faiths into a united political force, none of them had actually done the work needed to turn this into reality. This was because they all thought it couldn't be done. This was another reason why the counselors looked at Vess with so much respect and vigilance. Vess had proven before this session had even begun that he was already capable of coming up with an extensive political scheme and pulling it off without any major missteps. That already put him at the same level as them at the very least. No counselor dared to underestimate Vess anyone. His relative youth and lack of experience did not necessarily translate into incompetence. More than a handful of counselors quietly grew jealous at Vess for being able to recognize and seize this opportunity first. If others managed to come up with the same idea and execute it earlier, then perhaps they would be able to arrive in the virtual meeting hall and command a large amount of respect from others. Vess doubted they would have been able to pull it off, though. He only managed to secure a favorable outcome due to his unique capabilities. This also kept him secure. He was not afraid that others would attempt to hijack his coalition of faiths from under his nose. They simply couldn't create the divine avatars that had suddenly become the most desired products among the faiths that had yet to receive their turn. As for the monotheistic churches that already received their turn, such as the DNR and the BSC, their religious leaders suddenly realized that since Vess only created a few symbolic objects of their almighty God rather than their deities themselves, there was still room for more holy relics. If Vess wanted to stretch the boundaries of the restrictions imposed by the Red Association, then he could also attempt to create manifestations of the saints and other sacred historical figures of those faiths. The promise of earning more divine avatars by becoming an active participant in the coalition of faiths motivated a lot of faiths to stick to Vess and remain unwavering in their support. This was why he continued to maintain his confident demeanor as he briefly stopped before his old council seat. His confidence only wavered for a moment as he stumbled into a dilemma. Should he take up his old throne-like seat, or should he ascend and seat himself on the highest and most prestigious throne that used to seat the evolution witch? This was an issue that he hadn't thought about, and it cost him a lot. That was the thing with playing at such a high level. A single mistake or oversight could easily cost him a lot, up to and including his life. There was no time to think. He could not afford to show any doubt or indecision in front of these sharks disguised as wise people. Vess did what he always did in these sort of situations and made a gut decision. He acted according to his heart, not allowing his more rational mind to second-guess his spontaneous decision. His steps did not slow or pause at all. He smoothly proceeded forward until he came close to the throne reserved for the chief counselor. In the absence of the chief counselor, the deputy chief counselor was supposed to take over. It was entirely reasonable for the latter to occupy the former's seat. Vess doubted that many other people in his position would dare to do so in this instance. The chief counselor was more than just a human. She was a god pilot, one of the 8 absolute apex predators of red humanity. It would have been incredibly presumptuous for anyone to occupy the seat reserved for the evolution witch, as the strong-willed woman was infamous for her cruelty and irrationality. Vess knew that, yet still dared to sit himself on her throne. The impact of his silent choice was almost just as significant as building up an entire new power base for himself from scratch. The highly symbolic gesture cemented his complete transformation in status. He could no longer be treated as a bystander, lackey, or accomplice anymore. From this moment onwards, the counselors and many other dignitaries would have no choice but to treat him as a boss and a leader in his own right. He was well aware that the evolution witch could take offensive at this and punish him afterwards when she learned about it. Yet the two had become so dependent on each other that it was unlikely for her to do anything too drastic. This was enough for Vess to take this risk. Many counselors briefly held their breaths, as if the evolution which would smite down Vess for his supposed blasphemy. Nothing happened, of course. Vess acted as if nothing was wrong and smiled in a confident manner. "Hello, I see we have numerous new faces here in order to fill up the seats vacated by all of the absent military personnel. Greetings. You should already know who I am. Today, I will be presiding over the Interim Leadership Council in my capacity as its Deputy Chief Counselor. The current Chief Counselor has directly invested me with this responsibility, so you cannot challenge my appointment. I possess a different leadership style from my superior, so do not expect me to lead the discussions in an identical fashion. Now let us begin." Chapter 62-99, Tolerated Monopoly. Vess sat in the larger and more opulent seat, previously reserved for the evolution which as if he belonged on its much too large surface. It may very well turn into his permanent seat if he played his cards right. Now that he became the highest-ranking counselor in the virtual hall, Vess saw and understood so much more than before. Previously, Vess remained ignorant of all of the power plays and backroom dealing that took place out of sight. Now that he had begun to play the game properly, he finally understood why all of the groups and factions engaged in it. They wanted to secure victories in advance and build up enough support to push through their own proposals. The stakes were massive. The Red Collective had the potential to become as powerful as the Red Association and the Red Fleet, so few counselors were willing to remain passive. The previous Vess was the exception rather than the rule. He had so many different ways to implement meaningful change to society. He could have exercised his rights and authority months ago and twisted the circumstances in his favor a lot sooner. The current Vess had made up for lost time. He had finally caught up with all of the other big boys and earned his seat at the highest table. Though Vess had mostly spent his time on his own power play in the past few days, his personal assistant and his inside man from the pantheon of modern God had informed him of numerous other developments. For example, the secularist groups that opposed the rise of religion had hastily gathered together to form their own coalition of sorts. There was no way they would allow religion to occupy a greater place in human society after all of the efforts they spent on rooting it out from the public sphere. There was always opposition. No group could get its way without stepping on other people's toes. It was natural for the latter to form their own club in order to defend their opposing interests. In other words, before the Coalition of Faiths was able to introduce itself as the first faction of the Red Collective, its political adversaries had already formed a second faction behind the scenes. More decisions and maneuvering had taken place in the background. The Evolution Witch's staff, which nominally answered to Vess, had already addressed many of them. Her office automatically passed any proposals and decisions deemed unimportant or uncontroversial, and incorporated them into the increasingly more elaborate blueprint of the Red Collective. This left Vess and the rest of the council with the more important and controversial issues. Despite entering this virtual meeting hall in an ostentatious manner, Vess began the third major session by addressing a number of easy items on the agenda. Questions related to the fine-tuning of the organizational structure and proportion of funding that should be allocated to the research teams of the Red Collective came and went at a brisk tempo. While these subjects were quite important, the counselors did not really care too much about winning or losing. They would try to skew the consensus in their favor, but did not complain if they did not get their way. Vess made use of these relatively unimportant subjects to ease himself into his new role. He moderated the debates and gently steered the talks towards acceptable compromises. There were no instances that required him to exercise his greater authority, as no one tried to make any disruptive power plays. The experience so far helped Vess to ease his nerves and grow his confidence in himself. None of the other counselors had bothered to test his limits or anything, which showed that they were at least willing to superficially accept his greater authority. That might not last once the discussions became more contentious. Everyone waited for the session to progress until they addressed the first controversial item on the agenda. That moment finally came when Vess introduced a subject that was bound to generate a lot of controversy. The topic was also so important to him that he stood up from his large seat. "Counselors, the next topic on the agenda concerns the design, deployment, and regulation of kinship networks. As the inventor and most prolific user of the only iteration of kinship networks known to us, I cannot claim to be impartial on this subject. Each of you are either familiar with them already, or have read the briefing package that I have prepared in advance. This discussion will proceed with the assumption that you are knowledgeable of their workings and purpose. Only a minority of counselors possessed a deeper background in cultivation science, but that did not stop them from learning the basic theories rooted in the developing fields of e-technology and cultivation science. Ever since I invented them, I have applied them to my own clan and other small gatherings without suffering any significant negative consequences," Vess continued. "That may not be extensive enough proof that can definitively conclude that they are safe, but it should at least demonstrate that I stand by my inventions so much that I am willing to entrust myself, my relatives, and my subordinates to my own kinship networks. After making good use of them myself, I have formed numerous agreements with other major parties recently to provide them with their own kinship networks. The first of them were supposed to roll out sooner, but persistent security concerns combined with the introduction of the Red Collective has caused those endeavors to freeze." He was still annoyed by that, but he could understand why it was no longer acceptable to proceed, even if he and his partners had addressed most of the contentious issues. At least Vess was still able to make use of the ones that had already been operating for years. Kinship networks were completely new to human civilization and had yet to be governed by any specific regulations. That did not mean that it existed completely outside the existing framework of human laws. The Mechers and Fleeters uphold plenty of more general laws that prohibited long-term direct mental conditioning, intrusive monitoring at the implant level, and other violations. Since these laws and regulations were not perfectly attuned to the properties of kinship networks, it was a nightmare to apply them all. A lot of exceptions had to be carved out in order to legally permit the rollout of kinship networks. Even that was not a good or permanent solution. The Red Collective was supposed to take over this responsibility. Since Vess had classified his kinship networks as an application of e-technology, then the RC possessed a clear mandate to decide how humans should interact with this far-reaching invention. This was the moment that could decide how extensively Red humanity made use of his kinship networks. The Red Collective could either become its biggest promoter or turn into its greatest restraint. The Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact have both applied for their own kinship networks. I have cooperated with their own experts for months in order to create customized frameworks for them that preserves most of the benefits of a baseline kinship network, while also introducing a large amount of monitoring, restrictions, and fail-safes in order to increase their reliability and decrease their risk factors. Vess also generated a projection that showed the basic plans and schematics for these kinship networks. He had simplified them down a lot in order to clearly show how many controls had been added to prevent any potential abuses. The Red 2 has also expressed clear interest in implementing a kinship network to unite all new elites together. There are many reasons why this should be done. A kinship network can increase their cohesion and allow many different soldiers from many different states and groups to trust each other without requiring a long familiarization process. A kinship network can also monitor their thoughts for any instances of treason, dereliction of duty, and mental breakdowns. The Red Association has conducted extensive modeling, and even its more conservative scenarios promise a net 4% increase in overall combat effectiveness, solely due to the relatively shallow benefits that I have mentioned. A difference of 4% might not sound big to normal people, but it was absolutely massive if it was applied across all of the front lines. A margin of 4% was already enough to transform a few dozen close defeats into close victories. That mattered a lot, as those victories slightly slowed down the alien advance and bought more time for red humanity to mount a proper defense and counterattack. Though Vess strongly believed that a single kinship network can produce a much greater positive impact than 4%, too many counselors would doubt his credibility, thereby weakening his argument. It was better to stick to more certain numbers, even if they undersold the actual package. Vess continued to speak more about kinship networks. It was a bit of a helpless choice for him to be the one to advocate so strongly for them. As the moderator of this council session, he was supposed to maintain a facade of impartiality on the surface. That was simply not possible this time, as no one else but him could speak in favor of his own weird invention. Once he finished his speech, a short pause ensued before another counselor rose up to ask a question. Professor Larkinson, given the great strategic importance and sensitivity of kinship networks, will you share the methods of creating them to others so that you are no longer the only supplier and point of failure for them? One of humanity's general policies is to never rely too much on a technological innovation that cannot be independently reproduced. As useful as your kinship network sounds, they are not replicable by others other than yourself as far as we know. Vess inwardly grimaced. He was afraid that a skeptic might attack his kinship networks from this angle. His answer was bound to increase opposition to their rollout, but he had no other choice but to defend his own rights. The kinship network is currently a proprietary invention of mine. I am not obliged to share its working principles, its method of production, and so on. While it is highly related to my design philosophy, I will likely not teach anyone how to make them when I realize my design philosophy, as it is not related to my Mech design work. The only reasons for me to surrender this information to others is if another party is willing to exchange a benefit of equal value to it, or if the rules and directives of the Red Collective leaves me with no other option. It went without saying that Vess would vehemently object to that outcome. A small discussion ensued among the counselors on whether it was permissible to allow Vess to remain as the sole creator and master of kinship networks. Under normal circumstances, letting Vess keep his monopoly on his own invention would never fly. It gave him far too much power and would also cause red humanity to suffer an unrecoverable loss if he got killed all of a sudden. The best course of action was to draft a directive that forced Vess to drop his monopoly on kinship networks and actively share the creation methods to others. That did not happen. Vess quietly grew reassured, as none of the counselors was willing to make the suggestion that clearly benefited their civilization best. They were either afraid or unwilling to oppose Vess on this matter. Whether it was because they wanted to stay on the good side of the evolution, which is errand boy, or because they did not want to turn themselves into a target by the rapidly growing coalition of faiths. It was clear that the counselors were too intimidated by Vess to make an issue out of a matter that was not of critical importance. In fact, one of the reasons why the counselors did not push hard on this issue was because they were confident that one of their experts would succeed in reverse engineering and replicating kinship networks in time. The counselors would rather save their political capital for a more important dispute. Because of this, the current discussions skipped past the possibility of forcing Vess to share his trade secrets and moved on to deciding how extensively red humanity should make use of kinship networks. Chapter 60-300, A Little Abuse of Power. The big debate on kinship networks was how accessible they should become. Proponents clearly wanted to use them as Vess intended, which was to connect as many people to them as possible. Networks were only as strong and valuable as the amount of people they could affect. If only a fraction of an eligible population connected to a kinship network, then that would severely discount their usefulness in so many ways. It does not make any sense to impose quotas on kinship networks. If they only encompass 1 out of 10 or 1 out of 100 people, then that will create a division within populations that will only grow worse over time. Many of the reasons for using them, such as engendering greater trust and monitoring for treachery, will become invalid as those with ill intentions can avoid kinship networks entirely. However, those who are suspicious about the risks surrounding kinship networks had plenty of reasons to oppose any push to make them mandatory or cause too many people to grow dependent on their existence. Kinship networks are both prone to severe abuse and vulnerable to exploitation. It is absolutely unacceptable to violate the privacies of so many people and cause all of their mental activity to become accessible by anyone with the proper administrator rights. No matter how many checks and balances you incorporate, violations will still occur. The victims have no effective means to defend against these privacy intrusions, as the kinship network must maintain a constantly active connection to work as envisioned. We severely question the wisdom of doing so and suggest that only 0.1% of a population is permitted to connect to this questionable application of e-technology. All of the sects proposed in the previous council session should have an opportunity to receive their own kinship networks. It is not an excellent means to bind like-minded people closer together, but also makes it much more difficult for criminals and demonic cultivators to misuse their powers. In fact, connecting to a kinship network should be mandatory in order to improve the control and monitoring of cultivators, whose powers will eventually enable them to destroy entire mechs, structures, and city districts. That is outrageous. These kinship networks are all potential dangers in the making. Letting whole sects embrace them is too dangerous. Anyone who manages to take control over a kinship network can easily indoctrinate and weaponize the sect members without making them aware that they are being repurposed. Sects are the last organizations that I trust with kinship networks. They should only be reserved to the small list of states and organizations that are responsible and reliable enough to stop any critical faults before they can jeopardize the lives of everyone connected to these unreliable creations. We must continue to guard against kinship networks so long as it is too difficult for outsiders to understand how they work and how they can be made. That was an indirect rebuke against Vess for monopolizing his kinship networks. To be fair, the concerns voiced by the critics were completely legitimate. If not for the fact that red humanity was being pushed close to its breaking point, the counselors would have felt much more reluctant to start an adventure with kinship networks. However, the red tide offensive forced them to be more open to solutions, any solutions as long as they sounded viable enough. It left a bitter taste in their mouths. As the debate had continued to rage on, without the need for Vess to advocate for his own creation, it seemed that the Terrans and Rubarthans were pushing especially hard to implement kinship networks as widely as possible. The few counselors with strong ties to religious organizations were also in favor for obvious reasons. They were strongly in favor of allowing every sect, including ones based around religions, to make use of kinship networks, especially ones that were built around their newfangled divine avatars. However, the proponents also faced strong opposition from a broad majority of concerned parties. From people who understood little about e-technology and distrusted it for that reason, to paranoid individuals who feared that it was only a matter of time before kinship networks got misused. They had the numbers to ensure that kinship networks would not be able to conquer all of humanity. When the discussion finally approached an impasse, Vess knew that it was time for him to speak up again and wrap up the discussion by offering a compromise solution. He knew that he had the power to skew the outcome, but he could not outright invalidate all of the opinions of the opposition unless he came up with a killer argument. Since Vess was not able to assuage all of the concerns of the critics, he opted to act within his power and merely play favorites. It might be a bit shameless for him to do this, but this was his prerogative as the chief deputy counselor who presided over the council session. What was the point of holding all of this authority if he did not take advantage of it? Maintaining his impartiality was a huge waste of power. He banged his fist against the large table. All right, each of you have received opportunities to voice your opinions. Several of you have illustrated the many advantages that kinship networks can bring to red humanity, while others have expressed reasonable concerns about how they can put people in danger. It is clear that we cannot afford to forego their benefits entirely, so the obvious answer is to support a controlled rollout of kinship networks. As I see it, a select group consisting of powerful states and public organizations should be able to make use of them, as they possess the strength and expertise to protect their kinship networks and control for any accidents. Aside from that, sects should all have the choice to adopt their own kinship networks and decide for themselves how widely they want to make use of them. If anyone objects to binding themselves to a kinship network, then they should be able to leave the sect without suffering any penalties. This was anything but a fair compromise solution. Letting sects have free rein on kinship networks was not a middle ground solution. It skewed far too heavily in favor of proliferation as opposed to restriction. Several opponents already looked as if they wanted to stand up and raise their objections. Vess knew that it wouldn't be so easy to get away with this stunt. He sighed and reluctantly gave the word to the unofficial representative of the second faction of the Red Collective. Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson was a familiar face. She had somehow been assigned away from the front lines and taken over the council seat that was previously occupied by Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson. With all due respect, Professor Larkinson, sects exist to increase our ability to control and regulate the cultivators that are emerging in increasing numbers. Kinship networks may help us do so, but they also provide too many unnatural advantages to sect members. Not only that, but their existence also puts vulnerable and impressionable people at the mercy of networks that can always be subverted and corrupted. It would be far too easy for entire sects to fall and degenerate into hives of murder and sin. The guardians of order that I represent are in favor of stricter control, but only by relying on the tried and tested means of manpower and proven technology. We cannot rely on a cultivation-based solution to regulate cultivators. That sounds as stupid as relying on automated systems to keep hackers in check. That was a remarkably sound argument. That also made life more difficult to Vess. What Vess found interesting was that Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson had become its current spokesperson. The Guardians of Order was the second faction that had formed as a very rushed response to the formation of the Coalition of Faiths. The name that these secularists had chosen for themselves was very deliberate. First, they explicitly used the term guardians in order to paint themselves as the vigilant defenders of mankind. The unspoken implication here was that anything they opposed should automatically be categorized as a threat to the human race. Using the word order was not only a deliberate callback to the times of relative order and stability during the age of Mechs, but also represented their aspiration of favoring stability over taking risks. The Guardians of Order therefore sought to portray their quest to halt as much progress as possible in a benevolent light, casting themselves as the only sane group of people in the Red Collective that tried to hold back the crazies from blowing up the Red Ocean. Considering that the Guardians of Order existed in direct opposition to the Coalition of Faiths, this impression was not completely unjustified. What Vess found interesting was that Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson had become its current spokesperson. His sources weren't good enough to tell him whether Astrid assumed a leadership position of this brand new faction, but this was likely not the case. While it seemed as if the Guardians of Order wanted to present a counterpart to Vess that was just as youthful and open-minded, the lieutenant commander simply did not possess the prestige, accomplishments, and experience to command everyone's respect. Yes, it's a fair trade-off. In exchange for greater transparency, we can help guard their kinship networks against outside exploitation as well as control for internal abuses. This should address most of the concerns related to the use of this wonderful new tool. It is also a convenient way to incentivize sects to subject themselves to greater monitoring without displeasing their members. In other words, we can kill two birds with one stone. That seemed enough to win over a lot of counselors that had yet to commit themselves to either side. Much of the reason why she enjoyed her rank at her age in the first place was because of the backing of her ancestor. Nonetheless, Astrid did not need to take absolute control over the Guardians of Order. The faction's members were united in their opposition towards the encroachment of faith, superstition, and the spread of mystical tech that few, if any, people understood. Vess needed to respond to Astrid's well-crafted critique. "I have taken the points that you have raised into consideration, Lieutenant Commander." He calmly responded, as if he already expected that the discussion would unfold like this. This is why the risks and benefits of kinship networks should mainly be confined to the sects, which are already isolated from the rest of humanity to a degree. Not only that, but we should confine this benefit to the sects that have accepted greater oversight by our Red Collective. Oversight. Yes, it's a fair trade-off. In exchange for greater transparency, we can help guard their kinship networks against outside exploitation as well as control for internal abuses. This should address most of the concerns related to the use of this wonderful new tool. It is also a convenient way to incentivize sects to subject themselves to greater monitoring without displeasing their members. In other words, we can kill two birds with one stone. That seemed enough to win over a lot of counselors that had yet to commit themselves to either side. They might not be interested in kinship networks, but what they did care about was increasing the power and reach of the Red Collective. They did not want the organization that they would eventually lead to turn into a weak and marginalized regulatory institution. Any excuse that permitted the Red Collective to grow larger and increase its entanglement with human society was a win in their books. Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson furrowed her brows. She was clever enough to realize that she could not sway the minds back into her camp unless she came with an exceptionally good argument. She did not have that so settled for a fairly weak response. It is irresponsible to hand out kinship networks to sects that merely agree to allow the Red Collective to station more inspectors in their organizations. We should at least subject them through a rigorous examination to verify they can protect their kinship networks and make responsible use of them. We should not hand this dangerous and unstable weapon to irresponsible cultists who have far too little self-control and reverence towards authority. Her argument sounded convincing enough to make it into the final proposal. Though Vess still felt tempted to abuse his power a bit further to shove aside this amendment, it was not wise to go too far and leave the opposition without any victory, even if it was relatively small and symbolic. This was why Vess ultimately let the Guardians of Order enjoy this small victory. He at least managed to secure most of the conditions that he desired. It was time to address the next item on the agenda. This subject was considerably more consequential to Vess. Let us talk about rethinking the role of religion in human society. Now that certainly caused the counselors to sit at full attention.